Chapter 1. A marriage bestowed. The moment has arrived. In the esteemed residence of the Prime Minister of the Kangao Kingdom, a eunuch, adorned in a ceremonial cap, reverently presented a golden yellow edict, stating, "By the will of heaven, the Emperor decrees. I have heard of the Prime Minister's legitimate daughter, Miss One, who has long upheld the virtues of propriety in her chamber, possessing a gentle nature and profound knowledge of etiquette. Therefore, I have designated her to wed the esteemed King Wu Ming as his principal consort on the auspicious date of June 13th. Thus it is decreed." With a respectful bow, the eunuch offered the edict to Prime Minister Wen Jianlin, saying, "Prime Minister Wen, please accept the Emperor's command." Wen Jianlin, with a restrained expression, knelt upon the ground and slowly accepted the edict with both hands, uttering, "This humble servant obeys the decree and expresses gratitude for the Emperor's grace." After the eunuch departed, Wen Huaidie, the Prime Minister's daughter, overwhelmed by despair, collapsed to the floor, tears cascading down her cheeks. In anguish, she cried out, "Father, I do not wish to marry the King Wu Ming. I love the Crown Prince. It is my desire to become the Crown Princess." Wen Jianlin's wife, Madame May, embracing Wen Huaidie with a grave countenance, implored, "My lord, you must devise a solution. How can Huaidie marry the King Wu Ming? He is a ruthless fiend, a man of violence, and now bedridden, incapable of standing. How can he be worthy of our daughter?" When Jianlin clenched the edict with his wrinkled fingers, his brow furrowed in deep concern. "The decree has been issued, how can we defy it?" The Emperor, fully aware of Wen Huaidie's affection for the Crown Prince, had nonetheless issued this edict, clearly with malicious intent. Madame May released her hold on Wen Huaidie. Rising to face Wen Jianlin with a knowing tone, she quietly suggested, "My lord, the edict only states that your legitimate daughter, Miss One, is to marry the King Wu Ming. It does not specify that it must be Huaidie. You have another legitimate daughter." When Jianlin's eyes widened as realization dawned upon him, his mood growing somber. "You mean Huaidie?" Madame May nodded. "In truth, Huaidie is your eldest legitimate daughter. In all the world, there are no instances of a younger sister being betrothed before her elder sister." With renewed hope, Wen Huaidie, supported by her maid, rose from the ground and beseeched her father, "Father, my bond with the Crown Prince is profound. Once he ascends the throne, I shall be the Empress. My sister's status as the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister affords her the privilege to make a sacrifice for our family." Wen Jianlin, deep in thought, narrowed his eyes and raised his hand to silence them. "Allow me to ponder this matter further." As he turned away, Wen Huaidie tugged at Madame May's sleeve, her eyes filled with urgency. "Mother." Madame May gently patted the back of Wen Huaidie's hand, assuring her, "Fear not, your father will support you." Having just returned to their chamber, a servant rushed in with a report, "Madam, the Emperor has also issued another edict to the second miss of the Minister of Rights family, granting her, as a concubine to the King Wu Ming, to be wed on the same day as you." Madame May's expression darkened. The Emperor's actions were utterly excessive, clearly an affront to the Wen family. Wen Huaidie, infuriated, swept the tea set off the yellow rosewood table, shattering porcelain pieces across the floor. "Mother, the second miss from the Minister of Rights family is a commoner. Should this union proceed, how shall I ever show my face in the capital again? Everyone, leave at once," Madame May commanded, dismissing all the servants before continuing, with Huaidie as an alternative. "Your father will not permit you to wed the King of Wu Ming aside from you. He has no other daughters to offer the Crown Prince, thus safeguarding the honor of the Wen family for future generations." Wen Huaidie clenched her jaw. "I fear my father may lack the courage, as it is well known that this imperial decree is meant for me." May chuckled softly. "If your father were truly timid, he would not be so devoted to supporting the Crown Prince. He is merely weighing the risks of this exchange. As long as the wedding proceeds as planned, once the ceremony is performed and the bridal veil lifted, how could the King of Wu Ming dare to return the bride? We are not deceiving the Emperor. After all, when Huaidie expressed her concerns, what if that wretched Wen Huaidie refuses?" May's lips curled into a sly smile. "Rest assured, I have kept a watchful eye on her with my agents at the estate. She is but a frail and feeble creature. She wouldn't dare disobey my words." Upon learning that the Emperor had arranged a marriage for the illegitimate daughter of the Minister of Rights, Wen Jianlin promptly sent for a carriage to the crown prince's residence, returning only by dusk. In the study, Wen Jianlin instructed Mei, with just 2 months until the grand wedding on June 13th, send someone to bring Huaidie back from the estate on June 10th. We must not allow any rumors to leak. Mei, satisfied, bowed her head in response. I shall take care of it. Starting tomorrow, the manor will be closed to guests as we focus on the wedding preparations. Wen Jianlin nodded in approval. The Lanya cliff, a messenger eagle, approximately half a meter in length, soared across the precipice before alighting on the pavilion's roof with a piercing cry. A large hand opened the window and untied the letter affixed to the eagle's leg. Ling Ming pushed open the slightly ajar door and hurried to the couch, bowing her head to the woman reclining there. Mistress, a spy from the Wen residence has conveyed that Wen Jianlin intends for you to replace Wen Huaidie as the bride of Yen Hanyan. The wedding is set for June 13th. Wen Huaidie opened her eyes, her long eyelashes casting a delicate arc, stirring emotions within those who beheld her. Her bright, glass-like pupils radiated a chilling aura, starkly contrasting her gentle and delicate exterior. Wen Jianlin has certainly devised an intricate plan. When do they intend to fetch me from the estate? Ling Ming felt a swell of frustration after a decade of neglect, allowing cruel servants to mistreat her. They now remembered their mistress. It was utterly shameless. On June 10th, Mei will send a nurse to retrieve you from the estate. The matter of your substitution has been kept tightly under wraps. They plan to make it an accomplished fact. Wen Huaidie, with her slender, lily-white arms resting on the couch, sat up. I find myself in need of an opportunity to step into the kingdom of Tsang Ao. They are presenting it to me on a silver platter, which suits me perfectly. Ling Ming spoke with a note of concern. Mistress, the king of Wu Ming is not to be trifled with despite his current state. His strength should not be underestimated. I fear that once you enter the royal palace, certain matters may spiral out of control. When Huaidie smiled faintly, her lips curving like cherry blossoms. Yen Hanyun commands half of Tsang Ao's military strength. If he were a mere simpleton, he would have perished long ago. Alas, after nearly a decade of warfare, he still cannot escape the machinations of others. I recall that Yen Hanyun is reputed to be the most handsome man in Tsang Ao, is he not? Lian Ming choked slightly and said, Indeed, yet the common folk also refer to him as the god of death and demon king. The notion of the ghostly-faced Rakshasa confronting the god of death and demon king seems somewhat fitting. Wen Huaidie remarked, Inform Bingxia to prepare early, we are returning to settle accounts. Lian Ming responded with an excited expression, Understood. Chapter 2. Seeking the Longyuan Pavilion for antidotes, summoned back to the Wu Ming Wang Fu. Seated in a wheelchair, Yen Hanyun gazed at the 2 portraits of women held aloft by his subordinates, one a primary consort, the other a secondary consort. The emperor appeared most eager to insert individuals into this prince's courtyard. Daming's face contorted in dissatisfaction, resembling that of a disgruntled pig. Your Highness, Wen Huaidie is the prince's beloved. The emperor granting her to you as a primary consort is evidently a ploy to sow discord between you and the crown prince. The minister of rights is aligned with the emperor. His daughter is but a spy placed in the Wang Fu, and neither of these two can be trusted. Yen Hanyun raised his hand, drawing his bow to shoot arrows, both striking the faces in the portraits simultaneously. Even in the capital, should we be without them, others will arise. Knowing their true natures, we must tread carefully in our arrangements. The pieces we receive must be utilized wisely to avoid waste. My Wang Fu is not so easily infiltrated. An enigmatic figure clad in black entered stealthily, bowing in respect to Yen Hanyun. Your Highness, the Poison Valley has declined our request. Yen Hanyun lowered his gaze to his immobile legs, realizing that the poison was indeed linked to them. Daming's expression shifted to one of urgency. If the poison afflicting you truly originates from the Ghost Valley, who in this world can possibly concoct an antidote? The man in black's eyes glimmered with a hint of apprehension. Are you aware of the Longyuan Pavilion at the Nyalong Cliff? Yen Hanyun raised an eyebrow, recalling the notorious assassin organization that had emerged in recent years. The man in black nodded affirmatively. The medical sage of Longyuan Pavilion, though not renowned in the world, is held in high esteem by those in the martial community. It is said that the sage can bring the dead back to life. mending shattered bones and reopening the heart. Even those who have crossed into the realm of the dead may be retrieved from Yama's grasp. The Poison Master, capable of sealing the throat with poison and controlling all toxins, has created poisons that are unsolvable. She once battled the Ghost Valley's 2 guardians in a contest of toxicity, leading to a resounding defeat for the Ghost Valley, which thereafter dared not trouble Lonyuan Pavilion again. My subordinates believe we might seek assistance from Lonyuan Pavilion. Yen Hanyin quipped with a slight smile. I have heard tales that the head of Lonyuan Pavilion, the ghost-faced Rakshasa, is unparalleled in martial prowess and not only covets wealth, but also has an affinity for handsome men. The man in black awkwardly sniffled. Such are merely rumors of the Jianghu. Their veracity is difficult to ascertain. However, those who seek Lonyuan Pavilion services often find themselves impoverished, as their fees are notoriously steep. Yet their accomplishments are formidable. Once they accept the commission, there is no task they cannot complete. Should the esteemed Prince of Kangao be deemed the most handsome man in the realm, perhaps the matter of the antidote may become less troublesome. On the 10th of June, a modest carriage came to a halt in a secluded village, 100 miles outside the capital. The stout Lu Momo covered her nose with a handkerchief. Disdain etched across her face as she surveyed the muddy ground. What a wretched place, infested with cow dung, ruining my newly embroidered shoes. A perceptive maid knelt to wipe the wet mud from Lu Momo's shoes. Satisfied, Lu Momo kicked her feet and, on tiptoe, walked towards a cluster of 3 thatched cottages not far away. She wrapped her handkerchief around the door knocker and tapped twice. Open the door. The master has sent for the young lady to return home. Lianming feigned timidity as she rushed to open the door, her expression reflecting a deep-seated fear of being a moment too late. Is the young lady from the main household? Lu Momo surveyed Lianming's coarse, patched garments with disdain, pondering the depths of her poverty. I have been sent by the master and mistress to escort the young lady back home. Come with us at once. Lianming's eyes sparkled with joy as she leaped in place, grinning as she replied, I will go help the young lady out immediately. Wen Huaidie emerged from the smallest thatched cottage, pallid and leaning on Lianming for support. Lu Momo was taken aback. The girl's beauty was striking, her features rivaling those of the young lady herself, bearing a resemblance to the late mistress. Alas, like her mother, she seemed destined for a short life, her complexion as pale as a drowned spirit. Heaven forbid she perish before the bridal sedan is even lifted. Wen Huaidie weakly leaned against Lianming's arm, and Lu Momo, noting her condition, stepped back in disgust, covering her nose with a handkerchief to avoid any contagion. Hurry along, we must not delay. Once Wen Huaidie was settled into the carriage, the door of the main house swung open with a loud clap. A portly woman, her figure swaying, rushed out, exclaiming, Oh my Lu Momo, I apologize for not welcoming you properly. I was just taking a nap and did not hear your arrival. The sun is quite harsh. You must come inside and rest. As the servants emerged from the main house, Lu Momo glanced back at the carriage, its curtains now drawn, her eyes filled with contempt. No, the mistress has instructed me to take the young lady back immediately. The master and mistress are awaiting her return. The plump woman, with a sycophantic grin, pulled a bulging purse from her sleeve and pressed it into Lu Momo's palm. Then I shall not detain you. Please, speak favorably of me before the mistress. I have been dutifully caring for the young lady as per the mistress's instructions during her years at the estate. Lu Momo weighed the purse in her hand, responding with a perfunctory smile. As long as you serve the mistress faithfully, your rewards will not go unnoticed. Once the carriage had departed, the woman's smile vanished like a wisp of smoke. Inside the carriage, Wen Huaidie clutched her chest, gasping for breath. Momo, my father sent you to fetch me. You won't return me, will you? Lu Momo rolled her eyes before responding sternly. This time, the young lady will not return. Going home means enjoying a life of ease. Wen Huaidie's eyes, as clear as autumn water, smiled faintly, though her brows furrowed in discomfort as she leaned against the carriage wall. Lianming, concerned, gently stroked Wen Huaidie's frail back. Do not be too agitated, miss. Your health is paramount. Our days of hardship are finally coming to an end. Lu Momo scoffed and turned her gaze away. The end of hardship? Dream on. You still have trials ahead. The carriage finally entered the city just before dusk, and by the time they reached the Prime Minister's residence, Night had enveloped the surroundings. The carriage halted at the back entrance of the Wen estate, where a dim lantern hung from the doorframe, casting shadows in the gloom. Even the back door stood ajar, only halfway open. After disembarking from the carriage, Wen Huaidie noticed that this was the back entrance, a faint smirk of irony gracing her lips. Upon entering the manor, she remarked, "I have just returned and wish to pay my respects to my father and mother." Lu Momo bluntly refused, stating, "It is quite late. Both the master and mistress have retired for the night. You may pay your respects tomorrow." With that, she led Wen Huaidie to the Dreamstream Pavilion, situated at the far west of the Prime Minister's residence, which had been designated as the young lady's quarters. The manor adhered to numerous rules, and having grown up in a rural village, the young lady was advised to refrain from venturing out unless necessary, to avoid breaching decorum. Liu knelt and said, "Lu Momo, after a long day of travel, shouldn't we have dinner?" Lu Momo coldly replied, "At this hour, the kitchen has extinguished the fires. You shall have breakfast tomorrow instead." Having spoken, she left the two behind and turned away. Liu pushed open the door, revealing a dimly lit interior illuminated by candlelight, with nothing but simple furnishings and no decorations to be found. Wen Huaidie paused beneath the thickest beam of the room, gazing upward, her mind vividly recalling images from 10 years past. It was here that the original owner's mother had taken her own life. Seeing her distress, Liu consoled, "Do not be sorrowful, Mississippi. If the mistress were aware of your current strength, she would surely find solace in the afterlife, taking pride in you." Chapter 3. Feigning Illness. A sudden malady, a knock resounded on the window, and Liu opened it to receive a meticulously prepared meal from the person outside. "Miss, after a long day of travel, please eat first." Lu Momo arrived at the Evergreen Pavilion, lantern in hand. "Has that little wretch been dealt with?" she inquired. Lu Momo teased. "The young lady appears frail and sickly. She bears an uncanny resemblance to that previous one." Madam Mate tightened her grip on her golden hairpin. "How could a biological child not resemble her? The more she looks like her, the more the master will detest her. Inform the servants not to treat her as a young lady. Just tolerate her until the 13th, when she shall be married off. Have someone watch outside the Dreamstream Pavilion. She is not to roam freely within the manor." Lu Momo knelt in acknowledgement. "As you wish." At the residence of the king of the underworld, Deming approached Wen Huaidie with a grave expression. "Your Highness, news from Gu has arrived. Changyuan Pavilion has closed its doors to visitors. The medical sage and the poison master are traveling the world, stating only that once they are contacted, they will send the terms and conditions to the manor, but the timing is uncertain." Wen Huaidie turned his wheelchair. "It is indeed fortuitous that both individuals are absent." Deming reassured. "At least Changyuan Pavilion has not refused. Gu has already sent people to seek their whereabouts." The following morning, Liu, her face awash with distress, burst from the Dreamstream Pavilion into the courtyard, crying out anxiously, "Oh no, my lady has stopped breathing. Quickly, fetch a doctor." The maid on guard outside was startled and hurried to the Evergreen Pavilion to report, "Madam, it is dire. The young lady has perished." Madame Mai, who had just risen and was applying her makeup, was taken aback, twisting her head despite the pain in her scalp, demanding, "What did you say?" The maid, kneeling in a panic, stammered. The maid named Liu said the young lady has ceased to breathe and asked for a doctor. Mei rose swiftly, donning her outer garment, her teeth clenched in frustration. "It appears she is still alive. Hurry and summon the doctor. Even if she must die, it should be after the wedding ceremony." Shortly thereafter, the physician was ushered into the Dream Creek Pavilion. Wen Jianlin, who had not yet left for court, rushed over upon hearing the news. After taking her pulse, the doctor immediately administered acupuncture to Wen Huaidie and, with a troubled expression, stood up to address Wen Jianlin. "This young lady's constitution is exceedingly frail. Exhaustion and hunger have caused her to faint, leading to a heart condition. I shall prescribe a potent remedy. She ought to regain consciousness within 2 hours, though this state of health may jeopardize her longevity." Wen Jianlin sternly questioned the kneeling Lin Dream. "Fainting from hunger? What use are you if you cannot even care for the young lady?" Lin Dream repeatedly bowed her head in apology, her voice trembling. "My lord, I beg for your forgiveness. The young lady caught a chill a few days ago, and After a long journey yesterday, I intended to bring her dinner last night. But the matron informed me that the kitchen had closed and there was no food available, which left her with an empty stomach. Wen Jianlin furrowed his brow, casting a disapproving glare at Mei. Mei's complexion paled. She had not anticipated that such a minor inconvenience would lead to such trouble. Although Wen Jianlin harbored no fondness for Wen Huaidie, her value still lingered. She must not perish now. Doctor, I implore you to prepare a prescription forthwith. It is imperative that my daughter awakens swiftly. The physician nodded and departed with his medicine chest. Wen Jianlin gazed at the pale figure of Wen Huaidie lying on the bed, her breathing faint and labored. This visage bore an uncanny resemblance. In terms of beauty, she surpassed Freya, though her ill state rendered her devoid of vitality. After Wen Jianlin had left for court, Mei returned to the Chongqing pavilion and, in a fit of rage, shattered a vase. That wretched girl has returned to trouble me. When Huairui burst in, Mother, I have heard that little wretch nearly died. She must not die. If she does, who will marry Yen Hanyan in her stead? Mei's face flushed with anger. The girl had not died. Yet her rescue had led to her husband's reprimand, much like her own mother, a source of annoyance. When Huairui sighed in relief, Mother, do not be upset. In her frail condition, she would likely faint at the sight of the fearsome Yen Hanyan. So let us merely await the spectacle. Lean Dream disposed of the medicinal concoction. Indeed, my lady, when Jianlin did chastise Mei quite severely, his countenance was most unpleasant upon leaving. When Huaidie rested against her soft pillow, her knees slightly bent. To Wen Jianlin, Mei was nothing more than an ignorant woman, a hindrance to his affairs. It was no wonder he was incensed. Upon learning that Wen Huaidie had awakened, Wen Huairui, accompanied by her maid, made her way to the Dream Creek Pavilion. When Wen Huairui's mother, and Banming, was alive, Wen Huairui had still been a concubine's daughter. 10 years had passed, the social hierarchy reversed, and she wondered what Wen Huaidie had become. Without knocking, Wen Huairui forcefully pushed the door open. The door slammed against the wall with a resounding crash, as though it might splinter. Upon seeing Wen Huaidie reclining on the couch, Wen Huairui momentarily froze. Her eyes soon filled with jealousy. This little wretch had grown to resemble a beguiling vixen. After 10 years in the countryside, she remained restless. Sister, after all these years, how have you become so emaciated? Wen Huaidie rose, clutching her chest. Life in the countryside is arduous, and given my grave illness, it is indeed a miracle that I have survived until now. After many years apart, my sister has blossomed into even more exquisite beauty. When Huairui, filled with pride, lifted her chin high, the maid standing beside her arrogantly proclaimed, Naturally, my young mistress is hailed as the most beautiful woman in Songao country, a status beyond comparison to mere commoners. Cough, cough, cough. Wen Huaidie coughed repeatedly, droplets of crimson blood splattering onto Wen Huairui's exquisite skirt. Wen Huairui recoiled, disdainfully tugging at her hem, exclaiming in distress, This is a limited edition from Ebao Pavilion for this quarter. I waited 3 months to procure it. Sister, I apologize. My chest itches, and I have sullied your dress. Wen Huaidie, with a face full of remorse, reached out to touch Wen Huairui's gown, only to be evaded. Wen Huairui, seething with frustration, nearly bit her lip in anger. After 10 years apart, how had her sister become so frail? At 6 years old, the once domineering demeanor was nowhere to be found. Yet one aspect remained unchanged, still evoking her disdain. When Huairui scoffed, Since you are so gravely ill, sister, it would be wise not to venture out. Should you pass your illness on to another, you would truly become a harbinger of misfortune like your mother. Watching the pair depart in fury, Wen Huaidie's eyes were filled with indifference. It will not be long before you are brought down a peg. That evening, upon returning home, Wen Jianlin made his way to Mengshi Pavilion, staring coldly at Wen Huaidie as he spoke. The emperor has decreed that you shall marry Wu Mingwang, becoming his principal consort. The wedding is set for the day after tomorrow. Wen Huaidie feigned surprise, lifting her head. Father, how could this be so sudden? Wen Jianlin frowned. He could not abide any dissent, his tone rigid. The arrangement has been in place for some time. I was concerned that your prolonged stay in the countryside had left you unfamiliar with the proper decorum, hence the delay in bringing you back. Given your status, it is a stroke of fortune to wed Wu Ming Wang as his principal consort. Otherwise, you would be relegated to a life with a lowly peasant. Wen Huaidie bit her lip. Father, what manner of man is Wu Ming Wang? Wen Jianlin replied, he is valiant in battle, renowned for his military prowess, and possesses striking looks. You shall discern all upon your wedding day. Given your health, refrain from leaving Mengshi Pavilion prior to the ceremony. With that, he turned sharply, departing without further ado. Chapter 4. The Wedding. The substitution exposed on the 13th of June, amidst a procession of red bridal attire, in order to obscure the truth. The boxes of dowry were filled with inexpensive fabrics. They appeared splendid, but were worth little silver. Soldiers adorned with crimson flowers paraded from the Prime Minister's residence to the gates of Wu Ming Wang's palace. Though it was a grand wedding, an aura of foreboding permeated the air. Yen Hanyun did not personally come to receive the bride, instead sending De Ming in his stead. Wen Huaidie sat in the palanquin, halted at the palace's main entrance. She glanced down at the wheelchair beneath her red veil. Her legs, once robust and capable of riding, now rendered her reliant on the chair, needing assistance even to move. As music resounded, she bowed to heaven and earth, then to the ancestral hall. With both of Wu Ming Wang's parents deceased, Wen Huaidie paid her respects to two memorial tablets. The couple exchanged vows and were ushered into the bridal chamber. The second young lady of the Ministry of Rites, Zhou Yahuan, was carried into the prince's residence through the side door, dressed in a resplendent peach-pink wedding gown. During the wedding banquet, none dared to toast Yen Hanyun. The crown prince, Zhao Zongjia, arrived fashionably late, holding a wine cup as he approached Yen Hanyun and bent slightly, smiling as he said, I am here to congratulate the king of Wuming on his joyous nuptials. Yen Hanyun raised his cup, but his unsteady hand spilled wine onto Zhao Zongjia, prompting him to apologize. I seem to be a bit inebriated and have sullied the crown prince's attire. I beg your forgiveness. Zhao Zongjia's eyes darkened. As long as the king of Wuming does not become so drunk that he cannot consummate the marriage. The red candles flickered brightly as Wen Huaidie lifted her red veil. The numerous hidden guards in the residence could be heard murmuring. Yang Dong, observing the unfamiliar face before him, was taken aback, realizing that the bride was not Wen Huairui. He instructed another guard, stay here, I shall inform the prince at once. At that moment, Yen Hanyun was being ushered toward the bridal chamber by Daming. Yen Hanyun's gaze was icy. Zhao Zongjia's demeanor was rather peculiar, appearing indifferent to the fact that he was marrying Wen Huairui. If Zhao Zongjia could not marry Wen Huairui, Wen Jianlin would certainly not lend him his full support. Yang Dong leaped from the beam to the corridor and knelt on one knee, declaring, Your Highness, the lady in the bridal chamber is not Wen Huairui. Instead of becoming angry, Yen Hanyun smiled, finding it audacious of Wen Jianlin to defy the edict. Daming pushed open the door, and upon seeing the natural beauty seated at the table, he was momentarily stunned, even forgetting to advance the wheelchair. Yen Hanyun gazed intently at Wen Huaidie for a lengthy moment. Her delicate brows were subtly tinted, and her crimson lips slightly parted. Her fair complexion, tinged with a rosy glow, exuded an enchanting allure, while her overall demeanor projected an air of cool elegance. The red silk gown fell gracefully over the round stool, unblemished and ethereal, accentuating her exquisite figure. Her lustrous black hair resembled the finest silk in the hands of a skilled embroiderer, shimmering with starlight under the bright candlelight. While Wen Huairui was hailed as the most beautiful woman in the Tsangao kingdom, the lady before him surpassed her in every conceivable way. Who are you? Yen Hanyun's voice was cold, yet carried an unintentional gentleness. Wen Huairui stood in surprise, her expression innocent and pitiful as she replied, Your Highness, I am your princess, the eldest daughter of the Wen family, Wen Huaidie. Yen Hanyun narrowed his eyes and commanded, Daming, return to the study. Daming shook his head to regain his composure, promptly maneuvering the wheelchair to exit quickly. The enchanting beauty had nearly ensnared his soul with a mere glance. Yet it was evident that their prince had a strong character. Wen Huaidie watched the retreating figures of the three men, a faint smile gracing her lips. Her countenance as splendid as a crowned fish and her gaze as bright as the stars. Your husband is indeed a figure of extraordinary beauty, Liang remarked with a soft smile. Wen Huaidie's eyes sparkled as she closed the window, stating, "We may now retire for the night." There was no need for her to worry about the unfolding events. Yen Hanyun would surely seek trouble with Wen Jianlin. The window closed, effectively isolating the watchful eyes of the hidden guards outside. In the study, Daming bowed his head in self-reproach, lamenting, "It is my fault for not uncovering Wen Jianlin's scheme." Yen Hanyun sat in silence behind the desk, pondering whether Wen Jianlin truly had another legitimate daughter. In the midst of a complex expression, Deming instructed his subordinate to investigate immediately. Yen Hanyun noted that the imperial edict did not specify which daughter of the Wen family was involved. If this matter were true, the emperor must also be kept in the dark. Yang Dong entered the study and reported, "Your Highness, the lights in the new chamber have been extinguished, yet the lights in the Crescent Pavilion remain lit." Deming worked through the night to uncover the true identity of Wen Huaidie, and before dawn, he stood guard at Yen Hanyun's chamber. As soon as Yen Hanyun awoke, Deming entered and informed him, "Your Highness, Wen Jianlin indeed has another daughter, born of his late wife, and Banming. 3 months prior to Wen Huaidie, during the Battle of Liaosang City, due to a scandal involving the embezzlement of provisions, the Minister of War, and Pan Shan, and his family were executed, and Banming hanged herself in the Wen residence, leaving Wen Huaidie to be sent away by her stepmother to fend for herself in a remote village. Wen Huaidie suffers from a heart condition and has endured mistreatment from the servants of the village for the past decade. Just 3 days before the wedding, she was quietly brought back to the Wen residence to substitute for another. I have also discovered that a physician was summoned the day after her return, reportedly due to her heart ailment, and it is said she has only a few years left to live." Deming could not help but sigh. This unfortunate legitimate daughter truly seems destined for a short life. Yen Hanyun tightened his grip on the teacup as he prepared to enter the palace. Deming bowed and replied, "Yes." Wen Jianlin's audacity was remarkable, swapping daughters while knowing his days were numbered. Did he intend for his own prince to become a widower? This matter must be reported. As Emperor Xuchong was awakened by a eunuch from the bed of his consort, he was informed that Yen Hanyun was requesting an audience outside the hall of Zhangyi. With an expression of fatigue, he pondered why Yen Hanyun would come at this hour after his wedding yesterday. The eunuch respectfully replied. The Prince of Wuming did not elaborate, only stating that he has an important matter to discuss with your majesty. Taking a deep breath, Emperor Xuchong decided to proceed. Inside the hall of Zhangyi, Yen Hanyun sat upright in his wheelchair and greeted Emperor Xuchong with a bow. The emperor jested, "On your wedding night, with flowers and candles. What brings you here so early?" Yen Hanyun replied with a serious demeanor, "Your majesty, I have a matter that perplexes me, and I wish for your majesty to enlighten me." Emperor Xuchong frowned slightly as he took his seat upon the dragon throne. "Speak your mind." It was too late to express dissatisfaction after the marriage had already been concluded. Yen Hanyun inquired, "May I ask, which legitimate daughter of Chancellor Wen have you granted to me as my consort?" The emperor's hand, poised to lift the teacup, froze, and he glared at Yen Hanyun with a darkening expression. "What do you mean by that?" A sense of foreboding began to arise. Yen Hanyun smirked ironically. "I had always believed that the consort bestowed upon me by your majesty was Wen Huaidie, but to my astonishment, when the red veil was lifted, it was Wen Huaidie's face that appeared. I was so troubled last night that I sent someone to inquire, and it turns out this young lady was sent to a village during her childhood and was only recently brought back." Emperor Xuchong slammed his palm on the table, causing the mountain of memorials to shake thrice. He exclaimed, "What? You did not marry Wen Huaidie?" Yen Hanyun confirmed, "No, your majesty, I have wed Wen Huaidie's daughter, who is currently residing in my royal manor." Emperor Xuchong's anger flared. What audacity Wen Jianlin possesses! How dare he defy my imperial decree? Such an act deserves the utmost punishment. A eunuch standing by reminded, "Your majesty, it is time for the morning court." Emperor Xuchong cast a glance at Yen Hanyun and commanded, "Wuming Wang shall exit first. We will attend court together shortly." He needed to ascertain the true identity of Wen Huaidie. Moments later, the emperor emerged from the Zhangyi palace, his expression dark and brooding. Deming leisurely pushed Yen Hanyun, trailing behind the emperor's majestic carriage. Chapter 5. The side consort's courtly greeting and the court's inquiry. Lian Meng placed a basin filled with water on the rack and murmured, "Your Highness, the prince entered the palace early this morning." Wen Huaidie sat before the vanity, adorned in a smoky red gown. Her reflection bore no trace of ill health. The emperor's decree lacked clarity, preventing him from directly punishing Wen Jianlin. At most, he could offer a few admonishments. Currently, the emperor of Kangao Nation, the aristocracy, and Wu Mingwang were entangled in a contest of power, each unable to overpower the other. Equilibrium was merely a precursor to upheaval. Lian Meng presented a towel, acknowledging, indeed, "Your Highness." The matter of proxy marriage would exacerbate the emperor's dissatisfaction with the aristocracy represented by Wen Jianlin, simultaneously intensifying the discord between Yen Hanyun and the noble families. Should Crown Prince Zhao Zongjie propose to wed Wen Huaidie as his consort, the threat to Emperor Xuchong would escalate significantly, leaving him even less tolerant of the aristocracy. Wen Huaidie inquired, "Where are the people from Dongling?" Lian Meng responded, "They shall arrive in the capital within 10 days. The news will reach the Honglu Temple in 3 days." The guard stationed outside proclaimed loudly, reporting to the princess, "Side consort Zhou has come to pay her respects and is waiting outside the courtyard." Wen Huaidie cast a sidelong glance at Lian Meng. This Wu Mingwang's residence lacks even a single maidservant. With a lady of the house already in the rear courtyard, it is certain that new faces will be welcomed. "Let Bing Xia enter." Lian Meng's eyes sparkled with understanding. This servant comprehends. The door swung open, and Zhou Yahan, accompanied by her maid, crossed the threshold. Upon seeing Wen Huaidie seated in the commanding position, she was momentarily taken aback, questioning her own sight. Why was it not Wen Huaidie? Noting the guard's unperturbed demeanor outside, Zhou Yahan hesitantly knelt and greeted. "This humble servant, Zhou, pays her respects to the princess." Wen Huaidie replied languidly, "Please take a seat." It was evident that Emperor Xuchong was earnestly selecting women for Yen Hanyun, and none appeared ordinary in their countenance. Zhou Yahan, perched on the chair, wore a delicate smile upon her exquisite oval face. "I had always believed the prince wed Wen Huaidie. I did not expect to encounter another today. However, it seems I have yet to see the princess among the esteemed ladies of the capital. I am genuinely curious." Wen Huaidie maintained her composure, responding with measured words. "I am Wen Huaidie, the legitimate eldest daughter of Minister Wen. I have not resided in the estate since the age of 6. Thus, side consort Zhou has naturally not encountered me. However, our meetings will not be infrequent. It is only a matter of time before we grow weary of one another." Zhou Yahan's expression became complex. She had never heard of this name before. The directness of her speech suggested a considerable temper, simply based on her breathtaking beauty. Zhou Yahan realized she was a formidable rival. The princess jested, "We are all women of the prince, and we ought to regard ourselves as sisters. I am certain we will coexist harmoniously in the future." Wen Huaidie dismissively lowered her hand from her lap, averting her gaze as if she held no regard for her presence. "I have seen you. I am disinclined to linger. Side consort Zhou, you may take your leave." Zhou Yahan rose. This humble servant bids farewell. The guard stationed outside the house caught sight of Zhou Yahan emerging with her maid. Curiosity piqued. Why had she come out so soon? Was it not said that 3 women could stage a drama? This marked the first confrontation between the legitimate wife and the concubine. The prince had gone many years without a woman, and now he had taken 2. Surely, this would be a spectacle to behold. Lian Meng remarked, "Princess, Zhou Yahan possesses martial skills." Wen Huaidie had already discerned this. The spies sent by Emperor Xuchong to the Wu Ming Wangfu would not have been able to gather intelligence under the watchful eyes of the dark guards had they lacked any martial prowess. Upon returning to Qianluo Pavilion, Zhou Yahan immediately instructed her personal maid, "You must go out and investigate the background of this new princess." The prince's entrance to the palace is undoubtedly linked to this matter. She had initially thought her rival was Wen Huaidie, but the sudden emergence of Wen Huaidie had thrown her preparations into disarray. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the court was exceedingly tense. The civil and military officials were perplexed to see the newlywed Wu Mingwang following Emperor Xuchong into the court, when he should have been on his wedding leave. Observing the emperor's dark countenance, which was as black as ink. They sensed his foul mood and suppressed anger. Fear gripped everyone, each one dreading that the emperor's wrath might fall upon them. Wen Jianlin shook his head, stealing a glance at Emperor Xuchang's expression. Yen Hanyan had entered the palace early. It appeared the emperor was already aware of the marriage substitution. The crown atop Emperor Xuchang's head swayed violently as he bellowed in fury. Chancellor Wen Jianlin, you possess great audacity to defy my decree. Do you no longer value the heads of your Wen clan? Wen Jianlin immediately knelt, feigning terror as he replied, your servant is bewildered. I have never contravened your majesty's will. This is a gross injustice. Emperor Xuchang scoffed. Injustice? I see only your overreaching boldness. I distinctly decreed the marriage of Wen Huaidie to Wu Mingwang. Now, tell me, whom did you marry? Wen Jianlin raised his head, his expression one of utter astonishment. Your Majesty, were you not bestowing the marriage of your servant's legitimate eldest daughter, Wen Huaidie, upon Wu Mingwang as the primary consort, rather than the second daughter? I am terrified and have misinterpreted your Majesty's intent, unaware that my elder daughter had not yet wed. And thus your Majesty would first bestow the marriage upon my younger daughter. Emperor Xuchang was so incensed by Wen Jianlin's words that he struck the inkstone forcefully against his head, causing a significant wound that bled profusely. Do you truly believe I would bestow a girl raised in the countryside as the primary consort of Wu Mingwang? She is the granddaughter of the traitor and Panshan. Wen Jianlin repeatedly bowed his head in supplication. Your Majesty, the events of those years have nothing to do with my daughter. She is merely an innocent child, my own flesh and blood. She was sent to the countryside solely to escape the rumors of the capital. In my heart, both daughters have always held equal regard. The Minister of War stepped forward and knelt, saying, Your Majesty, Wen Huaidie is the legitimate eldest daughter of Chancellor Wen. The imperial decree merely states the legitimate daughter of the Wen family. Thus, it is understandable that the Chancellor misinterpreted your Majesty's will. The National Master also came to their aid, stating, Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, this is a divinely ordained union, indicating that Wu Mingwang and Chancellor Wen's legitimate daughter are fated to be together, which explains this unforeseen circumstance. Emperor Xuchang glared down at the three kneeling figures, his expression grim. These individuals hail from noble families, and they have now risen to speak in favor of Wen Jianlin, seemingly disregarding his authority as emperor. Yen Hanyan somberly remarked, The Prime Minister Wen claims he treats his two daughters equally. Yet the dowry presented for my bride during yesterday's wedding consisted solely of coarse linen garments, amounting to no more than 100 taels of silver. It is said that Wen Huaidie ordered a single garment from the Bowie Pavilion that costs 300 taels, and there is more than one. Indeed, this is a clear demonstration of fairness, which has opened my eyes. Wen Jianlin's countenance darkened. How could it be that the dowry was less than 100 taels? He had entrusted this matter entirely to the Mei family, only to discover her negligence had publicly humiliated him in the court. Surely, it must have been a mistake by the servants. Yen Hanyan scoffed. In days gone by, Wen Jianlin and In Banming were lauded as a perfect couple. Yet who would have thought that just after In Banming's death, Wen Jianlin would elevate a concubine to the status of wife, sending his daughter, afflicted with a heart ailment, to the countryside. Yesterday, during the wedding night, my bride suffered a heart episode, which suggests that Prime Minister Wen has not cared for her properly over the years, displaying a lack of compassion and a willingness to sever ties. Had it not been for Panshan's assistance back then, how could Wen Jianlin have ascended to the position of Prime Minister at such a young age? Wen Jianlin gritted his teeth. My daughter's heart condition has been present since birth. It is a miracle she has survived to this age. Yen Hanyan chuckled derisively. If there were true concern, how could the dowry list be so meager? Is it possible that the land deeds for estates and shops have not been provided? Knowing of her affliction, one would expect a greater selection of precious medicinal herbs. I recall that not long ago, the emperor bestowed upon Prime Minister Wen 1,000-year-old ginseng, which would be most suitable for my bride's recovery. Surely, Prime Minister Wen would not be reluctant to share such a precious gift for the sake of his beloved eldest daughter. Wen Jianlin's smile was painfully stiff as he glanced at the emperor. Su Changdi, who seemed eager for Yen Huaidie to become embroiled with the noble families. He promptly supported Yen Huaidie's assertion. The words of the king of Wu Ming are indeed sound. That ginseng is most appropriate for someone suffering from heart ailments. And the remaining dowry should be delivered without delay. Wen Jianlin gritted his teeth in reply. This humble servant intends to do just that. I shall send someone to deliver the items to the Wu Ming Wangfu today. For now, I can only spend money to avert disaster. Su Changdi smiled at Yen Huaidie. The marriage is established, and even if there were errors, there is no reason to rescind. Since the bride's health is poor, how about I grant you a few concubines? Yen Huaidie declined. There is no need. Though my bride's health is frail, with proper care, she can surely recover. If necessary, I shall seek out renowned physicians from across the land to treat her. The civil and military officials, along with Su Changdi, were taken aback. They all understood Wen Huaidie's background. She is the granddaughter of the traitor in Panshan, and thus unworthy of being the wife of Yen Huaidie. This was a blatant insult to him. Yen Huaidie not only refused to discard her, but also sought to heal her. If he were truly so magnanimous, he would not have caused such an uproar on the very second day of their marriage. Su Changdi inquired, "It seems that the king of Wu Ming is rather pleased with this unwittingly acquired bride?" Yen Huaidie's piercing eagle-like gaze met the world unflinchingly, devoid of any trace of fear, yet brimming with discontent. Only women who rival his own countenance are worthy of being his queen. When the emperor arranged the marriage, he felt a twinge of disdain. After all, looking upon Wen Huaidie's visage was an ordeal, so grotesque it was repulsive. In a single breath, Yen Huaidie insulted the three most esteemed individuals present, chastising Emperor Xuchong for his muddled judgment in extolling Wen Huaidie in the imperial decree, berating Crown Prince Zhao Zongjia for his blindness in finding favor with a woman so vile that even a mere glance was nauseating, and belittling Wen Jinlin's most cherished legitimate daughter to the dust. What noble scion would dare to wed her? If they did, it would imply an affinity for unattractive women. The emperor's imposition of marriage through 2 imperial edicts was met with Yen Huaidie's defiance, an act that could well be seen as a slap to the emperor's face. His defiance was so resolute that even his disability could not be trampled upon. Emperor Xuchong's countenance twisted with rage, yet he refrained from unleashing his wrath, his smile concealing a dagger. If the king of Wu Ming finds pleasure in it, then so be it. If Wen Huaidie were truly so beautiful, he would expect to see her one day, to behold the exquisite maiden. Upon his return to the estate, Wen Jianlin, filled with fury, struck Meisher across the face. "Your naivety has caused me to lose face before the court." Meisher, clutching her cheek and with tears brimming in her eyes, pleaded, "My lord, what have I done wrong?" With one hand on his hip and the other pointing accusatorily at her, Wen Jianlin scolded, "Tell me, what was contained within those dowry chests yesterday?" Meisher's complexion paled as she replied, "Merely some fabrics. Did you not say it was unnecessary to provide Huaidie with extravagant dowry?" Wen Jianlin raised his hand and struck her again. "I said not to include anything too lavish, yet I did not mean to fill them solely with coarse linen. With less than 100 taels, Yen Huaidie publicly chastised me, and the emperor nearly placed the crime of deceiving the throne upon my shoulders. That meager scrap was almost my undoing." Alarmed, Meisher hastily inquired, "Did the emperor express any dissatisfaction?" Wen Jianlin took a breath, his voice cold. "Immediately procure 20 boxes filled with quality goods from the storeroom and send them to the king of Wu Ming, along with some land deeds, shop titles, and that millennium-old ginseng bestowed by the emperor as a supplement to Huaidie's dowry." Meisher protested, "My lord, is this not excessive? That millennium ginseng is a priceless gift from the emperor." Wen Jianlin glared. "If not for your reckless actions, would Yen Huaidie have found grounds to demand a dowry from us? Even the emperor has spoken. If we fail to comply, Yen Huaidie would surely cause another uproar." Meisher fell silent, resigned to prepare the items. Chapter 6. Moving into the snow pavilion, allowing Bai Shan to attend to Wen Huaidie's ailments. Upon Yen Huaidie's return to the palace, he learned that Zhou Yahan had already inquired after Wen Huaidie. "How did the princess react?" Yang Dong shook his head. "It appears all is tranquil. The voices inside were notably subdued, indicating no conflict arose. The prince's reference to the princess was intriguing. Yen Hanyun paused. Relocate the princess to the snow pavilion. The attendant behind him stood in astonishment. The snow pavilion is in close proximity to the snow bamboo residence, the abode of the princess of the royal household. Having merely met once, has the new princess already secured such significance in the prince's heart? It seems she has tacitly been acknowledged as the true princess of the martial underworld. When Steward Yin received his orders, he remained in contemplation for quite some time. Wen Huaidie gazed at him with profound meaning, pondering why the prince would suddenly request a relocation to the snow pavilion. With his hands clasped in front of him and a slight bow of his upper body, Steward Yin replied with respectful calmness. The snow pavilion is adjacent to the snow bamboo residence where the prince resides. Naturally, his fondness for you compels him to wish for your closer proximity. When Huaidie smiled, her lips pursed. Steward Yin, who had crossed into his 5th decade, experienced a momentary pause in his heart. If that is the case, then I shall move, she declared. Having only spent a single night there, she possessed little in terms of belongings. The guards carried a chest and proceeded onward. Upon entering the snow pavilion, a vibrant display of scarlet phoenix flowers greeted the eye, as June marked their blooming season. After placing the chest down, the guards bowed to Wen Huaidie and exited to stand guard outside. The decorations within the room were entirely new, evidently selected with care. Knowing that Yen Hanyun intended for Wen Huaidie to reside in the snow pavilion, Steward Yin promptly opened the storeroom and chose numerous adornments and decorative items favored by women. For years, there had been no woman in the royal mansion. Yen Hanyun had a penchant for weapons and swords, while the treasures and silks bestowed by Emperor Xuchong lay stored away. Thus, he deliberately selected exquisite items to adorn the snow pavilion before informing Wen Huaidie. Liu gazed at the meticulously arranged room, acknowledging that none could overlook the beauty of their master. Even the god of death had been captivated after just one meeting. Standing beneath the eaves, Wen Huaidie looked up at the lofty watchtower in the adjacent courtyard. From the 2nd floor, the entirety of the snow pavilion was laid bare. The neighboring courtyard was indeed Yen Hanyun's snow bamboo residence. The servants of the one household, heads bowed in trepidation, carried in the dowry that had been supplemented after 20 lifts. The steward of the one household, timorous yet smiling, addressed Steward Yin. These are the dowries for my master for the young lady. In the haste of the wedding procession, we forgot to bring them. The land deed and the Millennium Ginseng are contained within this chest. I kindly ask Steward Yin to deliver these to the prince. In Wen Jinlin's eyes, these items were not a gift for Wen Huaidie, but rather a means to silence Yen Hanyun. Steward Yin puffed out his robust chest, his whiskers bristling, exuding an imposing presence. The Wen household, though grand, had the audacity to present such meager offerings. It would be best for them to leave promptly, as the martial underworld prince's residence holds no place for them. The steward of the one household hastily retreated with his servants, fearing the wrath of Yen Hanyun's command. Steward Yin surveyed the courtyard filled with boxes and instructed the guards, carry them all to the snow pavilion for the princess to manage. Upon hearing Steward Yan's report, Wen Huaidie was taken aback that Yen Hanyun would advocate for her dowry. Although these items held little value for her, they certainly represented a significant expenditure for Wen Jinlin, and Madame May must be seething with rage at the Prime Minister's residence. Put them all in the storeroom, she ordered. Steward Yin nodded and directed the guards to place all the boxes in the storeroom behind the main chamber of the snow pavilion. Steward Yin, the more than 100 coarse linen garments that were brought into the estate yesterday should be tailored and sent to the refugees outside the city, under the pretense that they are a dowry from Prime Minister Wen to this princess, said the lady. Steward Yin replied, this old servant shall make the arrangements at once. When Huaidie placed her teacup down and insisted, it must be completed before I return to my family. Steward Yin smiled and affirmed, certainly. When he conveyed this matter to Yen Hanyun, the latter was polishing the edge of his sword, a silent testament to the 10 years of endurance he had faced since returning from the countryside, burdened by a heart ailment and the trials imposed by his stepmother. It would be hard for anyone to believe he harbored no resentment. Steward Yin respectfully suggested, my lord, should we summon physician Bai to examine the princess? Bai Shi-san, the physician under Yen Hanyun's care, was renowned for his exceptional skills, rivaling those of the palace doctors. After a moment's contemplation, Wen Huaidie replied, "Let him take a look. She has likely never consulted a doctor in the countryside. Perhaps Bai San can remedy her heart condition. Furthermore, procure several capable maids to assist her and send them to the snow pavilion. Accompany them yourself, Yang Dong." Steward Yan's regard for Wen Huaidie deepened. The princess truly held a distinct place in the prince's heart compared to other women. When Bai San arrived at the snow pavilion with his medicine box, he felt as though he had been struck by a heavy object, staring incredulously at Steward Yan. Has the princess truly captured the prince's attention from the very first day? Not only has he invited me to treat her, but she is also residing in the snow pavilion. Steward Yan merely smiled in silence. Please proceed, Physician Bai. It is said that her heart ailment has been present since birth. It may be quite severe. Bai San sighed heavily, tilting his head. I am curious to see just how stunning this princess truly is. When Lianmeng learned of Bai San's identity, she bowed her head and curtsied. The princess is currently resting. Allow me to inquire if you may enter. A quarter of an hour later, Lianmeng opened the door, inviting Bai San and Steward Yan inside. Upon seeing Wen Huaidie, Bai San was momentarily taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment. Truly, it was a sight to behold. He set down his medicine box and bent at the bedside. Please place your hand here, princess, so I may take your pulse. Wen Huaidie slightly pursed her lips, surprised by the youthfulness of the physician. Bai San felt a surge of pride from the compliment, recalling his master's words that he had a natural talent for healing. He merely practiced medicine to make ends meet. Yet, he knew there were many more skilled than he. Lianmeng quietly chuckled to herself at the sight. When Huaidie extended her hand, "Physician Bai, you flatter me. The princess' regard for you must indicate your extraordinary abilities." If he could not heal Wen Huaidie's leg, one could hardly expect him to decipher the concealed ailments inflicted upon Wen Huaidie by the nefarious Bing Xia. Bai San's expression grew increasingly grave. Steward Yan, observing from the side, felt a twinge of anxiety. What if he could not cure her? The prince had finally shown interest. What would happen if the princess were to be short-lived? Bai San lowered his hands and inquired, "Princess, do you currently feel any discomfort?" Wen Huaidie shook her head. A couple of days ago, she experienced some headaches and palpitations, but today she felt well again. Bai San rose, concealing his expression, and calmly advised, "The princess has suffered from heart ailments for many years. Had she received timely treatment in her youth, perhaps a complete recovery could have been achieved. Now, she can only nurture her body gradually, maintaining a cheerful disposition to reduce the frequency of her heart condition." Wen Huaidie placed her handkerchief to her mouth, her demeanor tinged with melancholy. "But must I take medicine every day? That sounds too bitter." Yen Guanjia silently sighed. He was aware of Wen Huaidie's background from Daming's account. After enduring a decade of both physical and emotional suffering, the bitterness of medicine remained a poignant reminder. Bai San reassured her, "I will strive to use nourishing tonics and medicinal meals to restore the princess's health, so that she need not take medicine daily." Wen Huaidie's expression lightened somewhat. "Then I shall entrust my health to Dr. Bai." She was acutely aware of the implications behind the pulse diagnosis. The concern expressed was merely a softened version of the truth. Bai San nodded, his heart heavy with the burden of what he would have to convey to Wen Huaidie shortly. Upon leaving the snow pavilion, Bai San's previously calm demeanor shifted to one of profound gloom. He paused beside the lush green bamboo, hesitating to enter the adjacent snow bamboo residence. Yen Guanjia stood by in silence, observing him. It was evident that the princess's condition was dire. After a lengthy moment, Bai San stepped into the snow bamboo residence and entered the study where Wen Huaidie was working. "Your Highness, the princess's heart condition is exceedingly grave. She is unlikely to survive beyond 20 years. Even if I were to exhaust my medical expertise, it is doubtful she would live past 26. Yen Guanjia was taken aback. He had known the situation was critical, but had not anticipated such severity. Ink dripped onto the rice paper, marring its surface. Wen Huaidie set aside his wolf hair brush, his expression growing increasingly somber. Bai San continued, "The princess is frail and has a poor constitution. Even a common cold could be fatal. Healing her completely is out of the question. I can only prescribe remedies to alleviate her condition and prolong her life. The image of Wen Huaidie flashed in Yin Hanyun's mind, stirring a deeper anger towards Wen Jianlin. Had she been nurtured with care from a young age, her health would not be so compromised. Do everything in your power to treat her. If you require anything, consult the steward. If it is not available within the manor, inform me immediately. Bai Shisan bowed and took his leave. The atmosphere in the room was grim. Yin Hanyun instructed the steward, when selecting a maid for the princess, choose one with some medical knowledge. Yin Guanjiao lowered his gaze. Yes. After the study door closed, Yin Hanyun summoned Daming to enter. Increase the manpower to seek out the physician. Daming responded, yes, I will send a message to Huaigu immediately. A few days prior, Huaigu had expressed a desire to find a physician and a poison master to antidote Yin Hanyun, yet he had not appeared so anxious then. Chapter 7. Personally assisting Wen Huaidie with her shoes, expelling concubine Zhou from the snow pavilion. In Qianluo Pavilion, Zhou Yahan was displeased upon learning that Wen Huaidie had moved into the snow pavilion. On the very first day, she had captivated the prince, ensnaring him completely. What a vixen! The personal maid scoffed and remarked, my lady, how can someone of such a lowly status as Wen Huaidie ever overshadow you? We must not allow the prince to be ensnared by her beguiling visage. They had thoroughly investigated Wen Huaidie's background. She was but a forsaken daughter of the family, uncherished in her own home. Her biological mother had passed away, and Prime Minister Wen had no affection for her. Cast away to a remote countryside for a decade, she was only brought back to replace Wen Huaidie in marriage to Yin Hanyun. In terms of reputation, even the illegitimate daughter Zhou Yahan possessed a more substantial presence in the capital than Wen Huaidie. The king of Wuming, with his disability, would inevitably lose his military power. Once the admired suitor of noble ladies in the capital, he was now entirely disregarded by those of esteemed lineage, who would desire to marry a man who could never rise to his feet. When Zhou Yahan's father informed her that the emperor wished to make her Yin Hanyun's concubine, she was initially quite reluctant. However, when the emperor promised that her child would be bestowed the title of heir after birth, Zhou Yahan pondered her position. As a daughter of the concubine, with a stepmother who treated her poorly, a marriage into a high family would only render her a concubine. Yet if she married lowly, who could say which impoverished scholar or minor official she would end up with? Given these circumstances, it would be wiser to marry the king of Wuming as a concubine, as her status would surpass that of others. With the emperor's support, once the king of Wuming passed, she might attain the title of a noble lady, thus justifying her choice in life. Consequently, Zhou Yahan entered the marriage with great enthusiasm. However, she was not naive. To ensure her son could smoothly ascend as the heir, it was imperative that the princess did not bear a legitimate son. Now, seeing Wen Huaidie capturing Yin Hanyun's attention, she could not help but feel anxious. Zhou Yahan instructed her maid, please find out where the prince will dine this evening. Wen Huaidie reclined on a low couch by the plum blossom window, as a few petals of the phoenix flower were swept in by the wind. When Yin Hanyun entered, he was greeted by the sight of a beautiful woman lounging, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Although she had already heard the sound of his wheelchair approaching, she feigned ignorance. Upon hearing the maid's call of your highness, she turned her head in feigned surprise to look at Yin Hanyun, her delicate feet resting on the ground. She sweetly called out, your highness. Yin Hanyun instructed Ming to remain outside, maneuvering his wheelchair to the low couch. He bent down and grasped Wen Huaidie's ankle. The warmth of her body seeped through her white stockings into his palm. Despite the barrier of the stockings, he could feel the petite delicacy of her feet, easily enveloped by his hand. Wen Huaidie instinctively recoiled slightly. Yin Hanyun tightened his grip, his voice cold as he said, do not move. You have just recovered from your cold. Do not catch another chill. Lian Ming stood aside, her gaze lowered. In the time their master had spent at Changyuan Pavilion, he had frequented brothels to observe male courtesans, merely indulging in drinks and entertainment without engaging physically. Yet, being taken advantage of by a man was a first for her. This king of Wuming was utterly shameless and lacked any sense of propriety. After helping Wen Huaidie don her shoes, Yin Hanyun took her frail hand, leading her into the courtyard. The guard remarked that you had not stepped outside your quarters all day. The scenery at Snow Pavilion during the months of June, July, and August is quite lovely. It will be beneficial to venture out occasionally. Should the view not meet your satisfaction, feel free to instruct the steward to make alterations. Wen Huaidie feigned a look of surprise and delight, asserting that she had never encountered such a beautiful courtyard, expressing her gratitude to the prince. As dinner time approached, the kitchen brought in dish after dish of exquisite cuisine to Snow Pavilion, clearly more than could be consumed by Wen Huaidie alone. The two gathered around the table to dine. Wen Huaidie observed that the dishes were rather light, with 2 medicinal dishes included. After tasting them, she found them devoid of bitterness and utterly delightful. Wen Huaidie noticed that Wen Huaidie was selecting only vegetarian dishes, and thus, from time to time, he added pieces of meat to her bowl, saying, "You are too thin. You should eat more meat to restore your strength." Wen Huaidie lifted her gaze to Wen Huaidie with a smile, replying, "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness." Wen Huaidie felt a flutter in his heart, unable to remember how many times he had experienced such inner turmoil. "We are husband and wife. There is no need for thanks. Tomorrow, the steward will bring a few maidservants for you to choose from, as you currently have but 1 maid, which is rather insufficient." Wen Huaidie nodded in acknowledgement. "I have come to serve the princess at dinner," she stated. Outside, a voice called out, that of Zhou Yahan, in a somewhat strained tone. The guard placed his hand in front of Zhou Yahan, retreating repeatedly. It was not that he could not stop her, rather, this woman brazenly pressed against his arm with her bosom. After all, she was the prince's consort, and the guard could only continue to step back, allowing Zhou Yahan to enter. Lian glanced at Wen Huaidie, cautioning, "Princess, it is Zhou consort." As she spoke, her eyes subtly monitored Wen Huaidie's reaction. Just as Wen Huaidie was about to set down her chopsticks, Wen Huaidie held her hand, saying, "Continue eating. I will see her out." Upon seeing Wen Huaidie emerge, Zhou Yahan's face brightened, and she hurriedly greeted, "I, Zhou, pay my respects to Your Highness. I did not expect to find you here as well." Wen Huaidie's expression remained impassive, his eyes glinting with menace as he barked, "Snow Pavilion is not a place for just anyone. Get out." Zhou Yahan's face paled, and she replied, "Your Highness, you and the princess are dining together. It is customary for me to serve at your side. You are so unattractive that your presence is unappetizing. Henceforth, unless summoned by the princess, you need not come to Snow Pavilion." Emperor Xuchong had sent Zhou Yahan to the estate to gather information, and Wen Huaidie resolved to render her utterly inconsequential. He stationed spies around Qianluo Pavilion, ensuring that even at night, there were shifts monitoring her every move with her maidservant within the estate. Zhou Yahan's eyes quivered. She had never before been called ugly. How could Prince Wuming be so dismissive? After all, she was a consort bestowed upon Wen Huaidie by imperial decree. Wen Huaidie's piercing gaze fell upon the guard, who stood awkwardly and somewhat flustered, commanding, "Throw her out. Her appearance offends my eyes." The guard swiftly seized Zhou Yahan's arms and dragged her away. Since their prince held such disdain for Zhou consort, they felt no obligation to show her mercy. Following this incident, Zhou Yahan's standing in Wen Huaidie's heart became abundantly clear to all. They have already determined how to treat her in the future. Wen Huaidie narrowed his eyes, contemplating the training of several female shadow guards. In the past, he had attempted to train women, yet each one, in the end, harbored feelings of resentment towards him, leading to considerable trouble. Eventually, there was not a single maid left in the Wangfu, with the youngest being at least 40 years old, which was the minimum age Yin Guanjia required. Upon returning to his chamber, Wen Huaidie addressed Wen Huaidie, stating that a consort meant merely for decoration should not be tolerated. If one does not wish to see her, then do not, and should she provoke displeasure, punishment should be direct. After dining, Wen Huaidie chose not to stay in Shuega, but returned to the neighboring Zuizhejia. Lianming remarked that the prince appeared quite fond of the princess. At that moment, Wen Huaidie's eyes held none of the earlier cautious fragility. Her gaze was as indifferent as when facing Wen Huaidie and Zhou Yahan. Who could tell if it was mere pretense? A man's words are notoriously unreliable. They may play, but to truly invest one's heart would be sheer folly. Especially during feudal times, men were inherently inclined towards multiple wives, Believing in their singular devotion was akin to believing in ghosts. Liaming was left speechless. In her eyes, Yin Hanyun seemed to dote on his mistress, personally bending down to assist her with her shoes. What else could this be but affection? Zhou Yahan felt a pang of pain in her stomach upon being sent back to Qianluj. With Yin Hanyun's harsh demeanor, how could there be any hope for consummation? Surely he would not allow her to remain a nun for life within the Wangfu. The maid repeatedly reassured, "Miss, do not be upset. Surely the princess spoke ill of you in front of the prince. Once he recognizes your virtues, he will undoubtedly visit Qianluj daily." Zhou Yahan, tearing her handkerchief, spoke darkly. "That vixen didn't even show her face, and yet the prince dismissed me outright. If she bears him a son, what place would I have left in the Wangfu? I must take action." It was all about relying on beauty. Without that visage, Yin Hanyun would certainly forget about Wen Huaidie. Yin Guanjia and Huigugu returned to the estate with 10 maids, forming a line in the Shuega. Among them was the poison mistress, Bingxia. "Princess, these are newly acquired servants. Choose as you see fit. If they meet your approval, they shall all remain in the Shuega to serve." Wen Huaidie remarked, "Yin Guanjia's work is indeed reliable, though it seems there are quite a few." Yin Guanjia hastily shook his head, smiling. "Not many at all. The Wangfu is filled with guards. Without maids, how can one provide attentive care?" It was acceptable when the princess was not married, but now that there is a female head, everything must be arranged accordingly. When Huaidie inquired, "Shouldn't a couple be assigned to serve concubine Zhou?" Yin Guanjia hesitated internally. This was a difficult question to address. The prince had not instructed him to allocate anyone to Qianluj. All these individuals were specifically sought for the princess. He then presented the contracts of servitude to Wen Huaidie. "If that is the case, then let them all remain," she decided. Upon hearing this news, Zhou Yahan shattered a multitude of ceramics in frustration. The steward did not replace her broken items, and Qianluj appeared desolate and exceedingly bare. Zhou Yahan could only resort to replacing them with items from her dowry. Chapter 8. The discovery of poisoning and the ruination of Zhou Yahan's beauty after Yin Hanyun extolled Wen Huaidie's beauty, claiming she surpassed the renowned beauty Wen Huairui. Rumors began to circulate in the capital regarding the legitimate daughter, who had only recently been brought back from the countryside by Wen Jianlin just days before her wedding. The martial king condemned Prime Minister Wen Jianlin in court for his unfeeling and neglectful treatment of his daughter, inciting public discourse. The corruption case involving military provisions from a decade ago resurfaced, dragging the deceased virtuous king and General Wei Yuan, the martial king's father, into the conversation. Had it not been for Panshan's embezzlement of military rations, the city of Liaosang would not have fallen, and Yin Hanyun's father would still be alive. At its core, there existed a profound enmity between Yin Hanyun and Wen Huaidie stemming from the murder of Yin Hanyun's father. The night was thick as ink, resembling an unfathomable abyss, with stars and the moon completely obscured by clouds. Within the Qianluo pavilion, Zhou Yahan quietly donned a dark cloak and stealthily opened the window to leap outside. The lanterns of the Shui pavilion had been extinguished. Yangdong knocked on Yin Hanyun's door. "Your Highness." Awakened, Yin Hanyun summoned his inner strength to open the door with a gesture, inquiring, "What is it?" Yangdong rushed in, stopping at the bedside, his expression grave as he replied, "Your Highness, Zhou concubine has secretly left Qianluo pavilion, disguised, and is heading towards the Shui pavilion." Yin Hanyun furrowed his brows tightly, realizing her impatience had surfaced so soon. Prioritize the safety of the princess. Capture her alive. And be discreet. Do not wake her. Bai Shisan had cautioned that a disturbed sleep will be detrimental to Wen Huaidie's health. Upon receiving the order, Yangdong immediately departed. Yin Hanyun maneuvered his wheelchair outside and grasped the thick rope hanging from the high lookout, propelling himself and the chair upward to the second floor, keeping a watchful eye on the movements at the adjacent Shui pavilion. Inside the Shui pavilion, Wen Huaidie opened her eyes, sensing someone on the roof. Zhou Yahan removed a tile from above, peering through the beams to see Wen Huaidie lying in bed. The sight of the lavishly adorned room ignited a fury within Zhou Yahan, her anger threatening to overflow. The treasures within were exquisite and rare, a stark contrast to her own Qianluo pavilion, which felt like a mere pit compared to a treasure trove. Since Lianmeng was asleep inside, Zhou Yahan refrained from descending. Instead, she extracted a fragile poison meant to disfigure and prepared to flick it into Wen Huaidie's mouth. At that moment, Daming soared onto the roof, his spear deftly knocking the poison from Zhou Yahan's hand and sending her tumbling off the rooftop. Startled, Zhou Yahan immediately attempted to flee upon landing. "Assassin!" shouted the guard stationed outside the Shui pavilion as they rushed in armed. Zhou Yahan found herself surrounded, with no escape in sight. A newly arrived maid cowered under the eaves, terrified. Bing Xiao looked at Zhou Yahan, who was wounded by the spear, feeling a sense of derision, truly overestimating her capabilities. Had the pavilion master intervened, she would be dead by now. Inside, Wen Huaidie exchanged a glance with Lianmeng, who promptly stood and exited the room, covering her mouth in shock at the scene in the courtyard. Daming instructed the guards to silence Zhou Yahan and pull her away. He turned to Lianmeng and said, "The prince has instructed us not to disturb the princess." Lianmeng, wide-eyed, nodded in agreement. Upon exiting the snowy pavilion, Zhou Yahan's chin was forcibly lifted by the guard. Her complexion was ashen, her lips quivered, and terror filled her gaze as she looked at Yen Hanyun, who sat in his wheelchair. In his hand, he held the disfiguring poison, sent flying by Deming, his expression icy as winter. "What is this?" Zhou Yahan dared not respond, shaking her head in desperation, wishing fervently to be rendered mute. Yen Hanyun's gaze was frosty as a blade, piercing through her with an unwavering intensity. "Bring her forth to the Minister of Rights' residence. I wish to inquire whether her actions tonight were instigated by Zhou Kong." Zhou Yahan's face turned pale, yet a flicker of relief coursed through her heart. She had feared that this tyrant would take her life immediately. Returning to her familial home, at least she would still have her life. In the dead of night, the gates of the Zhou residence were pounded upon by the guards, as if a raid were in progress. The night watchman bellowed, "Who goes there at this hour?" The attendants of the minister's residence, their voices booming compared to ordinary folk, were irate at being roused from slumber. As one servant opened the door, grasping a stick to drive away the intruders, Deming seized the wooden staff, applying a force that splintered it in two. The servant trembled in fear, his eyes widening at the sight of so many imposing figures. Deming ordered the guards to push the bound Zhou Yahan before the servant. "Summon Yu Gong, the Minister of Rights, and inform him that Wang Wei-ming has come to demand an explanation." As the entourage stepped aside, the servant's gaze fell upon Yen Hanyun in his wheelchair, then to the bound Zhou Yahan, her face a picture of disgrace. Was this not the second young lady of their household, who had gone to the Wang residence to become a concubine? The servant immediately knelt, bowing his head in reverence. "Your Highness, I shall summon my master at once." He scurried away in a panic. Awakened by the commotion, Zhou Tsong was in a foul mood. Just as he was about to unleash his ire, he learned that the Prince Wei Ming had brought Zhou Yahan into the estate. His expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily arose from his bed. The main hall of the Zhou residence was brightly lit, and all the servants had gathered outside, peering in. Their young lady had not gone to become a princess. How had she returned bound like a criminal? Upon entering, Zhou Tsong's heart sank at the sight of Zhou Yahan kneeling on the ground, clad in an inappropriate outfit. He quickly masked his expression, feigning innocence as he inquired, "Your Highness, what is the meaning of this?" Yen Hanyun pressed down upon him with an imposing demeanor as unyielding as a glacier. "Your esteemed daughter, within merely 3 days of entering my palace, has attempted to poison and harm my consort. Is the second young lady of the Zhou family not a paragon of virtue? I observe her martial prowess and agility are commendable. Surely, Lord Zhou has invested considerable effort in her upbringing." Zhou Tsong's eyes glinted with fury as he glared at Zhou Yahan, internally cursing her repeatedly. A blundering fool, she had acted recklessly, exposing her identity without any information. "Your Highness, there must be a misunderstanding. My daughter possesses some martial skills, merely taught to her by the guards out of boredom. They are hardly formidable, let alone capable of murder. He must protect Zhou Yahan. The emperor had painstakingly arranged for a marriage. He could not allow it to be so easily destroyed. Should it prove to be a futile endeavor, the emperor would undoubtedly blame him for his incompetence." Yen Hanyun declared, "I, along with the palace guards, have witnessed the events firsthand. Both witness and evidence are present. This poison serves as irrefutable proof. Zhou Tsong interjected, Your Highness, it is possible that someone has framed her, or perhaps coerced her into this. My daughter possesses a kind heart and would never harm another. Yen Hanyun's icy gaze swept over Zhou Yahan, who knelt silently with her head bowed. Zhou consort, do you plead guilty? Zhou Yahan remained mute, clinging to the hope that Zhou Tsong would save her. Yen Hanyun continued, Since you refuse to confess, you shall be taken to the Ministry of Justice for severe interrogation. I shall personally ensure the implementation of all 121 forms of punishment. Zhou Yahan gazed at Yen Hanyun in terror. 121 forms of punishment. Would she even survive? No, Your Highness. I cannot go to the Ministry of Justice. My father will save me. Yen Hanyun handed the disfiguring poison to Daming, saying, Before she is sent to the ministry, make her consume this pill. One must swallow their own poison. Daming gripped Zhou Yahan's neck, attempting to force the poison into her mouth. Zhou Yahan struggled desperately, unwilling to be disfigured. No, I confess. Zhou Tsong feigned anger, reprimanding her. Yahan, how could you be so foolish? Committing such a grave mistake. How do you expect your father and mother to explain to the prince and the emperor? This marriage was granted by the emperor himself. Zhou Yahan felt as though she were being choked. Zhou Tsong was threatening her with her mother's life. Your Highness, it is all my fault. I was envious of your affection for the princess, and thus sought to poison her to mar her beauty. This poison will not kill. It will merely disfigure. Zhou Yahan refrained from using lethal substances like arsenic or toad venom, considering that Wen Huaidie would still occupy the position of princess, even if disfigured. Stripped of favor and lacking family support, her status would become meaningless. Otherwise, should Wen Huaidie perish, Yen Hanyun would simply marry another noblewoman, thus overshadowing her once again. Yen Hanyun's expression darkened. Disfigurement? What a truly vile intention. Wen Huaidie's frail health would undoubtedly exacerbate her condition upon ingesting this poison. If by sure sand could not save her, she would perish. How different is that from murder? A wicked woman, you deserve to die. Daming, administer the poison to her. I want her to reap the consequences of her own actions and witness the destruction of her own visage. Daming forcefully pried open Zhou Yahan's mouth, shoving the disfiguring poison inside. One of the guards held up a copper mirror, large enough to reflect 3 faces, placing it before Zhou Yahan, compelling her to witness her face deteriorate piece by piece. Zhou Yahan shrieked in despair, covering her face. In the courtyard, Zhou Tsong's legitimate wife huddled with her own daughter beneath the covers, trembling in fear. As Zhou Yahan beheld her utterly ruined face, transformed into a monster even she could not bear to look at, she writhed in anguish, crying out in torment. Yen Hanyun's sharp gaze turned to Zhou Kong Lord Zhou. This is a letter of divorce. Such a woman has no place in my Wu Ming palace. Daming promptly threw the letter of divorce into Zhou Tsong's face. Yen Hanyun continued, expressing his disdain, stating that he found no inclination to escort Miss Zhou, as her fate was sealed, death was inevitable, and her punishment was inescapable. Tomorrow, she would be paraded through Changming Street for public display, serving as a cautionary tale. Zhou Yahan, her visage contorted with fury, crawled towards Yen Hanyun, only to be kicked aside by Daming, landing harshly on the ground. Yen Hanyun, you demon! Even the king of hell would not spare you. Zhou Tsong's expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to hastily order his servants to drag her away. My daughter has suffered greatly. In her moment of emotional turmoil, she spoke out of turn. I beseech your pardon, Your Highness. Yen Hanyun retorted, If you realize your error, then let her tongue be severed. The servants of the Zhou household dared not utter a sound, overwhelmed by the terror of the situation. Yen Hanyun added, It is growing late. Do not forget tomorrow's public display. Zhou Tsong remained silent, but nodded in agreement. The foremost priority now was to rid themselves of this calamity. Chapter 9. Dismembering the corpse to feed the dogs. The return gift consisted of 2 crates of cabbage after Yen Hanyun departed. Zhou Tsong ordered that Zhou Yahan be confined to the woodshed, while he himself rushed to the palace that very night. When Emperor Xuchong learned that his pawn had been rendered useless, he struck Zhou Tsong across the face in indignation. He had anticipated a skilled strategist. but instead encountered a fool who could not even win the heart of a man. Zhou Yihan had inadvertently provided a flawless excuse for Yen Hanyan. Should Emperor Xuchong attempt to place another pawn within the Wu Mingwang residence, he would be met with outright rejection. Zhou Tsong knelt on the ground, utterly terrified as the emperor's fury erupted. The wrath of a monarch was beyond what a mere minister of rights could withstand. Regret flooded Zhou Tsong's heart. Had he foreseen the consequences, he would have deemed Zhou Yihan unfit for such responsibilities, thus avoiding this turmoil. Your Majesty, Wu Mingwang has insisted that I escort my daughter on a public display tomorrow. I am truly apprehensive. What will the world think of me, the Minister of Rights? What will they say of our sovereign, considering this marriage was arranged by your own hand? Emperor Xuchong, clad in a bright yellow dragon-patterned robe, took several deep breaths to quell his anger. I shall issue a decree to placate Wu Mingwang. Zhou Tsong cautiously inquired, and what of my daughter? The emperor replied sternly, what should be done with a pawn that has been discarded? Do I need to instruct you on this matter? Zhou Tsong's face paled, and he collapsed to the ground. Trembling, I shall obey your command and ensure no future troubles arise. At dawn, a eunuch bearing the imperial edict arrived at Wu Mingwang's residence. The decree conveyed that Emperor Xuchong had been deceived by Zhou Yihan's appearance, mistakenly granting a morally corrupt consort to Yen Hanyun, for which he expressed deep regret. Additionally, he bestowed 2 crates of gold, silver, and jewels upon Wen Huaidie as a form of consolation. My lord, Miss Zhou Heir committed suicide out of guilt last night, reported the eunuch. Yen Hanyun's pupils sharpened like those of a predatory bird. Then let the corpse be hung in the center of Jingyang Gate. Let it serve as a warning to anyone who dares to disrespect my consort. The eunuch's expression stiffened. The emperor's decree sought to quell the matter. If the news spread throughout the capital, it would be more impactful than a public display. At least the Minister of Rights, Zhou Tsong, would not have to personally order the execution of his own daughter. The eunuch advised, my lord, Zhou Yihan's face is now quite horrific. Hanging it at Jingyang Gate will incite panic among the populace. Yen Hanyun squinted, then dismember the corpse and feed it to the dogs. Daming, you handle it. The eunuch, under orders, returned with trembling legs to report to Emperor Xuchong. The emperor scolded vehemently. Yen Hanyun has become increasingly audacious. We must devise a way to obtain the Tiger Talisman and the military deployment map for the borders, and then eliminate him to eradicate future troubles. Upon waking, Wen Huaidie was informed by Lianmeng of Zhou Yihan's fate. The prince's methods mirrored those of the princess remarkably. Wen Huaidie tapped her slender, fair fingers on the table. Yen Hanyun may likely become our greatest obstacle in seizing control of Sangao country. Lianmeng whispered, however, if the martial king stands by the princess, it would be considerably easier for the lord to take Sangao country. Wen Huaidie understood this notion well, yet acquiring such support was not a simple matter. Further observation was necessary. Steward Yin stood before the table, clasping his hands. Your Highness, here is the list of gifts brought back today. Additionally, the matter of providing clothing for the refugees outside the city has been completed, and it has been widely publicized both inside and outside the city. Wen Huaidie opened the document, revealing items sufficient to fill a cart. All of this should be stored in my treasury. Just send 2 carts of cabbages to the kitchen as return gifts. Steward Yan's throat went dry, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. To send cabbages. Is this not a signal to the world that the martial king's princess looks down upon her family? Your Highness, might this be a tad too miserly? As he spoke, he indicated a minuscule gap between his thumb and index finger, barely the size of a grain of rice. Wen Huaidie replied with an air of nonchalance. He sends coarse linen garments, and I send vegetables. It's a fair exchange. Neither side gains an advantage. Steward Yin hesitated, realizing that the coming month would be rife with gossip about the royal household. Very well, I shall attend to it. As the kitchen's supply of cabbages proved insufficient, Steward Yin had no choice but to send his servants to the market to procure an additional 100 pounds, just enough to fill 2 carts. Yang Dong scratched his head and remarked to Yen Hanyun, the princess seems quite different before the prince compared to how she is with others. Wen Huaidie appeared delicate and obedient in front of Yen Hanyun, speaking with exceptional gentleness. Yet in the presence of the steward and guards, she was much bolder. Relishing in clever antics, her emotions vividly displayed. Yen Huaidie set down his bowl of porridge, a distinct and charming smile gracing his lips. She was mindful of the prince's perception of her and naturally wished to present her best self to him, which reflected her care for him. To the steward and guards, she regarded them as mere subordinates, and thus felt no need to conceal her thoughts in their presence. The prince appreciated her clarity of affection and disdain, her eagerness to please him, and her subtle scheming. He hoped that one day she would freely display her whims before him, for he was not without his own flaws. Yang Dong was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Yen Huaidie's candidness. However, the princess's traits could hardly be deemed shortcomings. Who among us lacks a temper? After enduring humiliation and abandonment for a decade, it would be cowardly not to retaliate. Now, with the prince backing the princess, she had nothing to fear. After a moment of contemplation, Yen Huaidie remarked, "It seems she has quite an affection for silver. Perhaps the hardships of recent years have taken their toll. Have a steward fetch more precious items from the storeroom to send to the snow pavilion." Yang Dong nodded subtly, thinking that the prince may be indulging the princess a bit too much. As the hour of the snake had just passed, 3 carriages were already stationed outside the prince's residence. Yen Huaidie, seated in a wheelchair, emerged alongside Wen Huaidie. His gaze drifted to his legs, and for the first time, he felt the inconvenience of being unable to stand. He could not take her hand and walk wherever he wished, nor could he draw her into his embrace. It appeared that, for the sake of Wen Huaidie's heart ailment and his own legs, he must swiftly seek out the healer and the poison master. The two of them settled into the carriage. The 2 carriages behind them were laden with cabbages, left uncovered, unashamedly displayed for the onlookers by the roadside. Inside the carriage, Wen Huaidie gazed at Yen Huaidie and gently spoke, "Your Highness, upon returning today, I wish to reclaim the dowry my mother brought when she married Wen Jianlin. Years ago, when Banming married Wen Jianlin, he was merely a 5th-rank official, while Wen Huaidie's grandfather had already attained the position of Minister of War. And Banming's marriage was considered a step down, yet her dowry was substantial. Wen Huaidie's 10-mile red wedding procession was but a mere facade, composed of coarse cloth. In contrast, her mother's dowry was genuine and significant. After the family was exterminated, the dowry that had been brought to the Wen residence was never ordered to be returned by the late emperor. According to custom, upon Banming's death, her dowry should rightfully belong to her children. Lacking siblings, all of it should belong solely to Wen Huaidie. However, after Banming's tragic suicide, all of her dowry was seized by Wen Jianlin and the Mei family, who even cast the young Wen Huaidie out of the Wen residence to toil in the countryside, never providing her a single coin. Yen Huaidie inquired, "Do you possess a list of the dowry?" Without such a list, and given that Wen Huaidie was but a child at the time, how could she possibly know what her dowry contained? After all, the family was now devoid of any living members. Wen Jianlin and the Mei family could easily fabricate tales. Wen Huaidie nodded, "Yes, before my mother passed. She entrusted me with a list of her dowry, which I have kept with me always." Yen Huaidie expressed surprise. Wen Huaidie was merely 6 years old at that time, indicating that Banming must have specifically instructed her. "Then let us reclaim it all, leaving not a single coin behind." The calamity that befell her maternal family and Banming's subsequent suicide stemmed not only from overwhelming sorrow, as she chose to join her parents and brothers in death, but also from a desire to protect Wen Huaidie. By dying, she ensured that the world would gradually forget Wen Huaidie was the granddaughter of the family, allowing her to later choose a more suitable match. Yet, Banming could never have anticipated that Wen Jianlin, who had once harbored deep feelings for her, would turn ungrateful and show no paternal affection toward Wen Huaidie. Not only did he elevate a malicious concubine, but he also abandoned Wen Huaidie to the countryside, allowing Mei to mistreat her. As the carriage arrived at the Wen residence, Wen Jianlin awaited outside with Mei and Wen Huairui. Upon seeing Yen Huaidie descend from the carriage in his wheelchair, his expression was one of profound complexity. He had presumed that Yen Huaidie would not accompany Wen Huaidie on this visit, yet to his surprise, he had come. Was Yen Huaidie truly captivated by Wen Huaidie's beauty? The official respectfully bowed before the martial king. After all, he was his father-in-law, yet Yen Huaidie remained composed as he accepted Wen Jianlin's courteous gesture. delaying his rise for an extended moment. Finally, he leisurely spoke, standing behind the Mei family, when Huairui cast a venomous glare at Wen Huaidie, who had just alighted from the carriage, filled with jealousy. The wretched woman, now a princess, seemed to regard them with disdain, daring to stand beside the martial king and receive their homage. Wen Huairui was unwilling to marry the crippled Wen Huaidie, yet she could hardly bear the disparity of status. Just a few days had passed, and not only had Wen Huaidie not perished or suffered under Wen Huaidie's influence, but her pallor had diminished significantly, rendering her more radiant and beautiful. The flowing skirt adorned with plum blossoms was a newly released design from the Bao Pavilion, the only one of its kind in the realm. When Huairui attempted to snatch it, she was informed it had already been purchased, only to find it draped upon Wen Huaidie's form. Furthermore, the exquisite hairpins adorning her head were of the finest quality, commanding a hefty price. Suddenly, a guard driving the carriage pointed towards 2 carts laden with cabbages and said, "Lord Wen, these are the thoughtful return gifts chosen by the prince and princess." Wen Jianlin clenched his teeth, nearly biting his gums in frustration. "I am most pleased. The household has been lamenting the lack of cabbages for pickling, and these gifts arrive most opportunely." The news of Wen Huaidie's charitable act of distributing coarse linen garments to the refugees outside the city had spread throughout, with everyone praising the martial princess for her benevolence. In stark contrast, Wen Jianlin and the Mei family endured jeers and scorn from countless individuals. The legitimate daughter married into the only noble house of a different surname, the war god of Kangao Nation. Yet the dowry provided by her family was less than that of a merchant's daughter, rendering them a laughingstock throughout the capital. Chapter 10. The Return Home. Desiring the dowry of her birth mother, Wen Jianlin, with utmost respect, invited Wen Huaidie into the estate, diverting his gaze in an attempt to intimidate Wen Huaidie. However, he unexpectedly encountered a pair of cold, unfeeling eyes, causing him to freeze in terror as if possessed by a ghost. This gaze was entirely different from what he had witnessed at the Dreamstream Pavilion. With the martial king backing her, this rebellious daughter had astonishingly altered her demeanor. It was customary for Wen Huaidie to occupy the seat of honor, but now confined to a wheelchair, that was no longer necessary. As Wen Jianlin attempted to take his place, Wen Huaidie unexpectedly interjected, forcefully elbowing him aside to claim the most esteemed chair in the hall. Wen Jianlin stumbled, nearly falling flat, and pointed an accusatory finger at Wen Huaidie's face, ready to unleash his fury. "You." However, Wen Huaidie's piercing gaze silenced him instantly, leaving him too intimidated to utter another word. Clueless about the unfolding situation, Wen Huairui seized the opportunity to mock sister, having grown up in the countryside. "You lack any sense of decorum. With a prince and father present, how could you presume to occupy this position? Hurry and relinquish your seat. Wen Huaidie, you should address me as princess. We did not grow up together, so there is little sisterly bond between us. Calling me sister is rather distasteful, especially considering that your mother was once a lowly concubine. How dare you speak of my mother in such a way, showing such a lack of filial piety? Today, I shall teach you a lesson." Wen Huairui rushed towards Wen Huaidie, raising her hand to strike her. A glint of anger flashed in Wen Huaidie's eyes as he extended his hand, channeling his internal energy to strike Wen Huairui in the chest. She was propelled backwards, crashing against a pillar in the main hall with a loud thud before collapsing to the ground, accompanied by her piercing screams and cries of pain. "Ru'er," Mei called out anxiously, covering her mouth with a handkerchief, and hurried over to assist Wen Huairui. Wen Huaidie clutched her chest, feigning weakness as she called out to Wen Huaidie, "Your Highness, I am so frightened." Wen Huaidie could see through her act. After a slight smile, his expression turned cold once more. "Who dares to lay a hand on my princess? What audacity! Minister Wen, should you wish for Wen Huairui to meet the same fate as Zhou Yahan, feel free to speak plainly. I shall ensure her wishes are fulfilled." Wen Huairui, with bruises around her mouth, shrank into Mei's embrace. The fate of Zhou Yahan, who was disfigured and torn apart, had already spread throughout the capital after dawn today. Many had witnessed the gruesome sight when Daming fed the dismembered remains to stray dogs in the market. "Your Highness, a wife should revere her husband as the heavens, and children ought to honor their parents. My mother and I stand before you, and it is indeed inappropriate for Huaidie to show such disrespect. Wen Jianlin was far more resolute than Zhou Tsong, and Wen Huaidie held a much higher status in his heart than Zhou Yahan did in Zhou Tsong's. Wen Huaidie grasped Yen Hanyun's large hand, which was somewhat roughened from years of martial training. Despite her own martial pursuits, she took great care of her hands, which were soft and exquisite. I am the princess of the martial underworld. Apart from the prince, my status is the most esteemed here. How can I not sit? Yen Hanyun responded by tightening his grip on her hand, marveling at its silk-like softness. When Huaidie shifted her fingers uncomfortably, Yen Hanyun remarked, "It is merely a broken chair. Not only can my princess sit here, but she may also perch upon my lap, or even atop my head." When Huaidie's lips twitched, and she averted her gaze, fidgeting with her handkerchief, this man spoke in a manner more flirtatious than even a modern individual would dare. When Jianlin's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this truly the ruthless martial underworld king, known for his stern demeanor? Had he truly succumbed to such infatuation? Yen Hanyun cast a disdainful glance at Mei. Back when the princess had not yet departed the Wen residence, Madame Wen was merely a concubine, a servant. Mei's face turned pale, and she lowered her head, refraining from retorting. Wen Huaidie clenched her fists, filled with hatred. Once she married the crown prince and became the crown princess, she vowed to make Wen Huaidie and Yen Hanyun pay dearly. Seeing this, Mei immediately instructed the maidservants to take Wen Huaidie away. If she continued to speak out of turn, the consequences could be dire. Wen Jianlin interjected, "It is nearly time for lunch. I have ordered the meal to be prepared. Your Highness, shall we dine?" Yen Hanyun remained silent, directing her gaze towards Wen Huaidie. "Father, there is no need for lunch. We must meticulously calculate some accounts." Wen Jianlin furrowed his brows, questioning what accounts. "The dowry of my mother," she replied. Seated nearby, Mei's expression instantly shifted. Forcing a smile, she remarked, "Huaidie, your mother had no dowry to speak of. It was all spent within the 6 years since she entered the Wen family." When Huaidie fixed her questioning gaze upon her reticent father, demanding, "Father, my mother lived for 6 years in the one household without extravagance in clothing or food. The shops and fields consistently yielded income. I was sent to the village at the tender age of 6, chopping firewood and tending to crops, subsisting on unpalatable corn cakes and coarse porridge mixed with sand, foraging wild vegetables devoid of any meat. I have never seen a single coin provided by the family. Father, where has my mother's dowry truly gone?" Yen Hanyun looked at Wen Huaidie with a heart full of compassion, realizing the extent of her suffering. Wen Jianlin, observing his daughter's confrontational demeanor, felt a twinge of regret for having brought her back to fulfill a marriage contract, initially believing her to be a frail and submissive figure. Yet, with the presence of the formidable King Wu Ming, he found himself unable to act against this defiant daughter. Wen Jianlin stated, "Your maternal family embezzled military funds. After your mother's passing, I donated her entire dowry." Yen Hanyun retorted coldly, "When items are sold, there are always receipts. When was the donation made? I shall send someone to investigate." Mei, discreetly anxious, dug her toes into her embroidered shoes, her outward composure betraying an inner turmoil. The dowry in Banjing was substantial. It must not be allowed to fall into Wen Huaidie's hands. After all these years, with no evidence left, as long as Wen Jianlin remained silent, no one would know the truth of the matter. Wen Huaidie produced a piece of rice paper from her sleeve, stating it was all donated. Yet I see many items still listed on this dowry list. The farmland and shops remain intact, all managed by the Wen household. Furthermore, this golden coral bracelet, didn't you, Aunt Mei, still wear it? Upon my return home, I also saw the white jade cicada hairpin on Wen Huaidie's head, which seems to be part of my mother's dowry as well. Wen Jianlin's countenance darkened as he gazed at the dowry list laid out before him by Wen Huaidie. Mei gasped, "How did you come by the dowry list? It cannot possibly be authentic." Wen Huaidie smirked, "Aunt Mei, you jest. This dowry list was penned by my grandfather himself. Who could replicate such a signature?" Mei tightened her handkerchief. "The infamily is no more. Who can attest to whether this handwriting was forged by you?" Wen Huaidie replied, "If both you and father doubt its authenticity, let us go to the Dali Temple and retrieve the evidence from when the infamily was convicted." evidence of the embezzlement of military funds that was seized from the in-residence. The document bearing my grandfather's signature, which was used to transfer the military funds from the Ministry of Revenue and transported to Liaosong City, will reveal the truth. Chapter 11. Reckoning. Unraveling the wealth and assets of the one household. Upon hearing this, Wen Huaidie's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he spoke. The evidence lies within the Dali Temple. I shall dispatch someone to retrieve it immediately. When Jianlin's eyes betrayed a flicker of panic, he hastily interjected, "No need. I have seen that dowry list before. It is genuine and requires no further verification." Mei looked at Wen Jianlin in disbelief, but was startled into silence by his piercing gaze. Wen Huaidie furrowed her brow, confused, and covered her mouth. But didn't father just say he sold the dowry and donated it? Wen Jianlin clenched his jaw, his facial muscles taut. It has been too long. It was a mistake made in haste. What was donated back then was your grandmother's dowry. Wen Huaidie replied, "Then let us begin to take stock." Wen Jianlin remarked, "There are numerous items. It will take time to count them all. Once we have gathered everything, we can address it another day." Wen Huaidie slowly responded, "No need. I have brought people with me. Since we are here today, let us open the storeroom and verify each item." Wen Huaidie, sitting nearby, added, "Let us complete the inventory today. I must attend court tomorrow, and if I accompany the princess again, I will need to request leave from the court, which is inconvenient." A scholar, adorned with a Confucian cap, entered, accompanied by two young aides carrying an abacus. Li Meng and Bing Xia each held an abacus. Waiting at the side, "Father, these three are the accountants from the royal residence, skilled in managing finances. During the years at the estate, Li Meng has counted every grain of millet thousands of times, and she is particularly adept at meticulous accounting. With their assistance, we will surely complete the accounts today." Wen Jianlin suppressed his rising anger. This had been planned long in advance. It was imperative to complete the accounting today. With a deep breath, he closed his eyes and instructed Mei, "Go and open the storeroom and bring out all the land deeds." "My lord, it has been 10 years. Many items have been used." Wen Jianlin raised his voice, commanding, "Go." In the main hall, Wen Huaidie had several tables brought in and arranged together. Li Meng shouted with the list, while the royal guards searched through the boxes being moved in. An hour later, Bing Xia entered the main hall with a list prepared by the accountant and handed it to Wen Huaidie. "Your Highness, none of the items listed here can be found." Both Wen Huaidie and Wen Huaidie turned their gaze towards Wen Jianlin. He took the list, glanced at it briefly, and, holding his breath, flung the list at Mei's face. "Search again." Mei, filled with a sense of grievance, hurriedly caught it and, upon glancing at it, felt tears welling up. "I shall go and search again. They must be in another storeroom." After leaving, she headed directly to the courtyard of Wen Huaidie and her two sons. Weary, she instructed, "Bring out all the items from the list that are in the rooms of the eldest son, the second son, and the young lady." The servants hesitated before entering the 3 courtyards. Confined to her room, Wen Huaidie saw Lu Momo enter with 2 maidservants and immediately rose from her bed. Have the king of Wu Ming and that vixen left? Lu Momo wore a troubled expression. She handed the list to Wen Huaidie, explaining, "Miss, the items on this list are from the dowry of the Yin family, and now Wen Huaidie wishes to reclaim them. The madam has sent us to retrieve them." "What did you say?" Wen Huaidie exclaimed in anger. Mei entered the room. "Lower your voice. Do you fear the king of Wu Ming cannot hear you?" Both of her sons were studying at the academy and were not home, making it easier to move their belongings. It was only Wen Huaidie at home, and Mei had to personally come. Otherwise, who knew what kind of trouble would arise? Wen Huaidie, consumed by fury, exclaimed, "Mother, how could you allow that wretched girl to seize our family's inheritance?" Mei's heart was filled with regret. She possessed the dowry list of the Yin family, and, with the formidable presence of the martial King Wu, her husband had already consented to transfer everything to Wen Huaidie, who was to be taken away today. Wen Huaidie shouted, "Why didn't you destroy the dowry list back then? Such a crucial document should never have been left intact." Mei, visibly agitated, replied, "I did destroy it. The copy in Wen Huaidie's possession must be the one left by N's maternal family. After the Yin family was confiscated, how could I have known that the wretched and Ban Meng entrusted it to Wen Huaidie before her demise, allowing it to persist until now?" Truly, she was cunning. Even in death, she could not find peace. When Huairui watched helplessly as Lu Mama and two maidservants took away all her most precious jewelry. Infuriated, she opened her mouth to protest, but overturned the table in her rage. However, having just been injured by Yin Hanyun's internal energy, her anger overwhelmed her, resulting in chest pain that caused her to faint. Mei gasped in alarm and hurriedly summoned a doctor. Hearing the commotion in the courtyard, Wen Huaidie remained unmoved. It mattered not. She was resolute that the dowry must not be diminished by even a single coin. Before long, Mei returned with 3 chests. Li Yinming crossed out several items on the list. Your Highness, we are still missing these. Mei, in a state of distress, said to Wen Jianlin, Sir, the remaining items have already been utilized. Wen Huaidie replied, Then let it be calculated in silver. Wen Jianlin's chest heaved violently. Very well. Wen Huaidie continued, Once we finish tallying these items, we shall proceed to the accounts. Mei, bewildered, inquired what accounts. Wen Huaidie declared, Naturally, the accounts of the estates and shops. For 10 years, no profits have been drawn from the estates, nor has any rent been collected from the shops. Thus, we must account for everything meticulously. Mei was rendered speechless, entirely unprepared for this layer of scrutiny. She hesitated and said, We are all family. Is it truly necessary to be so precise? Wen Huaidie asserted with conviction, Of course it is. Since ancient times, how can a husband's family claim a woman's dowry? If word gets out, will my father still maintain his dignity? Wen Jianlin clenched his fists, wishing he could extract every drop of blood from Wen Huaidie. Fine, he conceded. Mei felt faint. She had never anticipated that in Banming's dowry would be demanded back. The accounts had never crossed her mind for falsification. She stammered. The account for the past 2 months have yet to be submitted. Yin Hanyun replied, No matter, you may first settle the previous accounts. I shall send someone to retrieve the remaining ones. Mei, resigned, closed her eyes, pressed her temples, and swayed unsteadily. Wen Huaidie remarked, Over the past decade, these properties have been managed by my stepmother and father. I shall not take advantage of you. I will settle the wages based on the top-tier managers in the market. Wen Jianlin's complexion darkened, akin to receiving numerous slaps to the face. In the main hall, the 5 of them busily calculated accounts. Deming, sensing the lengthy duration, ordered food from Wan Shirlu to be placed on the table. Wen Jianlin glanced over, noting that they would rather purchase food from outside than dine on the household's fare. The accounts stretched into the afternoon, ultimately encompassing the last 2 months, which were also delivered. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the steward of the Wu Ming Wangfu presented the accounts to Wen Huaidie. Your Highness, over the course of 10 years, the estate and shops have accrued a profit of 370,000 taels. After deducting the wages of Lord Wen and Lady Mei, the Prime Minister's residence still owes you 350,000 taels. Lady Mei gasped, realizing the gravity of their situation. My lord, there aren't that many silver taels in the treasury. The expenses of the Wen family have been exorbitant over the past decade, not only due to Lady Mei and Wen Jianlin, but also because Wen Huairui spends thousands of taels quarterly on clothing, not to mention the 2 sons currently pursuing their studies. Their needs for food and attire are the finest available, far beyond what Wen Jianlin's meager salary could sustain. While Lady Mei has acquired some properties over the years, the remaining silver is still insufficient. Before Wen Huaidie could voice her thoughts, the steward proposed, Your Highness, we could offset the debt with other properties of the Wen family. The sum of 350,000 taels must be recovered. It rightfully belongs to you, and by extension, to the prince. Wen Huaidie found this suggestion most agreeable. I believe this method is quite sound. She turned to Wen Jianlin, instructing, Retrieve the land deeds and the silver from the treasury. Let us settle everything today, so that no one owes anything to anyone. Lady Mei, with a stiff demeanor, turned to leave, her spirit utterly deflated. 200,000 taels. The remaining 150,000 taels will be covered by the shops. When Wen Huaidie and her entourage arrived, they had only 3 carts, yet upon departure, their possessions could not fit in the same number of carts. Fortunately, Steward Yin had received word in advance and dispatched additional carts, guards, and servants to assist. The procession grew, surpassing even the length of Wen Huaidie's wedding day. Once Yin Hanyun and Wen Huaidie departed, Lady Mei could no longer hold on. The blow was too great, and she fainted. Wen Jianlin staggered backward, only to be steadied by a servant. This wretched daughter. Had I known, I should have silenced her long ago. Wen Huaidie's actions had nearly emptied the entire prime minister's residence, leaving them with only 2 shops and 30 acres of land. Chapter 12. Wen Huaidie complains. The emperor summons upon awakening. Both Lady Mei and Wen Huaidie expressed their grievances towards Wen Jianlin. Father, why did you acknowledge that the dowry list was authentic? Now that everything in the estate has been taken, what dowry will I have for my marriage? Wen Huaidie was particularly incensed. She aspired to marry Zhao Zongjia and become the crown princess, and without a grand dowry, how could she face the ridicule of others? Wen Jianlin's expression darkened. Whether or not you have a dowry, the crown prince will still take you as his bride. Coming from a once illustrious family, Wen Jianlin had risen through the ranks via the imperial examinations and established himself anew. Now, as the current prime minister, he stood second only to the emperor and was regarded as the head of noble families. For the crown prince to maintain the support of the gentry, he must wed Wen Huaidie. Lady Mei wept incessantly. The estate is now barren. How will this family sustain itself moving forward? Wen Jianlin furrowed his brow, troubled by their financial shortfall, feeling it unbecoming of a scholar. In due time, I shall procure the funds. This matter should not be raised again. May close her mouth, harboring a deep-seated fear of financial insufficiency. As the wife of the prime minister, attending flower-viewing events and banquets in shabby attire would undoubtedly invite scrutiny. Over the years, she had grown accustomed to being held in high esteem, and she could not afford to lose face now. Upon returning to the royal residence, Steward Yin instructed his staff to move everything into the storage room of Wen Huaidie. 2 carts of cabbage had exchanged for hundreds of thousands of taels. If such lucrative transactions could occur more frequently, they would amass wealth in no time. In the study of Zuez Hijin, Yin Hanyun gazed contemplatively at the dowry list laid upon the table, his eyes filled with depth. The script indeed differed from that on the military provisions, transport documents of Ur. Deming spoke in a low voice. Didn't he, the prince, already know that in Panshan was innocent? Yin Hanyun picked up the evidence transcribed beside him, identical to that preserved by the Dali Temple. Knowing is one thing, but seeing so many names of the city as commanders is rather disheartening. These individuals had long since ascended the ranks, enjoying prosperous careers, while only the prince's father, the virtuous king, the Yin clan, and nearly 500,000 soldiers and civilians of Liaosong City had perished. In their quest for the throne, they had slain the virtuous king and sacrificed so many lives. In the eyes of the late emperor and Emperor Xuchong, the common populace was but mere ants. The lives of ordinary citizens were utterly inconsequential, lighter than a feather. In the evening, Bing Xia returned from outside to report to Wen Huaidie, Your Highness, Wen Huaidie has gone to the crown princess residence. Today, Wen Huaidie has thoroughly emptied the prime minister's estate, thereby solidifying her enmity with the Wen family. Given Wen Huaidie's disposition, she will surely seek out Zhao Zongjia to voice her grievances, urging the crown prince to deal with her. As anticipated, the following day, after Yin Hanyun had attended the morning court session, a decree arrived from the palace. The empress requested Wen Huaidie to enter the palace for an audience. The imperial attendant commanded Wen Huaidie to walk to Fengyi Palace, with the carriage of the Wu Ming king following behind. Upon entering the royal city, the attendant insisted she walk from the palace gates to Fengyi Palace, a journey that required nearly half an hour, clearly intending to make her plight more arduous. Navigating through the lengthy and intricate palace corridors, Wen Huaidie stood outside Fengyi Palace for an additional hour before being summoned inside. This humble servant, Wen, greets Your Majesty. The Empress, seated majestically on her phoenix throne, exuded an air of superiority. Indeed, the Wu Ming King's consort is a beauty to behold. No wonder he dotes upon you. Wen Huaidie responded with a charming smile. As husband and wife are one, the prince naturally wishes to protect me. The Empress, with a hint of sarcasm, retorted, to speak of unity is truly laughable. The Wu Ming King may favor you now, but should you become arrogant and willful due to his affection, he will inevitably cast you aside. Wen Huaidie replied, Whether the prince would abandon me is not for your majesty to determine, but rather depends on my ability to truly capture his heart. Just as your majesty stands amidst the 3,000 beauties of the harem, all fresh blossoms ready to bloom, yet the emperor has only one empress. Wen Huaidie did not hesitate to deliver a veiled critique of the empress, remarking on the abundance of youth and beauty, while she herself was no longer young. Currently, there is but one empress. It is uncertain if there will be a second. It was well known that Emperor Xuchong and Empress Yu had long harbored mutual disdain for one another. Emperor Xuchong held a particular affection for the mother of the second prince, Consort Zhao. Were it not for the backing of the noble families that supported the empress, and the fact that the crown prince was born of the primary consort, both the legitimate son and the eldest, the emperor would not have dared to openly depose the crown prince and confront the noble families directly. The positions of crown prince and empress would likely have been exchanged long ago. When the empress, Lady Yu, perceived that Wen Huaidie was so unafraid of her, with every word laced with barbs, she was filled with fury. The crown prince had spoken true, having grown up in a humble estate. With a mother who was the daughter of a condemned official, she had never learned the proper decorum and lacked even a semblance of a refined young lady. The very foundation of her biological father's household was being depleted. What a display of filial ingratitude! Wen Huaidie responded with a gentle smile, seemingly unperturbed. Your Majesty's assertions are misguided. Those possessions were indeed the dowry of my mother, who was a concubine. Now that I am married, it is only natural that I reclaim them. My father was not a man who entered into a family by marriage. How could he shamelessly covet his wife's dowry? Lady Yu had intended to leverage her status as empress to intimidate Wen Huaidie, but was astonished to find her so resolute and unyielding. The empress declared sharply, "The Yin family has embezzled military funds. These dowries may well have been acquired through corruption. Your return to claim them is akin to the fate of your maternal family, which was wiped out as traitors." Wen Huaidie's expression darkened, her pupils narrowing with intensity. The Yin clan was indeed obliterated. Yet even the late emperor did not decree that my mother's dowry be confiscated. My mother took her own life, not at the behest of the late emperor. If your majesty accuses me of wrongdoing, do you imply a challenge to the decisions of the late emperor? If so, I shall certainly urge my lord to inquire at the imperial tomb. Lady Yu rose, the ornaments in her hair swaying violently, striking her face. Anger flickered in her eyes. You dare to speak to me in such a manner, showing such disrespect? Seize the princess consort of the king of Wuming and administer 20 strokes with the rod. A palace maid hurried into the hall, reporting, Your Majesty, the king of Wuming seeks an audience outside the palace. The empress's countenance darkened, her gaze filled with malice directed at the unwavering Wen Huaidie. Do you think that with the king of Wuming to protect you, I would hesitate to punish you? Whom does your majesty intend to punish? What offense has my wife committed that warrants such a harsh response upon our first encounter? Deming interjected, pushing Yen Huaidie into Fengyi Palace. The empress gasped for breath. King of Wuming, how dare you intrude upon my Fengyi Palace without summons? Yen Huaidie scanned the scene, relieved to see that Wen Huaidie was unharmed. He had been informed urgently by Steward Yin as soon as he left the royal residence. Had it not been for the prolonged morning court session, he would have arrived sooner. Chapter 13. The Envoy from Dongling Your Majesty. I informed the emperor of my visit beforehand, and his majesty specifically granted me permission to enter Fengyi Palace to retrieve my wife. Lady Yu's expression soured. When is disrespectful to me? 20 strokes are merely a light punishment for a grave transgression. Wen Huaidie interjected, Your Highness, the empress is reproaching me regarding my dowry, claiming that I am unfilial. Yen Huaidie replied, If the empress has the leisure to meddle in the household matters of a humble official's wife, it would be wiser to devote more attention to His Highness the Crown Prince. Just this morning, the emperor commanded the Crown Prince to proceed to Ganzhou for disaster relief. Remarkably, the Crown Prince expressed his incompetence, claiming he could not bear the responsibility of such a task, which incited the emperor's wrath. Consequently, he was punished to kneel outside the Hall of Supreme Harmony for self-reflection, forbidden to rise for 3 hours. The empress was taken aback. The floods in Ganzhou had transformed the region into a veritable marshland, with epidemics rampant and the populace in turmoil. At such a critical juncture, sending the crown prince to oversee disaster relief seemed tantamount to endangering his very life. Yen Hanyun, disregarding the empress's demeanor, took Wen Huaidie's hand and instructed Daming to push the wheelchair. I shall escort the princess away. I presume the empress has little time to attend to us now. The empress, Lady Yu, hurriedly made her way to the hall of supreme harmony accompanied by palace maids and eunuchs. Soon, as the sun ascended higher, the crown prince, kneeling in his bright yellow four-clawed dragon robe outside the hall, would surely suffer from heat stroke after 3 hours in such a position. As the civil and military officials passed by him during the morning court session, Emperor Xuchong was using this moment to humiliate him. The officials from noble families stood not far away, their brows furrowed in concern. Wen Jianlin murmured softly, "The emperor's tolerance for the crown prince seems to have diminished." Minister of War Li Wang remarked, "Ganzhou is perilous. Should the crown prince go and not return, the emperor could conveniently elevate the second prince, Prince Shi, to the position of crown prince. Under no circumstances should the crown prince venture there." As they exited the palace, Wen Huaidie and Yen Hanyun were in carriage. Just as they neared the palace gates, Daming lifted the curtain of the carriage, his expression serious as he said, "Your Highness, the second prince is ahead." Yen Hanyun stepped out of the carriage. Through the curtain, Wen Huaidie beheld Prince Shi, who wore a radiant smile and appeared exceedingly amiable. However, beneath this facade, Prince Shi fully inherited Emperor Xuchong's insidiousness, proving to be a thoroughly selfish and cold-hearted individual. The name Shi connotes brightness and brilliance, akin to a blinding sun, a clear indication of the emperor's regard for him. Prince Zhao Zongzong respectfully addressed Yen Hanyun. "I have heard that the empress intends to punish the wife of the king of Wuming. Surely, the princess must be greatly alarmed in Fengyi Palace. I have specifically awaited your presence to inquire after her well-being." Yen Hanyun, with an impassive countenance, replied, "I appreciate the concern of His Highness, but it is rather superfluous." Zhao Zongzong faltered, secretly resenting Yen Hanyun for his lack of gratitude. Today, the emperor wished to dispatch the crown prince to Ganzhou for disaster relief. "I believe the crown prince is quite suitable for this task, merely too modest to accept. The court requires someone to present a petition to the emperor, and the crown prince is the most fitting candidate. Who do you think would be the most appropriate to fulfill this role?" "King of Wuming," Yen Hanyun coldly retorted. "In truth, the individual sent to Ganzhou for disaster relief need not be the crown prince. I believe His Highness would be the most suitable candidate. Your exceptional wisdom and valor, coupled with your virtues, render you the ideal choice for this endeavor. Shall I present this petition to the emperor?" Inside the carriage, Wen Huaidie could not suppress a smile, her lips curling upward. Yen Hanyun showed no deference to Zhao Zongzong, offering not a single kind word and wholly unconcerned about the potential offense. The smile on Zhao Zongzong's face turned eerily chilling, revealing a sinister coldness. One hopes that the king of Wu Ming can maintain such arrogance, should he become incapacitated and unable to continue his undefeated conquests. One can only imagine the fate that awaits him, a reminder I need not provide. The voice of Yen Hanyun was as frigid as ice, devoid of compassion. "It is not for your highness to dictate what I shall become. Only when you ascend to the throne will you possess such privilege." Watching the royal carriage depart from the capital, Zhao Zongzong clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with scheming and calculation. Even in his weakened state, such arrogance would lead to his eventual demise. He vowed to ensure Yen Hanyun would find no resting place in death. Inside the carriage, Yen Hanyun sat beside Wen Huaidie, gently grasping a strand of her lustrous black hair and caressing it. "In the future, should you encounter either Prince Shi or the Crown Prince, keep your distance and avoid entanglement. They are all ill-intentioned." A smile danced in Wen Huaidie's eyes. "Is that prince truly a good man?" Yen Hanyun felt a stirring within, raising his hand to touch her rosy cheek, speaking with a grave sincerity. "I am no virtuous man, yet in your eyes, I ought to be considered rather decent." A flicker of light sparkled in Wen Huaidie's pupils, resonating with the rhythm of her fluttering heart. Upon returning to the royal residence, she lingered in the courtyard of the snow pavilion for a spell, gazing at the courtyard filled with phoenix flowers, her thoughts drifting to the shadows of Nyelong Cliff. The number of dark guards around the snow pavilion had significantly diminished, leaving only 2 to keep watch. Lianmeng, are Yin Hanyun's men still searching for you? Lianmeng replied. The prince has dispatched additional personnel and instructed those in the martial world to circulate the news, offering any amount of silver for information. Was the pavilion master suggesting they find a way to antidote Yin Hanyun? Wen Huaidie hesitated, still pondering her response. Though Yin Hanyun's legs rendered him unable to walk, his martial prowess was formidable, his inner strength profound. With merely his hands, he could maneuver with ease. Wielding a sword or engaging in combat from a distance posed no challenge. He remained a force to be reckoned with, not to be underestimated. Regarding the relief efforts in Ganzhou, it was certain that the Crown Prince Zhao Zongjie would not attend. Rather, it would be members of the aristocracy. It was imperative to keep a watchful eye, for when Jianlin, lacking funds, would undoubtedly seek to exploit the disaster relief funds. Lianmeng nodded in acknowledgement. The vice minister of the Honglu Temple hurried into the Zhangyi Hall, bearing a letter. Your Majesty, this letter has been sent by the Emperor of Dongling. Emperor Xuchong furrowed his brow. Why would Dongling send a letter without cause? Upon opening it, his expression shifted through a spectrum of emotions. They intended to send envoys to the capital. The vice minister of the Honglu Temple, with a troubled countenance, stated, Your Majesty, this letter has been delayed considerably on its journey. The envoys from Dongling will arrive in 2 days. How shall we accommodate them? Such irregularities often herald mischief. In recent years, the royal family of Dongling had been embroiled in internecine conflict over the throne. The current emperor of Dongling had eliminated all his siblings and caused the death of his own father, compelling all concubines to follow him in death. He was certainly no benevolent ruler. Might he, after 2 years of stability, now seek bloodshed, rekindling the specter of war? Emperor Xuchong scrutinized the name of the envoy on the letter. The envoy dispatched was Chu Taowen, the Marquis of Yeyang from Dongling, a commoner by birth, yet a master of martial arts. He was a sharp blade in the hands of the Dongling emperor. Prepare the inn. I shall assign Prince Shi to oversee the reception of our guests. The unexpected arrival of the Dongling envoys had rendered the relief efforts in Ganzhou significantly less pressing. Emperor Xuchong issued a decree for a 5th-rank official to assist in disaster relief, emphasizing the urgency to act swiftly before the envoy from Dongling arrived. In the royal palace of Wuming, Wen Huaidie sipped her hot tea, savoring the fragrant scent of plum blossoms. The moment had finally arrived. In the study, Yin Hanyun gazed thoughtfully at the military map on the wall. The sudden arrival of the Dongling envoy, Chu Taowen, raised questions about his intentions. Was he aware of Yin Hanyun's vulnerability and come to probe for information? Yin Hanyun inquired, Have any reports from our spies in Dongling reached us? Yang Dong grimaced and shook his head. Your Highness, ever since the 7th prince ascended to the throne, any spies who dare to show themselves have been captured. For the past 2 years, they have lived like rats in the street, unable to gather intelligence or even send messages without being discovered. Under the previous emperor, the royal network in Dongling was far less stringent. I cannot fathom how the current emperor has trained them with such ruthless methods. Turning around, Yin Hanyun recalled his astonishment when the 7th prince became emperor, a prince who had lost his mother to the emperor's decree, who had seen his wife and children slaughtered, stripped of power and subjected to humiliation, and who bore the burden of a blinded eye, had somehow triumphed in the struggle for succession. It was utterly incomprehensible. Betrayed and nearly killed, he had fallen to a point where he was vulnerable to everyone, yet the formidable Chu Taowen remained steadfastly loyal to him. In a climactic battle, no one anticipated that the leader of the Imperial Guard would abruptly switch allegiance to the 7th prince. Following his ascent, this emperor executed over 30 members of the royal bloodline, nearly incinerating the Dongling palace in the process. Daming rubbed his arms, feeling a chill. The incredibility of it all only highlighted the terrifying nature of the Dongling emperor. The intent of the visitors was clearly nefarious. In Chapter 14, it is revealed that Chu Taowen is an ally of Wen Huaidie, who personally came to escort her back to the residence amidst the rain. Prince Shi stood upright in the Hall of Harmony, as Emperor Xuchong regarded him with a profound and affectionate gaze. Tomorrow, The envoy from Dongling will arrive in the capital. During this period, you must closely monitor their movements without fail. Report to me in detail on where Chu Taowen goes and whom he meets. And you must also devise ways to ascertain their true purpose for coming to Kangao. Zhao Zhongsong's expression was resolute. Rest assured, Father, I will handle this matter diligently. Emperor Xuchong nodded in satisfaction, noting that with Yen Hanyun's leg disability, he suspected Dongling harbored intentions of war. This mission was likely an attempt to gauge the strength of Kangao. Do not allow them to perceive us as weak and defenseless. Father, if Prince Wuming proves unable to bear his responsibilities, I believe we could seize his military power, Zhao Zhongsong suggested. Emperor Xuchong shook his head. You do not understand. While the imperial edict is powerful, the Yin family army places the utmost value on their own kin. Without a compelling justification, even with the imperial edict, they will not entirely obey. Yin Hanyun may be incapacitated, but his martial prowess remains formidable. Even if he cannot walk, he is not easily trifled with. If provoked and his poison were to be cured, he would undoubtedly rebel. The time for confrontation has not yet arrived. Moreover, Yin Hanyun's father perished valiantly on the battlefield, and he himself has amassed considerable military achievements. To strip him of his command due to his disability would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation, branding him as ungrateful in the eyes of the world. This is not what Emperor Xuchong desires. Zhao Zhongsong lowered his gaze in resignation. Chu Taowen, mounted, could already glimpse the gates of the capital from afar. The current minister resides in the capital and has wed the martial king, becoming his princess. Should the princess successfully acquire the military authority of the Yin family, it would play a pivotal role in the grand endeavor. Prince Shi Zhao Zhongsong stood at the city gate, hastily descending from the battlements upon sighting the envoy from Dongling Kingdom. The Marquis of Yang had journeyed a long distance and must be weary from travel. The relay station had been prepared in advance. His face bore 3 deep scars, not lightly inflicted. The Emperor of Dongling is a madman with 1 blind eye, and his executioner is a disfigured assassin. Truly, a ruler's nature reflects upon his subjects. Chu Taowen fixed his gaze upon Zhao Zhongsong, showing no intention of dismounting. The Marquis had expected the Emperor of Kangao to send the crown prince to greet him. Yet it was Prince Shi who appeared instead. Zhao Zhongsong's expression darkened. What was Chu Taowen implying? Was he advocating for the crown prince? Ignoring Zhao Zhongsong's displeased demeanor, Chu Taowen rode forth with his entourage. The windows of the private room on the 3rd floor of Wanshi building faced Changming Street, wide open. As the Dongling envoy entered the capital, numerous citizens gathered along the roadside, eagerly observing and murmuring amongst themselves. Midway through their procession, Chu Taowen keenly lifted his gaze towards Wanshi building. His brow furrowed. It was the minister. Wen Huaidie es gaz mekuta wenes, and they both discreetly averted their eyes in mutual understanding. Tomorrow, Chu Taowen would enter the palace to meet the emperor. The spectacle was about to commence. Suddenly, the sky darkened, ominous clouds rolling in from the distance. A torrential downpour erupted, drenching the ground with a thunderous roar. Bing Xiao partially closed the window, suggesting that the princess should return to the royal residence once the rain subsided. They had not taken a carriage. If they returned like this, even with umbrellas, they would emerge soaked to the skin. Little beauty, why are you hesitating? There is no one here. Let this prince enjoy himself fully. Wen Huaidie's hearing was exceptionally acute. The soundproofing of Wanshi building was superb. Others could not hear, but she discerned everything with clarity. This was not a brothel. How could Crown Prince Zhao Zongjie indulge in such decadence next door? Find out who the woman with the crown prince is, Wen Huaidie instructed Bing Xiao. Slowly, Bing Xiao opened the door and stepped out cautiously. Your Highness, there are so many people here. If the second prince finds out, I will be in dire straits. Wen Huaidie's brow knitted in concern. Was this woman connected to Prince Shi? Before long, Bing Xiao returned, her face alight with excitement. She leaned close to Wen Huaidie and whispered, Your Highness, that woman is Nie Pinglu. Upon learning the name, Bing Xiao nearly gasped in disbelief. Nie Pinglu is the daughter of the general of the Southern Front. However, she bears another identity. She is the princess of Prince Shi Zhao Zhongsong. That makes her the sister-in-law of the crown prince. Zhao Zongjie engaged in an illicit affair with his brother's wife, thus donning a metaphorical green hat upon the Shi king. Should this scandal come to light, it would surely upheave the very foundations of the Song-Ao kingdom. Wen Huaidie contemplated. The involvement of Nye Pinglu with Zhao Zongjie implies that the Grand General of the South ostensibly aligns with the Shi king, yet may, in truth, be a supporter of the crown prince. This revelation was indeed unexpected. Zhao Zongjie, bolstered by the support of noble families, held in his grasp a substantial fraction of the remaining military forces of the Song-Ao kingdom, while Emperor Xuchong possessed only the imperial guard. The carriage of the king of Wuming halted below the building. Deming, holding an umbrella, entered the Wanshe building and inquired of the attendant, in which private room is the princess of the king of Wuming dining. The attendant, having recognized the insignia on the carriage outside, promptly responded, "In the private room, Tianzi number 2 on the 3rd floor." Deming hastened to the door of the private room, knocking promptly. Liaming opened the door and appeared somewhat surprised upon seeing Deming. He immediately announced, "The prince has come to escort the princess back to the palace. The carriage awaits below." Upon returning to the palace, Yen Hanyun discovered that Wen Huaidie was absent, having gone out to dine at Wanshe building. Later, as rain fell, steward Yin reported that the princess had not taken the carriage. Thus, Yen Hanyun ordered the carriage to be prepared and set off to fetch her. Lianming held the umbrella high, ensuring that Wen Huaidie remained untouched by the rain. However, a few droplets still struck her face as she boarded the carriage. Yen Hanyun draped a deep black cloak over himself. Due to the necessity of a wheelchair, his carriage was twice the size of standard one and stood a third taller. "Why have you returned so early, my lord? Was it not said that you would not return until evening?" Yen Hanyun gently wiped the rain from Wen Huaidie's face with his sleeve, explaining that there was little to attend to in the military, prompting his early return. Observing the rain and knowing she had not taken a carriage, he felt compelled to come and retrieve her. Wen Huaidie was cautious of the rain, aware that if she caught a chill and developed a fever, it could potentially exacerbate her heart condition. "Given the downpour, my lord need not have come. I could wait until the rain subsides, as summer thunderstorms are fleeting." Wen Huaidie had grown accustomed to Yen Hanyun's occasional displays of intimacy. As for the delay in consummating their union, she speculated that it was due to his disability, which rendered such matters inconvenient. It was also possible that his other affliction hindered him from standing. "I delight in this manner of escorting you, akin to an ordinary man returning home from work to fetch his wife." Wen Huaidie was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Yen Hanyun would harbor such thoughts. The mundane lives of common folk seemed utterly unattainable for someone of his stature. Meanwhile, in the Wen residence, Wen Huairui sat before her vanity mirror, her face alight with joy as she inserted a gold hairpin into her coif. She admired herself from various angles, pleased to caress the peony flower atop the pin. May, upon entering, adopted a teasing tone, placing her hands on Wen Huairui's shoulders. "Roar, such a splendid and exquisite gold hairpin must be a gift from His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, is it not?" In truth, May was already aware of its origin, having been informed by the servants when Zhao Zongjie's men entered the manor. When Huairui, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, nodded. "His Royal Highness, aware of my grievances, specially sent this gold hairpin to lift my spirits. Mother, now that Wen Huaidie is also married, when shall our engagement with His Royal Highness be formalized?" She could hardly contain her eagerness to ascend to the role of Crown Princess. May chuckled. "Indeed, a girl must not linger too long. How eager you are to marry off. Do not worry. Once the disaster relief in Ganzhou concludes, your father will have the funds to prepare a splendid dowry for you, allowing you to wed the Crown Prince in grand style." Chapter 15. Allowing Wen Huairui to marry into Dongling Yangdong remarked, "Your Highness, the princess encountered the Crown Prince and Princess Shi in a compromising situation at Wanshe Tower, and she even sent Bing Xia to investigate the identity of Princess Shi." Yen Hanyun's brow twitched slightly, utterly disgusted that she had stumbled upon such an undignified scene. Has Duke Chu Taowen settled into the inn? He has indeed taken residence and has not emerged since. The Crown Prince has stationed numerous personnel nearby, disguised as commoners. Wen Huaidie instructed, "Send 2 skilled individuals to keep watch at the inn tonight. Their sole duty is to observe. Nothing else is to be interfered with." Those individuals are all from the Imperial Guard, and Chu Taowen possesses formidable martial skills. He will undoubtedly discern their true identities. If he truly wishes to leave the inn clandestinely, no shadow guard will be able to keep pace with him. The following day, during the morning court, Emperor Xuchong received the envoy. Chu Taowen entered the Grand Hall, clad in the attire of Dongling. Envoy Chu Taowen pays his respects to the Emperor of Tsangao. Be at ease. Noting Chu Taowen's respectful demeanor, which contrasted with Zhao Zhongsong's prior reports of arrogance, the Emperor's displeasure lessened somewhat. A flicker of darkness crossed the eyes of the Crown Prince standing before him. Was it true that he found Chu Taowen distasteful? Had the Crown Prince secretly allied with Dongling? As Chu Taowen rose, his gaze fell upon Wen Huaidie, seated in a wheelchair. "Your Majesty, I come on behalf of our Emperor with the mission of fostering goodwill between our 2 nations." This statement sent shockwaves through the court. Was a union being proposed? Given that all members of Dongling's royal family had perished at the hands of their emperor upon his ascension, leaving no princes or princesses, did Chu Taowen imply that Tsanghao's princess would wed the emperor of Dongling? The emperor's expression darkened, his thoughts indecisive regarding whether he was pleased or displeased. He had but one daughter, born of Empress Yu, who was now 15 years of age. Crown Prince Zhao Zongjia, standing to the side, regarded Chu Taowen with keen interest. If his sister were to marry the Emperor of Dongling, he would gain their support. Meanwhile, Crown Prince Zhao Zongsong was already convinced that an alliance had been forged between the Crown Prince and Dongling, as evidenced by this proposed marriage. Following the assassination of the Emperor of Dongling's first wife, he had ruled for 2 years without a single concubine. Just as Emperor Xuchong was about to speak, Chu Taowen interjected, "Your Majesty, our emperor has heard of the esteemed second daughter of the Chancellor of Tsangao, renowned for her exceptional beauty and talent, and has thus dispatched me to propose marriage to Miss Wen Huaidie." The Crown Prince's astonished gaze shot toward Chu Taowen. It was not a princess he sought, but rather Wen Huaidie. Crown Prince Zhao Zongsong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wen Jinlin's expression darkened. He was vehemently opposed to Wen Huaidie marrying the Emperor of Dongling. Fearing that Emperor Xuchong might acquiesce, Wen Jinlin immediately knelt, imploring, "Your Majesty, my daughter is still young. My wife, and I wish to keep her for a few more years." At this moment, Wen Huaidie suddenly interjected, "What you say, Prime Minister Wen, is quite erroneous. Wen Huaidie is merely a few months younger than me, making her of an ideal age for marriage." Both the Crown Prince and Wen Jinlin wore expressions of frost, appalled that the martial Ming king would strike while the iron was hot in such a manner. Emperor Xuchong, his expression complex, pondered for a moment before responding. "The Marquis of Yang has traveled a great distance and will likely remain in the capital for some time. Let us postpone discussions regarding the marriage alliance." Chu Taowen knelt and bowed his head. "If this union cannot be realized, I fear His Majesty will be sorely disappointed. I implore the Emperor of Kangao to reach a decision swiftly." Within the Hall of Harmony, the Crown Prince knelt, his voice filled with righteous indignation. "Father, we cannot agree to this marriage alliance. Who among the realm does not know that the Emperor of Dongling is a madman? On the very first day of his ascension, he gruesomely executed his father's consort, sparing not even his siblings. Should Huairui go, she would surely meet her demise." "Prince," she countered, "Your Highness speaks incorrectly. She is merely the daughter of a subject. What harm is there in a marriage alliance? The Emperor of Dongling revels in bloodshed, and if his proposal is rebuffed, war could erupt at any moment. For the sake of peace between our 2 nations, what is the sacrifice of Wen Huaidie?" Zhao Zongsong was eager for the Crown Prince to be unable to wed Huairui, as the alliance would silently remove her from the equation. Emperor Xuchong calmly remarked, "Prince, she makes a valid point." The Crown Prince's complexion turned ashen, his hands trembling violently at his sides. In the Wen residence, Wen Huairui sat pale as a ghost, devoid of color, collapsing into a chair. "Father, I do not wish for this marriage alliance. I want to wed the Crown Prince. There are princesses for such alliances. Why must it be me? I refuse to go. I refuse to marry." At this moment, Wen Jinlin's face was also clouded with distress. The peace between two nations weighed heavily against the fate of a single woman. Even other noble families urged him to acquiesce to this marriage proposal. The Marquis of Yang had publicly stated that the Emperor of Dongling had set his sights on her. Even if a princess were offered in her stead, they would not consent. Princess Xinyue, being the daughter of the Empress and the Crown Prince's biological sister, would not be permitted by the Empress. Regardless of the Crown Prince's agreement, one was a biological daughter, the other an uncertain future daughter-in-law. Any mother-in-law would know how to choose. Moreover, this time, the intended bride from Dongling was indeed Wen Huaidie. "Oh no, father, think of another way. Think of another way." Mei clutched Wen Jinlin's arm, imploring, "My lord, Huaidie cannot be wed to Dongling. She will perish." Wen Jinlin, gazing at his tear-streaked wife and daughter, felt his heart sink with despair. He too wished to prevent Wen Huaidie from this marriage alliance. Yet the situation was a deadlock, seemingly unsolvable. Had he known it would come to this, he would have preferred her to marry Yen Hanyan. Unless Dongling itself withdrew its proposal or sought another, Huaidie was destined to wed. When Huaidie collapsed to the ground, declaring, "I must seek the Crown Prince. He will surely plead with the Emperor on my behalf." Why did the heavens treat her so cruelly? First binding her to the crippled martial Ming king, and now presenting her with a marriage alliance to the cruel, one-eyed Emperor of Dongling? Her heart brimmed with injustice. Why must it be so? The Crown Prince, having encountered a setback with Emperor Xuchong, promptly sought out the Empress in Fengyi Palace. "Your Majesty, while father has yet to consent to the marriage with Dongling, I implore you to decree that I wed Huaidie at once." The Empress, Lady Yu, struck Zhao Zongjia across the face. "Mother." The Crown Prince looked up at Lady Yu, his eyes filled with grievance. "To marry Huaidie, the bride must be present. Do you wish for the new moon to travel to Dongling?" The Crown Prince quickly shook his head. "Mother, that is not my intention. Father favors my second brother. If I cannot marry Huaidie, Wen Jinlin will not trust me fully, and I fear father may strip me of my title. That is why I am so anxious. Have you not always hoped for me to take Huaidie as my consort?" The Empress narrowed her phoenix eyes. This moment is not like the last. Now Dongling seeks a bride, and whether Huaidie wishes to marry or not, she must comply. Do remember, Wen Jinlin has a niece as well. Marrying her would suffice. The Crown Prince hesitated, realizing she referred to Wen Yuanshan, whose appearance was vastly inferior to Huaidie's. The Empress retorted with fury, "Once you ascend the throne, what sort of women will be beyond your reach? Why concern yourself with a single Huaidie? Should Dongling declare war over this matter, the citizens of Kangao will decry you, the Crown Prince, as lacking virtue, disregarding the lives of the populace for your selfish desires. At that point, your position will surely be forfeited." At the Wen residence, Wen Jinlin returned to his study with a furrowed brow. After a prolonged silence, he instructed a servant, "Go summon Miss Yuanshan." When Yuanshan, the daughter of his deceased elder brother, was but 15 years of age. Before long, she entered the study, clad in a flowing gown of pale moonlight hue, embodying grace and elegance. Yuanshan bowed to her uncle. This was the first time when Jinlin observed her with such seriousness. It was imperative that the Crown Prince take a daughter of the Wen family as his wife. Only then could the glory of the Wen lineage continue through the birth of an heir. Since his brother had passed, even if Yuanshan married the Crown Prince, her family would be reliant upon him as her uncle. "Yuanshan, I intend for you to wed the Crown Prince." Yuanshan felt a rush of heat flood her from head to toe, blinking in disbelief. "Uncle, does not my cousin Huaidie intend to marry the Crown Prince and become his consort?" Wen Jinlin stood and approached Yuanshan. "Huaidie may be sent to Dongling for marriage. I ask you, are you willing to marry the Crown Prince?" Yuanshan's emotions were in turmoil. After her father's demise, she and her mother had lived cautiously in the Wen residence, fearful of offending anyone and being cast out. She had thought to marry a minor official when the time came. Yet now when Jinlin proposed she marry the Crown Prince, such an unexpected stroke of fortune had fallen upon her. Had she known this would transpire, Huaidie should have gone to Dongling sooner. Taking a deep breath to quell her excitement, she knelt, If it can alleviate my uncle's concerns, Yuan Shan is willing to marry His Highness the Crown Prince. Wen Jinlin nodded in satisfaction. Tonight, a banquet will be held in the palace to entertain the emissaries from Dongling. You, Huairui, and I shall attend. Yuan Shan lowered her head shyly. Yes, Yuan Shan will comport herself well before His Highness the Crown Prince. Chapter 16. Intimacy. The princess's wide-sleeve gown adorned with butterfly motifs is truly exquisite. The prince possesses remarkable taste. The maid of the snow pavilion stood aside, observing Li Meng and Bing Xia as they dressed Wen Huaidie, and proactively handed over the sash. Wen Huaidie lowered her gaze to appraise the gown she wore. It was indeed exquisite, a bespoke creation from the garment pavilion, hastily completed that very morning, costing a staggering 500 taels of silver. The funds provided by Yin ultimately filled Wen Huaidie's own purse. Indeed, the garment pavilion was an enterprise of the Changyuan Pavilion, with Wen Huaidie as its clandestine proprietor. Do you like it? Yin entered from outside, casting a gentle look in her direction. The moment Wen Huaidie turned, it was akin to a spring breeze brushing against one's face, rippling like water, as if a celestial being had descended, dazzlingly radiant. Suddenly, Yin felt a strong reluctance to let her don this attire for the palace banquet. If Chu Tao, were to behold Wen Huaidie, he would discover her beauty surpassed that of the hypocritical first beauty of the Ao kingdom, Wen Huaidie. What if a missive reached the Eastern Ling Kingdom's palace? They would have to find another bride for the alliance. Noticing his momentary distraction, Wen Huaidie softly called out, "Your Highness?" Amusingly, a glimmer of light reflected from the corner of Yun's lips, reminiscent of drooling. Coming back to his senses, he felt the dampness at his mouth and casually brushed it away with his hand. He maneuvered his wheelchair, gesturing for Li Meng and Bing Xia to depart. Grasping Wen Huaidie's hand, he complimented, "The princess is so stunning. You have dazzled my eyes." Wen Huaidie's pupils slightly dilated. After a moment's hesitation, she reached up to lift Yun's well-defined chin, gently placing a kiss on his cheek. "How can I not be beautiful when my lord is so handsome?" Yun felt his heart nearly cease its rhythm. The warmth from her kiss lingered on his cheek, and, as he swallowed hard, he felt as though he were under a spell, rendered motionless. Wen Huaidie, relishing her triumph, smirked, having taken advantage of him so many times. It was her turn to playfully torment him. "My sash is yet to be tied, and with Li Meng and Bing Xia gone, would you be so kind as to assist me, Your Highness?" The white sash was embroidered with a few overlapping pink plums, and, as Wen Huaidie lifted it, the half-width sash rested enticingly on Yun's prominent nose. Yun wrapped his arms around Wen Huaidie's slender waist, drawing her to sit directly upon his lap. His strong thigh muscles tensed. Wen Huaidie's eyes sparkled with mirth, resembling a spring pool, rippling as she gazed intently at Yun's face. He fumbled somewhat as he took the sash, unaccustomed to tying it for a woman. He circled it around her waist twice, feeling it did not look quite right. After several adjustments, ensuring the blossoms were visible, he finally released it. His voice low and husky, "It is done." Wen Huaidie smirked, "Your Highness, it's rather tight." Yun tilted his head back, his captivating dark eyes fixated on her face. His gaze slowly descended to her cherry-red lips, which appeared particularly soft. He unconsciously swallowed. Just as he was about to lean in for a kiss, a sudden voice echoed from outside the room. "Your Highness, Prince Shi has arrived." Wen Huaidie silently turned her head away, propping her right hand on Yun's shoulder as she rose, gracefully making her way to the bronze mirror, feeling a touch constrained. A flicker of embarrassment and dissatisfaction crossed Yun's eyes as he remarked, "I shall take my leave first. I shall return to escort you later." Wen Huaidie pouted, her tone trailing off, understood. Daming, noticing Yun's prolonged absence, was about to call out again when he found himself met with a scowl from his lord. Had something transpired just moments ago? It seemed the lord was somewhat irked. Daming turned to glance at Lianmeng and Bing Xia, who stood nearby, blinking in confusion, momentarily at a loss. "Your Highness, Prince Shi is awaiting you in the main hall. He mentioned there are important matters to discuss." The springtime affection that had graced Yen Hanyun's visage dissipated, and he replied coolly, "Let us depart." Only after Yen Hanyun left did Lianming and Bingxia enter the room. The two exchanged glances with Wen Huaidie, silently inquiring without uttering a word. Zhao Zongsong, who had been waiting in the main hall, was growing increasingly impatient. Yen Hanyun seemed to regard him with indifference. Was it really necessary for someone to take such an inordinate amount of time? A guard approached, replacing his teacup with another. Observing the coarse, dark fingers that served the tea, Zhao Zongsong rolled his eyes in disdain. The esteemed Wu Ming Wang's residence lacked even a maid. It was utterly disgraceful that a guard was tasked with serving tea to guests. As Yen Hanyun was ushered into the hall, Zhao Zongsong stifled his rising ire. After all, he needed something from him and could not afford to display anger at this juncture. "Your Highness, why have you come to my residence at this time instead of attending to the emissaries from Dongling?" Zhao Zongsong inquired. "I have come specifically to host the emissaries from Dongling." Yen Hanyun narrowed his eyes. Zhao Zongsong continued, "Tomorrow, Marquis Chu Taoan wishes to visit our Kangao Kingdom's military camp, intending to engage in martial practice with our soldiers." It had come to Zhao Zongsong's attention that Chu Taoan was accompanied by two subordinates, who were in fact his vice commanders. The intention to gauge the military strength of Kangao Kingdom was anticipated by both Emperor Xuchong and Prince Shi. However, they had not expected such an overt approach, directly proposing a contest. To demonstrate strength and martial prowess, Zhao Zongsong felt compelled to acquiesce. Furthermore, the selection of combatants for this contest required careful consideration. They must not be weaklings. Should they manage to defeat Chu Taoan decisively, it would serve to diminish his arrogance splendidly. Yet, when Prince Shi sought out his father-in-law, General Nie Xiaotian of Jinnan, the latter found himself in a quandary. Nie Xiaotian asserted he could contend with Chu Taoan, but was at a loss regarding the other two candidates. The two most capable generals under Nie Xiaotian's command were currently engaged in military drills outside the city at Molan Mountain and would not return until the day after tomorrow. Sending word now would ensure they could not arrive in time for the contest. The combat prowess of the remaining personnel was mediocre at best, leaving no guarantee they could triumph over Chu Taoan's two vice commanders. Moreover, given that the intent to test strength had been established prior to the mission, it was evident that the vice commanders would be formidable opponents. Sending two average fighters in a battle would certainly result in defeat. Yet Zhao Zongsong had already given his word to Chu Taoan, informing him now that the contest must be postponed until the day after tomorrow would only serve to undermine his authority and diminish his standing. In exasperation, he found himself compelled to seek out Yen Hanyun. At this moment, the only individuals with formidable martial prowess that could be found were the generals under Yen Hanyun's command. After listening to Zhao Zongsong's words, a contemplative expression filled Yen Hanyun's eyes. Indeed, the Dongling Kingdom was restless. Did the Prince of Shi seek to have me compete with Chu Taoan? Zhao Zongsong, upon hearing this, quickly waved his hands in denial. No, no, no. I wish for you to send two individuals to contend with Chu Taoan's two vice-generals. The southern general has already been dispatched to handle matters on Chu Taoan's side. Yen Hanyun's legs were already incapacitated. Should he lose a match, his father would surely rebuke him mercilessly. Moreover, the Kangao Kingdom was not devoid of capable individuals. There was no need to send a cripple into the fray. It would only serve to amuse the emissaries of the Dongling Kingdom. De Ming, standing behind Yen Hanyun, shifted slightly in color. What did the Prince of Shi mean by this? Did he look down on their lord? After pondering for a moment, Yen Hanyun remarked, "Tomorrow, I shall send two generals from the camp to the southern encampment." He would not put Zhao Zongsong in a difficult position at such a time. The priority now was to extinguish Dongling's covetous desires towards the Kangao Kingdom. Upon hearing his swift agreement, the Prince of Shi puffed up with pride once more. He lifted his chin and proclaimed, "Choose the strongest." Yen Hanyun replied, "There is no need for your highness to remind me. I am well aware of the gravity of the situation." Chapter 17, Humiliation, attending the imperial banquet. What did you say? Father intends to bring Wen Yuanshan along to the imperial banquet? Wen Huaidie felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue. struggling to accept the reality that Wen Jianlin had forsaken her. Her anxious maid pointed outside, exclaiming, "I saw a servant carrying clothing and jewelry to Miss Yuanshan's courtyard." After inquiring with the steward, I learned that these were gifts from the master, specifically prepared for Miss Yuanshan for the evening's banquet. In a fit of rage, Wen Huaidie seized a large celadon vase and smashed it to the ground. The shattered pieces cut into the maid's leg, and she could only endure the pain in silence. That wretched girl. Had I known she would be so restless, I should have had my mother expel her. Now, I am forced into marriage and cannot become the crown princess. It has barely been a few hours, and my father is already considering Wen Yuanshan, wishing for her to replace me. What a dream. Wen Huaidie cast a sidelong glance at the plain attire laid out on the table, which she had meticulously prepared for this imperial banquet. The intention was to wear something unflattering, hoping to invoke disdain from the dongling emissaries and dissuade them from pursuing the marriage. Nevertheless, Wen Huaidie did not wish for anyone else to steal the limelight. If she intended to dress beautifully to entice the crown prince, that would not come to pass. With the servants from the courtyard, Wen Huaidie barged into Wen Yuanshan's quarters. Upon seeing her trying on dresses with a smile, her anger surged even more. Such exquisite garments. Did Wen Yuanshan even deserve them? As Wen Yuanshan twirled to admire her gown, she was taken aback by the sudden entrance of her cousin. "Cousin, what brings you here?" Wen Huaidie, with a stern countenance, advanced step by step towards Wen Yuanshan, asserting, "This is the Wen residence. I can go wherever I please." Extending her finger, she lifted the vibrant hem of the gown, her eyes glinting with a predatory glare. Wen Yuanshan clenched her fingers tightly, a wave of panic surging within her. "Cousin, I did not mean it in that way." Wen Huaidie twisted her lips into a malicious smile, her expression contorted as she forcefully tore at Wen Yuanshan's collar. "Ah, cousin, what are you doing?" Wen Yuanshan clutched her clothing with trembling hands, her face a mask of terror. "Someone, hold her hands." The maidens firmly restrained Wen Yuanshan's arms, leaving her helplessly watching as Wen Huaidie publicly stripped her bare. With a swift motion, Wen Huaidie tore her dress in half, casting the pieces to the ground and trampling them with force. "You dare to covet what is mine? Have you any notion of your own worth? Wen Yuanshan, remember this. His Highness the Crown Prince is not a prize for you to aspire to. You dare to attend the palace banquet in such rags. Regardless, your face renders anything you wear unappealing." Crouching on the ground, Wen Yuanshan embraced her exposed form, fighting back the tears that threatened to spill from her eyes. It was only when Wen Huaidie and her entourage departed that she finally broke into heart-wrenching sobs. The maid, kneeling and crawling towards her, draped a blanket over Wen Yuanshan's shoulders, whispering Mississippi. Upon hearing of this incident, Wen Jianlin immediately confronted Wen Huaidie, delivering a stinging slap. "I have indulged you too much, allowing you to become so unruly. Yuanshan is your sister. How could you humiliate her so?" Wen Huaidie raised her reddened face, devoid of tears. Her expression darkened with an unsettling intensity. "She deserves to be punished for attempting to usurp my place." The fury in Wen Jianlin's eyes was palpable, yet he found himself powerless to express it. News arrived from the palace that the crown prince had failed to dissuade the emperor, who had already consented to the marriage alliance, and a decree would soon follow. Wen Huaidie could no longer contain her emotions and loudly reproached Wen Jianlin. "Father, as the esteemed prime minister and head of the gentry, even the emperor yields to you. It is merely a matter of selecting another candidate for the marriage. You possess the power to act, but choose not to, simply unwilling to exert yourself for your daughter." Wen Jianlin retorted, "This proud nation belongs to the Zhao family. Regardless of my influence in court, it is their lineage that must be elevated. The emperor's disfavor towards the crown prince has drained my efforts. Do not trouble me further." Wen Huaidie gazed tearfully at her father's retreating figure. Shortly thereafter, May arrived. "Huaidie, your father is ready to abandon you. Had we known we would be sent to Dongling, it would have been better for you to marry the king of Wuming. At least you would remain in the capital. When the crown prince ascends and eliminates the king of Wuming, you could remarry." Wen Huaidie sat rigidly on the ground, unresponsive to May's words. As the hour approached for Shun, Wen Huaidie came to the snow pavilion to escort Wen Huaidie to the palace. Traditionally clad in dark attire, this time he astonishingly donned a light-colored robe. The two appeared as a couple, their attire harmoniously matched. How thoughtful of him. Wen Huaidie smiled softly at Wen Huaidie, her lips curving in delight. The prince looked remarkably handsome in light hues, resembling an elegant nobleman. Wen Huaidie's eyes radiated warmth as he held Wen Huaidie's hand, unwilling to let go. As twilight descended, the first stars appeared in the sky, and the distant sound of silk and bamboo instruments wafted through the air. When Wen Huaidie and Wen Huaidie entered the grand hall, all eyes were drawn to them, jaws agape in astonishment. It was indeed true what Wen Huaidie had proclaimed in court. The princess of Wuming was even more exquisite than Wen Huaidie, a breathtaking vision. Her aura was entirely uncharacteristic of a rustic woman raised in the countryside. At first glance, the two individuals appeared to be a pair of celestial lovers. However, the king of Wuming, confined to a wheelchair due to a leg injury, marred this idyllic image. Opposite que Wen Huaidie clenched her fists tightly within her sleeves. Her heart raced tumultuously, akin to a battle within, especially upon witnessing Prince Zhao Zongjia's lingering gaze fixed upon Wen Huaidie. It was all Wen Huaidie's fault. Had she arrived sooner, the betrothed would not have been herself. She wished fervently that the Emperor of Dongling was a man so blinded by lust that he would seize another's wife. The Shi Wang squinted, recalling the day when Wen Huaidie sat in her carriage at the palace gates, her beauty concealed behind the carriage curtain. He was astonished by her exquisite appearance. No wonder Wen Huaidie protected her so fiercely. When Emperor Xuchong entered with the Empress, his gaze immediately fell upon Wen Huaidie, who sat beside Wen Huaidie, his brows furrowed tightly. With such beauty, it would be difficult to win Wen Huaidie's favor if he intended to place another woman in his residence. This thought stirred dissatisfaction within him as he glanced at Wen Jianlin. The prime minister truly had two remarkable daughters, each more beautiful than the last. Wen Jianlin clasped his hands, feeling only bitterness as he acknowledged the emperor's praise. Zhao Zongjia noticed Wen Huaidie gazing at him with a look of sorrow, which struck him as unfortunate, prompting him to shake his head slightly. Wen Huaidie felt a pang of heartache. His attention then shifted to Wen Yuanshan, whose seating arrangement was notably placed directly opposite the prince. It was uncertain if this was a deliberate arrangement by the empress, but allowed the prince to see her clearly. After Wen Huaidie had torn Wen Yuanshan's garment, Wen Jianlin promptly sent a replacement. Accustomed to the beauty of many, the prince deemed Wen Yuanshan merely average, though not unattractive enough to dismiss entirely. However, she seemed rather unworthy of the title of princess. Wen Huaidie was the legitimate daughter of Wen Jianlin, while Wen Yuanshan was merely a niece, having lost her biological father. Upon noticing Zhao Zongjia's gaze upon her, Wen Yuanshan shyly bit her lip, lightly smiling while lowering her eyes. This display was painfully glaring to Wen Huaidie. Wen Huaidie observed the unfolding drama among the three with amusement. It was she who orchestrated Wen Huaidie's potential marriage to Dongling, although she did not genuinely wish for her to wed, as she deemed her unworthy of Ouyang Xian. This maneuver was intended to compel Wen Huaidie to grasp tightly onto Prince Zhao Zongjia, the only lifeline available to her. Should Zhao Zongjia disrupt this alliance, his position as prince would be at great risk. The noble families would undoubtedly exert every effort to protect their interests, intensifying Emperor Xuchong's dissatisfaction. The political landscape of the Song-Ao dynasty would surely undergo significant transformation. Simultaneously, a failed alliance would furnish Dongling with a compelling pretext for military action. A twofold gain. A masterstroke indeed. The grievances of the original owner of this narrative, Wen Huaidie, would be avenged. The entire Wen family, particularly the trio, will be made to pay a price far heavier than death itself. Chapter 18. The discovery of a blighted peach blossom, an incident at the royal banquet. Amidst the clinking of goblets and the rise of song and dance. As the melody concluded, Chu Taowen lifted his golden goblet and addressed Wen Huaidie with a resonant voice, declaring, "During my time in the Eastern Tomb Kingdom, I had long heard of the formidable reputation of the martial king. I yearn for a contest with your highness. However, the whims of fate are unpredictable. It is lamentable that a scoundrel has left your highness incapacitated. Such a wretch deserves to be condemned to the depths of hell for generations. The crown prince's countenance darkened, and even Emperor Xuchong, seated above, remained tightly lipped. This one statement had insulted all the royal offspring. Chu Taowen continued, "Should such misfortune befall me, I would ensure the perpetrator is flayed and tortured, returning the suffering tenfold." Has the martial king managed to identify the culprit? Yen Hanyun raised his goblet, his gaze imbued with profound intent as he regarded Chu Taowen. The perpetrator is cunning and elusive, and thus far remains untraceable. However, should I uncover their identity, I shall extract their eyes and heart, transforming them into a human puppet for the world to behold. Yen Hanyun was well aware that Chu Taowen was sowing discord, yet his loathing for the poisoner was boundless. A lack of evidence did not preclude the possibility of threat. Chu Taowen gently smirked as he consumed the wine, his gaze fleetingly brushing past Wen Huaidie, who sat nearby. Emperor Xuchong shifted the topic, gesturing to Chu Taowen. "Lord Chu, this is Wen Huaidie, the second daughter of Prime Minister Wen. I believe you have only seen her portrait and not the real person." Chu Taowen's eyes revealed a barely perceptible disdain, acknowledging her delicate beauty, which he presumed would please his majesty greatly. Wen Huaidie's complexion paled. Despite her modest attire, it seemed to elicit no admiration from him. Observing that Wen Huaidie had not touched her food, Yen Hanyun paused his chopsticks and inquired with concern, "Is the cuisine to your disliking?" Wen Huaidie lowered her eyes. Leaning closer to Yen Hanyun's face, "It is all cold. The dishes do not compare to those from Wanshifang." Yen Hanyun frowned, casting his gaze upon the table, and offered her a cup of warm tea. "Drink some hot tea. After this gathering, I shall take you to Wanshifang for a late-night meal." Wen Jianlin noted the tenderness and soft-spoken nature of Yen Hanyun as he conversed with Wen Huaidie. He had indeed underestimated his daughter. Had she been nurtured by his side from a young age, she could have persuaded the martial king to align with the crown prince. Alas, it was too late for such considerations. Wen Huaidie sensed a gaze fixed upon her, unwavering in its intensity. She glanced to her lower left and beheld a woman clad in a yellow dress. Beside her sat the Marquis On Yuan, Fanning, a general of the same generation as Yen Hanyun's father, now idling at home and uninvolved in military affairs, devoid of any command. This woman was presumably Fan Ying's daughter. Fan Rushuang's eyes harbored jealousy and disdain as she regarded Wen Huaidie, as if wishing to pierce her with her gaze. Wen Huaidie observed that Fan Rushuang's glances toward Yen Hanyun were laced with affection, and she began to calculate her own strategy. It appeared that Yen Hanyun was entangled in a web of troublesome romantic pursuits. "Your Highness, I desire some dragon beard candy," Wen Huaidie expressed. Yen Hanyun glanced toward the dish containing the sweet delicacy, which was indeed on the table. Wen Huaidie, fixing her expression, insisted, "Your Highness, feed me." Yen Hanyun blinked, sensing her apparent irritation. He picked up a piece of dragon beard candy with his chopsticks and brought it to her lips. With her delicate left hand cradling her petite chin to prevent crumbs from falling and soiling Wen Huaidie's attire, Wen Huaidie took a bite, using her chopsticks to offer the unfinished half to Yen Hanyun. The taste was quite pleasant. She urged the prince to try as well. Yen Hanyun obediently opened his mouth, consuming the remaining piece, the faint fragrance of roses wafting from the lip balm on Wen Huaidie's lips. A number of onlookers gaped in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them. Not only had the martial prince personally fed Wen Huaidie, but he had also eaten the pastry she had bitten into. Was this a sign of divine intervention? Fan Rushuang clenched her handkerchief tightly, her sharp nails leaving several impressions in her palm. And Yuan Ho glanced down at his daughter and lowered his voice, advising her not to stare. Yen Hanyun was already married. Upon returning home, he would arrange a marriage for her that would undoubtedly surpass this one. And Yuan Ho would never allow Fan Rushuang to become a concubine to Yen Hanyun. Furthermore, the political landscape was becoming increasingly clear. Whether it was the crown prince or Shi Wang ascending the throne, Yen Hanyun was doomed. He was simply not a suitable choice for a husband, especially as a cripple. Fan Rushuang lowered her head in dismay. yet she was undeniably enamored with the martial prince. And Yuan Ho frowned and remarked, "Did you not observe how Yen Hanyun and his princess harmonize so perfectly? If you were to marry him, there would be no place for you." He was convinced that his daughter would win the prince's heart back, when Huaidie was merely a woman of beauty without substance. And his daughter had confidence that she could outshine her. Wen Huaidie licked the crumbs from the corner of her mouth, clearly hearing the conversation between Fan Ruo Shuang and Fan Ing. She lifted her gaze to Yen Hanyun's well-defined jawline, feeling an overwhelming urge to claim him. A bite on his neck would surely deter any further desires from others. Yen Hanyun looked down at Wen Huaidie, feeling an inexplicable chill run down his spine. Her gaze seemed to appraise him like a dish laid out before her. What was amiss? There had been a peculiar tension since earlier. "I am quite well. I merely believe that food is best enjoyed while it is hot," she replied. Yen Hanyun's expression was one of confusion. What did she possibly mean? Wen Huaidie stood and exchanged a glance with the crown prince before exiting the hall. Moments later, the crown prince also rose and left the main chamber. Sitting in her seat, Wen Yuanshan felt a sense of unease and discreetly followed them out. Within the hidden recesses of a foam mountain, Wen Huaidie's tears flowed like pearls from a broken string as she clung tightly to Zhao Zongjia, weeping. "Your Highness, I do not wish to marry. I love you and do not want to wed the Emperor of Dongling." The crown prince wrapped his arms around Wen Huaidie, feeling her soft warmth against him, and her dependence on him rendered him weak. "Ruier, I too do not wish for you to go to Dongling for marriage, but my father insists, and even my mother does not support me in this matter. I truly have no recourse." The crown prince gently stroked Wen Huaidie's back. Given her status, he had been hesitant to claim her, wanting to demonstrate his regard for her. With the beauty in his embrace, it was only natural for his heart to stir. However, he restrained himself after a few caresses. If the Emperor of Dongling were to discover that she was not a pure maiden after their marriage, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. No matter how much he desired Wen Huaidie, he could not touch her now. With her head nestled in the embrace of the crown prince, Wen Huaidie felt his hand come to an abrupt halt, a flicker of shadow crossing her eyes. She pressed herself deeper into Zhao Zongjia's arms, playfully declaring, "Your Highness, my feelings for you are unwavering. If I cannot become your woman in this life, I would rather end it now in your embrace than endure the torment of the tyrant of Dongling." Stealthily, Wen Huaidie applied an aphrodisiac to her lips and seized Zhao Zongjia in a fervent kiss. Behind the rockery, a flabbergasted Wen Yuanshan gazed at the intertwined pair. Should this encounter be discovered, Wen Huaidie would surely forsake her marriage alliance, and she herself would be unable to wed the crown prince. In a flurry of panic, Wen Yuanshan was at a loss for what to do. Meanwhile, hidden among the tree branches, Wen Huaidie watched the unfolding farce with a bemused smile. Just as she had anticipated, Wen Huaidie was willing to go to any lengths to avoid the marriage alliance. Upon returning to the Grand Hall, she exchanged a knowing glance with Chu Taowen, who immediately feigned intoxication to lead the Prince of Xi away for some fresh air. As the two approached the vicinity of the rockery, with the eunuch in tow, they were met with the sound of feminine moans. Upon closer inspection, they found the crown prince Zhao Zongjia obliviously embracing the two daughters of the one family. Enraged, Chu Taowen bellowed at the Prince of Xi. "The kingdom of Kangao has no intention of a marriage alliance, and there is no need for such humiliation towards our emperor." He forcefully shook off the Prince of Xi's hand and rushed forward, dragging the disheveled trio towards the Grand Hall. Left behind, the Prince of Xi's expression shifted from shock to elation. The crown prince had indeed landed himself in a grave predicament. Outside the hall, the palace maids and eunuchs gasped in astonishment as they saw Chu Taowen hauling the three pale figures towards them. Upon closer inspection, they recognized one of them as the crown prince. The commotion brought the singing and dancing within the hall to a halt, and all eyes turned towards the entrance. Emperor Xuchong furrowed his brow, demanding, "What is happening? Send someone to investigate." Before the inner servant could take a step, Chu Taowen had already dragged the trio inside. He flung them to the ground and glared at Emperor Xuchong, raising his voice, "Shouldn't your majesty provide me with an explanation, and an explanation for our Dongling kingdom?" The hall fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 19. framing Wen Huaidie to bear the blame the crown prince, having been unceremoniously thrown to the ground, awoke to find himself surrounded by onlookers, stark naked. He froze in disbelief, shouting at the eunuch hiding behind a pillar, "Hurry, bring me my clothes." Emperor Xuchong's face twisted in fury as he seized a wine cup from the table and hurled it at the crown prince, striking him on the forehead and leaving a gaping wound. The crown prince, now utterly dazed, began to piece together fragmented memories, his complexion paling dramatically. Not only had he been in bed with Wen Huaidie in the cave, but he had also been with Wen Huaidie. "Father, I am wronged." The crown prince suddenly felt the gravity of his situation, kneeling and repeatedly bowing his head in desperation. Chu Taowen's voice resonated like thunder, palpable with indignation. "Wronged? I witnessed it with my own eyes alongside His Highness the Prince of Xi. You were caught in a compromising position with a woman our emperor sought to marry in that cave, and yet you dare cry injustice." Wen Huaidie attempted to grasp Yen Hanyun's hand. Ever since the three had been brought in, he had covered his eyes with his hands. Several minutes had passed, yet he had not lowered them. Yen Hanyun looked at the crown prince with disdain as he donned the eunuch's outer robe, warning him not to look, lest it tarnish his vision. Prince Xi hurriedly approached, noting the atmosphere in the grand hall had turned exceedingly grave. He stood by, his countenance cold and his lips sealed. Upon seeing him enter, Emperor Xuchong sternly inquired, "Prince Xi, is what Duke Yang said true?" Prince Xi, visibly troubled, bowed his head, pleading for forgiveness from his father. "Your Highness, the crown prince must have been intoxicated, momentarily losing his senses to commit such a grievous error. I implore you, father, to temper your anger." At this, the crown prince's fury surged like a tempest. Though Prince Xi appeared to be interceding on his behalf, he had, in truth, already condemned him. The crown prince bellowed, "Father, I was drugged." Meanwhile, Wen Huaidie, who had remained lucid throughout, knelt silently, her head bowed, quietly shedding tears. Upon hearing the crown prince's declaration of being drugged, Emperor Xuchong furrowed his brow and asked, "Who administered the drug?" The crown prince cast his gaze toward the still unconscious Wen Huaidie on the ground, picking up a teapot from the side and splashing its contents on her face. "Father, it was Wen Huaidie who drugged me. She did not wish to marry, so she used the drug to entice me." Wen Huaidie, abruptly awakened by the splash, felt as though struck by lightning upon hearing this accusation. Yet, she found herself unable to refute it. She was already bound to the crown prince, and offending him would surely lead to a dire future. A fleeting glance caught Wen Huaidie kneeling nearby, and an idea sparked in her mind. She quickly countered, "It was not I, but Wen Huaidie. She is the one who drugged the crown prince and me." Wen Huaidie looked up in disbelief at Wen Huaidie. "Your Majesty, it was not I. When I arrived, I saw the crown prince and my cousin in an intimate embrace within the cave. Fearing my cousin might be betrothed to Dongling, I thought to separate them. Unbeknownst to me, the crown prince, in his stupor, seized me. I assure you, I did not administer the drug." Emperor Xuchong turned to Zhao Zongjia, demanding, "Crown prince, who truly drugged you?" The crown prince's gaze shifted between Wen Huaidie and Wen Huaidie, casting a furtive glance at Wen Jianlin. Receiving the signal, he immediately retorted, "Father, it was Wen Huaidie. She sprinkled the drug powder on me." Wen Huaidie finally managed to pull Yen Hanyun's hand down, observing that the three had donned their garments. She lamented, "I've been waiting so long, yet I missed all the excitement." Yen Hanyun, with a darkened expression, replied, "What excitement? It is all but a cesspool." Wen Huaidie proclaimed, "The crown prince first claims it was Wen Huaidie who drugged him, then shifts blame to Wen Huaidie. Is he not merely crying thief and seeking a scapegoat?" The assembly turned to her, for the two disreputable women kneeling before them were both sisters of Wen Huaidie. Was the lady of the martial king rescuing someone, or merely fanning the flames? The crown prince lamented, "At that moment I was caught off guard. A mere turn of my head led to my being rendered unconscious by the drug. Indeed, I cannot discern much. If my father does not believe me, he may summon the imperial physician at once for a diagnosis. I was undeniably drugged, which accounts for my foolish actions." Chu Taowen forcefully slammed the table, splitting it in two and spilling wine across the floor. My Eastern Ling kingdom has come earnestly to seek marriage. If you are unwilling, you ought to have stated so earlier. There was no need for this uproar, which shows utter disregard for my Eastern Ling kingdom. With that, he kicked a dish that had fallen to the ground and stormed out in a fit of rage. The assembly within the grand hall exchanged glances, rendered speechless, uncertain of how to proceed. The Marquis of Yang was thoroughly incensed. Would this lead to war? Emperor Xuchong felt displeased that Chu Taowen had not even bowed to him upon leaving, his anger intensifying as he glanced at the three individuals kneeling before him. Summoned the imperial physician. When the physician arrived and beheld the scene, he felt a pang of anxiety. After examining the three, he knelt and reported, "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has indeed been administered an aphrodisiac. Miss Wen Huaidie has also been affected, while Wen Yuanshan has not." The Crown Prince exhaled in relief upon hearing this. Wen Huaidie immediately pointed an accusatory finger at Wen Yuanshan, exclaiming, "It was you. You must have drugged both me and the Crown Prince." Wen Yuanshan's complexion turned pale, regret flooding her heart. She was the only one present at the time, and now she found herself unable to defend her innocence. "Cousin, it is clear that you harbor feelings for the Crown Prince and did not wish to marry into Eastern Ling. Thus, you drugged him to force the matter. And now you seek to frame me." Wen Yuanshan cried out in despair. Emperor Xuchong turned to Wen Jianlin. "Wen Chancellor, one is your daughter, and the other is your niece. What is your perspective on this matter?" Dark shadows clouded Wen Jianlin's eyes. Today's events had far exceeded his expectations. He suspected that it was indeed Wen Huaidie who had administered the drug. He had previously discussed arranging for Wen Yuanshan to marry the Crown Prince, and she had no reason to instigate such chaos. Yet, in this moment, he had to defend his daughter. Thus, Wen Jianlin approached Wen Yuanshan and knelt before Emperor Xuchong, saying, "Your Majesty, it is my failure in guidance that has led to this disgraceful incident. I had no intention of allowing Yuanshan to enter the palace today. It was she who implored me, expressing her admiration for the Crown Prince, wishing merely to catch a distant glimpse of him. She knelt and begged me so earnestly that I consented to bring her to the banquet. I never anticipated she would harbor such intentions. It is my fault." Wen Yuanshan glared at Wen Jianlin with eyes filled with hatred. He chose to protect Wen Huaidie, abandoning her. "Uncle, are you accusing me for the sake of my cousin?" Wen Huaidie's eyes gleamed with triumph. Wen Huaidie absent-mindedly rubbed her abdomen, feeling a bit hungry, wondering when the attendants would arrive. "Your Majesty, this is a pouch containing the drug discovered in the pocket of Miss Wen's dress," one of the guards announced, entering with the garments of the three, holding a yellow paper pouch. Wen Huaidie's pupils dilated as she pointed at Wen Yuanshan, shouting, "It was you. You must have secretly placed it there after drugging us." Wen Yuanshan, in a fit of rage, bit her lip until it bled, due to the untimely demise of her father and her lower status. It is utterly unfair that she should be made a scapegoat for Wen Huaidie. In a fit of rage, she cried out without restraint, "Wen Huaidie, it is you who tarnish your own dignity. You fancied the Crown Prince. Yet when the Emperor proposed your marriage to the injured Prince Wu Ming, you scorned him for his disabilities. Thus, you compelled your uncle to fetch the ailing Wen Huaidie, who had languished in the countryside for a decade, to take your place. On the very night of her return, your mother denied her food, precipitating her heart condition and nearly leading to her demise. You declare that she must wait until after the wedding to die. When the Eastern Ling kingdom sought a bride, you refused to go, branding their emperor a tyrant and a blind man. You even wished for your uncle to persuade the Crown Prince to allow Princess Xinyue to replace you. Today, you deliberately donned the most ragged attire to attend the palace banquet, aiming to diminish your beauty in the eyes of Marquis Yang. When your schemes faltered, you resorted to poisoning the Crown Prince, intent on becoming his consort. Now you dare to slander me. You wretched creature, may you meet a most unfortunate end. Struck down by heaven's wrath. Empress Yu's face turned ashen, her hand trembling as she pointed at Wen Huaidie. Beside her, Princess Xinyue, consumed by fury, leaped from her seat and seized Wen Huaidie by the hair, forcefully dragging her down. "How dare you set your sights on me?" Emperor Xuchong closed his eyes, exclaiming, "What sort of decorum is this?" Quickly, restrained Princess Xinyue. Yen Hanyan tightly grasped Wen Huaidie's hand, casting a glance her way. Noticing her calm demeanor, he inexplicably felt a sense of relief. Did she also disdain her own legs? Yen Hanyan gestured towards Wen Huaidie. She let out a pained scream, collapsing to the ground, clutching her knee in agony. The onlookers recoiled in fright at Yen Hanyan's fearsome countenance, retreating in terror. You dare to label me a cripple? Very well. I shall render you one. Your Majesty, it is late. I shall escort the princess away, he declared, promptly taking Wen Huaidie out of the grand hall. The ministers observed Yen Hanyan, one hand holding Wen Huaidie's, the other maneuvering his wheelchair, feeling a pang of sorrow within. To rub salt in the wound in front of so many was utterly disheartening. Were it not for this gathering, Yen Hanyan might have unleashed a massacre. Fortunately, Chu Taowen had left in a huff. Had he overheard Wen Huaidie's insult regarding the Eastern Ling Emperor, one could only imagine the extent of his fury. Emperor Xuchong clenched his fists, struggling to contain his growing anger. To have one or two subjects challenge his authority, coupled with the burden of dealing with a multitude of troublesome affairs, was exceedingly vexing. Wen Jianlin knelt, pleading, Your Majesty, I was unaware of the substitution. My wife merely informed me of bringing back the eldest daughter for the sake of attending the second daughter's wedding. By the time I learned of the situation, it was already beyond remedy, and for the sake of my family, I could only acquiesce to this error. I bear the guilt. The Minister of War stepped forward, stating, Your Majesty, indeed, Chancellor Wen has erred, yet his transgressions do not warrant death. I implore you, considering his years of devotion to the court, to show leniency. A succession of prominent officials rose to plead for Wen Jianlin. The emperor's expression grew even more grim. Since you assert that it was your wife and second daughter who orchestrated this, how do you believe I should deal with them? Wen Jianlin raised his gaze resolutely toward Emperor Xuchong. I believe they should be sentenced to death. Wen Huaidie, who lay on the ground, writhing with a broken leg, was utterly stunned. Meanwhile, Wen Yuanshan, still kneeling, felt as though a great net was closing around her, with shadows lurking everywhere. Overcome by fear, she fainted and collapsed to the ground. How could her uncle be so ruthless, deciding the fate of his wife and daughter so callously? Executing Wen Huaidie would serve as an explanation to the Dongling kingdom. As for your wife, I command you to personally strangle her. Without hesitation, Wen Jianlin replied, I obey your command. Yet, this was not sufficient. Wen Jianlin had yet to face punishment. Emperor Xuchong spoke sternly. Remove Wen Jianlin from the position of chancellor, demote him to deputy minister of the Honglu Temple, and confine the crown prince to the Eastern Palace for 3 months without leave. At the Wanshi building, Wen Huaidie joyfully indulged in her favorite delicacies, occasionally feeding a morsel to Yen Hanyan. It was as if a playful kitten sat beside her, eating and gently stroking its head. Noticing the sparkle in her eyes, Yen Hanyan's voice resonated with a deep, magnetic timbre. Are you happy? Wen Huaidie blinked, raising an eyebrow. I am especially delighted. Yen Hanyan inquired. Is it because of Wen Huaidie? Wen Huaidie candidly confessed. The more they suffer, the more tragic their end, the more satisfaction I derive from their anguish. Yen Hanyan wiped the sauce from the corner of Wen Huaidie's mouth with his thumb and then savoringly licked it clean. Do you wish for them to live or die? Wen Huaidie smiled, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. I want them to wish for death. Daming entered, announcing, My lord, the emperor has condemned Wen Huaidie to death, commanding Wen Jianlin to execute Mei, and has demoted Wen Jianlin to deputy minister of the Honglu Temple, while the crown prince is to be imprisoned in the Eastern Palace for 3 months. Wen Huaidie's chewing slowed at the mention of the deputy minister of the Honglu Temple. This meant that Wen Jianlin would frequently encounter Chu Taowen, even having to receive him with utmost respect. Was Emperor Xuchong doing this intentionally? Yen Hanyan asked. Have the officials from the noble families interceded for Wen Jianlin? Daming nodded. Your guess is remarkably accurate. If not for this, Emperor Xuchong would have executed Wen Jianlin for disobeying the imperial command. In essence, he is still too timid to confront the noble families directly. A cool breeze from the window tousled Wen Huaidie's hair. Yen Hanyan turned and removed the hairpin from her coiffure, redoing it into a simple bun. Wen Huaidie tilted her head back, gazing into Yen Hanyun's brows and eyes. "My lord, you possess such skills?" Yen Hanyun explained. "When I was young, my father often helped my mother with her hair, and I learned from him. However, this is the first time I've styled a woman's hair, and in the future, it shall only be you." Wen Huaidie's gaze faltered for a moment. Whether this was true or not, it brought her some joy to hear. After satisfying her appetite, she descended the stairs, only to encounter an uninvited guest. With an expressionless face, Wen Huaidie regarded Fan Rushuang, who stood before Yen Hanyun. Just moments ago, he had declared she would be the only one for him, and now the unwelcome third party had arrived. The words of men are deceitful. Not a single one can be trusted. Fan Rushuang gazed at Yen Hanyun with a delicate allure, saying, "Your Highness, it has been 3 years since we last met, and I have missed you dearly." As she spoke, the emotions in her eyes nearly welled up and spilled forth. Yen Hanyun felt a chill run down his spine. With a perplexed expression, he turned to Fan Rushuang and inquired, "Who are you?" Fan Rushuang was momentarily taken aback, unable to bear the blow. She covered her mouth with a handkerchief, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Your Highness, do you not remember me?" Chapter 21. The green-eyed monster for a fleeting moment. The air in the hall seemed to still. Yen Hanyun's demeanor shifted as a memory surfaced. "You are Fan Rushuang, the daughter of the Marquis of Anyuan?" Fan Rushuang's face blossomed with a radiant smile, her gaze tenderly fixed upon Yen Hanyun's face. It appeared that he still remembered. In her childhood, she often accompanied her father to the Wei Yuan general's residence, where she would watch him practice swordsmanship. Wen Huaidie, observing with a detached expression, realized they were childhood sweethearts. Fan Rushuang lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, and continued, "At that time, my uncle even said that when I grew up, he would have you marry me." Wen Huaidie pursed her lips, suppressing her disdain. Was there truly such a childhood betrothal? As Yen Hanyun noticed Wen Huaidie's cold withdrawal, his heart began to feel numb. "Miss Fan must be mistaken. My father has never uttered such words. I'm already betrothed, and I kindly ask you to be cautious with your words, lest you tarnish my reputation." Fan Rushuang looked at Wen Huaidie with a sense of injustice. "Your Highness, I did not mean it that way. It has simply been so long since we last met, and I wish to reminisce with His Highness. Please do not take offense." Wen Huaidie clenched her teeth, feeling irked by the woman's pretentiousness. Yet, looking at Fan Rushuang, she could not shake off the feeling of annoyance. A mere fly? How could she be bothered by such a triviality? Why was the Marquis of Anyuan so unconcerned about his daughter wandering alone at night? Let her not end up like Wen Huaidie, who failed in her schemes and lost everything in the process. Standing nearby, Daming watched with surprise, feeling a twinge of apprehension. The princess spoke with such harshness, her words sharp yet devoid of vulgarity, appearing quite healthy despite her supposed frailty. Indeed, when women became envious, they could unleash a flurry of barbed words at their rivals. Fan Rushuang clutched her skirt, her voice soft yet somewhat affected. "After all, Wen Huaidie is your Highness's biological sister. Is it truly appropriate for you to strike her while she is down?" "I have always harbored a deep disdain for wickedness and relish in delivering retribution," Wen Huaidie retorted. "If you feel pity for my ruthless sister, why not have the Marquis of Anyuan plead for her in the palace? Perhaps the Emperor, in light of the Marquis's past military achievements, might spare Wen Huaidie's life. A debt of gratitude ought to be repaid with loyalty. Perhaps she could serve as your aunt one day." Fan Rushuang's eyes widened in shock. "You are so uncouth." Wen Huaidie chuckled softly. "I have grown up in the countryside and am not of noble birth." With that, she turned her gaze to Yen Hanyun, remarking, "Your Highness, sitting in a wheelchair, resembles a dashing rogue watching a play from the audience. If you wish to reminisce, feel free. I am weary and shall take my leave." Yen Hanyun was left utterly astonished, his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an entire egg. He had merely wished to observe the way when Huaidie became jealous and mocked others for his sake, yet he found himself abandoned instead. After entering the carriage, Wen Huaidie disregarded whether Yen Hanyun had boarded and promptly instructed Ling Ming, "Return to the residence at once." The coachman glanced towards the entrance of Wansher building, realizing that the prince had not yet arrived. Noticing the carriage remained stationary, Wen Huaidie, irate, exclaimed, are my words of no consequence? I command you to depart immediately. A fine sheen of sweat appeared on the coachman's brow as he found himself in a dilemma. What was he to do? Bing Xia seized the reins from the coachman and struck the horse, indignant that anyone would dare disregard her master's orders. They were all unworthy, indecisive, and nothing but playboys, surely. One day she would see them all poisoned. As Daming pushed Yen Huaidie out from within, he caught sight of the carriage's rear turning the corner ahead. Daming lowered his head in silence, contemplating what to do next. Should he push him back? Meanwhile, Fan Rushuang, who stubbornly trailed behind, felt a surge of satisfaction upon seeing Wen Huaidie depart. A faint smile graced her face as she thought, the prince and princess clearly do not regard you highly enough. Such arrogance is unbecoming. Yen Huaidie shot her a cold glance, responding, "It pleases me to indulge. What concern is it of yours?" Daming, push him back. Obeying the command, Daming promptly maneuvered Yen Huaidie's wheelchair in pursuit of the carriage. Fan Rushuang stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, her expression rigid. After a prolonged silence, her eyes brimmed with malice as she muttered to herself, "Wen Huaidie, I will see you perish." Upon returning to the snow pavilion, Wen Huaidie ordered her servants to shut the gate and decreed that no one, not even Yen Huaidie, was permitted entry. The guard stationed at the door looked on in bewilderment as the gate was secured from within. What had transpired? A quarter of an hour later, Yen Huaidie returned only to be met with a closed door. He turned to the guard and inquired, what was the princess's demeanor upon her return? The guard recollected and replied. She bore no expression, though she appeared somewhat displeased, stating that even you, my lord, were not to open this door. Yen Huaidie pursed his lips, feeling as though calamity had befallen him unjustly. From the elevated vantage of Shuzhou residence, Yen Huaidie gazed at the adjacent room, now shrouded in darkness, his emotions oscillating between elation and regret. The hour past midnight enveloped the royal residence in silence, with no one stirring outside. Clad in black, Wen Huaidie floated out of the snow pavilion like a wisp of a ghost. Within the capital's post station, Duke Yang, Chu Taowen, was diligently penning a letter destined for Emperor Ouyang Xian of Dongling. Naturally, this letter served merely as a ruse, filled with accounts of his observations from that day. Each word conveyed Chu Taowen's profound indignation. Hearing the sound of the window being opened, he halted his writing, gripping the sword resting on the table close to his chest. "It is I." When Huaidie removed her hood, Chu Taowen's eyes flickered, and he laid down his sword, bowing respectfully, "Master." When Huaidie settled herself and picked up the still damp letter from the table, casting a fleeting glance at its contents. The individuals responsible for the robbery were undoubtedly arranged by Prince Shi Zhao Zhongsong, intent on emphasizing the crown prince's incompetence with excessive ink. General Nie Xiaotian of the southern garrison was, in fact, an ally of the crown prince, a revelation that caught Wen Huaidie unawares. The more one is oppressed, the more resolute their rebellion becomes when pushed to the brink. Chu Taowen remarked, "Yes, I shall make the changes shortly. Did the Lord come in the dead of night to assign me something of great importance?" Wen Huaidie's gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, brimming with latent power. Tomorrow, during the military engagement, gauge Yen Huaidie's current strength. Chu Taowen's eyes widened. Yen Huaidie was unlikely to make an appearance, as Zhao Zhongsong had dispatched Nie Xiaotian to deal with him, while the other two had been summoned from the grasp of the king of Wu Ming. When Huaidie replied, "Then we shall force them to bring Yen Huaidie into play." Today in the Great Hall, Yen Huaidie utilized his inner strength to cripple Wen Huaidie's legs. It appears his martial prowess has not diminished significantly despite his poisoned and impaired legs. Chu Taowen's fingers fidgeted, his gaze fixed on Wen Huaidie, as if pondering a matter of great significance. "I understand," he said. Wen Huaidie continued, "Let us temporarily set aside the matter of the marriage alliance. Inform Ouyang Xian to seize the opportunity to demand valuables and gifts from the kingdom of Tsangao as compensation for emotional distress. The more exorbitant the demands, the better. They will surely negotiate." Chu Taowen blinked, realizing that his master remained as avaricious as ever. Chapter 22. 3 visits to the snow pavilion, entwined in affection the following morning. Prince Shi awaited at the relay station to apologize to Chu Taowen. The previous day, Emperor Xuchong had detained Prince Shi along with several prominent ministers for deliberations in the Zhangyi Hall for 2 hours, only allowing their release at midnight. Wen Jianlin, clad in the attire of a 6th-rank temple official, stood behind the deputy minister of the Honglu Temple. Last night, he had suffocated Mei Shi to death. With the sudden loss of his daughter and wife, the Wen household could not even hang mourning banners, let alone hold a proper funeral. Prince Shi sat in the main hall, head bowed, sipping tea. Duke Yang Chu Taowen had already perused the letter sent to the kingdom of Dongling, which he had dispatched overnight. Just reading the words had thoroughly lambasted Emperor Xuchong and the crown prince. Chu Taowen had written plainly, asserting that their kingdom of Tsang Ao regarded Dongling with disdain, completely disregarding Ouyang Xian. Last night's spectacle was entirely their own orchestrated farce. It was a blatant humiliation. Upon reading the letter, Prince Shi felt a chill in his heart. The fury it would incite in Emperor Dongling upon receipt was unimaginable. Ouyang Xian was not one to suffer in silence. A man who rose to power over the corpses of his own father and siblings had a temperament that ignited at the slightest provocation. Chu Taowen entered the main hall with others, letting out a heavy snort upon seeing them. Prince Shi rose and addressed him, Duke Yang, by the emperor's command. I have come specifically to apologize to you for yesterday's events. I am sincerely remorseful. Chu Taowen sprawled in his seat, offering not even a courteous gesture to Prince Shi. What explanation shall your esteemed emperor provide to me? Prince Shi, swallowing his indignation, clapped his hands. The guards carried in a stretcher from outside. Unveiling the white cloth draped over the corpse revealed Wen Huaidie's lifeless body. The Prince of Shi remarked, after the imperial physician's examination, it was revealed that Wen Huaidie had administered poison to His Highness the Crown Prince, leading to yesterday's farcical incident. Consequently, the Emperor has decreed her execution, providing an explanation to the Emperor of Dongling. Simultaneously, we have pledged that all unmarried women of the entire Tsingao kingdom shall be at the disposal of the Marquis of Yang. Even the beloved Princess Xinyue is no exception. Should the Emperor of Dongling take a fancy to any, an immediate union shall follow. Chu Taowen coldly interjected, disdain etched across his face. They're all mere frivolities. My emperor is not one to be easily impressed. I have already dispatched a letter back to Dongling. Let's wait a while longer. Zhao Zongcong remained silent. If all are deemed unworthy, with such lofty standards, why not aim for the heavens? Chu Taowen turned to the figure of Wen Jianlin standing behind. Your Highness, the other day, I inquired if you were ready for the military competition. I wonder if preparations are complete? The Prince of Shi was taken aback. Even at this juncture, a competition is to be held. It appears the desire for war in Dongling is quite pronounced. Everything is in order. We may proceed at once. Chu Taowen declared. Then let us depart. Minister 1, my guard is afflicted with a sudden ailment. You shall lead my horse. The onlookers swallowed hard. Must one be led to the military camp on horseback? Surely, you are not incapable of riding. Wen Jianlin was well aware that this was Chu Taowen's attempt at humiliation. Yet he could only endure. He stepped forward, lowering his head to respond. This official shall lead. In the residence of the martial king, Wen Huaidie had just finished her breakfast when Steward Yan arrived with servants carrying gifts to the snow pavilion. Your Highness, these are presents chosen by the prince from the storeroom, specifically for you. Wen Huaidie remained as still as a mountain, not even casting a glance at the steward. Noticing her indifference, Steward Yan awkwardly fidgeted in place. He waved his hand, instructing the servants to set the items down before retreating to seek out Yin Hanyan. Your Highness, the princess didn't even spare a glance. Yin Hanyan frowned and went to investigate. Sighing, Steward Yin brought another batch of hairpins and jewelry. Wen Huaidie glanced askance. Where is Yin Hanyan? Steward Yin swallowed hard. Having dropped the title of prince, addressing him by name indicated that she was still displeased. The prince is just next door. He returned from court early and stood outside the snow pavilion for quite some time while you were still asleep. Wen Huaidie arose and seated herself on a swing in the courtyard. Steward Yin remained where he was, glancing at Bingxia's face, and subtly gestured. What is the situation? Bingxia gently shook her head, mouthing the words without sound. Go find the prince. Steward Yin understood. To untie the bell, one must find the one who tied it. It was necessary for the prince to come personally. He hurriedly rushed back to the snow bamboo residence. "Your Highness, the princess inquired about you, but dismissed me. You must personally appease her." Yen Hanyun's eyes sparkled. "She asked about me?" The steward bobbed his head like a chick pecking at grains. "Yes, she asked where you were." Yen Hanyun waved his hand, and Dameng promptly pushed him toward the next room. Upon seeing Yen Hanyun enter, Lianming and the others retreated. Wen Huaidie, seated on the swing, turned her head away, refusing to look at him. Yen Hanyun maneuvered his wheelchair to face her. One sat on the swing, while the other occupied the wheelchair, their gazes aligning on the same horizontal plane. "Dyer, I am sorry. I was wrong." Wen Huaidie fixed her gaze upon him. "What, pray tell, did you do wrong?" Yen Hanyun promptly explained, "I have no relationship with Fan Rushuang whatsoever. She merely visited a few times when her father came to discuss official matters with my father during our childhood. So many years have passed, I hardly remember her." Wen Huaidie, with a cold expression, remarked, "From your tone, it seems the prince actually feels a sense of regret about forgetting Fan Rushuang." Yen Hanyun's eyes widened in disbelief. When did he ever express regret about forgetting her? Certainly not. The fact that he had completely forgotten her name and appearance indicated she was merely a passerby in his life, of no significance at all. When Huaidie pinched his chin, lifting it to meet her gaze. "If she is so unimportant, why did you converse with her so much? You don't even remember her, yet you recognize her surname, Fan?" She continued, "I wondered why she kept directing her daggers at me during the palace banquet. Turns out she is the prince's childhood companion. What a deep affection you have for her, waiting expectantly at the base of Wan Shi Tower for a chance encounter." Yen Hanyun's heart raced. How had her words distorted the situation? No wonder the ancients claimed that only women and petty men are difficult to manage. Had he known it would lead to this, he would have pretended to forget entirely. The pressure of her fingers on his chin intensified. Feeling a sudden impulse, Yen Hanyun lowered his head and took Wen Huaidie's delicate, porcelain-like fingers into his mouth. The neatly trimmed and rounded nail of her index finger brushed against his tongue, devoid of sharpness. Wen Huaidie froze, about to withdraw her hand, but Yen Hanyun drew her in deeper. "I am enamored with you. To me, other women are inconsequential. Not even a strand of your hair compares." His voice was laced with a moist sound, the wetness of his lips palpable. Wen Huaidie's eyes darkened, and her finger twitched. What was initially meant to be a playful tease had unintentionally transformed into an instinctive act of swallowing. Surrounded by the blooming phoenix flowers, the two felt the stirrings of desire. When Ling Ming and others entered, they discovered a cut on Yen Hanyun's lip, while the lips of their princess appeared slightly swollen. Throughout his conversation with Daming, Yen Hanyun's gaze remained fixed on Wen Huaidie. "Prepare the carriage. I shall take the princess out of the city for a leisure trip," he commanded. Daming complied, his eyes careful not to wander, hurriedly exiting the snow pavilion. In the carriage, Wen Huaidie savored the vibrant, glossy, candied hawthorn, leaning against the window to gaze outside. "If it feels stifling in the mansion, I can always come out to play. Just have the steward assign a few more guards," she suggested. Wen Huaidie replied, "It's no fun with too many people, and besides, you're never around when I go out." Yen Hanyun leaned forward and plucked a candied hawthorn from the skewer with his teeth. "That was my oversight. In the future, I will make time to take the princess out." Chapter 23. Out of the city for leisure. A disastrous plea for aid. The carriage halted at the southern bamboo forest, 10 miles outside the city. The towering bamboo swayed in the summer breeze, creating a harmonious melody reminiscent of a tranquil retreat from the world. Wen Huaidie reclined in a bamboo chair, her eyes gazing out over the lake, the canopy above shielding her from the scorching sun, providing a cooler respite than staying in the royal mansion with ice basins. Yen Hanyun sat beside her, holding a fishing rod, his eyes fixed intently on the bobbing float upon the lake's surface. Ling Ming placed the grapes, washed clean with spring water, on the makeshift low table before the two. Wen Huaidie plucked one and popped it in her mouth, squinting. "So sweet, your highness, do try." She offered a green grape to Yen Hanyun's lips. Indeed, it was quite sweet, yet not as sweet as the lips of the princess. Wen Huaidie bit her lip and pinched Yen Hanyun's thigh hard, feeling that with so many people around, the prince should have felt some embarrassment. Meanwhile, Bing Xia and Daming quietly stepped back, realizing they had overstepped their bounds by standing too close. A gust of wind blew, and Wen Huaidie gazed into the distance. They were merely 3 miles from the southern camp. Chu Taowen's side must have already commenced. Prince Shi Zhao Zongzong had veins bulging on his forehead, as if he might rise in indignation at any moment. In the arena, Chu Taowen was mounted on his steed, his sword poised just a fingernail's breadth from the brow of the southern general of Sangao nation, Nie Xiaotian. One was a commanding figure, pristine and dignified, while the other was dust-covered, resembling someone who had just tumbled in the mud. Nie Xiaotian's armor had even been cut to tatters by Chu Taowen's blade, resembling that of a beggar. In less than a quarter of an hour, Chu Taowen had vanquished Nie Xiaotian, and the manner of his defeat was utterly humiliating. Throughout the bout, Nie Xiaotian had been relentlessly dominated, akin to a dog toyed with. At this moment, Chu Taowen's face was a mask of mockery as he circled Nie Xiaotian on horseback after sheathing his sword. He then called out to Prince Shi. So this is the southern general of Sangao nation, defeated before even reaching 30 moves. Such a person is unworthy to even serve as a deputy under my command. Feng Chun and Du Shutian wore serious expressions. They had been sent by Wen Huaidie to provide support. If the opposing deputy generals could best Nie Xiaotian, their own positions would be precarious. They had not anticipated Chu Taowen's strength to be so formidable. Such prowess they had only witnessed in their own prince. Nie Xiaotian, the southern general of Sangao nation and also the father-in-law of Prince Shi, had been so effortlessly defeated in this setting, bringing shame to Prince Shi. Soldiers rushed in to assist Nie Xiaotian from the arena. Prince Shi cast a dark look at Feng Chun and Du Shutian, demanding, "Are you too confident in securing victory?" The two fell silent for a moment, finally responding, "We shall spare no effort." Prince Shi clenched his fists and stated solemnly, "You must win, even at the cost of your lives." Zhao Zongzong's gaze suggested that should they fail, their lives will be forfeit. Feng Chen's expression was grave. With no clear understanding of their adversaries, only through direct confrontation could they ascertain their chances of victory. They were not Wen Huaidie, after all. Chu Taowen, brimming with pride, leaped onto the tiger-headed chair and pointed at the 2 deputy generals standing nearby, commanding, "Go, defeat them thoroughly, so that the soldiers of Sangao nation may witness the might of our Dongling nation." The southern camp fell into a heavy silence. They wished to shout, to retort, yet their general, Nie Xiaotian, lay in such a disheveled state. They lacked the confidence to proclaim certain victory. In the end, Feng Chun and Du Shutian each emerged with 1 victory and 1 defeat. Chu Taowen remained seated like a mountain, revealing the diminished combat prowess of the Kangao kingdom following the loss of the war god, Wu Mingwang. A young soldier clad in the garb of an inner servant squeezed through the crowd to whisper discreetly beside the Prince of Shi, "The Emperor has been informed of the contest's outcome. He has conveyed a decree to your highness, urging you to delay another match until Wu Mingwang arrives to compete against Duke Yang once more." Zhao Zongzong closed his eyes, suppressing his frustration. "I understand. If Chu Taowen is allowed to return to Dongling Kingdom with such arrogance, it won't be long before the armies of Dongling are at our gates. But can the disabled Wen Huaidie truly prevail? In the past, Zhao Zongzong would have been untroubled. Yet now, he felt a looming sense of defeat for Wen Huaidie. Regardless, he had no choice but to take a gamble. He called out to Chu Taowen, "The Kangao kingdom has not lost its war god, Wu Mingwang." Chu Taowen replied with a smirk, "Wen Huaidie cannot even stand. Do you honestly expect him to mount a horse and storm a city?" "Your Highness," the Prince of Shi retorted, "whether it is possible or not is not for Duke Yang to decide. If you doubt it, you may compete against Wu Mingwang yourself." A shadow flickered in Chu Taowen's eyes. They were indeed losing patience. "Wen Huaidie is not even present. How can he compete with me?" The Prince of Shi insisted. "Wu Mingwang has heard of your gallant demeanor in the arena and is eager to challenge you. He is en route as we speak." Chu Taowen crossed his legs and replied, "Then I shall wait." When Emperor Xuchong sent someone to the royal residence to find Wen Huaidie, the steward informed him that the lord had taken the princess out for an excursion. Upon hearing this news, Emperor Xuchong's spittle flew 10 meters in anger. How could Wen Huaidie be so leisurely, entranced by Wen Huaidie, while the emissaries from Dongling had yet to depart? Did he care nothing for the court? The eunuch hurriedly reassured him. Your Majesty, Wu Mingwang and the princess are enjoying their outing near the southern military camp. Surely, the Lord must be concerned. Emperor Xuchong's eyes seemed ready to burst into flames. Then tell him to hurry back. Inform Yen Hanyun that if he cannot defeat Chu Taowen, he should come here with his head. The eunuch's brow twitched. He knew the emperor was merely speaking out of anger and dared not relay such a message to Wu Mingwang. If he did, it might well be his own head that was delivered. By the lakeside at Julin, Wen Huaidie savored a freshly grilled fish. Acknowledging that Yen Hanyun possessed a certain skill in fishing, having caught a sizable grass carp almost immediately after casting his line. Her expression paused as she heard the distant sound of galloping hooves. Help had arrived. 7 seconds later, Yen Hanyun composed his expression and handed the deboned fish to Wen Huaidie. He turned his gaze towards the entrance. The hoofbeats were urgent and numerous. To save time, the emperor's personal eunuch had suggested sending the imperial guards on horseback to notify Yen Hanyun. Their pace was swifter than that of the eunuchs. The imperial guards reined in their horses, almost flying down from their mounts. They skidded to a halt before Yen Hanyun, the dust almost soiling the grilled fish. Fortunately, Daming stepped forward to shield it. The emperor's decree commands Wu Mingwang to immediately proceed to the southern military camp to compete against Chu Taowen. Yen Hanyun furrowed his brow. All lost? The Imperial Guard replied. General Jinan was soundly defeated by Marquis Yang. General Fengshen narrowly won, and General Du also lost. Yen Hanyun's pupils constricted. He had initially believed that even if Nie Xiaotian were to succumb to Chu Taowen, both Fengshen and Du Shutian would triumph over their respective adversaries. Wen Huaidie, who stood up with a plate in hand, was somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated that there would still be a victory. She had explicitly instructed Chu Taowen to secure a clean sweep. It seemed that Yen Hanyun still had a few capable individuals under his command. Turning to Wen Huaidie, Yen Hanyun said, Princess, I will keep Daming here. You may return to the manor once you are finished having fun. Wen Huaidie pouted in displeasure. No, you've gone to such lengths to accompany me. You cannot leave unless you take me with you. The Imperial Guard, still kneeling on the ground, widened his eyes, astonished by the boldness of the princess of the Wuming king. Yen Hanyun disagreed. Women are not permitted in the military camp. Wen Huaidie insisted, you are not practicing today. I have heard that Chu Taowen is exceptionally formidable, and I wish to see the prince engage him. Yen Hanyun pursed his lips, reluctant to take her along. Wen Huaidie grasped his arm, shaking it playfully. Prince, please take me with you. I promise to watch from a distance and say nothing. Softened by her plea, Yen Hanyun, albeit reluctantly, turned to Lianmeng and instructed, bring a hooded cloak for the princess. The camp was filled with men, and he did not wish for so many eyes to be fixated on Wen Huaidie. Chapter 24, A Draw. Seeds of doubt Zhao Zhongsong observed as Yen Hanyun escorted Wen Huaidie into the military camp, even holding her skirt as she dismounted the carriage. He suddenly felt convinced that this battle was destined for failure. A crippled warrior, now bewitched by a woman. How could he possibly prevail against the bloodthirsty Marquis Yang? Du Shutian lowered his head, remorsefully addressing Yen Hanyun. My lord, it is my inadequacy that has led to our defeat in the contest. Yen Hanyun replied, victory and defeat are commonplace in warfare. There is no need for despondency. Chu Taowen rose, casting a downward glance at Wen Huaidie. Wuming king, shall it be a strategic deployment or a barehanded confrontation? Yen Hanyun placed his fingers to his lips and whistled. No need. Mounted combat will suffice. On the battlefield, how could a general not ride? A steed, dark with a hint of red, burst into the camp, galloping towards the arena before coming to a halt before Yen Hanyun. It neighed majestically, exuding an aura more imposing than that of any man. Yen Hanyun placed his hand on the armrest of his wheelchair and sprang onto the horse's back. Chu Taowen's expression grew serious as he mounted, tightening his grip on the longsword, prepared for battle. Prince Zhao Zhongsong muttered to himself in disbelief. He can still ride with a disabled leg? Surely he won't fall? The two fighters exchanged over 30 blows, the clash of swords ringing out with a resounding metallic resonance. Daming stood beside Wen Huaidie, explaining, Princess, that is the Lord's steed, named Thunder. It is a rare and exceptional horse. Thunder responds solely to the prince. With just a glance or the slightest gesture, thunder comprehends his intent. Wen Huaidie exclaimed, "So that is the case. Just by its appearance, one can tell it is an extraordinary horse, as handsome as Yen Huaidie himself." The duel between Chu Taowen and Yen Huaidie persisted for nearly half an hour without a decisive victor. It was not until another quarter of an hour had elapsed that they reached a stalemate, their swords poised at each other's throats in a singular moment. When Huaidie squinted, her expression a tapestry of complexity. Had Yen Huaidie not been poisoned and his legs intact, Chu Taowen would undoubtedly have stood no chance against him. The moniker of the god of war, indeed, was not unfounded. This nobleman held profound admiration for him. The guild master had observed Yen Huaidie's prowess from the sidelines. His task accomplished, as Yen Huaidie sheathed his sword, the nobleman recalled hearing numerous whispers referring to him as the god of slaughter. Chu Taowen turned his horse, contemplating how others might refer to the prince. Yet, within the hearts of the common folk of Tsangao, the martial king was regarded as an invincible deity of battle. If such a figure could not be won over, he would undeniably pose the greatest obstacle to the guild master's ambitions in Tsangao. However, the nuances of their relationship left Chu Taowen somewhat perplexed. The myriad expressions among the commanders at the southern camp revealed their mixed emotions, difficult to articulate. They felt inferior, even to a man rendered incapacitated. Prince Shi's countenance was intricate. It seemed his father's words bore truth. Although Yen Huaidie's legs were now broken, his strength remained formidable. Should he choose to rebel, the royal family's position could swiftly become precarious. The poisoner ought to have administered a more potent toxin. Upon learning of the stalemate between Yen Huaidie and Chu Taowen, Emperor Xuchong finally exhaled in relief. Should war erupt, Yen Huaidie was still capable of fighting. The poison had indeed played a role, albeit modest. The greatest accomplishment of the crown prince in his lifetime was successfully poisoning Yen Huaidie by incapacitating his legs. The threat had been diminished by a third. Upon returning to the palace, Feng Chen remarked, "The deputy general I sparred with appears to hail from the martial world. His skills embody the essence of the rivers and lakes." Du Châtillon grimaced. "The individual I faced possessed extraordinary strength. The long knife he wielded jarred my sword, leaving my arm numb." Yen Huaidie sat silently in his wheelchair, his gaze fixed ahead, his mind replaying the earlier encounter with Chu Taowen. Indeed, there was an essence of the martial world about him. Chu Taowen's agility was on par with that of the prince. His swordplay infused with intent and a hint of nonchalance, reminiscent not of a general stained by the blood of battle, but rather of a wandering swordsman. 2 years prior, Ouyang Xian's ascent to the throne amid the bloodshed in Dongling's imperial city had been replete with incredibility. If the fierce generals aiding his consolidation of power were all from the martial world, what connections might Ouyang Xian possess within those circles? Feng Chen and the others shook their heads. What connections could a disregarded prince have in the realm of martial heroes? Damiging Tirjikted, Hikaling. It is said that after Ouyang Xian was betrayed, he vanished for a time, severely wounded, with his eyes gouged out. Everyone presumed him dead. Yet he returned 3 months later. The martial world seldom meddled in court affairs, and the court scarcely regarded the martial realm with any seriousness. A natural divide seemed to exist between them. Yen Huaidie speculated that a great deal could transpire in 3 months. It was not beyond possibility that one could be rescued by another, or even assisted in usurping the throne. Daming remarked that Xu Tao, when had only participated in the martial examination after Ouyang Xian returned to the imperial family, swiftly achieving the title of martial champion. In the brief span of a year, he had risen through the ranks within the Eastern Ling Kingdom's military, wielding considerable power. Yen Huaidie's expression was focused and solemn as he instructed to send word to Huaigu, requesting a thorough investigation into Ouyang Xian's whereabouts and associations during his 3-month disappearance. Every detail was to be uncovered. Furthermore, he inquired if there had been any news regarding the medical sage and the poison master from Changyuan Pavilion. At present, the Eastern Ling Kingdom was eyeing the Kangao Kingdom with predatory intent. Yen Huaidie had also reached a stalemate with Xu Taowen. Nie Xiaodian had proven to be ineffectual, and it was plausible that the two nations might soon be on the brink of war. Yen Huaidie was eager to expedite the healing of his leg. Daming's shoulders sagged. his gaze filled with sorrow, since the last report from Huaigu regarding the medical sage and the poison master venturing forth from Changyuan Pavilion. They had dispatched numerous individuals in search, even issuing bounties within the martial world. Yet, it was as if these two had vanished without a trace. Yen Hanyun furrowed his brow. Are they not affiliated with Changyuan Pavilion? Not even the pavilion master can locate them? Daming replied. Changyuan Pavilion has closed its doors to visitors and remains unresponsive. Strangely, their pavilion master has also disappeared, seemingly alongside the medical sage and poison master. One wonders if he has grown complacent after amassing sufficient wealth. Did Huaigu not mention that the pavilion master is avaricious and lascivious? Despite our generous offers, why have they not shown any inclination to contact us? Yen Hanyun lowered his gaze. Those in the martial world often act according to their whims. Perhaps they simply wish to avoid entanglements with court affairs and prefer not to engage with officials. Daming immediately shook his head. That seems unlikely. If Changyuan Pavilion had no intention of assisting the prince with the antidote from the outset, they would have outright refused rather than stating they were unable to assist due to time constraints. After all, they would not send an army to annihilate Changyuan Pavilion to capture the medical sage and poison master for Yen Hanyun's cure. If such measures were taken, the entire martial world would turn against them. Although the martial world may not be as numerous as the armies of the court, their skills surpass those of ordinary soldiers. There are many who can take on 10 or even 100 foes. Some possess extraordinary talents. Generally, officials of the court would prefer not to offend those from the martial world, as it would only invite unnecessary trouble. Chapter 25. An encounter with the two sons of the Mei family, leading to their fall into a filthy barrel. Steward Yin arrived at the Snow Pavilion with an invitation. Your Highness, this is an invitation sent by the Ruyang Marquis, announcing the 80th birthday celebration of the Marquis' matriarch in 5 days. Wen Huaidie reached for the invitation resting on the table, recognizing it as the former Princess Yongtai. Indeed, it was the former Princess Yongtai of the Jingyang Wangfu. Steward Yin was taken aback by Wen Huaidie's familiarity with court affairs. Few still referenced the youthful title of the Marquis' matriarch, and many of the highborn youths were oblivious to such distinctions. The Prince of Jingyang was the uncle of the late emperor, while Princess Yongtai was his sole daughter. A suitable birthday gift was to be prepared from the storeroom, modest yet appropriate. According to Wen Huaidie, both the Jingyang prince's residence and the Ruyang Marquis' house had little to no connection with the Wu Ming prince's estate, with even the previous generation having scant interactions. Upon receiving the order, Steward Yin set about making the arrangements. Although the princess had grown up in a farmstead, she still exhibited the demeanor befitting a lady of high birth, primarily due to her husband's preferences. Wen Huaidie instructed Bingxia to investigate who would be attending the birthday banquet. Regrettably, the crown prince was under house arrest. Otherwise, should his affair with the princess of Shiwang be exposed in such a public setting, it would undoubtedly cause a significant uproar. To Bingxia's surprise, her inquiries uncovered unexpected information. The princess, Fan Rushuang, was the adopted daughter of the matriarch of the Ruyang Marquis' household, and the invitation extended to her was meticulously orchestrated by the other party. Wen Huaidie raised an eyebrow. Furthermore, it was revealed that when Yuan Shan had been discreetly brought into the crown prince's residence the previous night. Taking a deep breath, she reflected on Wen Jinlin's surprising capabilities. Despite the chaos, he managed to have Zhao Zongjie accept Wen Yuan Shan. Was there any news regarding the disaster relief in Ganzhou? Lianmeng, wearing a smile, responded that it had commenced, but half of the funds intended for relief had vanished by the time they were loaded onto the official vessel. The fifth-rank official responsible for the relief had purchased moldy rice from previous years. With narrowed eyes, Wen Huaidie spoke solemnly. Once the relief supplies reached Ganzhou, the people would be left with blackened porridge, inevitably leading to unrest. She ordered to spread news in Ganzhou. She could not believe that those supported by Wen Jinlin would continue to protect him. Currently, Wen Jinlin's position as chancellor had been revoked, while Emperor Xuchang and the aristocracy were fervently vying to elevate their own. Should the aristocracy succeed, the intricate web of relationships built by Wen Jinlin over the years would certainly fall under new leadership. Now demoted to the 6th rank vice minister of the Honglu Temple, He would face certain death if accused of embezzling the relief funds. 5 days later, within the flower hall of the Ruyang Marquis' residence, a silver-haired matron sat on the couch, her eyes brimming with mirth. "Aunt, you must help me." Now Han Yunggij is completely enchanted by Wen Huaidie and has nearly forgotten about me. Fan Rushuang leaned against the legs of the matriarch of the Ruyang Marquis' household. The old lady affectionately patted Fan Rushuang's head. It is quite normal for men to have multiple wives and concubines. With the Wu Ming prince's parents having passed away, I count as a half-elder to him. When the Wu Ming prince's princess comes today, I shall ensure she permits you entry into the residence. Aunt, I knew you would be the best to me. Fan Rushuang cooed, utterly content, longing for Wen Huaidie to arrive at once. Upon learning of their mother's tragic death and their father's demotion, Wen Jinlin's 2 sons hurried home from the academy. In just one day, their status at the academy had plummeted from heaven to hell. Those who had once eagerly sought their favor now regarded them with indifference, even privately belittling and cursing them. "Father, what shall we do now?" In the main hall, Wen Yinpin and Wen Tingliang stood before Wen Jianlin. They did not question why the emperor inquired of Wen Jianlin how to deal with the Mei family, to which Wen Jianlin replied that they should be executed outright. They were also indifferent to the fact that it was Wen Jianlin himself who had personally strangled Mei. These 2 individuals had fully inherited Wen Jianlin's selfish and decisive character, with a touch of Mei's cruelty. They were solely concerned with their own interests. Wen Jianlin gazed at the 2 of them and stated, "You 2 should focus solely on your studies and disregard everything else." Apart from himself, his greatest concern was these 2 sons, meant to carry on the family lineage. Wen Yinpin furrowed his brows tightly, his lips curling downwards, his eyes revealing unmistakable impatience. "Father, my brother and I have been ridiculed at the academy. Those despicable individuals who take advantage of your misfortunes are truly detestable." Wen Jianlin replied, "You and Yinliang must endure for a while longer. We shall teach them a lesson in due time." Wen Yinpin and Wen Yinliang were sent back to the academy by Wen Jianlin. On the street, inside their carriage, Wen Yinliang reluctantly said, "Brother, I cannot bear to return like this." Wen Yinpin noticed a carriage passing them and felt a surge of anger. He seized a plum from the desk and hurled it into the opposing carriage. How dare they overtake the carriage of the chancellor? The guards following the carriage noticed the attack and swiftly retaliated, sending the plum back. It struck Wen Yinpin squarely on the eye, causing it to swell instantly, forming a dark bruise. Boldly daring to assault the princess consort of the martial demon king, the guards accompanying Wen Huaidie surrounded the 1 brother's carriage, encircling them entirely. One guard cleaved the roof of the carriage with his sword, transforming it into an open carriage. Wen Yinpin and Wen Yinliang clung together, trembling. It was merely a thrown plum. They had previously hurled teacups at others, blinding them, and had walked away in triumph. Now, however, it seemed they were facing a life-threatening situation. The princess consort of the martial demon king. Wasn't he that Wen Huaidie, the elder sister who had been abandoned in her childhood? Wen Yinpin immediately stiffened, forcing a smile as he waved his hand. "It's all a misunderstanding. We are family. I am the biological brother of the princess consort." The guard tightened his grip on the sword, directing his gaze toward the carriage. Lianming lifted the curtain, and Wen Huaidie emerged, standing atop the carriage. Wen Yinpin and Wen Yinliang immediately called out, "Elder sister, it's me, Yinpin." "Elder sister, it's me, Yinliang." Wen Huaidie scrutinized the 2 of them, recognizing them as the ones returned from the academy. I wondered who had the audacity to act so boldly in public. "It turns out to be you 2. Wen Yinpin hastily explained, "Elder sister, I accidentally threw the plum. There are too many people on the street. Can we please leave?" The crowd was overwhelming, and with the guards' swords pointed at them, the embarrassment was unbearable. With both Mei and Wen Huairui deceased, they were not foolish enough to offend the current Wen Huaidie. Rumors circulated in the capital that Yin Hanyun held Wen Huaidie in great favor. While she might not dare to act against them directly, she could easily whisper in the king's ear, "Wouldn't he, the martial demon king, that ruthless fiend, annihilate them?" Wen Huaidie's lips curled into a faint, playful smile. "This princess consort is in a delightful mood today. Now be gone." The 2 individuals promptly abandoned the carriage and the coachman, fleeing without pause. Wen Huaidie extracted 2 melon seeds from a dish on the table, flicking one with her finger, which struck the ankles of Wen Yinpin and Wen Yinliang as they walked by the roadside, causing them excruciating pain as if their bones were shattering. A cart laden with excrement happened to pass by, and the two tumbled headfirst into it. When they emerged, they were covered in filth, retching uncontrollably as they bent over. Bystanders covered their noses and mouths, repulsed and averting their gaze. Chapter 26. Entering vertically, exiting horizontally. The Wangfu abounds with coffins when Wen Huaidie arrived at the Ruyang Marquis' residence. Most guests had already gathered. Before disembarking from the carriage, she reiterated her instructions to Bing Xia. Once inside, find an opportunity to slip away and locate the imperial edict for succession. Do not alert others. If you cannot find in due time, retreat promptly. Bing Xia nodded earnestly, assuring her mistress that she would exercise caution. Upon seeing the carriage of the king of Wuming halt, the maidservants hastily approached to pay their respects. This humble servant greets the princess consort of Wuming. My esteemed lady has specifically instructed me to escort you to the flower hall. A cold smile crept across Wen Huaidie's heart. She had never met Princess Yongtai, and they shared no acquaintance. It seemed likely that Fan Rushuang awaited her in the flower hall, ready to plot against her. As Wen Huaidie entered the courtyard, the ladies present paused their conversations and ceased their activities upon noticing her arrival. Recently, if one were to speak of the most renowned individual in the capital, it would undoubtedly be the renowned substitute bride of the king of Wuming. Those who had not attended the palace banquet and were witnessing Wen Huaidie for the first time could not help but marvel at her beauty. No wonder the king of Wuming was said to dote on her, obeying her every whim. Simply her extraordinary, captivating visage was enough to entice men from all walks of life to risk everything for her. Upon reaching the flower hall, Wen Huaidie indeed spotted Fan Rushuang, along with the Ruyang Marquis' lady and several other women, all wives of high-ranking officials. Her seat was arranged at the lower right of the elderly lady of the Ruyang Marquis. Bing Xiao excused herself under the pretext of needing to use the restroom. Upon seeing Wen Huaidie's face, the Ruyang Marquis' lady furrowed her brow in discomfort. Indeed, she bore a striking resemblance to Wen Banming in her youth, as if the heavens had granted her an additional half. The elderly lady of the Ruyang Marquis fell silent after Wen Huaidie greeted her and took her seat. Accustomed to flattery, she felt quite displeased with Wen Huaidie's cold demeanor. I shall send someone to the Wangfu tomorrow to teach the princess consort of Wuming the proper etiquette. She must not bring shame upon the Wangfu in public. Wen Huaidie's lips curled slightly upwards, her gaze upon the elder akin to that of a spectator observing a buffoon, utterly laughable. How many present truly understood the rules? To instruct me was nothing short of absurd. Observing her mother-in-law's displeasure, the Ruyang Marquis' lady immediately began to reproach Wen Huaidie. How could a junior offend her elders? The princess consort indeed ought to learn her manners. Wen Huaidie slammed her teacup onto the banquet table with force, her voice sharp. I am the princess consort of Wuming. According to the rules, you should all rise and pay your respects upon seeing me. Yet here you sit, as if your rears are glued to the stools, claiming I lack propriety. Have you ever regarded me with the slightest respect? Wen Huaidie, however, had no intention of enduring any indignity. The matriarch of the Ruyang Marquis family began to heave with anger, remarking that her maternal lineage consisted of traitors. And how could she possess such a temper now that she had risen to prominence? A woman ought to embody gentleness and grace, with her impatient and irritable disposition. She was hardly fit for high society. Wen Huaidie retorted, no matter how lofty the halls of high society may be, I have already ascended them. I have not partaken of the Ruyang Marquisite's rice, so my temperament is of no concern to you. It is not your place to lecture me. With that, she rose to leave. The onlookers were taken aback by her reaction. In circles of high status, one seldom tears the facade, for future encounters are inevitable. They had never before encountered someone like Wen Huaidie, who disregarded others' expressions and acted as she pleased. Seeing Wen Huaidie prepare to depart, Fan Rushuang grew anxious. The most important matter had yet to be addressed. Aunt, she implored. The old matriarch of the Ruyang Marquis family quickly interjected. I merely spoke a few words befitting an elder, and the princess consort wishes to leave? Do you feel embarrassed for having wronged me? Wen Huaidie turned sharply, her gaze piercing. What qualifies you as an elder? Why do you have to admonish me? The matriarch's wrinkled face reddened with rage. I was once a friend of the cousin of the grandmother of the Wu Ming king. Thus, I am indeed your elder. Wen Huaidie chuckled lightly. You can connect such distant relatives. Your audacity is more formidable than the city walls of the capital. The matriarch, trembling, rose, her murky eyes fixed intently on Wen Huaidie. The Wu Ming king is already 24 and has yet to produce an heir. The princess consort should actively consider providing him with a concubine to propagate the lineage. Today, I shall facilitate a connection for you, uniting two souls. Let Rushuang serve as a concubine to the Wu Ming king, sparing you the burden of attending to him alone. Wen Huaidie laughed. Facilitating connections? Are you a matchmaker? A concubine? How could she be worthy of such a title? Just days ago, you laid in wait at the Wan Shi building, and today you specially invited me to this banquet to gain entry into the royal household. Miss Fan, is it that you are too unattractive to marry, or simply a disgraceful woman whom all men can claim? Fan Rushuang's eyes bulged, nearly popping from their sockets. A woman's reputation is of utmost importance, and Wen Huaidie's words were a severe affront. You are the one lacking virtue. For Wen Huaidie brazenly drugged His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Your two younger sisters engaged in scandalous behavior in public. It appears that not a single daughter of the one family bears virtue. Suddenly, two resounding slaps echoed through the flower hall, plunging the space into an eerie silence. Even the ladies lingering outside fell silent. The princess consort had struck the daughter of the Yuan marquis. The sound of the slaps was astonishingly loud. Consider this a minor lesson. Should there be a next time, I shall sever your tongue and feed it to the dogs. The woman seated beside Wen Huaidie trembled. It was said that the Wu Ming king's concubine, Zhou Yahan, had met a grim fate, dismembered and fed to wild dogs, merely a day after entering the household. You are audacious, daring to act so recklessly at my birthday banquet. This is the residence of the Duke of Ruyang, not the palace of the King of Wuming. With her hands firmly beneath the table, Wen Huaidie forcefully overturned it, startling everyone into retreat. Fragments of porcelain mingled with repugnant soup spilled onto the floor, resembling discarded refuse. My husband is not to be trifled with, and I am not someone you can bully at will. Should you wish to offer yourself to the royal bed, you shall enter upright and exit horizontally. The royal family possesses the means to procure coffins. Observing Wen Huaidie's imposing departure, she radiated a formidable aura, reminiscent of the king of Wuming before his reliance on a wheelchair. The banquet was irrevocably ruined, and the dignity of the Duke of Ruyang was thoroughly trampled underfoot by Wen Huaidie. In the carriage, Bing Xia presented a bright yellow imperial edict to Wen Huaidie. The servant had replaced it with a counterfeit, which would be indistinguishable upon cursory inspection. As Wen Huaidie unfolded the edict, it proclaimed the third Prince Zhao Wenqing as the emperor, namely the king of Jingyang. The information she painstakingly uncovered was indeed accurate. She had searched the residence of the king of Jingyang thoroughly, but found nothing. Little did she know it was truly in the hands of Princess Yongtai, preserved intact until now. Such folly was astonishing. The moment the king of Jingyang failed to ascend to the throne, this edict should have been destroyed immediately. If discovered, it would mean certain death. In truth, the matriarch of the Duke of Ruyang also contemplated destroying the edict. Yet, each time she opened it to read the words, she envisioned her potential rise to the status of the eldest princess, thus refraining from incinerating it. Chapter 27. Establishing a stance. Purchasing 10 coffins to place at the gate of the royal residence, the uproar caused by Wen Huaidie's disturbance at the Duke of Ruyang's birthday banquet quickly spread throughout the capital. Particularly, her declaration that the palace of the king of Wuming lacked coffins left everyone in awe. Indeed, as the wife of the god of death, Wen Huaidie was utterly unrestrained. Upon learning the entire account, Yin Hanyun was not angered but rather amused. He ordered 10 coffins to be placed at the entrance of the royal residence. The expression on Steward Yan's face froze instantly, as if struck by lightning. When the coffins were finally positioned at the gate, Fan Rushuang and Princess Yongtai nearly fainted upon hearing the news. Yin Hanyun, in his tolerance, stood firmly beside Wen Huaidie, striking a blow to their faces. The citizens of the city once again witnessed the extent of Wen Huaidie's favor. She had almost explicitly stated her disallowance of concubines. Rather than being angered, Yen Hanyan supported and bolstered Wen Huaidie's confidence, providing her with a strong backing. In the vast expanse of the waters, only a single ladle is taken. This is the true essence of affection. Upon hearing the news, Emperor Xuchong sat in contemplation on his dragon throne for an extended period. If Wen Huaidie were mine, controlling the king of Wuming would be effortlessly simple. A eunuch who had grown up alongside him reminded, "Your Majesty." But the wife of the king of Wuming is the daughter of Minister Wen. Emperor Xuchong shook his head in disagreement. From the incident at the palace banquet, it is evident that Wen Huaidie harbors no sentiments for the Wen family. There is no father-daughter bond between her and Wen Jianlin, and she would relish the demise of the entire Wen clan. The eunuch inquired, "What does His Majesty intend to do?" Emperor Xuchong rose, pacing thoughtfully. Wen Huaidie was not as delicate as she appeared. The events that transpired at the birthday banquet of the Duke of Ruyang revealed that those who have ascended from the lower ranks fear the peril of a sudden fall from grace. At present, Wen Huaidie valued Yen Hanyan's affection above all else, regarding him as her staunchest ally. Thus, Emperor Xuchong resolved to provide her with a new pillar of support. 2 days later, the position of the chancellor was finally confirmed. This time, the aristocracy was defeated, as the emperor had a keen interest in this individual. However, after the court assembly, when a newly appointed chancellor Lu Weisi addressed Wen Jianlin as teacher in the presence of numerous officials, all present were left dumbfounded, gaping as Lu Weisi followed Wen Jianlin out of the palace. It became abundantly clear to them that Lu Weisi was aligned with Wen Jianlin. Emperor Xuchong was furious and declared, "Damn it, how dare they conspire against me? Immediately execute that wretched Lu Weisi." Prince Shi frowned, his face marred with displeasure. "Father, you cannot. You have only just appointed Lu Weisi to the chancellorship. The decree has been issued, and he has committed no wrong. Such an act of murder will not silence the murmurs of the populace." Prince Shi's gaze was anxious, deeply dissatisfied with Emperor Xuchong's judgment. To nurture a spy as a high-ranking official, how blind must one be? In a private chamber on the 3rd floor of Yibuoj, Wen Huaidie coldly set down her cup. It truly is astonishing, yet regrettably, Wen Jianlin is exceedingly foolish and incompetent. Sitting beside her, Chu Taowen smacked his lips, putting aside everything else. He has never been able to adapt to this tea, preferring liquor instead. Taowen continued. To have such a promising pawn exposed in this manner diminishes Lu Weisi's utility significantly. His appointment as chancellor indicates the emperor's trust in him. The most prudent course of action would have been to allow this pawn to subtly relay information to the aristocracy, thus obstructing Emperor Xuchong's various strategies against them. This current approach is nothing short of wasteful. Wen Huaidie remarked, "Wen Jianlin's recent loss of power has instilled a sense of crisis within him. He fears that Lu Weisi might escape his grasp if he remains in the chancellorship for too long. So he has openly declared Lu Weisi as his disciple to maintain his standing, despite currently holding only a 6th-rank position." Chu Taowen queried, "What are your plans moving forward?" "My lady?" The armies of Dongling had long been poised, awaiting Wen Huaidie's command to incite chaos in Kangao, prompting them to engage in mutual destruction before making their move. Chu Taowen cautiously ventured, "Do you intend to take action against Yen Hanyan? They are, after all, husband and wife." In recent days, he had overheard much gossip in the tea houses of the capital, suggesting that Yen Hanyan and their lady shared a notably affectionate relationship. Wen Huaidie raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Chu Taowen, and asked, "Which side do you believe Yen Hanyan would take if the crown prince and prince she were to engage in conflict?" Wen Pondi. Regardless of whether it was Emperor Xuchong, the crown prince, or Prince Shi, they had long harbored discontent towards Yen Hanyan, who wielded significant military power and whose achievements overshadowed their own. The usurpation of power and assassination was merely a matter of time. If I were Yen Hanyan, I would overthrow the old dynasty and establish a new nation, proclaiming myself emperor. Wen Huaidie pursed her lips, acknowledging the truth in Chu Taowen's words. Had such a situation befallen her, she would have acted long before her legs were crippled. Yet, Yen Huaidie refrained from rebellion, perhaps due to the patriotic fervor that haunted him. As a citizen of the Tsang-Ao kingdom, he fought for his country, unwilling to topple the decayed rulers in power. Once war broke out between the Dongling kingdom and the Tsang-Ao kingdom, Yen Huaidie would undoubtedly lead his troops to the battlefield. What a sight it would be when husband and wife clashed in combat. Meanwhile, an envoy embezzled disaster relief funds, leading to riots in Guangzhou. What was once porridge turned to stone, resulting in the starvation of thousands. As the memorial was submitted to Emperor Su Chong, rumors had already spread wildly among the populace, claiming casualties in the tens of thousands. The citizens of Guangzhou rose up against their oppressors, slaughtering the officials. Just as Emperor Su Chong intended to dispatch officials to investigate Guangzhou, the following day, at dawn, the streets outside the Wen residence were crowded with desperate citizens, scrambling for silver scattered on the ground. It was official silver. In a panic, Wen Jianlin urged his servants to disperse the crowd, but their numbers were overwhelming, rendering his efforts futile. Weak-kneed, Wen Jianlin collapsed, bewildered as to how the silver hidden in the basement had appeared on the streets. During the morning court session, Wen Jianlin was mercilessly criticized by officials of humble origins. His collusion with disaster relief officials to embezzle funds from Guangzhou was easily uncovered by Prince Shi, with witnesses readily available. Lu Weici observed with a frown as Wen Jianlin was imprisoned. The noble officials remained silent, none daring to plead on his behalf. The embezzlement was a fact, and the situation in Guangzhou was dire. Someone had to step forward to shoulder the blame and quell public unrest. Wen Jianlin, being the mastermind, would serve as a scapegoat, and his former position as chancellor would help mitigate the people's wrath. After the interrogation, Wen Jianlin was sentenced to execution as a public spectacle. Meanwhile, the crown prince Zhao Zongjia, confined in the Eastern Palace for reflection, bit his lip until it bled. In his absence from court, his father had decisively turned against the noble families. He sent word to the wife of Prince Shi, expressing his longing and requesting a meeting at the usual place. Monsieur Lu, that evening. Yes, I shall go at once, replied the subordinate. A sickly pallor graced Zhao Zongjia's face, his vacant gaze seemingly fixated on an unseen object. He murmured to himself, to think that Prince Shi would replace me is nothing but a daydream. In the dark, damp confines of the prison, teeming with mosquitoes and vermin, the old door holding Wen Jianlin captive creaked open, revealing Yen Huaidie seated in a wheelchair before him. The disheveled Wen Jianlin, devoid of the grandeur befitting a chancellor, could hardly believe that his final visitor was none other than Yen Huaidie. Yen Huaidie gazed intently at Wen Jianlin's face, as if he sought to etch the man's image deeply into his memory. He produced the dowry list of Banmeng, leaning forward to fixate on the expression upon Wen Jianlin's countenance, and demanded, who orchestrated the embezzlement of military provisions in Liaosang City back in those days? Wen Jianlin, staring at the assets recorded on the dowry list, felt a surge of hatred that made him grit his teeth. Were it not for Wen Huaidie seizing in Banmeng's entire dowry, he would not have contemplated pilfering the disaster relief funds from Guangzhou. Did the question posed by the king of martial illusions hold any significance now? Yen Huaidie's gaze resembled that of a lion on the hunt. Of course it holds significance. All those who participated in the demise of the virtuous king and my father must perish. Wen Jianlin laughed mockingly. Yen Huaidie, I suspect you already harbor the answer in your heart. Why feign ignorance before a man on the brink of death? Yen Huaidie voiced the uncertainty that had lingered within him for years. Was the mastermind the late emperor or the current one? Wen Jianlin's eyes darkened. After a moment, he lifted his gaze to meet Yen Huaidie's eyes. I can reveal who the original mastermind was and provide you with the names of all who were involved. But I have two conditions. Yen Huaidie silently regarded Wen Jianlin, urging him to proceed. First, kill Wen Huaidie. Second, allow me to leave the capital alive and spare my life. A gust of wind swept through, and Yen Huaidie seized Wen Jianlin by the throat, tightening his grip. You seek death. Wen Jianlin struggled to articulate his words. A beloved woman and the murderer of my father. The king of martial illusions must choose one. To have both is a rare fortune in this world. Without Wen Huaidie, I would not have become what I am now. From the moment she was compelled to marry you, everything went awry. Given the current state of affairs and the demise of the Wen family, Wen Huaidie must also suffer the same fate as her kin. Yin Hanyun's grip tightened further, and when Jianlin began to roll his eyes, suffocating, Daming hastily interjected, urging the already enraged Yin Hanyun. Your Highness, he is on the verge of death. Yin Hanyun, his throat slackening, abruptly released his grip. Wen Jianlin collapsed to the ground, coughing incessantly. If you bring me Wen Huaidie's head, I shall immediately disclose the mastermind and the list of names to you. Yin Hanyun remained silent, turning his wheelchair to leave the prison. Wen Jianlin lay on the ground, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. On the way back to the royal residence, Yin Hanyun remained mute, and Daming and the others dared not utter a word. Avenge my father had always been the prince's goal, yet achieving this aim now required the death of the princess. How could they articulate this? Upon reaching the snow pavilion, Yin Hanyun paused outside the courtyard for an extended moment. Inside, Liaming was reading a storybook to Wen Huaidie, who occasionally offered comments or burst into laughter. At that moment, Yin Hanyun's heart was embroiled in a fierce internal conflict. In his mind, he could hear his father's anguished screams, soaked in blood. The lives of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers and civilians in Liaosang City demanded retribution. The sorrow of Yin Hanyun's mother as she passed away left his heart aching incessantly. Yet, the thought of killing Wen Huaidie felt as though someone were brutally tearing open his heart, stabbing it repeatedly with a blade. Pain engulfed him, causing his upper body to hunch, making it difficult to stand upright. Yin Hanyun was oblivious to how long he had lingered outside the snow-clad pavilion, shrouded in a veil of shadows. Meanwhile, Wen Huaidie, reclining in her chair, gazed towards the courtyard gate for an extended period. She had heard the commotion from Yin Hanyun's wheelchair half an hour prior. Why had he not entered yet? What was occupying his thoughts? Within the study, Butler Yin looked at Yin Hanyun with a heart full of concern. Having watched him grow since childhood, except for the years spent warring outside, he had never witnessed him grappling with such a profound dilemma. Suddenly, Yin Hanyun pivoted his wheelchair towards the ancestral hall, forcefully rising to kneel before the ancestral tablets of the Yin family. With solemnity, he bowed deeply 3 times, then grasped the sword in his hand and departed the hall. Revenge could not be forsaken, yet he harbored no desire to slay Wen Huaidie. Thus, whether the late emperor or Emperor Xuchong orchestrated the chaos, he resolved to eliminate them all. Daming and Yangdong closely trailed behind Yin Hanyun, the door confining Wen Jianlin swung open once more. Wen Jianlin lifted his head with a grin, inquiring about Wen Huaidie's fate. A fierce glint from the sword, illuminated by the moonlight, flashed across Wen Jianlin's face, causing his pupils to constrict in terror. Since you refused to heed my invitation, I shall take your life instead. Paralyzed by fear, Wen Jianlin dared not move, as the sword resting against his neck sliced through skin, drawing blood. Do you not wish to know who those individuals are? Yin Hanyun pressed the sword deeper, his austere features exuding an unassailable authority. Regardless of the late emperor or Emperor Xuchong, once they were all dead under severe interrogation, I refused to believe that no one would speak. Wen Jianlin's eyes widened in shock. You intend to rebel. The late emperor is already dead. Killing Emperor Xuchong would be an act of rebellion. Yin Hanyun retorted coldly. Were you not already certain that I would rebel? I shall fulfill your expectation. Realizing the gravity of his impending demise, Wen Jianlin hastily implored. After all, I am Wen Huaidie's biological father. Once you take my life, are you truly confident she will remain indifferent? He did not dare raise his voice, fearing the sword would sever his throat. Yin Hanyun hesitated for a moment, a shadow flickering in his gaze. Sensing this, Wen Jianlin immediately declared, I no longer wish for Wen Huaidie's life. If you spare mine, I shall provide you with the list. Yin Hanyun did not lower his sword. How can I trust that the list you provide is genuine? Wen Jianlin replied, there is a secret chamber in the Wen household study, which contains another secret chamber. Within it lies all correspondence related to the grain embezzlement case from the Liaosang City, complete with the handwriting of those involved. Yin Hanyun demanded fiercely, was it the late emperor or Emperor Xuchong? Wen Jianlin hesitated before responding. It was Emperor Xuchong. He sought to eliminate the virtuous king. And since your father and the virtuous king are brothers, he too must perish. Wen Huaidie's sword trembled in his grip. Daming retrieved the letters from the secret chamber. Yang Dong placed paper and ink upon the stained and worm-eaten wooden table, urging Wen Jianlin to inscribe the names of those individuals. Gazing at the page filled with 38 names, Wen Huaidie took a deep breath, his throat trembling. Upon noticing Wen Huaidie's intent to depart, Wen Jianlin hastily implored, "You promised to spare my life." Wen Huaidie, staring at the letter in his hand, found the irony palpable. And Pan Shan, wronged and aggrieved, had been significantly influenced by Wen Jianlin, who was also one of the participants in that incident from years ago. "Rest assured, since I have made a promise, I shall not go back on my word. Await patiently." After exiting the prison, Daming, in disbelief, remarked, "Your Highness, are you truly going to let Wen Jianlin go? He sought the life of the princess. Even if he were to perish, the princess would not hold you in disdain." Wen Huaidie lifted his gaze to the orange-yellow moon hanging in the sky, round as a large mooncake. The princess had expressed a desire to make Wen Jianlin's family wish they were dead, suggesting that after abducting him, they should gouge out his eyes, sever his tongue, and amputate his limbs, transforming him into a human pig to be discarded in the busiest part of Chaming Street. I intend for those on this list to live in perpetual dread of impending death, their peace of mind shattered from tomorrow onward. Chapter 29. The series of schemes by Wen Huaidie. Aiming to send her away in the dead of night, a sudden fire erupted in the prison. After extinguishing the flames, the guards discovered that Wen Jianlin, who was to be executed in 5 days, had vanished, despite a night-long search yielding no results. News of the incident reached authorities come dawn. Soon, a gruesome sight emerged on Chaming Street. Wen Jianlin had been transformed into a human pig. Witnesses were left petrified. Such horror was beyond comprehension. Emperor Xuchong was furious. It was evident that someone had orchestrated Wen Jianlin's removal from the prison and carried out this atrocity. For a man already sentenced to death, to face such a fate spoke volumes of the enmity involved. The Ministry of Justice was dispatched to investigate, yet no useful information surfaced. The fire had consumed all evidence, rendering the investigation futile. Meanwhile, in Wen Huaidie's study, a report was delivered. "Your Highness, last night the Crown Prince clandestinely met with Princess Shi at Wanshur Tower. Our informants overheard the Crown Prince instructing her to poison Prince Shi, intending to end his life." Yang Dong felt a surge of indignation, not merely due to the Crown Prince's lethal intent towards Prince Shi, but because the poison afflicting Wen Huaidie originated from the Crown Prince's dealings with the Ghost Valley. In a desperate moment, Bai Shisan had employed silver needles to expel the poison from Wen Huaidie's body into his lower limbs, saving his life but rendering him unable to stand. Confined to a wheelchair, Wen Huaidie responded, "Do not concern yourselves. Let them contend with one another. Recall all the Yin family troops stationed outside the capital, just in case." Daming nodded, aware that if the emperor's favored prince Shi were to perish, chaos would ensue, and the crown prince might very well contemplate treason. The nobility possessed 30% of the military strength, coupled with the 20% commanded by General Nie Xiaotian, leaving only the imperial guard to resist. This indicated a high likelihood of Zhao Zongjie successfully instigating rebellion. The continuous rainy season transformed the streets of the capital into a muddy mess, with some areas rendered nearly impassable due to flooding. Your Majesty, a massive stone tablet measuring 100 feet in length, 73 feet in width, and 10 feet in thickness has been unearthed in Ganzhou, inscribed with the ominous words "Heaven's punishment approaches." This portends ill fortune. Emperor Xuchong's complexion darkened. Heaven's punishment? While I reign, how dare heaven impose such a decree? Such nonsense. Where does the heavenly punishment come from in the kingdom of Tsangao? The Emperor Su Chong slammed his fist on the table. Year after year of droughts and floods. Do you mean to say that each occurrence is a form of divine retribution? Lu Weici stepped forward, kneeling on the ground, holding a piece of white paper with both hands. Your Majesty, on my way to the morning court today, I chanced upon this item. I beseech you to examine it. The Emperor Su Chong cast a dark look at Lu Weisi, showing no signs of favor, and ordered the eunuch, bring it forth. Yen Hanyun fixed his gaze on the piece of paper that was presented. He too had seen it on his way to the palace, as did every official present. Yet, none dared to inform the Emperor Su Chong. The bustling marketplace of the capital was abuzz with rumors, but the mastermind behind it all remained shrouded in mystery. Utter nonsense. Simply preposterous. The emperor's roar reverberated painfully in the ears of all present. His face flushed with anger. Lu Weisi, where did you acquire this scrap of paper? Lu Weisi's forehead touched the ground, yet a faint smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. Your Majesty, it is scattered all over the streets and alleys of the capital. Enraged, the emperor tore the paper into shreds and tossed it into the air. The Shuntian Prefecture, the Ministry of Justice, and the Supreme Court shall jointly investigate. I command you to apprehend those who disturb the court within a day, or you shall present your heads before me. As the furious emperor stormed out of the Taiha Hall, the officials fell silent, pondering the veracity of the claims written on that paper. Was it true that the former emperor had indeed passed the throne to the king of Jingyang and not to the late emperor? If so, what then of the imperial decree in the late emperor's possession? Was it forged? The king of Jingyang had been ambushed and killed by bandits on his way back to the capital. If the decree held by the late emperor was false, then the circumstances surrounding the king of Jingyang's death grew increasingly suspicious. A gentle breeze wafted through the air, scattering the phoenix flowers across the courtyard. Wen Huaidie relished the massage from Lianmeng. Her eyes closed as she inquired, "How are the arrangements outside the capital?" Bing Xiao replied, "Everything has been meticulously arranged. The spies of Chanyuan Pavilion are active in various locations, ensuring that every word of the decree spreads across every inch of the kingdom of Tsangao. No one will be unaware." When Huaidie handed the decree to Bing Xia, saying, "Once the Shuntian Prefecture submits their report today, you shall hang this decree at the entrance of the Anyuan Marquis's residence tomorrow. Additionally, send word to Lu Weisi, urging the gentry to take a look, so they may know that this decree is genuine. The greater the uproar, the better." Wen Huaidie aimed to unsettle the Emperor Su Chang's grip on the throne even further. In the study of the Shi Wang Palace, Zhao Zongtsong, unable to sleep through the night, rubbed his forehead with his fingers, weary as he inquired, "Has there been any news from the Shuntian Prefecture, the Ministry of Justice, or the Supreme Court?" His subordinate shook his head. To this day, not a single clue has been uncovered. The three officials appear prepared to find a scapegoat to appease the matter. A maid entered, bringing Zhao Zongtsong a bowl of his favorite lotus seed soup wrapped in lotus leaves. Every summer, this soup became a nightly staple for him. The Shiwang continued, "Is there any movement from the Eastern Palace recently? Since the Crown Prince has been confined in the Eastern Palace for self-reflection, there's been an eerie silence, with no one from the noble families daring to enter." Prince Shi furrowed his brow, pondering that although his father fears the noble families and harbors disdain for the Crown Prince, he would not genuinely wish for his demise. It is prudent to keep watch, lest any unforeseen events arise. Aside from the Emperor's support, his affection, and the military strength commanded by General Jinnan, Prince Shi has no other support. In comparison to the Crown Prince, he finds himself lacking in numerous aspects. At the hour of you, the Shuntian Prefecture apprehended 3 ruffians to serve as scapegoats. Emperor Xuchong believed the ruse and ordered their public execution to quell the rumors. During the evening meal, after finishing his meal, Yen Hanyun suddenly addressed Wen Huaidie. "In 3 months, it will be the anniversary of my father's passing. This year, I had intended to visit Liaosang City for a memorial, but due to the multitude of affairs in the capital, I find myself unable to attend. Would you be willing to make the journey on my behalf?" Wen Huaidie set down her chopsticks, feeling a deep sense of astonishment. The thought of her traveling such a distance alone to pay respects, without his company, seemed rather peculiar. "My lord, Liaosang City is quite far. The round trip will take several months, and you won't be accompanying me. The duration is too long. I shall miss you dearly. Perhaps it would be better to hold the memorial here in the capital, and when you find the time, you can take me along." In the forthcoming days, the capital is expected to descend into chaos. Thus, Yen Hanyun wished to send Wen Huaidie away in advance to ensure her safety. It will only be 4 to 5 months. Once I complete my affairs, I will join you. I dreamt of my father yesterday. He expressed a desire to meet his daughter-in-law. Depart a month early, and along the way, you can enjoy the scenic beauty. The landscapes of the desert are entirely different from those of Jiangnan and the capital. I'm certain you will adore them. When Huaidie pouted, her displeasure evident. My lord, do you harbor secrets from me? Yen Hanyun feigned concern. With the Wen family facing such calamity, and Wen Jianlin being in such a state, I worry that you may encounter unpleasantness during your journey. It would be wise to take this opportunity to clear your mind, rather than attending those chaotic banquets where you might be subjected to ridicule. Wen Huaidie grasped Yen Hanyun's arm. You know, I'm indifferent to such matters, and I will not be taken advantage of. Yen Hanyun lifted her, placing her upon his lap. Yet I worry for your well-being. Your health is fragile, and I cannot bear the thought of you being upset by those individuals. Wen Huaidie wrapped her arms around his neck, playfully coaxing, Very well. We have only been married for a month. If I delay my departure by another month, the timing for my arrival in Liaosang City should be just right. Yen Hanyun calculated the time in his mind. A month would suffice. Agreed. I shall arrange for Yang Dong to escort you and bring Bai Shursen along. With him tending to you, I shall be at ease. Wen Huaidie playfully bit Yen Hanyun's neck. If you wish to feel at ease, you ought to keep me tethered to your waist, never leaving your side. As their time together lengthened, Wen Huaidie grew increasingly bold in her affectionate gestures towards Yen Hanyun. Chapter 30. The Letter from Ouyang Xian. Departure imminent. The imperial edict, hanging at the entrance of the Yuan Marquis' residence, had yet to be discovered by the servants when Lu Weisi, along with the members of the noble families, tore it down. One of the aged officials, having surpassed the age of 90, trembled as he clutched the imperial edict, his eyes straining to discern the characters, pressing closely against the document. The handwriting was unmistakably that of the retired emperor, and the imperial seal was genuine. Lu Weisi's eyes sparkled with astonishment. The recent discovery of a stone tablet inscribed with the decree of divine punishment in Ganzhou suggested that if the late emperor's throne were illegitimate, then heaven itself was expressing discontent with the current sovereign, serving as a warning to the world. The Prince of Jingyang had no descendants aside from a daughter. The convergence of the stone tablet and the edict provided the crown prince with a compelling justification. Emperor Xuchang abdicated, allowing a new ruler to ascend the throne. Lu Weisi forcefully knocked on the door of the Yuan Marquis' residence, demanding, Marquis in Yuan, why do you conceal the edict of the retired emperor, refusing to present the will after his passing? What is your true intention? When the Marquis emerged, he appeared disheveled, with remnants of sleep in his eyes, and his expression quickly turned to one of confusion upon seeing the gathered crowd. Esteemed officials, what edict are you referring to? Lu Weisi presented the edict before him, stating, What do you mean, what edict? This is the late emperor's will. By the time the matriarch of the Ruyang Marquis family heard the news, the common folk in the streets had already been informed. She fainted upon hearing it. After the events of the previous day, she had suspected that the edict had been tampered with. Eliminating all attendees of the birthday banquet as suspects, she never anticipated that it was the work of Fan Rushuang. This was a complete disaster. Princess Yongtai was the sole bloodline of the Jingyang prince, and even as a woman, Emperor Xuchang would surely seek her demise. Lu Weisi intended to escalate the situation. He had senior officials who had seen the retired emperor's handwriting publicly authenticate the edict's legitimacy, directly informing the populace that the late emperor's throne was established on dubious grounds and might even involve the murder of a close brother. During the morning court session, Emperor Xuchang's gaze towards Lu Weisi was filled with murderous intent. Your Majesty, the envoy from Dongling, Marquis Chu Taowen, requests an audience outside the palace, an attendant announced. The emperor, consumed by rage, felt as though his chest was aflame. Such a scandal erupted while the envoy from Dongling was present in the capital. It would be a disgrace laid bare before outsiders, and he wondered how Chu Taowen would mock them for it. Admit him, he commanded. When Chu Taowen entered, his demeanor was cold. I pay my respects to your Majesty. This humble servant received a personal letter from our emperor yesterday. I implore your Majesty to peruse it. A eunuch, standing beside the dragon throne, quickly bowed to retrieve the letter. As Emperor Xuchang read, His sole reaction was one of disbelief at Ouyang Xian's audacity. Is it merely a woman? With such talk of heartbreak and illness, compensation for emotional distress, how dare you, Dongling, act like bandits? 10 million taels of silver? You are not even at war, nor have you ceded territory to Dongling. How could that wretched woman, Wen Huaidie, possibly be worth such an exorbitant sum? Kutao Wen Huaidie. While Wen Huaidie may not be worth 10 million taels, the life of our emperor is invaluable. This shock may cost him 2 years of his life. As the imperial physician has warned, even Yen Hanyun regarded Chu Taowan with incredulous eyes, observing his serious demeanor while uttering such absurdities. Are those in the realm of the martial world not the ones who value their word above all else, speaking only the truth? Chu Taowan did not appear to be someone of the martial world. Perhaps he had spent too long in the court, and his heart had become tainted. Emperor Suchong waved his hand dismissively. 10 million taels is out of the question. If the emperor of Dongling desires women, the Marquis of Yiyang could easily take 100 or 80 upon leaving the capital. Chu Tao Wen's expression hardened. It seems the sincerity of the emperor of Tsang Ao is rather lacking. There is, in fact, a second option. If the crown prince has sullied Wen Huaidie, then eliminating the crown prince would leave our emperor with no grounds for objection. Emperor Su Chong overturned the table in a fit of rage. Marquis Yang, your audacity knows no bounds. In his own territory, Chu Tao dared to speak of killing his son, showing utter disregard for Emperor Su Chong. Lu Weici pointed at Chu Taowan, scolding, His Highness the Crown Prince is the next heir to the throne of Tsang Ao. Is the Emperor of Dongling making a mountain out of a molehill over a mere woman? Lu Weici was genuinely concerned that Emperor Su Chong might acquiesce to Chu Tao Wen's proposition of resolving the matter with the Crown Prince's death. Chu Tao scoffed, If your Majesty is unwilling, then I shall depart for Dongling tomorrow. If the marriage alliance cannot proceed, my presence here serves no purpose. Yen Hanyun observed Chu Tao Wen's decisive exit with a sense of foreboding. At such a pivotal moment, should civil strife arise, Dongling would likely dispatch troops against Tsang Ao, placing the latter at a severe disadvantage. The officials in the court exchanged furtive glances, whispering among themselves. The Prince of Shi, standing at the forefront, continually assessed Emperor Su Chang's demeanor. The noble officials, witnessing the emperor's fluctuating expressions, felt a heavy weight in their hearts. Upon hearing this news, the crown prince in the Eastern Palace declared sternly, Inform the Princess of Shi to increase the dosage. By tomorrow, I want to hear the Prince of Shi's demise. Chu Tao departed the city under the cover of night, leaving the capital in a state of alarm. Such decisiveness suggested that war between the two nations was imminent. Emperor Su Chong visited the Eastern Palace to see the Crown Prince. The envoy from Dongling left in a fit of rage. What are your thoughts as the Crown Prince? Zhao Zongjia felt as if his heart had plummeted to the depths. He knelt, declaring, For the sake of the people of Tsang Ao, I am willing to do anything. Emperor Su Chong gently patted Zhao Zongjia's back in reassurance. In times of war, it is the citizens of Tsang Ao who suffer. I believe Ouyang Xian is not entirely unreasonable. You must personally go to Dongling to apologize to demonstrate our sincerity. Zhao Zongjia replied, I shall depart in 3 days and will not disappoint you, father. Once Emperor Su Chong left, the murderous intent in Zhao Zongjia's eyes could no longer be concealed. To apologize to Dongling, how could he expect to return alive? To avoid giving others a handle against him, he would claim it was a gesture of apology, but was that not merely delivering himself into Ouyang Xian's hands? A father's love is profound. Since you lack compassion, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. When the imperial decree was issued, the entire court reverberated with shock. The populace applauded the crown prince's righteousness. Yen Hanyun hurried back to the royal residence, instructing steward Yen to begin packing Wen Huaidie's belongings. Everything was to be done simply and swiftly. They would depart the next day. Wen Huaidie's expression was one of reluctance. Wasn't it said that we would leave in a month? Yen Hanyun grasped her hands tightly and said, The capital will be quite chaotic for some time. You should first go to Liaosang City. Once I resolve matters here, I will come to find you. Wen Huaidie pulled her hands away, rolling her eyes. So all those words you previously spoke were merely excuses meant to drive me away from the capital? Yen Hanyun embraced Wen Huaidie, feeling her breath and warmth. Once chaos ensues in the capital, I may not be able to protect you. I fear someone may take advantage of the situation to harm you. Leaving the capital is the wisest choice. Wen Huaidie's heart trembled as she forcibly suppressed her reluctance. She turned her head to gaze at Yen Hanyun's profile and said, "So I am your weakness." Yen Hanyun looked at Wen Huaidie with utmost seriousness. "You are my soft spot. I will constantly worry for your safety and fear for your well-being. The capital is beyond my control. I dread being unable to protect you. Go to Liaosang City and await my return." At that moment, Wen Huaidie's heart was in turmoil. Everything was supposed to be according to her plans. Yet, for some reason, she now felt averse to leaving. Had it not been for the sudden knowledge that the crown prince intended to poison King Shi, the letter from Ouyang Xian would have been delivered half a month later. With a hint of sandiness in her soft voice, she acquiesced. All right. That evening, Wen Huaidie stood beneath the eaves, watching the flickering candlelight in the neighboring Zizhujian, which burned throughout the night. Many people came and went, most of whom Wen Huaidie had never seen in the royal mansion. The next morning, Yang Dong drove the carriage carrying Wen Huaidie out of the city, followed closely by 10 guards. Yen Hanyun had arranged for the remaining escort to wait outside the city, ensuring Wen Huaidie's safe arrival in Liaosang City. With moist eyes, she gazed at Yen Hanyun's legs, feeling a pang of sorrow. Anxiety gripped her heart. She feared for Yen Hanyun's safety. If his legs were sound, no one could surpass him in strength. In the Eastern Palace, Zhao Zongjie suddenly stood up. Has Yen Hanyun truly sent Wen Huaidie away? One subordinate replied. They just left the city. If we hadn't seen that maid accompanying Wen Huaidie in the carriage, we would not have known she was inside. The crown prince took a deep breath. Are there many following them? The subordinate responded, not many, including the maid. There are about 10 people. The crown prince pondered, pacing in a circle, and finally declared, you must immediately take 300 skilled men and pursue them. Find an opportunity to capture Wen Huaidie alive. Remember, I want her unharmed. The subordinate understood. Zhao Zongjie suppressed the excitement within. Once king, she is dead. He would promptly enter the palace and coerce the emperor into passing the throne to him. He had initially worried that Yen Hanyun would intervene, but now, capturing Wen Huaidie would serve as leverage against him. He wondered if Yen Hanyun would dare to act. As Zhao Zongjie's tumultuous thoughts settled, he suddenly considered a troubling question. With Wen Huaidie's abrupt departure, did Yen Hanyun already know of his plans? The crown prince's heart was restless as he paced anxiously, continuously dispatching individuals to monitor the movements of the Wu Ming royal mansion, demanding reports every 15 minutes. At that moment, King Shi was rising to dress in formal attire for the morning court. Just as he rinsed his mouth with tea, a sharp pain seized his chest. Blood surged within him, and with a violent cough, he spewed forth crimson liquid, staining the basin with a sanguine hue. Your Highness, the attendant, startled, rushed to support Prince Shi and called out urgently. The maid responsible for serving tea fell to her knees, scrambling out in a panic, and amidst the chaos, she vanished in no time. Prince Zhao Zongxong clutched his mouth, retching blood incessantly, his body beginning to ache all over. Soon, a physician hurried in. Upon observing the prince's pallor, the attendant quickly stated, Your Highness must have suddenly vomited blood while rinsing his mouth. The tea must be poisoned. Someone, quickly apprehend the maid who served the tea. The physician inserted a silver needle into the tea, furrowing his brow as he spoke. The tea is not poisoned. He then used the needle to dab at the blood on Zhao Zongxong's lips, the needle turning black, confirming the presence of poison. Physician, you must save His Highness. Do so at once. The servants lifted Prince Zhao onto the bed. As they unfastened his clothing, they discovered that the skin beneath his chest had turned entirely black, indicating a potent toxin. I cannot neutralize this poison. It has already approached the heart and lungs. His Highness's breath weakens. I fear it may be too late. Perhaps if we summon the imperial physician to the palace immediately, there may still be hope. The guards, clutching the prince's royal insignia, hastened to the palace. The prince has been poisoned. Quickly, fetch the imperial physician. By the time the physician arrived, Zhao Zongtsung had just drawn his last breath. The members of the prince's household knelt in despair, some still in shock. The princess, weeping by the bedside, concealed a faint smirk in her eyes. All the ladies in waiting knelt nearby, the room filled with lamentations. Just yesterday, everything had seemed well. How could he have perished so suddenly? The Emperor Xuchong, en route to morning court, found the news unbearable and rushed to the prince's residence, only to be met with the lifeless body. Who had dared to administer the poison? The attendants recounted every detail, leaving no aspect unspoken. The emperor, filled with grief, bellowed, "Find that maid. I shall capture the villain who has slain Prince Shi." The emperor skipped the morning court, leaving the ministers puzzled by his absence. It was only upon learning of the prince's poisoning and demise that they grasped the gravity of the situation. Yen Hanyun fixed his gaze on Lu Weici and others, who were snickering in a corner. Upon returning to the royal residence, Daming informed Yen Hanyun, "My lord, the princess and her party have already left the city to rendezvous with the main forces." Yen Hanyun nodded. A storm was brewing. The political climate in the capital had grown incredibly tense. Emperor Xuchong would surely suspect that the crown prince had poisoned Prince Shi. Meanwhile, the crown prince might attempt a coup at any moment. Preparations were already underway at the southern camp. Have Feng Chun and the others on standby. They are to act upon receiving the signal. Outside the capital, Yan's army consisted of only 20,000 men, having followed Yen Hanyun back upon his return from poisoning. The main force of the Yen army remained in Liaosang City, which served as Yen Hanyun's stronghold. He would lie in wait, seizing the moment when Zhao Zongjia believed he had secured victory to strike like a mantis. This opportunity would be taken to eliminate Emperor Xuchong and all those on the list, avenging his cause. Then, he would lead the remaining forces out of the capital to rendezvous with Liaosang City and Wen Huaidie. This was Yen Hanyun's plan. He did not desire to seize the throne from the Zhao family. He harbored a singular desire for vengeance, to preserve the Yen family army, ensuring both his own survival and that of Wen Huaidie. As for who would ascend the throne, it was only natural that the nobles stationed in various fiefs would vie for it. Those individuals also bore the blood of the Zhao family. Yet they were not of the late emperor's lineage. Their military forces were quite limited, most commanding only around 10 to 20,000 troops, primarily garrisoned to defend their territories. Wen Huaidie lifted the curtain of the carriage to gaze at the rear of the convoy. The Yen family army stationed outside the capital numbered merely 20,000. Yet Yen Hanyun had dispatched a tenth of that force to escort her to Liaosang City. Nie Xiaoyan's army comprised a total of 100,000 soldiers, while the aristocracy collectively commanded an additional 150,000. The Imperial Guard under Emperor Xuchong totaled 50,000. Even in a scenario of mutual destruction, the remaining forces would undoubtedly exceed 20,000. The 2,000 soldiers allocated to Wen Huaidie by Yen Hanyun were pivotal. Lianming and Bingxia observed her restless demeanor, her fidgeting limbs betraying her concerns for Yen Hanyun. "Your Highness, should you have second thoughts, we could indeed return. With our lord's martial prowess, capturing a single Yen Hanyun would be a trivial endeavor." Wen Huaidie lowered the curtain and leaned against the carriage wall, contemplating that he would never willingly accompany her. He could not abandon the Yen family army. Thus, it was better for him to remain oblivious to the fact that this whole affair was a ruse from the very beginning. Lianming murmured, "But the prince will eventually find out. The forces of Dongling would surely raise every inch of Tsangeo's territory, and Yen Hanyun would inevitably learn of their lord's true identity, unless he chose to hide away from sight for the entirety of his life." Given Wen Huaidie's current state of anxious indecision, it seemed implausible. She pouted, clasping her knees tightly, and awkwardly remarked, "Then let him find out as late as possible. Once I have unified the realm, I shall return to Liaosang City and retrieve him." Chapter 32. Leaping from the cliff to simulate death upon returning to the palace from the Su Wang residence. Emperor Xuchong remained sequestered in the imperial study, not emerging. Aside from his personal attendant, all other eunuchs and palace maids were dismissed. Zhang Haolong, the commander of the Imperial Guard, and Nie Xiaotian, the general of the southern expedition, stood at the center, their expressions grave as they listened to the emperor's directives. Nie Xiaotian arranged for men to lie in wait within the houses lining the streets leading to Su Wang's residence. The moment the crown prince passes, eliminate him immediately. Nia Xiaotian bowed in compliance. This humble servant shall obey. Zhang Haolong, intensify the patrols within the palace, both day and night, to prevent any schemes the crown prince may devise against me. The commander, Zhang Haolong, spoke solemnly, Your Majesty. The current forces of the Imperial Guard combined with those of the southern barracks total 150,000, equal to the crown prince's own forces. If we could secure additional troops from elsewhere, our chances of victory would significantly increase. Nie Xiaotian feigned ignorance, but the nobles' fiefs are all quite distant from the capital. A sudden return would not only alert the enemy, but may also be too late. The crown prince is slated to depart for Dongling in 2 days. Having poisoned Su Wang, he surely intends to avoid that journey. Within this time frame, he will undoubtedly act against the emperor. Zhang Haolong was well aware of this, and his words did not pertain to seeking aid from the fiefs. The journey back and forth would take no less than half a month, and by then, the daylilies would have withered. Your Majesty, I speak of King Wu Ming, who has returned from Liaosang City with an army of 20,000 Yin soldiers, perfectly positioned to be deployed outside the capital, arriving in less than 2 hours. Let the Yin soldiers be the vanguard to first diminish the prince's forces, and then we shall act. Once our plan is successful, the Yin soldiers will likely have suffered enough casualties, and we can eliminate Yin Hanyan on the spot, claiming it was the prince's men who did the deed. Thus, we would strike 2 birds with 1 stone, ensuring that the Tsang-Ao kingdom faces no future threats. Nie Xiaotian listened intently to Zhang Haolong's words, his mind swirling with thoughts. Zhang Haolong was indeed correct. However, the target must change. He and the prince could turn the tables, and once successful, shift the blame entirely onto Emperor Su Chong. The emperor's brows furrowed deeply. It is indeed a clever plan. Yet I harbor a grave concern. Zhang Haolong's eyes glimmered with curiosity. The emperor tightened his grip on the dragon head of his throne. If King Wu Ming harbors rebellious intentions, the moment chaos erupts in the capital, he would undoubtedly lead the 20,000 Yin soldiers back to Liaosang City. At that point, the existence of 200,000 Yin soldiers would pose a significant threat. A flicker of panic crossed Zhang Haolong's mind. This was an angle he had completely overlooked. After all, with Yin Hanyun's legs crippled, would he still rebel? What, then, is your Majesty's intention? The emperor resolved firmly. Close the city gates and eliminate Yin Hanyun. Zhang Haolong lowered his head, a flicker of trepidation crossing his demeanor. Yin Hanyun's martial prowess was formidable. Who could possibly defeat him? Noticing Zhang Haolong's silence, the emperor frowned. He turned his gaze to Nie Xiaotian, who also remained silent. Could one man truly withstand an army of thousands? Zhang Haolong and Nie Xiaotian bowed, their heads lower still. Against a multitude, it was indeed an insurmountable challenge. Yet, claiming the head of a general amidst 1,000,000 soldiers, that would be as simple as plucking fruit from a tree. Zhang Haolong and Nie Xiaotian were unwilling to meet their demise. The emperor, observing their hesitance, felt a swell of dissatisfaction. They readily agreed to eliminate the prince, yet when it came to Yin Hanyun, they had turned mute. How could he not feel wary? Ultimately, the emperor resolved to send the two together. Upon departing the palace, Nie Xiaotian first returned home before stealthily making his way to the East Palace. Your Highness, the emperor intends to lay an ambush along the streets while you visit the Shi Wang residence for a memorial tomorrow, and afterward, he plans to eliminate King Wu Ming. Framing you for it, Zhao Zongjie clenched his fists. His suspicions were confirmed. His father held no paternal affection for him, only for Shi Wang. Now that Shi Wang was deceased, he was willing to sacrifice his other son for revenge. What is the state of the palace's defenses? Nie Xiaotian replied. Zhang Haolong will dispatch men to strengthen patrols and guards. The emperor still believes I am aligned with Shi Wang. Thus he has lowered his guard. Tonight is the perfect opportunity to strike. The prince inhaled deeply, his chest expanding with the weight of his breath. We shall act tonight, keeping watch over the Wu Ming residence and the city gates. I fear the Yin soldiers may cause unforeseen complications. Nie Xiaotian nodded in agreement. The prince, Zhao Zongjie, cast his gaze upon the sword laid upon the table, a gift from Emperor Su Chong on the occasion of his coming of age. This evening, he would press the sword against Emperor Xuchong's neck, compelling him to inscribe the abdication edict. The crown prince took a deep breath, feeling a twinge of anxiety, uncertain whether they had captured Wen Huaidie. When Huaidie opened her eyes and glanced behind her, someone was approaching. She lifted the curtain to survey her surroundings. Before her lay a precipice, which she had unwittingly arranged as her own grave. It was said there were only a dozen individuals, yet there were clearly thousands. A rough voice emerged from the grass, challenging them. They had only brought 300 men, but now the enemy numbered 2,000. How could they possibly capture Wen Huaidie alive? The leading assassin's expression darkened considerably. The king of the underworld had summoned the Yin family army. The Yin family army was formidable. Even if these 300 were the crown prince's meticulously trained assassins, the likelihood of extracting Wen Huaidie under such protection was exceedingly slim. Just as they hesitated, the group came to a halt. Lian Ming and Bing Xia dismounted the carriage first, assisting Wen Huaidie down. Yangdong instructed. You two protect the princess. Do not stray too far. Lian Ming and Bing Xia nodded in agreement. The three made their way toward a thicket of trees and bushes. Once I've Yangdong's sight, when Huaidie spoke, I will go down first. You two follow after. Upon seeing Wen Huaidie depart with her maids, the assassins swiftly circled around from another direction. Help! The plea for salvation abruptly ceased, and Yangdong immediately sensed something amiss, rushing toward the source of the sound. As they navigated through the tall grass, black-clad assassins intercepted them. The two factions engaged in a fierce struggle. By the time the main force arrived, Yangdong was able to break free to search for Wen Huaidie. However, when he reached the edge of the cliff, he witnessed Lian Ming and Bing Xia being coerced to plunge into the abyss. Scanning the area, there was no sign of Wen Huaidie. Yangdong felt a chill enveloping him, as if he had stepped into the depths of winter. The assassins dispatched by Crown Prince Zhao Zongjie were equally taken aback. They had not anticipated that Wen Huaidie would choose death over capture, fearlessly leaping off the ledge. The Crown Prince desired her alive, now that she was dead. How could they justify this? Upon seeing Yangdong and his men approaching, the lead assassin immediately shouted, "Retreat." However, driven by rage, Yangdong was unwilling to let them escape, decisively cutting off their route of retreat and leaving no survivors. A bloodied sword was held to the throat of the lead assassin. "Where is the king of the underworld's princess?" The assassin, trembling in fear, swallowed hard and pointed toward the cliff, stammering, "She refused to come with us. She jumped." Yangdong's face drained of color. "Who sent you?" The lead assassin, desperate to avoid death, shook his head vigorously. It was the crown prince who sought to use Wen Huaidie to threaten the king of the underworld. We did not foresee her jumping. His Highness desires her alive, not dead. We cannot be blamed. The blade sliced through his throat, and he fell to the ground, eyes wide open in eternal silence. Yangdong and his companions stood at the cliff's edge, peering down into the unfathomable depths. What now? Du Shutian, who had been temporarily assigned to escort Wen Huaidie to Liao Sang City, felt utterly lost. They all understood how dearly Yin Hanyun cherished Wen Huaidie. Aware of the lurking dangers, one must discreetly transport individuals to the safest havens for their protection. Yet, calamity has struck. Wen Huaidie, lacking martial prowess, could not possibly survive a fall from such a great precipice. Descend and search, commanded Yangdong, leading 2,000 soldiers down the cliff. The closer they approached the site where Wen Huaidie had fallen, the more tumultuous the waters became. Other than the raging currents and protruding rocks, nothing else was visible. Chapter 33. Departing from the kingdom of Tsang Ao amidst palace turmoil, Wen Huaidie balanced precariously on a rock outcrop of the cliff, while with one hand she cradled Lianming, who lightly tapped her toes and soared upward. Then, she leaped down to retrieve Bingxia. Lianming surveyed their surroundings, having circled the cliff. They were no longer at the spot of the initial fall. Wen Huaidie gazed into the distant mountains. After a prolonged silence, she turned and led Lianming and Bingxia away from the summit. 2,000 soldiers scoured the base of the cliff for over 3 hours, halting only when darkness fell. 100 miles from the capital, at an en route to the kingdom of Dongling, Wen Huaidie and her companions donned straw hats. "Do you have any rooms available?" The innkeeper, surprised by the jade token on the table, replied, "Indeed, we have 3 excellent guest rooms." He retrieved 3 keys from the wall and gestured, "Esteemed guests, please proceed to the 2nd floor." Just past the staircase's turn, the innkeeper lowered his voice. "Lord, Chu Taowen awaits you in your room." Wen Huaidie nodded. Upon entering, Chu Taowen exhaled a sigh of relief at the sight of Wen Huaidie. Closing the door, he spoke with evident excitement. "My lord, you have finally arrived. I feared something had gone awry in your absence." Wen Huaidie removed her hat, knowing that chaos would soon ensue in the capital, necessitating an immediate return to Dongling. Chu Taowen, having waited a day at the inn, readily agreed. Wen Huaidie held chopsticks, her gaze fixed on the dishes before her. Lacking appetite, she set them aside. Yin Hanyin must have already received news of his demise. At the Wu Ming Wang Fu, Daming stood before Yin Hanyin. "Reported, my lord. General Feng has replaced the city guards at the west gate with soldiers from the Yin family, while another 1,000 have entered the city in shifts during the day to prepare." Steward Yin interjected. "Outside the mansion, the emperor and the crown prince's men are present." Yin Hanyin replied in a low voice, "Open the secret passage. Not a single name on the list can be overlooked." Daming clasped his hands. "Rest assured, my lord. We have surrounded all the residences of those individuals. None shall escape." Now, they awaited the crown prince to storm the imperial city and engage in battle with the forces of Emperor Xuchang. The dim candlelight illuminated Yin Hanyin's face, casting an aura of depth and mystery. He instinctively reached for the handkerchief he had taken from the Shui pavilion. Having been apart for less than a day, he found himself already longing for her. Yin gazed skyward, uncertain if she too thought of him. What? The person has fallen to their death off the cliff. The crown prince, Zhao Zongjie, seized the assassin by the collar, lifting him. "Your Highness, that woman would rather perish than fall into our hands. I am the sole survivor of 300, while the others were slain by the Yin family soldiers." The bloodied assassin spoke, a deep gash marking his leg. Zhao Zongjie was filled with anxiety and questioned, "How many men from the Yin army escorted Wen Huaidie away?" "Approximately 2,000 came to reply. They have gone to the bottom of the cliff to search for the bodies, but given the height of that cliff, the 3 women are undoubtedly doomed." The crown prince paced restlessly. Up until now, Yin Hanyin had not come to confront him, which surely indicated that the Yin army responsible for the escort was still searching for Wen Huaidie's body and had yet to report to Yin Hanyin. "Send the order to attack the palace immediately. We must seize Emperor Xuchang before Yin Hanyin learns of Wen Huaidie's demise." Red fireworks erupted in the sky. The secret passage from the Wu Ming Wang Fu to the dark alleys suddenly swung open. The Yin army stationed at the west gate swiftly opened the city gates, allowing the remaining 17,000 men to enter the city. Within the central harmony hall, Crown Prince Zhao Zongjie held his sword against Emperor Xuchang's throat. Nie Xiaotian dispatched a eunuch, killing him to retrieve the imperial seal and present it to Zhao Zongjie. Emperor Xuchang's gaze, fierce and predatory, locked onto Nie Xiaotian. He could hardly fathom that Nie Xiaotian was an ally of the crown prince. "Father, will you write the decree of abdication?" Zhao Zongjie placed an ink-stained brush beside Emperor Xuchang's hand. "Unfilial son, you will never ascend to the throne legitimately." Zhao Zongjie marked a line across Emperor Xuchang's face and declared, "If I cannot sit upon the throne, then who shall? That already deceased Prince Shi. Old fool, you hold him in such high regard, yet he was foolish beyond redemption, fit only to nurture my women and children." Emperor Xuchang was momentarily taken aback. He quickly understood why Nie Xiaotian had pledged loyalty to Zhao Zongjie. "You lack integrity. Retribution will find you." Zhao Zongjie scoffed. Which emperor of the Kangao nation did not ascend atop the corpses of brothers? This time, it is merely your turn to join them. "Your Highness, trouble is at hand. Wu Ming Wang has breached the palace." Chancellor Lu Weici rushed in with the urgent news. In the next moment, an arrow pierced through his neck, ending his life. Lu Weici fell to the ground, his eyes wide open in death. At that moment, Emperor Xuchang had never felt more grateful for Yin Hanyin's presence. He had been saved. The central harmony hall was stormed by the Yin army as Yin Hanyin entered in a wheelchair. Emperor Xuchang shouted at him, "Wu Ming Wang, save me." Yen Hanyun's indifferent gaze swept over the father and son of the Zhao family. Your son has a knife at your throat. The Zhao family's foundation is rotten to the core. Bring them in. As he watched the individuals brought forth, Emperor Xuchong was taken aback, questioning why it was these people. Zhao Zongjia was perplexed by Yen Hanyun's decision to bring in these inconsequential individuals at such a critical juncture. Wu Ming Wang, as long as you stand by my side, when I ascend the throne, you will be a key minister in my court, my right hand. Even before Emperor Xuchong had perished, Zhao Zongjia proclaimed himself emperor. Yen Hanyun treated Zhao Zongjia as if he were invisible, swiftly beheading 3 men. Blood stained his hands as he inquired of Emperor Xuchong, "Why did you act as you did during the Battle of Liao Sang City?" The depths of Emperor Xuchong's eyes reflected sorrow. He had indeed come to understand the truth. "King Wu Ming, what are you saying? I cannot comprehend your words." The defeat at Liaosong City was due to Panshan's embezzlement of military provisions. "I have already executed the entire family. I believe General Wei Yuan can now rest peacefully in the afterlife." 3 more have fallen beneath Yen Hanyun's blade, and you still persist with your defiance. In your quest to eliminate the virtuous king, you have sacrificed the lives of countless soldiers and civilians in Liaosong City. You are utterly unworthy of the throne, and you truly deserve death. The others, cowering on the ground, trembled in fear, dreading that they might be the next victims of Yen Hanyun's wrath. Zhao Zongjia's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It seemed that Yen Hanyun harbored a grudge against Emperor Xuchong. "Yen Hanyun, since our goals align, let us unite to slay the emperor." Yen Hanyun cast a dark gaze towards Zhao Zongjia, who stood smugly beside him. "Enough of your idle chatter." With a swift motion, he unsheathed his sword and severed Zhao Zongjia's arm, reclaiming the weapon instantly. Zhao Zongjia fell to the ground, wailing in agony. Witnessing Yen Hanyun's audacity to strike the crown prince, the others immediately began to plead for mercy. It was the emperor's command. He wanted the virtuous king dead in Liaosong City, so we were forced to replace the provisions with sand. If we did not comply, he would have killed us. Yes, it was the emperor who orchestrated this. We were left with no choice. Emperor Xuchong, realizing he had been betrayed, bellowed in fury, "You are all worthless cowards. Clinging to your lives," he shouted at Yen Hanyun. "If the virtuous king and your father were truly formidable, they could have defended Liaosong City even without provisions. Their failure is a testament to their own inadequacy." Unable to contain his rage, Yen Hanyun lunged forward, thrusting his sword into Emperor Xuchong's eye. One strike after another, he inflicted countless wounds upon him. Only when Emperor Xuchong lay lifeless on the ground, bleeding profusely, did he relent. "Execute them all." Daming, upon hearing this, swiftly joined others to eliminate all the officials on the list within the hall. A mournful cry filled the air as the once vibrant chamber became a scene of desolation. In mere moments, the ground was strewn with corpses. Chapter 34. Revenge and Retribution. The news of death. Zhao Zongjia, having lost an arm, watched in horror as Nie Xiaotian and his subordinates were all slaughtered. In a panic, he scrambled backward, desperate to escape. How could Yen Hanyun, determined to eradicate every threat, allow him to flee? Just as he prepared to strike, Zhao Zongjia shouted in desperation, "Yen Hanyun, I have Wen Huaidie in my possession. If you dare to kill me, her fate is sealed." Yen Hanyun's sword froze mid-air, as if time had come to a halt. Seeing his words had taken effect, Zhao Zongjia felt a surge of triumph. Indeed, he was unaware of Wen Huaidie's fall from the cliff. "You secretly dispatched someone to send Wen Huaidie away from the capital early this morning, and my men have long been in pursuit." Yen Hanyun's heart raced with unease. With 150,000 troops stationed in the capital, he had no surplus personnel to send. The Yen family army escorting Wen Huaidie numbered 2,000. Even if Zhao Zongjia discovered her departure and sent someone to chase after her, they would be no match. Zhao Zongjia, unwavering, declared, "If you do not believe me, you can immediately send someone to pursue and see if Wen Huaidie is still there." Deming immediately remarked, "Your Highness, if the princess truly encountered misfortune, Yangdong would undoubtedly return to inform us at once." Zhao Zongjia must be lying. Yen Hanyun's grip on the sword tightened, his apprehension mounting. He ordered Zhao Zongjie to be confined in a cage and transported, while the national treasury was to be emptied. Observing the Yin Hanyun did not fully believe him. Zhao Zongjie anxiously exclaimed, "Yin Hanyun, should you dare take me away, my men will promptly execute Wen Huaidie." Yin Hanyun replied, "There is no need for a cage. Simply tie him with coarse rope and drag him behind thunder." Should Zhao Zongjie's men truly have seized Huaidie, they would undoubtedly use her as leverage to compel him to rescue Zhao Zongjie. Feng Chun dragged Zhao Zongjie away from the Zhangyi Hall. As the army gradually withdrew from the palace, Yin Hanyun rode atop thunder, with Zhao Zongjie being towed behind by a rope. Just as they were about to exit the palace, Yang Dong galloped in from the distance. At the sight of Yang Dong charging towards them, even Deming, who was riding alongside Yin Hanyun, felt a chill run through his body. Had the princess truly been captured by Zhao Zongjie's men? Yin Hanyun's countenance darkened, resembling the calm before a tempest, brimming with inexorable malice. Upon entering the city, Yang Dong encountered no obstacles, surmising that Yin Hanyun had managed to control the situation. Yet, a weightier burden settled upon his heart. He had avenged General Wei Yuan, the virtuous king, and the countless citizens of Liaosang City, but now the princess lay dead. He had not even recovered her body. How could he justify this to the prince? Dismounting, Yang Dong knelt heavily before the ground, his voice laden with remorse. "Your Highness, after departing the capital, we were ambushed by assassins sent by the crown prince. The princess fell from a cliff, her fate uncertain. I searched the base of the cliff for her body all afternoon, but found nothing." Hearing Yang Dong's words, Zhao Zongjie felt as though struck by lightning. Why did he choose this moment to return and inform Yin Hanyun? Was this not a death sentence for him? Without Wen Huaidie as a hostage, Yin Hanyun would undoubtedly execute him without hesitation. Yin Hanyun's hand, gripping the reins, trembled as if all the blood had drained from his veins. Thunder sensed the instability of its rider and instinctively moved to stabilize him. Yin Hanyun tightened his grip on the reins, leaping off the horse to land in his wheelchair. Zhao Zongjie, fixated on Yin Hanyun, who appeared as a harbinger of death, crawled backward in fear. Thunder, feeling the strain, reared up and whinnied, taking 2 steps forward. Zhao Zongjie was once again dragged back. Yin Hanyun's sword hovered before Zhao Zongjie, then paused. Just as Zhao Zongjie exhaled in relief, he heard Yin Hanyun utter the phrase "dismembered by 5 horses." He felt as though he might faint from terror. "No, you cannot do this to me. Kill me with 1 stroke, just kill me." At that moment, Yin Hanyun's mind was solely fixated on the necessity of Zhao Zongjie's demise. The citizens of the capital gazed in astonishment as Yin Hanyun departed the city with the Yin family army and countless treasures. Some audacious individuals ventured into the royal city to steal a glimpse, only to retreat in horror. There lay countless corpses, a scene of death. The 5,000 imperial guards had nearly been annihilated in their confrontation with Nie Xiaotian and the forces of the aristocracy. The remaining few scattered soldiers fled for their lives. Prince Zhao Zongjie commanded the formidable combined forces of the aristocracy and Nie Xiaotian, totaling 250,000 troops. Yet before the Yin family army breached the palace, only a handful remained. In spite of the vast numerical disparity, Yin Hanyun dispatched assassins to eliminate all commanding generals. With no leaders to guide them, the Yin family army's incursion was swift and unexpected. The battlefield's aura of bloodshed and terror rendered the onlookers immobile. After the demise of both the prince and Emperor Xuchong, the remaining soldiers discarded their weapons in despair. Watching the Yin family army depart from the capital, they appeared utterly lost. With the emperor and prince deceased, would Yin Hanyun not ascend throne? Why then would he abandon the capital? What path lay ahead for them? The Yin family army surged forth like an unstoppable lion, a tempest sweeping away all that lay in its wake. At the cliff's edge, Du Shutian glimpsed Yin Hanyun's arrival, shaking his head in helplessness. "My lord, I have failed. I cannot locate the princess's remains." Yin Hanyun forced a semblance of calm, yet his eyes brimmed with tears, his voice hoarse yet resolute. As long as no body was found, she remained alive. Daming subtly glanced at Yang Dong, who responded with a slight shake of his head. The depths below the cliff were fraught with unseen currents, and it was now night. Even with torches in hand, they could only see a step or two ahead. The entire mountain was illuminated as if engulfed in flames. 20,000 soldiers divided into thousands of small teams, making their way downstream through the darkness. Wen Huaidie gripped the arms of his wheelchair tightly, his throat constricted, desperately attempting to lift his legs to the ground. Yet, no matter how hard he strained, only the muscles of his thighs quivered within. At that moment, he felt overwhelming regret. Why had he sent her away? She should have remained by his side. It would have sufficed to take her wherever he went. Surely he could have protected her with his life. Tears welled in his eyes, growing heavier by the moment. As dawn broke, no trace of Wen Huaidie or Liamen was found. Every soldier was drenched in sweat and river water, yet not a single complaint escaped their lips. Their princess was gone, and even her body was unaccounted for. Such was their fate. Chapter 35. The Conquest of Kangao Nation. Wen Huaidie in despair, Wen Huaidie and his 2,000 Yin family soldiers searched beneath the cliff for a full 10 days. The once spirited young general had become unkempt, his beard unruly. His blood-stained battle robe had faded into splotches of brown, resembling a frostbitten eggplant, devoid of any vitality. Those around him stood in eerie silence. As Damung swallowed hard, "My lord, news of the turmoil in the capital has spread. It won't be long before lords from various regions march their armies to seize control of the city. If we do not depart soon, we may encounter them." Wen Huaidie sat in his wheelchair, his gaze fixed vacantly upon the rushing river, lost in contemplation. At the border of Kangao Nation and Dongling Nation, 6 swift horses vanished like lightning down the dusty road, heading toward the military encampment. Emperor Ouyang Xian of Dongling stood atop a watchtower, peering through a telescope at the horizon. Upon recognizing familiar figures, he hurried down the tower to greet them. "Lord." Wen Huaidie nodded slightly at Ouyang Xian within the confines of the military tent. Ouyang Xian declared, "The 50,000-strong army is poised and ready to march towards the Tsangao kingdom by tomorrow." Along the way, Wen Huaidie had already received news of the turmoil in the capital and was aware that Wen Huaidie was still searching for her at the bottom of the cliff. Tomorrow, they would launch an assault on Xianshi city, advancing directly towards the capital along the main thoroughfare of the 72 cities. The 4 dukes and 5 lords stationed in their fiefs must have received word of the Zhao family royal clan's annihilation. Emperor Xuchang had no surviving bloodline, and even Princess Xinyue perished while being used as leverage against Crown Prince Zhao Zongjie. In his quest for vengeance, Wen Huaidie had exterminated half of the court officials. The capital was now a tangled mess. The 4 dukes and 5 lords would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. They would devise all manner of schemes to capture the capital and declare themselves emperor before others could act. However, the combined forces at their disposal amounted to less than 200,000, a disorganized assembly that Wen Huaidie did not regard with much concern. After leaving the tent, Ouyang Xian placed a hand on Chu Tao's shoulder. "I have no worries about conquering the Tsangao kingdom. My only fear lies in the north, where we may encounter Liaosong City after seizing the 72 cities. Wen Huaidie, despite his disabilities, managed to hold his ground against you. If he refuses to surrender, it will undoubtedly be a brutal and arduous battle. The moniker of God of Death is not one to be taken lightly." Chu Tao nodded, acknowledging Wen Huaidie as a formidable opponent. The scandal surrounding Emperor Xuchang's actions against the virtuous king and Wen Huaidie's father had stirred considerable unrest in the Tsangao kingdom, with the populace largely rallying behind Wen Huaidie. In truth, should Wen Huaidie aspire to the throne after capturing the capital, the will of the people would compel the 4 dukes and 5 lords to submit. Ouyang Xian frowned in confusion, feeling regret for Wen Huaidie. With the prowess of the sect leader, she should have eliminated him while at the Wang residence. Furthermore, with Bing Xiao by her side and Wen Huaidie unguarded, she could have easily poisoned him without a sound. Chu Tao regarded Ouyang Xian with a complex expression. Such thoughts should never be uttered in front of the sect leader. "Why?" Ouyang Xian questioned, perplexed, feeling he had spoken no falsehood. Those who aspire to greatness do not concern themselves with trifles. Wen Huaidie's ambitions are lofty. Many lives will undoubtedly be lost on her path to unification. Chu Taoan exhaled deeply. The sect leader, and Yin Hanyun are married. Ouyang Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't that merely a fade to eradicate the Wen family, wreak havoc in its Sangao court, and feign marriage to Yin Hanyun? Chu Taowen patted Ouyang Xian's chest. This man has been married and has children. How can he not understand? Initially, it was a ruse, but the sect leader has developed feelings for Yin Hanyun. Fortunately, they are only now engaging Liaosong City. Otherwise, I cannot fathom the outcome. Ouyang Xian stood frozen, his right eye blindfolded, but his left eye gleamed with clarity. Could a woman like Wen Huaidie truly harbor feelings for a man? He had thought her solely focused on becoming the sovereign of a unified realm, devoid of any personal attachments. Was Yin Hanyun truly that handsome? Yin Hanyun had searched for 15 days with the Yin family army at the cliff's base. Torrential rains fell, but the chill of the rain could not compare to the coldness in his heart. Spirit money fluttered one by one from Yin Hanyun's hands. As silence enveloped the cliff above, Yin Hanyun clutched the handkerchief tightly, as if striving to merge it into his very being. He had anticipated a swift reunion, yet he had not even left behind a single token of longing. Now, Yin Hanyun could only embrace the belongings used by Wen Huaidie, allowing the inanimate to evoke memories of the departed. The 20,000 Yin family troops finally advanced towards Liaosong City. If they continued the search, the 4 lords and 5 dukes would indeed send assassins to intercept them. 10 days later, Yin Hanyun arrived at Liaosong City with his 20,000 troops. By then, the Duke of Yiyang from the Eastern Ling Kingdom, Chu Taowen, had already captured 7 cities from the Sangao Kingdom. Meanwhile, the 4 lords and 5 dukes, after 3 days of engagement in the capital, received news of the Eastern Ling Kingdom's declaration of war against the Sangao Kingdom. After deliberation among the 9, they resolved to unite against the enemy, intending to discuss the imperial succession only after repelling the Eastern Ling forces. Huigu, with a furrowed brow, hastened to Liaosong City, eager to meet Yin Hanyun, but was intercepted by Deming and Yangdong. Deming inquired, "Have you located the medical sage and the poison ghost?" Huigu shook his head. Deming's expression darkened. In fact, he had maintained that grim visage for over 20 days. "Regardless of whether you have found them, you must not enter." Since his return, the prince has sequestered himself in his chamber and has not emerged. Huigu lowered his gaze, his eyes flickering as he softly asked, "Is it because of the princess?" Deming nodded. Yangdong and General Du have each volunteered for 100 military lashes and now dare not present themselves before the prince. Huigu mounted his horse. "If that is the case, I must seek the prince immediately." Deming looked on, perplexed, as Huigu galloped into the city. What does this mean? Dismounting and approaching the estate, Huigu paused at the door of the chamber, inhaling deeply before unburdening the satchel from his back. He retrieved a scroll of painting and held it tightly in his hands. Several days had elapsed since he first laid eyes on the image. Yet Huigu still hesitated to confirm his suspicions. After knocking, silence prevailed within the room. Huigu called out solemnly, "Your Highness, I have urgent matters to report." "Enter," came a muffled voice from within. Pushing the door open, Huigu stepped inside and immediately beheld Yin Hanyun, who sat despondently in a wheelchair. He appeared as though ravaged by a tempest, his unkempt beard and bloodshot eyes reflecting a hollow despair. It seemed as though he had aged several years in an instant. Witnessing Yin Hanyun in such a wretched state, Huigu gripped the painting even tighter, nearly tearing it in half. If this is true, then Wen Huaidie has indeed gone too far. "Your Highness, previously you instructed me to investigate the whereabouts of Emperor Ouyang Xian of the Eastern Ling Kingdom during his disappearance. I have now uncovered the truth." Yin Hanyun lifted his gaze. He had lost interest in the affairs of the Eastern Ling Kingdom, for he had avenged his grievances and now only needed to protect the Yin family troops. Should the Eastern Ling Kingdom ultimately conquer the Sangao Kingdom, for the sake of the 200,000 Yin soldiers' lives, Yin Hanyun was already contemplating disbanding the army and returning them to their farms. After all, he had never aspired to be emperor. Retaining command of the army served little purpose. The treasures pilfered from the national treasury could be distributed among the soldiers, ensuring that 200,000 men would be well fed and clothed for a lifetime. It is far better than confronting the Dongling kingdom head-on, ultimately jeopardizing one's life. Upon witnessing Wen Huaidie's reaction, a sense of frustration akin to the iron not becoming steel welled up within me. After being betrayed, Ouyang Xian wandered to a village near Nielong Cliff, where he was rescued by a woman. Several children had glimpsed her appearance, and based on their descriptions, my subordinate commissioned an artist to create a portrait. The subordinate believed that the woman in the portrait bore a striking resemblance to the princess, albeit with a certain youthful innocence. I unveiled the portrait before Wen Huaidie, my expression urging him to take a look. Chapter 36. Uncovering the Identity of Wen Huaidie. The woman in the portrait donned a crimson garment, her veil concealing the lower part of her face, revealing only her nose, eyes, and forehead. Wen Huaidie's gaze fixated on the partially obscured visage, blinking in disbelief. The resemblance was uncanny, so familiar it was Wen Huaidie from her youth. Wen Huaidie straightened his posture, accepting the portrait and tenderly caressing the paper. He resolved to investigate whether she had always resided at the estate where she had once stayed. I informed him that I had already relayed the message to the shadow guards remaining in the capital. Answers would surely come soon. Wen Huaidie's eyes darkened, summoned by San. Outside the door, Daming, upon seeing me exit, eagerly inquired about the prince's condition. I remained silent. By San, assuming that Wen Huaidie had fainted from distress, given that he had scarcely eaten in days, was relieved to find him unharmed. Wen Huaidie fixed his gaze on by San and asked, "When you diagnosed Huaidie, you mentioned her heart ailment was severe and could affect her lifespan. Is it possible you were mistaken?" By San paused, then quickly retorted, "Impossible. How could I be wrong about her condition? The princess's heart ailment was indeed grave. But isn't she already deceased? Why would Wen Huaidie suddenly question me about this?" Wen Huaidie pressed, "Is there a way to disguise one's pulse?" By San shook his head decisively. "No, unless an exceptionally skilled physician employs medicine or poison to mask it. Such a feat would require someone with extraordinary abilities. Unless the ancestors of Gigu, who have been gone for over 200 years, have returned, no one could accomplish this." Wen Huaidie's pupils contracted. "What about the physician and poison master from Changjuanch?" By San hesitated. "I have never encountered them. I've only heard tales that one specializes in healing while the other in crafting poisons. How could a scorned young lady from a family possibly enlist the help of such renowned figures to disguise her pulse?" Wen Huaidie fell into contemplative silence. The master of Changjuanch had departed Nielong Cliff alongside the physician and poison master. Not long after their departure, Wen Huaidie had been retrieved from the estate by the Wen family. "Leave me for now," Wen Huaidie instructed. He needed solitude to ponder. As I closed the door, I gazed towards the capital. In all likelihood, news would arrive in 2 days. By San, carrying his medicine box, looked at me in confusion and asked, "What exactly is going on?" There must be a reason for Wen Huaidie to summon me with such urgency. As I looked back at Guhuan, Deming and Feng Chun spoke with grave expressions. I suspect that the master of Changyuan Pavilion is none other than the princess. Deming's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "That is impossible. How could the frail-looking princess be the notorious master of Changyuan Pavilion, known in the martial world as the ghost-faced Rakshasa? Moreover, she is merely 16 years old." Guhuan tilted his head, replying, "Let us wait a moment. It could be a coincidence. What has transpired to lead you to such a conclusion?" In Woyang City, the army of Dongling, having captured 10 cities in succession, was now resting within the city. In the conference hall, Wen Huaidie stated, "The first batch of reinforcement from the 4 dukes and 5 lords has arrived in Huacheng, totaling 100,000 troops, along with the local garrison, bringing the total to 105,000. Chu Taowen thumped his chest, declaring, "They have journeyed a long way without time to rest. I shall lead a surprise attack tonight and catch them off guard." Ouyang Xian, seated nearby, discreetly observed Wen Huaidie's expression. They had already sent envoys to Liaosong City, presumably seeking assistance from Wen Huaidie. Wen Huaidie stated unequivocally he will not agree. Bringing everyone back to Liaosong City indicates his desire to avoid involvement in the Zhao family's affairs. He will not heed the words of the 4 dukes and 5 lords. Ouyang Xian felt a surge of frustration. Such decisiveness suggests a deep understanding. Chu Taowen interjected, the scouts from Liaosong City have reported that since Wen Huaidie returned, he has stationed troops in all 4 surrounding cities, converting the treasures he brought back into silver and provisions. Even if he were to shut the gates and hold out for 2 to 3 years, it would be no problem. He silently mused, noting that Wen Huaidie had yet to emerge. The townsfolk of Liaosong City claimed he was guarding the spirit of the deceased princess. Wen Huaidie lowered her gaze, instructing, "Continue to monitor. Report any news immediately." Que ta Wen nodded vigorously, affirming, "Understood." Ultimately, when it comes to Liaosong City, Wen Huaidie would surely be reluctant to harm Wen Huaidie. Their affair is far from over, and Wen Huaidie is indeed in a tragic predicament, having been deceived from start to finish. The emotional turmoil of discovering the truth months later would undoubtedly lead to an explosion of rage. Deming and Yangdong pursued Gu Huan for clarification. Their initial reactions were disbelief, primarily due to Wen Huaidie's youth. Who was the master of Chanyuan Pavilion? He has been wreaking havoc in the martial world for 3 to 4 years already, and Chanyuan Pavilion was established only 6 years ago. At that time, Wen Huaidie was merely 10 years old. How could she possibly be capable of such deeds? Gu Huan countered, but was not the prince also slaughtering enemies on the battlefield at the age of 14? Yangdong raised an eyebrow, replying, "That is entirely different. The prince has been trained in the military camp since he was 4 years old, molded from a young age for battle. It is perfectly normal for him to sweep across the battlefield at 14. Yangdong shook his head, asserting the princess spent 3 months within the palace, and the hidden guards have never left the snow pavilion. It is absolutely impossible." Gu Huan retorted, "If the princess truly is the master of Chanyuan Pavilion, even if she were to leave the palace in broad daylight, the hidden guards would remain oblivious. Moreover, consider this. The princess has returned to the capital for less than 3 months, and the situation within the city has undergone a dramatic transformation. In retrospect, the arrival of the Eastern Ling envoy seems too fortuitous, particularly their insistence that Wen Huaidie be sent for a marriage alliance. This is evidently the princess seeking retribution, while simultaneously instigating discord between the crown prince and Emperor Xuchong by diminishing the prince's influence. Daming and Yangdong remained seated, their lips tightly sealed, unwilling to believe the unfolding events. Seeing their steadfastness, Huaigu had no choice but to wave his hand and suggest they await further news, which would soon validate his suspicions. Daming, shifting his gaze, rested his hands on his knees and hesitantly remarked that, if true, it might not be entirely disastrous for them. At least the prince's mood had significantly improved upon receiving this information, as if a glimmer of hope had emerged. Yangdong raised an eyebrow, anxiety flickering in his eyes. Yet, if it were indeed true, the prince would have been deceived, ultimately leading to a tragic feigned death to escape his predicament. Daming and Huaigu exchanged worried glances, swallowing hard, as the implications seemed dire. Chapter 37. Discovering the truth. A visitor from the capital seeks aid, a pigeon perched upon the ground, its small eyes darting about. Daming, seated on the ground, momentarily froze before turning to Huaigu. Taking a deep breath, Huaigu stood and approached the bird, delicately removing the note from its leg. With a heart filled with trepidation, he opened the letter, closing his eyes in despair. Daming, eager for answers, inquired, "What does it say?" Huaigu bit his lip, unsure whether the prince should rejoice or mourn. With that, he turned and knocked on the door to Wen Huaidie's chamber. They were now set to confront the Eastern Ling kingdom directly. Wen Huaidie, his gaze dark and intense, regarded Huaigu with the predatory eyes of a wolf, as if the latter were his quarry. The plump woman who had abused the princess had succumbed to a grave illness after the murder of Madame Mei, wife of Wen Jinlin. Upon exhumation, a body was indeed discovered within the coffin, having perished roughly a decade prior, not from illness, but from a brutal blow of a cleaver. The assailant had wielded considerable strength, delivering a single fatal strike that severed the neck. Wen Huaidie clenched his fists tightly. On this day, he recalled every memory spent with Wen Huaidie. Upon closer inspection, there were indeed discrepancies. Despite her severe heart condition, she had endured the cruelties of a wicked servant and lived to 16. Given her health, any illness could have proven fatal, without a physician's care or medication. Surviving a single ailment would be fortunate indeed. Yet, over a decade, was she truly that fortunate? Whether facing the one family, entering the palace to meet the empress, or attending the birthday banquet of the Duke of Ryong, her actions revealed no signs of weakness. Her courage was unmistakable. At the time, Yen Huaidie believed it was simply her suppressed nature, finally liberated by the support he provided. In hindsight, it seemed all along to be mere self-indulgence stemming from his infatuation. Yen Huaidie inquired, "How many cities has the Eastern Ling Kingdom captured, and where are their forces now?" Returning to the past, the Yuyang Marquis and his troops of 100,000 have gathered to support Huacheng and are likely already there. Yen Huaidie resolutely declared, "Tomorrow at dawn, I shall depart, ensuring my departure from Liaosong City remains concealed." He felt compelled to see Wen Huaidie with his own eyes, to question her personally before bringing her back. Guegu lowered his head. Wen Huaidie had rescued Ouyang Xian, and Changyuan Pavilion had assisted him in reclaiming the throne of Dongling. Now, she had turned her attention toward the Kangao kingdom. The role of the princess in this matter was of paramount importance. What status did she hold in Dongling? Was she Ouyang Xian's strategist or merely a woman? Guegu dared not reveal his suspicions to Yen Huaidie. Yen Huaidie, intent on departing unnoticed, had chosen only 5 shadow guards to accompany him, as fewer individuals would make them less conspicuous. The following morning, Yen Huaidie prepared to set off early. Feng Chun rushed back, breathlessly reporting, "Your Highness, someone from the capital seeks an audience and has arrived at the city gate." Yen Huaidie dismounted, his expression darkening. "Who is it?" Feng Chun replied, "It is Qian Dongquan." The visitor had been deliberately chosen. Qian Dongquan had some connections with Yen Huaidie. His father had served in the Yin family army for a year during his youth. "Bring him in," Yen Huaidie commanded. "Keep a close watch on the movements within the city. I suspect Huaidie has placed people in Liaosong City. They have long plotted against Kangao and would undoubtedly have spies within the Yin family army, especially in Liaosong." When Qian Dongquan entered, his back was drenched. Along the way, the Yin family soldiers had scrutinized him with vigilant eyes, instilling a sense of dread, as if he were on the verge of becoming a victim of their blades. "I pay my respects to the martial king," he said, lifting his head, his breath catching at the sight of Yen Huaidie's grim expression, which seemed to threaten his very existence. "What brings you to Liaosong City?" Qian Dongquan dared not wipe the sweat from his forehead. "The armies of Dongling are pressing in, having captured 8 cities in succession, led by Chu Taowen, who is unstoppable. The Kangao forces have scattered after the chaos in the capital, leaving only about 200,000 able to take the field. I come on the orders of the Yuyang Marquis to seek your assistance, hoping you might rescue Kangao from its plight." He then bowed deeply to the ground. Yen Huaidie replied calmly, "The crown prince has rebelled and invaded the palace. Emperor Xuchong murdered my father for the throne. Do you expect me to come to the aid of the Zhao family dynasty they established? Do you not find this absurd?" Qian Dongquan urged fervently, "The emperor is unkind. The nation may have a new wise ruler. But should the country fall, the citizens of Kangao will become rootless wanderers. Your Highness is also a child of Kangao, born and raised here. Will you truly allow the iron steeds of Dongling to trample upon Kangao's soil?" Yen Huaidie raised his gaze, leaning forward with gritted teeth. "My father fought valiantly for Kangao, only to be persecuted by the sovereign. I have been on the battlefield since I was 12, battling in various campaigns, yet all I earned was the monarch's suspicion. You asked me to send troops for support, but the new emperor will be the first to eliminate me. Do you think me a fool?" Qian Dongquan hesitated, words caught in his throat. He intended to convey that one could ascend to the throne independently, however, as a subordinate of the Duke of Yuyang. His aspirations were undoubtedly aligned with seeing his lord claim the imperial title. The 4 dukes and 5 lords sought aid from Yen Huaidie precisely to repel the formidable forces of the Eastern Ling Kingdom. The survival of the Tsangao kingdom depended on their success. Only then could they hope to ascend to power. Should the prince refuse to assist, the inevitable defeat of the Duke of Yuyang's forces would eventually lead the Eastern Ling army to besiege Liaosong City. In such a scenario, the absence of reinforcements would spell doom. Yen Huaidie's eyes reflected a tumultuous array of emotions. Would Wen Huaidie truly turn against him with weapons drawn? "You may leave," I shall not extend my support to them, nor will I fight on behalf of those with the Zhao bloodline. Since departing from the capital, I have no intention of returning. Qian Dongquan gritted his teeth. With the Eastern Lings 500,000 troops against their mere 200,000. Yen Hanyun's unwillingness to assist left the 4 dukes and 5 lords with little hope of victory. Amidst the bustling streets, a covert agent from Chanyuan Pavilion witnessed Feng Chun escorting Qian Dongquan out of the city. He quietly made his way to the back courtyard of the fabric shop, secured a bamboo tube to the leg of a carrier eagle, and released it from its cage. Standing atop the city wall, Huigu observed the eagle soaring over the ramparts and promptly drew his bow to take aim. Yang Dong picked up the injured eagle that had fallen to the ground and remarked to Huigu, "Your archery skills have diminished significantly with disuse. You nearly missed." Huigu defended himself, saying, "It is not my skill that has waned, but rather the intelligence of this eagle that allowed it to evade." Chanyuan Pavilion utilized an extraordinary method for delivering messages. While others employed pigeons, they opted for eagles. Though eagles are swift and soar high, their wild nature makes them difficult to tame. If they were to rely solely on eagles for communication, an extensive breeding program would be necessary. The two hastily returned with the intercepted secret message to present it to Yen Hanyun. Chapter 38. Departing Liaosong City to seek Wen Huaidie. Movements of the Xia Kingdom, my lord. The individuals from that fabric shop have been apprehended. Yen Hanyun's gaze darkened. She had always been aware of the circumstances in Liaosong City and had known of her return. Bring them in. Ensure that the eagle is treated. It must not perish. Huigu hesitated, feeling a tumult of emotions. Even the princess could not bear the thought of losing her eagle. The shopkeeper and 2 assistants had been captured. When a Yin family army stormed in, the covert agent realized his cover had been blown. Bound tightly, he was brought before her, his eyes darting in evasion. He had operated as a hidden piece in Liaosong City for 5 years, never anticipating such exposure at this juncture. Yen Hanyun had returned less than a month ago. Are you affiliated with Chanyuan Pavilion or the royal family of the Eastern Ling Kingdom? The covert agent remained tight-lipped. Yen Hanyun maneuvered her wheelchair to face him, her eyes intense with suppressed fury. What was Wen Huaidie's purpose in having you infiltrate Liaosong City? Were you to monitor my every move or the actions of the Yen family army? The agent cast a wary glance at Yen Hanyun. Is there truly a distinction? Yen Hanyun, being the commander of the Yen family army, meant that monitoring her inherently involved watching the army. Yen Hanyun seized the agent by the throat, her voice laced with venom as she demanded, "What is the nature of the relationship between Wen Huaidie and Ouyang Xian? How dare he presume to claim such a connection?" The dark investigator gazed at the envious Yen Hanyun as a sudden epiphany struck him, causing him to exclaim a curse. "Are you out of your mind? How could Ouyang Xian possibly be worthy of our lord?" Yen Hanyun's right hand slackened, and the deep-seated grievances in his heart dissipated by 70% in an instant. He straightened himself and returned to his wheelchair, turning away, his throat constricted as if obstructed by phlegm, causing his chest to vibrate. As long as it isn't true. As long as it isn't true. Lock him away. Have someone watch over him. There's no need for torture, just don't kill him. The dark investigator looked at Yen Hanyun in confusion, his eyes reflecting a complex turmoil. The investigator himself would face severe torture if captured, forced to divulge everything he knew. To retain even a single breath would be considered mercy on their part. Yet, Yen Hanyun now declared that there was no need for torture nor execution. Since when had the martial demon king, Yen Hanyun, become so merciful? Daming, with a helpless expression, led the individual away. In contrast, the countenance of Gigu improved markedly. As one of Yen Hanyun's trusted dark guards, Gigu did not remain constantly by Yen Hanyun's side like Daming and Yang Dong. Instead, he often roamed the martial world. Over time, he inevitably adopted some of the temperament of a wanderer. He held a certain reverence for the rapidly rising Chanyuan Pavilion in recent years. Gigu had long desired to see the master of Chanyuan Pavilion in person, yearning to understand the true nature and formidable prowess of this individual. To his astonishment, he discovered that the master of Chanyuan Pavilion had married his own prince. The ghost-faced Rakshasa appeared as a seemingly frail, ailing young lady from a noble family. Few in the martial world would be willing to believe such a tale. Gigu regarded Yen Hanyun and remarked, "Your Highness, Chu Taowen belongs to the princess. It seems the situation in Dongling Kingdom is vastly different from what it appears. Ouyang Xian is likely a mere puppet, while the true power behind Dongling Kingdom should be Wen Huaidie." Yen Hanyun clenched the handkerchief hidden within his sleeve, taken aback by the complexity of Wen Huaidie's character. If Ouyang Xian's throne were merely a fa-ade, Wen Huaidie's ambitions likely extended far beyond the Kangao Kingdom. The yearning for power in a woman can surpass that of any man. Should an army encroach? Yen Hanyun even contemplated disbanding the Yen family's troops to ensure the safety of each soldier. In contrast, Wen Huaidie sought to seize foreign territories, firmly grasping power and status in her hands. Yang Dong entered from outside, first glancing at Gigu before addressing Yen Hanyun. "Your Highness, are we certain that Qian Dongkuan has departed? When shall we set off?" Yen Hanyun turned his wheelchair towards the exit, ready to depart immediately. Just before mounting, he suddenly halted, his gaze fixed upon Gigu. "If there are any messages from a message pigeon, do you know how to respond?" Gigu appeared bewildered, lost in thought. "Is a reply necessary?" Yen Hanyun gestured for him to come closer. Gigu approached and bent down attentively to listen. Yen Hanyun whispered, "When inquiring about me, respond with a touch of sorrow, expressing how deeply I mourn her death and how profoundly it affects me. Observe if there is any reaction, and relay the message to me promptly." Even after Yen Hanyun rode away for some time, Gigu remained seated, still in contemplation. He maintained a stooped posture, his emotions difficult to articulate. Deming reached out, poking his waist, and quietly inquired, "What did the prince say?" Guhu slowly straightened up and sighed. "A hero finds it hard to overcome the beauty's barriers. The ancients did not deceive me. Our prince is thoroughly ensnared." Deming pursed his lips in complaint. "I believe the princess harbors no genuine feelings for the prince. Otherwise, why would she allow him to remain in a wheelchair without permitting the healer or the poison master to remedy his legs?" Guhu sighed and replied, "Perhaps she fears that if the prince were to stand, he would be even more challenging to handle. Yet, to claim there is no sincerity at all, I cannot accept that. Given such a lengthy period, if the princess truly wished to harm the prince, ample opportunities have presented themselves, yet she has refrained, clearly unable to bring herself to do so." Deming rolled his eyes, as if you possess an intimate understanding of the princess's sentiments. "What precisely did the prince instruct you just now?" Guhu shook his head. In a clash of two formidable leaders, psychological warfare prevails. We, the subordinates, shall await developments. After the successful night raid on Flower City by the army of Dongling Nation, Wen Huaidie ordered a 3-day respite. Following over half a month of relentless warfare, the troops required time to recuperate. In the council chamber, Wen Huaidie forcefully slammed the banner of Mountain City onto the table. Shiyu is currently amassing troops at Mountain City, hoping to seize a share of the spoils before us. The situation in Song-Ao Nation teetered on the brink of collapse, and Wen Huaidie had been vigilant, dispatching individuals to monitor the movements of Shiyu and Nanju, concerned that someone might take advantage of the chaos to claim her hard-earned results. Ouyang Xian expressed his disapproval, stating, "The Emperor of Shiyu just passed away half a month ago, and the Crown Prince, Lung Kangwu, has only recently ascended the throne. His foundation is unstable. To mobilize troops at this juncture is exceedingly reckless. Should he encounter defeat, it would lead to eternal disgrace." The Emperor of Shiyu had only one son, the Crown Prince Lung Kangwu, who had been groomed for the throne since childhood, facing no rivals. Everyone was aware that he was destined to become emperor. Such a position, in any royal context, could only be deemed fortunate for Lung Kangwu. Wen Huaidie's contemplative expression concealed a hint of concern. If Shiyu intends to intrude upon Song-Ao, the first obstacle to neutralize would be Liaosong City, where Yen Hanyun's 200,000 troops are stationed, presenting a formidable challenge. She instructed the spies within Liaosong City to relay information, ensuring they closely monitored the movements of the Yen family army, reporting any disturbances immediately. Chu Tao nodded, understanding that Wen Huaidie was worried for Yen Hanyun's safety. However, she preferred to veil her concerns with references to the Yen family army. Ultimately, even the cold-hearted, ruthless specter of death has someone who can soften her heart, particularly one as formidable as Wen Huaidie. Should he learn that Wen Huaidie still lives and has deceived him, he would likely not easily forgive. He might even transform love into hatred, leading the Yin family army to retaliate against Wen Huaidie. Chu Taowen had personally experienced the man's extraordinary strength. He had swept through the battlefield for 12 years, and Chu Taowen felt inadequate in comparison to his military acumen. Once conflict erupted, it would undoubtedly result in mutual destruction. The mobilization of troops from the mountain city of Shiyu did not escape the notice of the Yin family army. Upon confirming that they were likely to target Liaosong City, Fengshen promptly reinforced their ranks and communicated with Wen Huaidie. The prince had only been gone for 3 days. Yet she was already preparing to strike. The matter arrived rather abruptly. Returning to the cage of the messenger eagle, I regretted not being gentler in my approach. With my wings still injured, how could I masquerade as a spy for the Changyuan pavilion to write to the princess? A sharp cry echoed overhead, and I swiftly rose. Gazing up, another messenger eagle appeared. Removing the letter and unfolding it, I was taken aback. The confidential message indicated that the Xie kingdom was dispatching troops to the mountain city. They had only just received the news. Yet the messenger eagle had already traversed such a distance. This implied that Wen Huaidie had learned of this information at least 4 days prior to us. It was evident that Wen Huaidie had embedded informants within the court of the Xie kingdom. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to uncover such clandestine intelligence in advance. Chapter 39. Undercurrents of Intrigue. Wen Huaidie discovers an anomaly in the correspondence in the capital of the Xie kingdom, within the imperial palace. The cold and aloof Lung Kangwu donned a resplendent yellow dragon robe as he placed a black piece upon the chessboard. His striking phoenix eyes resembled a tranquil, long stagnant pond, with ripples that vanished almost as quickly as they appeared. The indifference displayed by the war god, Wen Huaidie, towards the Tsangao kingdom was indeed unexpected. The player of the white pieces was Hai Longlei, son of the National Protector General of the Xie kingdom. Should Emperor Xuchong continue to live, or should the crown prince Zhao Zongjie ascend the throne, Wen Huaidie would undoubtedly be compelled to rebel. I believe it is merely a matter of time. Lung Kangwu's slender, pale fingers glided over a row of white pieces. I sent your father to wage war against Wen Huaidie in the mountain city. Have you ever held me accountable for that? Hai Longlei placed a white piece upon the board, resulting in the capture of half the black pieces. It is the duty of a general to fight on the battlefield. I have never blamed your majesty. A faint, elusive smile graced Lung Kangwa's lips. He set down his black piece and rose, gazing out over the pond where the lotus leaves had withered. An emperor blinded by ambition seeks to expand his territory. When Ouyang Xian was compelled to come to Xie, I truly did not perceive such grand aspirations and capabilities within him. Hai Longlei sat quietly on the mat, lifting his gaze to regard Lung Kangwu with profound understanding. Ouyang Xian, once a family man, had been brutally betrayed and slaughtered by those closest to him. It was only natural for his temperament to change after such a devastating blow. The reason for your majesty summoning me to the palace today must extend beyond merely playing chess. Lung Kangwu turned his head slightly, lowering his eyes. In order to swiftly conquer the Tsangao kingdom, the Dongling kingdom has nearly exhausted all its military resources. Now, with the Dongling kingdom as capital devoid of forces, I wish for you to lead a great army to circumvent from the southwest and directly seize the capital of the Dongling kingdom. A jolt of pain coursed through Hai Longlei's heart. He rose, kneeling to express his obedience. I shall comply with your command. After departing from the pavilion, he walked several paces before pausing beside a rockery, casting a deep glance back at Lung Kangwu before taking his leave. With both sides engaged in conflict, the logistics and provisions of the Xie kingdom were faltering. Should the Dongling kingdom's army withdraw to support the capital, Hai Longlei would face a fierce battle. Additionally, the long march could potentially prevent him from returning to the Xie kingdom in time. Nonetheless, Hai Longlei departed with an army of 200,000, traveling day and night without a moment's respite. After a 3-day rest, the Dongling kingdom's forces set out once more. The momentum surged like an unstoppable torrent. sweeping through the already vulnerable fortifications of the Sangao kingdom. Yen Huaidie received the message from Gu that the Eastern Ling army was just a day's journey away from their position. He traveled through the night, and after 8 hours, he and his 4 companions, disguised, appeared within Yunmeng City. At first glance, there was no sign of the desolation that typically follows war, with citizens displaced from their homes. The city gates stood wide open, bustling with a steady stream of people coming and going. The vendors along the streets wore expressions of joy. Yang Dong whispered, "If it weren't for the Eastern Ling flag atop the city walls, I would scarcely believe that this place had just endured a siege the day before." Yen Huaidie's profound gaze remained fixed ahead. Eastern Ling sought not only the city, but also the people within it. While seizing a kingdom may be a relatively simple endeavor, maintaining control poses a greater challenge. After conquering Sangao, the pressing issue was how to swiftly integrate the citizens of both nations, convincing the inhabitants of Sangao that Eastern Ling was their true sovereign. The common folk yearned for sustenance, comfort, and a life of happiness. Who ruled them or held power was of little consequence to those at the bottom rungs of society. Moreover, during the reigns of the late emperor and Emperor Xuchong, the lives of the Sangao populace had been far from pleasant. Aristocratic families monopolized power, resorting to corruption and bribery at every turn, exploiting the labor and wealth of the people. The monarch, in a bid to resist these families, engaged in constant political maneuvering, viewing the commoners as mere ants. As long as there was no rebellion, their well-being was of no concern. Both preceding emperors were primarily focused on maximizing annual tax revenues. Had it not been for Yen Huaidie's campaigns at the borders over the years, Sangao would have been annexed by other nations long ago. After capturing Yunmeng City, Wen Huaidie and others took residence within the government offices, the furnishings of which paled in comparison to the opulence of the wealthy merchants' mansions in the city. Yang Dong lowered his head, saying, "My lord, the government offices are heavily guarded. A private incursion would easily be detected." With only 5 individuals against an army of over 550,000, including captured soldiers from Sangao, they would undoubtedly face certain death if they attempted a frontal assault. Yen Huaidie's gaze was firmly fixed on the entrance of the government offices. Even now, he could not ascertain whether Wen Huaidie was with the main forces. The Lonyuan pavilion remained closed to visitors, leading him to speculate that she had indeed come to Eastern Ling. "When night falls, I shall enter alone," he declared. Yang Dong frowned in disapproval. "My lord, it is far too perilous inside." Yen Huaidie, still confined to a wheelchair, could manage to use nearby objects to briefly execute light-footed maneuvers. However, within the government offices was Chu Taoyuan, whose martial prowess was formidable. Yen Huaidie stated, "Too many people would lead to exposure. I can manage alone." At the entrance of the government offices, Chu Taoyuan and Ouyang Xian, clad in full armor, emerged and mounted their horses, galloping towards the city gates. Yang Dong lowered his voice, speaking with heightened vigilance. "It's Ouyang Xian and Chu Taoyuan. The eye patch on the right eye confirms it." Yen Huaidie clenched his fists. The Emperor of Eastern Ling was not residing in the palace, but was instead fighting alongside the army. This indicated a remarkable stability within the Eastern Ling court, allowing Wen Huaidie to act with such confidence. Had she completely secured control over Eastern Ling? As night descended, the entire Yunmeng city fell into a hushed silence, broken only by the footsteps of patrolling soldiers. In these times of war, the daytime bustle yielded to a stillness at night, with households shutting their doors tightly, seldom venturing outside. Within her chamber, Wen Huaidie furrowed her brow as she perused a letter dispatched from Liaosong City. Something felt amiss. Rising, she retrieved a previous correspondence sent by her spies from the bookshelf and began to make comparisons. After meticulously examining the handwriting, she discerned subtle differences in the pressure points of certain strokes, revealing a deviation from the familiar style. Initially, Wen Huaidie had harbored no doubts about the handwriting. However, upon reading the content of the letter, she sensed a shift in tone compared to previous communications, igniting her suspicions. Liang Meng, who was preparing medicine nearby, noticed Wen Huaidie's unwavering gaze and inquired, "Mistress, has something happened in Liaosong City?" Wen Huaidie set the letter down and shook her head. Our informant in Liaosong City has been discovered by Yen Huaidie. The handwriting is a forgery imitating his style. Liang Ming hastened to the table and seized the letter. Irritation etched on her brow. Indeed, it was a counterfeit. The handwriting was not that of the third party. Furthermore, the last 3 letters contained nothing of value. They were filled with baseless lamentations, merely stating that Yen Huaidie was excessively mournful due to the mistress's feigned death, to the extent that the Yin family army had lost interest in their affairs. Could it be that the prince has already learned of the mistress's ruse? Liang Ming pondered aloud. Otherwise, why would he write such things, seemingly tailored for Wen Huaidie? Wen Huaidie massaged her temples and then picked up a brush to compose a response. I shall write back to probe further. Chapter 40. Meeting and taming the man. Having completed her letter, she stepped outside to the eaves, summoning the carrier pigeon. Hearing the faint sound of footsteps on the stone slabs, Wen Huaidie's senses heightened. As the sound drew nearer, her shoulders relaxed. Someone halted behind her. Taking a deep breath, she turned and softly called out, "Husband." Yet there was no one in sight, only a stark pear tree in the corner of the wall. Yen Huaidie gripped the armrest of his wheelchair, slowly emerging from behind the wall. They were separated by a distance of 5 meters, their eyes locking as if spanning a millennium. A smile graced Wen Huaidie's lips as she approached him. "Husband, I have missed you so much." Witnessing her demeanor, the flames of Yen Huaidie's frustration intensified, his teeth clenching tightly. "I truly fail to see how you could miss me." The esteemed mistress of Changyuan Pavilion. In the royal palace, she had referred to him as prince, yet now she called him husband. Her nonchalant facade suggested that nothing had transpired, that she intended to gloss over the deception of her feigned death as if it were a mere triviality. "Mistress, have Chu Tao and the others returned?" Liang Ming's footsteps abruptly halted, her gaze towards Yen Huaidie filled with astonishment. How could he possibly be here? Yen Huaidie's eyes darkened. With a maid present, it seemed none of the 3 had perished. All were part of a charade. Wen Huaidie fixed her gaze upon Yen Huaidie, though she addressed Liang Ming. "You may return to rest now." Liang Ming hesitated for a moment, ultimately departing without gathering her belongings. Yen Huaidie found himself unable to contend with his own lord. It was rather inappropriate for a subordinate to linger amid the affairs of the couple. Once Ling Ming exited, Wen Huaidie approached Yen Huaidie with determination. She settled herself upon his legs, wrapping her arms around his neck, and playfully exclaimed, "Regardless of my identity, am I not still your legitimate wife, Yen Huaidie, with whom you have exchanged vows? Why must you concern yourself so deeply? Such preoccupation will only strain our marital bond." The sword of Yen Huaidie rested beside his wheelchair, yet he exhibited no inclination to draw it. Feeling a chill at the nape of his neck, Wen Huaidie leaned closer, feigning a fall from a cliff. "Do you have any idea how long I searched for you at the bottom of that precipice?" Yen Huaidie's voice, gravelly and hoarse, resonated with an edge. His fingers clutched and released Wen Huaidie's neck, as if contemplating the severance of it. Wen Huaidie met his gaze with innocence, her expression unassuming. "I know you searched for me for 15 days. I had intended to resolve matters with the Kangyao kingdom before seeking you in Sangcheng. Yet you discover my absence so swiftly. My husband is indeed quite astute." Observing her apparent lack of remorse, Yen Huaidie felt torn between chastising her and refraining from being overly harsh. "Wen Huaidie, do you possess any heart at all?" Wen Huaidie deftly pulled his hand from behind her head, resting it over her heart. "Of course I have a heart. If you listen closely, you will hear it racing faster than usual at the sight of you." Wen Huaidie was acutely aware of her misdeeds. Nevertheless, she had never envisioned a future devoid of Yen Huaidie. She yearned for both the world and a man by her side. Thus, it was imperative to soothe him once he discovered the deception. She was confident in her ability to placate Yen Huaidie, especially considering he traversed great distances to find her upon learning the truth, and his initial reaction was not anger, but rather an expectation for her to speak first. To this day, he had not truly lashed out at her. Yen Huaidie's fingers pressed against her heart as he inquired, "What is your relationship with Ouyang Xian? I demand to know both on the surface and in secret." Wen Huaidie blinked innocently. "I saved his life and aided him in revenge. In return, he granted me the Dongling Kingdom." Yen Huaidie pursed his lips dissatisfaction gleaming in his eyes. You trust him so readily? Wen Huaidie replied with conviction. All military power in Dongling is under my control, and the ministers I command are my subordinates. She leaned in closer to Yen Hanyun, her warm breath caressing his ear. Moreover, I have poisoned Ouyang Xian. He must obey me, or he shall face death. Yen Hanyun turned his head away, his gaze drifting towards the pear blossom tree. Feigning death to escape. Had I not discovered your ruse, how long did you intend to keep me in the dark? If you desire the world, you could have confided in me. I would have assisted you in seizing it. Why must you deceive me? When Huaidie pouted, in the beginning, we were strangers. Before marrying you, I was merely one Jianlin's daughter, and you certainly had your suspicions about me. Had I revealed my intentions then, you would have likely killed me. Yen Hanyun found himself rendered speechless. He hesitated, yearning to confide in Wen Huaidie that he had fallen for her at first sight on their wedding night. Yet, to utter those words would signify his defeat, a testament to how completely she held sway over him. Then why did you not speak up later? During our time at the Wangfu, were your feelings for me genuine or feigned? Wen Huaidie replied, her expression a picture of grievance. I feared you would be angry and ignore me. Yen Hanyun seized upon this, exclaiming, you are aware I might be angered. You deceiver! How could a demon feared for slaying countless souls be afraid? It was all a ruse, both then and now. However, as he gazed into Wen Huaidie's eyes, he found himself incapable of delivering a harsh retort. Wen Huaidie asserted, if I can win your heart through deceit, I would gladly embrace the role of a trickster. Yen Hanyun grasped her wrist, stating, the few inept warriors of the Tsang Ao kingdom pose no threat. With Chu Taowen here, you need not worry at all. Since you care so much for my feelings, return to Liao Sang City with me. Wen Huaidie deftly clasped both of his hands, pressing them above his head with a single hand. No, I must be present for the campaign against Song Ao kingdom. Be obedient. Return to Liao Sang City and await my return. Once I have completely subdued Song Ao kingdom, I shall come for you. Yen Hanyun strained to free himself from her grip, only to realize her strength was remarkably overpowering. He could not escape her single hand with both of his. Liao Sang City is also part of the Song Ao kingdom. Will you come to fetch me or to fight me? A smile graced Wen Huaidie's face, yet her grip remained unyielding. Of course, I shall come for you. We are husband and wife. What belongs to you is also mine. Everything you possess, including yourself, is my entirety. With her free hand, she gently pinched Yen Hanyun's chin, lifting his face. She parted her crimson lips and pressed them against his. Their lips melded, tongues entwined, lingering in an embrace that they were reluctant to break. Breathing heavily, she murmured, husband, do you not agree with what Huaidie has said? This marked the inaugural kiss between Yen Hanyun and Wen Huaidie. Despite their numerous flirtatious gestures within the Wangfu, they had never shared a kiss before. This unexpected kiss left Yen Hanyun momentarily speechless. Chapter 41. Compromise. Assisting Yen Hanyun with the antidote, Yen Hanyun's gaze pierced through Wen Huaidie's pupils, longing to fathom her true thoughts. Do you not know that the Xie kingdom is reinforcing their troops in Shanshan? They aim to seize the opportunity to expand their territory. I have rejected Qian Dongquan's plea for assistance. Yu Yangho and others will undoubtedly seek alternative means to thwart you. The challenge of unifying the four kingdoms is immense. No ruler has ever achieved such a feat in countless years. The equilibrium of power that has persisted for millennia will not be easily disrupted. Wen Huaidie's gentle demeanor gradually transformed into unwavering resolve. If they are to defend, then I shall strike. Only through the complete unification of the realm can we prevent future turmoil, allowing the populace to enjoy a life of stability. Yen Hanyun pursed his lips. While her words held truth, they likely represented but one facet of her motivation. The greater reason may well be her earnest desire to ascend as the sovereign of the world. Your pace is too swift. Without the Yin family army to shield you, conquering Tsangao kingdom would be effortless. However, the strengths of both Xie and Nanju should not be underestimated. A cautious approach is imperative, for reckless actions could lead to dire consequences. Yen Hanyun feared that her eagerness to unify the realm might ultimately cost her dearly. Wen Huaidie arose from Yen Hanyun's lap and stood before him, her gaze aflame with intensity. I have meticulously planned for 7 years. Now is the opportune moment. Upon her arrival, she inhabited the frail body of a 6-year-old, yet the soul within was that of a 24-year-old woman. When she first entered the original host body, her limbs were icy cold, akin to that of a corpse. By the 3rd day, she had slain the servant who had tormented her with a kitchen knife. Navigating the martial world, she established the Changyuan Pavilion and encountered Ouyang Xian. With every step, her ambition remained fixed on the exalted throne. What was unattainable in the modern era, she resolved to relish in the ancient times, seeking to etch her name in the annals of history with vivid strokes. She endeavored to reconstruct the modern world that lingered in her mind. Seeing that he could not sway Wen Huaidie, Yen Hanyun resigned himself to fate. After all, who could blame him for falling in love with her? I must return to Liaosong City tomorrow. Until your arrival, I shall not allow them to seize it. Wen Huaidie nodded, inquiring, did you come alone? Yang Dong is outside, Yen Hanyun replied. Her gaze fell upon his injured leg. Perhaps it was time to heal him. Chu Taowen and Ouyang Xian had just returned from the military camp when they learned of Yen Hanyun's visit. Chu Taowen, gripping his sword tightly, shook his head. Pursuing a wife across 1,000 miles is quite exhausting, especially with his legs still incapacitated. Ouyang Xian, curious, asked between the pavilion master and Yen Hanyun, whose feelings run deeper. In his past, Ouyang Xian had been a devoted husband, endlessly revolving around his wife and daughter. Now a solitary man, he could not forget the past, nor consider remarrying. Chu Taowen's expression was intriguing. Who do you think harbors deeper feelings? One fakes death to escape, while the other, despite being crippled, travels great distances. For Yen Hanyun, the territory of Yunmeng City now lay within enemy hands, yet he ventured alone into the official residence, unafraid of Wen Huaidie's potential wrath. Such depth of love is truly remarkable, completely ensnared by her. Outside the official residence, Yang Dong and the others were anxious, pacing restlessly. Chu Taowen and Ouyang Xian have returned. Why hasn't the prince emerged yet? Chu Taowen's absence had offered them some solace. But now that he was back, they worried about being discovered. Chu Taowen had come to find Wen Huaidie, only to learn that Bing Xia was currently detoxifying Yen Hanyun. The door swung open as Wen Huaidie emerged, tossing Chu Taowen token. There are 5 hidden guards outside. Have them escort you in. Chu Taowen caught the token, realizing it resembled the one Yen Hanyun had always worn. As Yang Dong noticed Chu Taowen exiting the residence, he instinctively led the others to hide in the alley, the figure approaching them drawing ever closer. Chu Taowen called out to the air, come forth. Yang Dong gestured for the other 4 to remain still, likely testing their reactions. Chu Taowen, seeing no one step forward, helplessly remarked, we are all family. It's rather unfriendly to hide away. Yang Dong watched as Chu Taowen spun Yen Hanyun's token around his index finger. Had the prince been captured, or had he willingly handed the token to Chu Taowen? The 5 of them emerged from the alley, their faces etched with wariness. Yang Dong inquired, where's our prince? Chu Taowen, with a knowing glance at the 5, turned and walked ahead, saying, Bing Xia is detoxifying Yen Hanyun. You must be hungry. A meal has been prepared inside. Yang Dong stepped forward, trailing behind Ku Taowen, his right hand firmly gripping the hilt of his sword, ready to retaliate if necessary. Upon entering the manor, none of the 5 sought the meal. Their priority was to see Yen Hanyun safe and sound. Chu Taowen led them to the entrance of Wen Huaidie's chamber and called out, they do not trust me. Yen Hanyun must come personally. Yang Dong's gaze fell upon the elegantly attired Lianming, who had abandoned her maid's adornments and now resembled a wandering hero. Pushing open the door, they found only Wen Huaidie, Yen Hanyun, and Bing Xia inside. Yen Hanyun sat within a large wooden tub filled with steaming water, the room enveloped in a haze of warmth. As the 5 entered, Yen Hanyun opened his eyes and exchanged a glance with Yang Dong, who felt a wave of relief wash over him. Everything was well. The 4 shadow guards exited the room, standing watch outside, leaving only Yang Dong within. Chu Taowen returned the token to Wen Huaidie, a tool capable of commanding the shadow guards trained by Yen Hanyun, though its efficacy over the Yen family army remained uncertain. Wen Huaidie turned to Yang Dong, her expression softening into a gentle smile, which sent a shiver down his spine. The first time he'd been outmaneuvered by a woman was when Wen Huaidie pretended to leap to her death under his escort. "There is no need to be anxious," she said slowly. "It is just like in the palace. I am Yen Hanyun's princess. In the absence of conflict, I shall not harm you." Yang Dong's gaze was complex. Her words offered little comfort, instead instilling a sense of impending crisis. Noticing Lianmeng standing motionless beside him, her eyes fixed intently on Bingxia's movements. He quietly approached her and whispered, "Are you a poison master?" Wen Huaidie glanced at them before redirecting her full attention to Yen Hanyun in the wooden tub. The poison began to consume him, causing excruciating pain, as if venomous creatures gnawed at his bones and veins. Lianmeng shook her head. "Bingxia is the poison master. I am a healer." Yang Dong paused. "Doesn't a poison master only create poison?" Lianmeng clarified, "Bingxia specializes in concocting poison, while I am solely focused on healing. I am not well versed in toxicology." Yang Dong, taken aback, pointed at the tub. "Then what are they doing now?" Lianmeng replied, "Those from the Poison Valley are all Bingxia's defeated subordinates. They will use poison against poison. In just a few hours, the toxin in the prince's body will be resolved." Yang Dong questioned softly, a hint of reproach in his tone. "Since it is so simple, why did you not detoxify the prince while in the Wangfu? Merely watching him remain in a wheelchair?" Wen Huaidie lifted her gaze, casting a light glance at Yang Dong, who was so startled that he immediately closed his mouth, afraid to utter another word, silently complaining in his heart. Chapter 42. I will help you fight. Departing reluctantly, the color of the hot water in the wooden tub deepened. Yen Hanyun gritted his teeth, his thick brows furrowing, occasionally twitching. He clenched his fists tightly, enduring the pain without a sound. The pain in his legs felt like being repeatedly sliced by a knife, radiating throughout his body. The more he resisted with his internal energy, the more intense the pain became. Bingxia poured the homemade dark purple poison into the tub. "Do not use internal energy. It will inhibit the spread of the poison." Yen Hanyun's ears buzzed, and he vaguely heard Bingxia's voice. Wen Huaidie, standing nearby, squinted her eyes, a hint of pity evident. She stepped forward, her right palm resting on Yen Hanyun's back. Bingxia, witnessing this, hesitated before closing her mouth. A wave of icy energy spread from his shoulder blades into Yen Hanyun's body, instantly alleviating much of the pain, as if this aura had countered it. It was not until the moon hung in the skylight, reaching its zenith, that Bingxia ceased her actions. "Lord, the poison within the prince has been resolved. After soaking for a night, he will be able to walk by tomorrow." When Huaidie nodded in acknowledgement, Bingxia tidied her belongings and left the room with Lianmeng. Yang Dong was filled with excitement. The prince could finally stand. Noticing he lingered, when Huaidie said, "Tomorrow, Hanyun is returning to Liaosong City. Are you not going to sleep tonight? Staying awake all night will leave you without energy for the journey tomorrow." Yang Dong was astonished. "Are we leaving tomorrow? The prince has only just arrived and is already parting from the princess. Would he truly be willing?" When Huaidie replied, "The kingdom of Siye is already mobilizing troops toward the mountain city, and he is concerned for the citizens of Liaosong City and the Yen family army." In truth, she wished for Yen Hanyun to stay, wanting to keep him by her side. Yet, she knew he would not consent. Yang Dong swallowed involuntarily, his mode salifating. "I will take my leave first. The princess should rest well." In the wooden tub, Yen Hanyun slowly opened his eyes and immediately spotted Wen Huaidie, leaning against the couch. He could not tear his gaze away, fixating on her as if he wished to imprint her visage, along with every strand of hair, deep into his memory. Only by making it profound could he occasionally reminisce. Wen Huaidie's long and thick eyelashes fluttered slightly. She sensed Yen Hanyun's gaze upon her, but had no intention of opening her eyes. "Gaze as long as you wish. Take your fill." Throughout the night until dawn, the water in the tub had turned cold. Fortunately, it was summer, and the chill was bearable. Yen Hanyun swung his legs out of the tub, draped in a white inner garment, and approached Wen Huaidie, coming to a halt before her. After a moment, Wen Huaidie opened her eyes, locking onto his, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Her soft voice seemed to carry a touch of tenderness. "Have you not seen enough after watching all night?" Wen Huaidie's gaze fell, trailing down from his waist along his thigh to his ankle. Having been seated for so long, she had noted the fine shape of his legs. Now, looking at him, there is a robust beauty to his muscular form, a harmonious balance of strength and solidity. With his towering height, I shall forever gaze up at him. Wen Huaidie paused for a moment, then knelt before Wen Huaidie on one knee, suggesting that he could squat down so she wouldn't have to look up. Wen Huaidie extended her arm towards Wen Huaidie. He immediately rose and enveloped her in his embrace, lifting her from the couch. She rubbed her chin against his neck, reveling in the moment. Wen Huaidie spun her around 3 times before coming to a halt. During his time in the wheelchair, he had longed for the day he could stand to hold her tightly, as if wanting to meld his beloved into his very bones. Upon returning to Liaosang City after repelling the forces of the Western Yu Kingdom, he declared his intention to lead an army against them, offering the conquered land to her as a gift. Wen Huaidie tilted her head back to gaze at his face, saying, "You need not do this. I can manage on my own." Wen Huaidie embraced her once more, stating, "You are too slow on your own. I cannot wait." Previously, he had considered disbanding the Yin family army due to a lack of purpose and desire to continue. But now, with a clear goal and the desire to protect those he cherished, he found the most important aspects of his life. After their midday meal outside the government office, Wen Huaidie lingered on horseback, casting a reluctant glance at Wen Huaidie. Ouyang Xian observed the pair and remarked, "I am increasingly impressed by the Lord. How he has enamored the once feared Wen Huaidie, who will surely strike with precision in the future." The Yin family army in Liaosang City numbered 200,000, a domain entirely under Wen Huaidie's command. His reputation soared among the populace of the entire Tsang-Ao kingdom. Should the people learn that it was Wen Huaidie's consort who had conquered Tsang-Ao, any lingering resentment over the fall of their nation would likely dissipate, especially since no innocent lives were lost during the siege. With a heavy heart, Wen Huaidie departed from Yunmeng City, his eyes fixed ahead, his thoughts consumed by the sight of Wen Huaidie bidding him farewell at the gates. A headache throbbed, frustration simmered within him, and he had no outlet for his anger. He could only urge thunder to quicken his pace, letting the wind sweep away his thoughts. Yang Dong, panting heavily, desperately attempted to catch up with Wen Huaidie, his backside feeling as if it were being pricked by a rake, causing him great discomfort. As soon as Wen Huaidie crossed the city gates, Wen Huaidie commanded the army to set out within half an hour, aiming to capture the next city before nightfall. After returning to the capital, Qian Dongkoen relayed Wen Huaidie's intentions to the Duke of Yuyang, who, infuriated, overturned the table. Wen Huaidie seeks to reap the benefits without effort. Otherwise, why would he plunder the national treasury? Purchasing such vast quantities of grain cannot be for warfare. Would he let it rot in warehouses to be gnawed by rats? He wants us to exhaust the forces of Dongling Kingdom, allowing him to swoop in like a lurking bird. Not a chance. The 200,000 troops of the Yin family outnumbered their combined forces. 10,000 had fallen in Huaqiang, and the 7,000 captured had all joined the army of Dongling, nothing but cowardly wretches. As soldiers, they should prefer death to dishonor, refusing to turn their blades upon their own. Kuyu Yongho had never contemplated such matters. The soldiers were merely garrison troops stationed in the territories of the 4 lords and 5 monarchs, with their pay significantly lower than that of regular armies. It was not a matter of unpatriotism. Rather, the allure of wealth offered by Wen Huaidie was too enticing. Their original remuneration amounted to a mere 600 won per month, while Wen Huaidie generously provided them with 6 taels of silver monthly, an astonishing 10-fold increase. For the love of wealth, men perish. For sustenance, birds perish. Everyone must provide for their families and sustain their livelihoods. Without silver, how can one expect them to survive? Furthermore, with each city Wen Huaidie conquered, he bestowed bonuses upon every soldier in the camp. Ordinary soldiers received 1 tael each, while the leaders garnered even more. These individuals, calculating with fingers, realized that the Tsang-Ao kingdom possessed a total of 272 cities. Should they succeed in capturing them all, the bonuses alone would amount to 272 taels, not to mention their monthly wages. When considered in this light, it was sufficient to support a multitude of offspring and fill their bellies. Upon grasping this, the captives became invigorated, their fervor rivaling that of the original 500,000 troops of Dongling Kingdom. After all, the 4 lords and 5 monarchs would not return to their fiefs to slay their families. Once they had done so, there would be no one left in the territories. Moreover, in their current dire straits, they lacked the manpower to assist in the massacre of ordinary civilians. Chapter 43. The prince aspires to be the emperor's consort. Fan Rushuang comes to deliver death. The lord received intelligence from a covert agent of Nanju, revealing that the 4 lords and 5 monarchs had dispatched envoys to seek assistance from Nanju, offering half of Tsang-Ao Kingdom's cities in exchange for military aid. Wen Huaidie stood before the military map, surveying the flags of the 272 cities of Tsang-Ao Kingdom. Thus far, they had secured half of the 72 cities along the main road to the capital. Accelerating their advance would certainly allow them to seize the capital before the reinforcements from Nanju arrived. Each city's garrison comprised no more than 2,000 men. It was merely a race to see which army would reach the city first. Wen Huaidie commanded, divide into 3 teams, one to strike the central route, one to head northwest, and the other to venture south to Jiangnan. Dongling Kingdom currently boasted 550,000 troops divided into 3 routes, with nearly 200,000 in each contingent. Given that the enemy's reinforcements had yet to arrive, traversing through obstacles posed no difficulty whatsoever. Gutao Wen, with one hand resting on his hip, hesitated. Should we allow Ouyang Xian to lead a contingent independently? I harbor some reservations regarding his capabilities. Wen Huaidie shook his head. He is still the ostensible emperor of Dongling Kingdom. Any mishap would sway both military and public morale. Let Xian Mian go. I shall accompany Ouyang Xian. Chu Taowen nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Qian Mian had often expressed her dissatisfaction with the idleness of late. Upon learning of this news, she would undoubtedly be thrilled and hasten to join them. Qian Mian was one of the 5 hall masters of Changyuan Pavilion, renowned for her skills in disguise and transformation. During Wen Huaidie's years away from the farm, Qian Mian had assumed the guise of the cruel, plump woman who abused her. Following the demise of the main matriarch, she returned to Changyuan Pavilion, collaborating with the other 2 hall masters remaining there to assist Wen Huaidie in managing the dark web and handling various affairs. In terms of martial prowess, she was only slightly inferior to Chu Taowen. Upon returning to Liaosong City, Yen Hanyun immediately commenced military training. Dameng and the others were astonished and somewhat incredulous to see that Yen Hanyun's leg had healed. They discreetly pulled Yang Dong aside to inquire whether it was the princess who had assisted the prince in overcoming his poison. If she could indeed neutralize the toxin, did that not imply a united front between the two? Yang Dong elucidated that it was the princess who had instructed Bingxia to cure the prince. And after spending less than a day in Yunmeng City, they had rushed back, for the prince intended to launch an assault on the Xie Kingdom. Dameng and Huegu's expressions changed, their pupils sparkling with excitement. To engage in battle against the Xie Kingdom? Had the prince finally come to his senses and aspired to become emperor? Fengchun, standing nearby, eagerly grasped Yang Dong's sleeve. Yen Hanyun held no interest in the throne and had no desire to claim imperial status, which left Fengchun and several other generals feeling disheartened. They were deeply reluctant to disband the Yen family army. After years of warfare, to suddenly be informed to lay down their arms and return to the fields felt utterly disheartening, as if the tides of the world had nothing to do with them. It was dismaying, to say the least. Liaosong City now boasted wealth and manpower. It seemed a grave misfortune not to vie for the throne. Yang Dong swallowed hard, stepping back slightly, awkwardly touching his nose. The prince had no interest in ruling. It was the princess who yearned for dominion. Huegu blinked, finding this in line with the character of the lord of Changyuan Pavilion. Dameng inquired skeptically if she aspired to become empress. That was the position all women coveted most, the most esteemed of all. Yang Dong's gaze remained tranquil, though his voice wavered slightly. Not just that. The princess intended to unify the 4 kingdoms and become empress. Huegu tightly sealed his lips. Dameng and Fengchun gasped, their eyes widening in disbelief. Never had they heard of a woman ascending to the throne. If Wen Huaidie were to become empress, What would their prince be? An imperial consort? This was utterly preposterous. Dameng stammered, questioning if the prince had agreed. Yang Dong fixed his gaze intently. What do you think? Dameng inhaled deeply, his throat trembling. At that moment, Yin Hanyun emerged from his chamber, directing Huaigu to release the Longyuan pavilion spy who had been detained. Having penned only 3 letters before being discovered, Huaigu, you must refine your skill in imitation. Xiao San, deep in contemplation, returned to the fabric shop with his 2 subordinates. Yin Hanyun's leg had been healed by Bing Xia, and he now belonged to his own pavilion. The allure of the pavilion master was indeed irresistible. In just over a month, he had subdued the undefeated Wu Mingwang. With such a formidable ally, the conquest of the realm was merely a matter of time. I am Fan Rushuang, a former friend of Wu Mingwang. Please let me in. Fan Rushuang shouted at the gates of the royal residence in Liaosong City. When the Duke of Anyuan was captured by Emperor Xuchong, Fan Rushuang had decisively chosen to abandon her family and flee alone. Little did she anticipate that the crown prince would directly rebel, leading to the deaths of both Emperor Xuchong and the crown prince. After Yin Hanyun had vanquished all his enemies and departed with the Yin family army, Fan Rushuang had not considered seeking him out. However, upon learning of Wen Huaidie's demise after falling from a cliff, her long-buried feelings for him were reignited. She believed that without Wen Huaidie, Yin Hanyun would surely come to favor her. Thus, she devised every means to reach Liaosong City. The guards refused her entry, compelling her to remain at the door, calling out incessantly, unwilling to depart. Observing this, the guard instructed one of his companions to report to the prince. Your Highness, there is a woman outside who claims to be an old acquaintance of yours. Yin Hanyun raised his gaze. He did not recognize any woman, save for Wen Huaidie. What's her name? He inquired. The guard replied, she states her name is Fan Rushuang, the daughter of the Marquis of Anyuan. She is now without a place to go and seeks your protection. Yin Hanyun furrowed his brow. Is she still alive? That imperial edict was posted at the gates of the Marquis's residence. The Marquis has perished, yet Fan Rushuang remains. The guard paused, realizing that the prince indeed knew her. But the tone suggested enmity rather than camaraderie. Yin Hanyun commanded sternly, expel her. I have no ties to her and no funds to support idlers. Fan Rushuang was taken aback by Yin Hanyun's callousness. Having traversed mountains and waters, she was now destitute, without even a place to rest her head. Yin Hanyun was her sole hope. Remembering Yin Hanyun's esteemed reputation in Liaosong City, Fan Rushuang began to spread word of her connection to the martial king, Yin Hanyun, throughout the city, inciting much speculation among the townsfolk. Observers noted that Fan Rushuang bore the demeanor of a lady from a prominent family. Could she truly be the favored companion of the martial king? Upon hearing this, Gu reported back to Yin Hanyun, who merely chuckled and instructed others to disregard it, allowing her to proceed. Xiao San, standing at the entrance of the fabric shop, observed Fan Rushuang. With their master absent, Yin Hanyun had garnered quite a few admirers. Turning away, he documented Fan Rushuang's circumstances in a letter to Wen Huaidie. Wen Huaidie received the letter on the battlefield and, upon reading, uttered a single word, kill. When Yin Hanyun learned from Gu that Fan Rushuang had been slain, his brow arched in surprise, a flicker of delight crossing his eyes. Was it the princess's decree? Gu nodded. It appears so. It was that individual named Xiao San who acted. If she is displeased, why not simply write to inform me? It has been half a month since she returned, and I have received no news. Yin Hanyun awaited Wen Huaidie to pen a letter demanding an explanation, hoping she would be jealous enough to journey to Liaosong City to confront him. Instead, she had managed to eliminate the matter so decisively. He felt a pang of disappointment, sensing that Wen Huaidie no longer cared for him as she had during her time at the palace. Meanwhile, Deming stood by, rolling his eyes at the roof as if unfazed by the commotion. Chapter 44. The discovery of the empty city strategy and the siege of the mountain city Hai Longlei led an army of 200,000 through the peaks of the Kunlun Mountains, with the territory of the Eastern Ling Kingdom before them. After dispatching all the soldiers stationed at the lookout, the vast army advanced toward the city as if entering an uninhabited land. The Eastern Ling Kingdom is rich in mountains and rivers, with a dispersed population. The border cities are often surrounded by mountains, and entry can only be achieved through narrow mountain paths between two peaks. As night fell, Wen Huaidie planned to lead the Yin family army in a preemptive strike against the mountain city at noon the following day. Tonight, they were there to gauge the enemy's final stance. Having resolved his poison, Wen Huaidie, with his lightness of foot, could survey the area using a telescope without fear of detection, as long as he refrained from recklessly soaring about the camp. Accompanying him was Feng Chun. He clutched the telescope with great fascination, mumbling to himself, "I wonder how this device was crafted, capable of such distant vision." Wen Huaidie narrowed his eyes slightly, hanging the telescope at his waist, and decided to investigate further. Despite the intense flames outside the tent, no shadows were cast. It seemed improbable that anyone was asleep at this hour. Two figures darted across the 7-meter-high city wall, resembling late-returning birds, elusive in their movements. Although numerous patrols roamed the wall and activity stirred outside the city, an eerie stillness enveloped the interior. After meticulously inspecting 5 tents, they discovered that a tent designed to accommodate 20 individuals housed fewer than 10. As they traversed the entire military camp, the expressions of Wen Huaidie and Feng Chun grew increasingly grave. Feng Chun, unable to contain himself, eagerly explained, "Your Highness, I am utterly convinced that the troops dispatched to the mountain city from our side number no less than 200,000. Prior to Wen Huaidie's return, both Feng Chun and Deming had personally verified this. The forces transferred from the Western Yu Kingdom were indeed substantial. How could it be that fewer than half remain now?" Wen Huaidie clenched his fists, his mind swirling with thoughts. "You have been deceived. They never intended to assault Liaosong City. 200,000 troops merely circled the city, creating an illusion for your eyes before departing." Feng Chun, drenched in sweat and confusion, questioned, "But why would the Western Yu Kingdom stage such a charade if they had no desire to attack us?" Wen Huaidie recalled the information received by Wen Huaidie. It was possible that her informants embedded within the Western Yu court had been exposed. The deliberate dissemination of false intelligence by Lung Kangwu was aimed at misleading her. Upon their return to Liaosong City, everyone was summoned to the council hall for a meeting. Even the undercover agent from Changyuan Pavilion, known as Little Three, was called upon by Wen Huaidie. The station troops within the mountain city numbered fewer than 100,000, and the confidential letters obtained by Changyuan Pavilion contained discrepancies. Little Three, wide-eyed, exclaimed, "This cannot be. Did you not also witness the arrival of 200,000 troops?" Wen Huaidie's gaze darkened. "We have been ensnared." Observing Wen Huaidie's expression of regret, Little Three felt a flicker of doubt. "But why go through the trouble of creating a smokescreen?" Deming suggested. "Could it be to deter the Yin forces, fearing our advance on a mountain city, and thus orchestrating this ruse to frighten us away?" Wen Huaidie shook his head. "That seems unlikely. By abandoning the capital, the monarch of the Western Yu Kingdom should have surmised my disinterest in the throne. It is inconceivable that he would forsake the easily attainable capital to return from afar to seize the mountain city. Even if they feared an attack from me, they would not resort to deception. A single defeat would merely deliver the mountain city into my hands." Suddenly, a thought struck Wen Huaidie as he recalled the 4th Marquis and 5th Lords seeking assistance from Nanju. He turned to Little Three, who was attentively listening beside him. "How many troops did you leave in the Eastern Ling capital?" Little Three paused, shaking his head in response. "I am not entirely certain. As an undercover agent stationed in Liaosong City, he had no knowledge of the forces Wen Huaidie had retained in the Eastern Ling capital." Wen Huaidie pointed at Little Three with a serious demeanor, commanding, "You must promptly send a message to Huaidie, warning her that the Western Yu Kingdom may very well attempt a surprise attack on the Eastern Ling capital." Little Three's expression tightened. "But did not our emperor recently pass away?" Wen Huaidie furrowed his brow, for the ascension of the new emperor had taken them by surprise. Initially, they believed that this new ruler intended to seize a share of the chaos, which already required considerable audacity. Never did they anticipate that his boldness would exceed their expectations, resorting to desperate measures. At this moment, Wen Huaidie had divided his forces into 3 paths, with Wen Huaidie and Ouyang Xian advancing rapidly towards the capital. Should their homeland be raided now, it would be a grievous loss, akin to gaining a sesame while losing a watermelon. Du Shutian hesitantly inquired. Will we still attack Shanxing tomorrow? Yen Hanyun's expression hardened. Of course, they would attack. They had initially anticipated at least 200,000 troops. Yet now, they numbered less than 100,000. To dare play the empty city strategy before him was akin to courting death. Once they launched their offensive against Shanxing, the Western Yu Kingdom would undoubtedly panic, perhaps even recalling forces meant for the assault on the Eastern Ling Kingdom's capital. The following day, under the cover of surprise, smoke signals rose ominously. The 15,000 Yin family troops surged towards Shanxing like a dark tide, their momentum fierce. The dust they raised swirled like a desert storm, instilling terror in all who beheld it. The soldiers stationed on the city walls, pretending to be vigilant, immediately sounded the alarm upon sighting the approaching enemy. General Hai Wenlin, aged over 50, ascended the city wall with a spear in hand. He observed the Yin troops charging towards the city gate with astonishment mingled with a valiant resolve. They prepared for battle, vowing to defend Shanxing to the death. The situation deviated entirely from the emperor's expectations. Yen Hanyun harbored no interest in the territory of the Tsang-Ao kingdom, but rather sought to assault that of the Western Yu kingdom. What could possibly be his intention? The Yin troops brandished their weapons, fiercely engaging the enemy. Ladders were raised against the city walls, with soldiers scrambling up one after another. Despite the defenders' valiant resistance in the besieged Shanxing, where enemy numbers surpassed theirs twofold, they ultimately could not hold the city gates. Hai Wenlin, brought low and bloodied, bore a non-fatal wound to his chest. He gazed up at Yen Hanyun, his expression a complex mixture of emotions. Your leg has healed. Yen Hanyun narrowed his eyes and questioned, how many troops did Hai Longlei take to the capital of the Eastern Ling Kingdom? Hai Wenlin, bewildered and inwardly anxious, wondered how he was aware of their covert mission to ambush the Eastern Ling capital. This plan had been kept under wraps. Even Hai Longlei was unaware that the troops dispatched had merely circled Shanxing before stealthily returning to the capital to conceal themselves. To mislead Wen Huaidie, who had planted spies in the court, he had deliberately staged this charade with Hai Wenlin, intending to divert her attention to Shanxing while catching the western fortifications of the Eastern Ling Kingdom off guard. Furthermore, this was a trap devised by Lung Kangwu for those within the Western Yu court. By reallocating the majority of their forces, only then would the disordered be afforded an opportunity to strike. Seeing Hai Wenlin remain silent, Yen Hanyun frowned and instructed Feng Chun to take him away and imprison him. The news of Hai Wenlin's capture was to be disseminated promptly, ensuring not only that Lung Kangwu was informed, but also that Hai Longlei would learn of his father's capture by them. By the time Wen Huaidie received the message from her informant, she was already within 100 miles of the capital. At this moment, reinforcements from Nanzhou were still nowhere to be seen. Chapter 45. Taking the capital of Tsang-Ao country. Ouyang Xian anxiously paced in place, even contemplating turning his horse around to head back to the imperial capital. The journey from the city to the capital took 6 hours a day, and in half a month, they would arrive. It was likely they were not far from the imperial court now. Wen Huaidie used her internal energy to reduce the letter to powder, casually scattering it on the ground. With 100,000 troops in Peacock City, penetrating the imperial capital would not be an easy feat immediately. She sent a message to Qian Mian, instructing her to head northwest, the closest to the army of Hai Longlei. Inside the capital of Tsang-Ao country, the 4 dukes and 5 lords were already in a state of frenzied anxiety. With the forces of Dongling country approaching the city gates, why had the reinforcement from Nanzhou still not arrived? Qian Dongquan, what on earth is going on? Is Nanzhou playing us for fools? Yu Yongho sat on the dragon throne, observing as Qian Dongquan was being questioned and condemned by several others. With fewer than 80,000 defenders in the capital, their numbers were outmatched 2 to 1. How could they fight? Kneeling on the ground, Qian Dongquan's expression was somber. He moved his lips, uncertain of how to articulate the situation. The army of Nanzhou had indeed mobilized, but upon crossing the border of Tsang-Ao country, they immediately reversed direction and stationed themselves just outside the border of Nanzhou. Qian Dongquan had received this news last night. Yet he dared not share it with Yu Yongho. It was well known that these 9 individuals had pinned all their hopes on the arrival of Nanju's reinforcements. If they learned that no aid was coming, they would undoubtedly flee the capital with their own troops, returning to their fiefs to preserve their lives. In the process, they might even take out their frustrations by eliminating him, the envoy who had failed to secure assistance twice. Considering the distance, they should be arriving soon. With 80,000 troops still stationed in the capital, they could certainly hold out until reinforcements arrived. At that time, with simultaneous attacks from both fronts, the forces of Dongling country would find themselves with no avenue for escape. Yu Yongho looked at the others. Qian Dongquan made a valid point. He spoke, "You must immediately leave the city to ascertain when Nanju's troops will arrive." With a swollen forehead, Qian Dongquan rolled out of the Zhangyi Hall. He grabbed his belongings, mounted a swift steed, and hastily departed the city. At this point, who would still commit themselves to Yu Yongho? Escaping was the priority. The 4 dukes and 5 lords believed Qian Dongquan was seeking help from Nanju, yet in truth, he was fleeing with his meager possessions. Wen Huaidie led her army to the city gates. The gates were tightly shut, and countless archers stood atop the walls. Arrows rained down like a tempest. Shields formed a defensive wall to protect those below. As the first wave concluded, Yu Yongho and the others stood atop the city wall, peering down. To their astonishment, it was Ouyang Xian, the emperor of Dongling country, leading the assault on the city. Who was the woman beside him? It was rare to see a woman commanding troops in battle, especially since Wen Huaidie stood in such a pivotal position, the commander of all 3 armies. Wielding a long sword and clad in a striking red battle robe, Wen Huaidie stood at the forefront, her voice ringing out with authority. "Attack the city." She charged forward on horseback toward the city wall, leaping up with force, her battle robe billowing behind her. "Spare those who surrender." The ominous words emerged from her lips, yet they resonated in the ears of every soldier present. "Kill, kill, kill." The roar from below the walls echoed fiercely. The citizens within the city cowered in their homes, too fearful to venture outside. When Wen Huaidie departed the capital, he only plundered the national treasury. However, after the 4 lords and 5 princes entered the capital, lacking both funds and provisions, they resorted to robbing the common folk. With insufficient soldiers, they forcibly conscripted men into service. For the past 2 months, the residents of the capital have endured conditions worse than those of the refugees in Ganzhou. They simultaneously yearn for the Eastern Ling Kingdom to invade and eliminate these ruthless villains, yet feared that the advancing army would again plunder their lives. A pall of terror loomed over every ordinary citizen, their hearts tormented and sleep elusive. Daily, they beseeched the heavens for the safety of themselves and their families. A group launched an assault on Ouyang Xian, believing that by eliminating the emperor, chaos would ensue within the Eastern Ling army. Witnessing this, Wen Huaidie deftly grasped a silver needle and waved her hand, breaking the encirclement around Ouyang Xian. Despite her lackluster martial prowess, she charged forward recklessly. Having captured dozens of cities, they had learned nothing. The silver needles contained lethal poison, which would take effect immediately upon piercing the skin. Ouyang Xian recoiled in horror as he beheld over 100 corpses fall before him. He noticed Wen Huaidie coldly regarding him as she dispatched her enemies. After a brief hesitation, he slowed his advance, refraining from further reckless actions. A commander wielding a spear positioned himself before the 4 lords and 5 princes, barely withstanding a powerful strike from Wen Huaidie. Her visage reflected in his eyes as he grimaced and collapsed to his knees in disbelief. How could this woman resemble the late princess of the Wuming king so closely? Had she not been killed by Crown Prince Zhao Zongjie? Surely, it must be mere coincidence. After all, the Wuming king's consort had been in poor health and lacked martial abilities. Wen Huaidie delivered a swift kick to the man's spear, sending him careening off the city wall, his terrified cries echoing, "Do not kill me. The capital is yours. I will leave at once." The 4 lords and 5 princes were quickly subdued by Wen Huaidie's prowess. With their heads striking the ground, they extended their hands in a plea for mercy. Wen Huaidie's gaze remained indifferent. No one would be allowed to pose a future threat to her. With a single stroke, she severed the heads of 9 men, sending one flying with a kick. With the death of the 4 lords and 5 princes, surrender became inevitable. As 9 heads soared through the air, Wen Huaidie's commanding voice reverberated across the capital. The soldiers still engaged in battle silently relinquished their weapons as they gazed down at the heads that had fallen before her. In less than a quarter of an hour, the remaining 60,000 ceased their resistance, standing helplessly, awaiting their fate. The gates of the capital swung wide open. Citizens near the walls cautiously opened their windows, their hearts racing with trepidation upon seeing the military banners replaced. It felt as if their hearts might leap from their chests, threatening to succumb to a fatal episode. The hurried sounds of footsteps and hoofbeats echoed through the homes along Chaming Street. Wen Huaidie, mounted on her steed, gripped the reins in her left hand, gazing at the palace gate's plaque. The first time she entered had been under the pretext of seeking trouble, as conveyed by the Empress Yu. A glint of determination crossed her eyes as she raised her sword and with a swift motion cleaved the plaque in two, sending it crashing to the ground in shattered pieces. The hooves trampled upon the dilapidated stone slabs as they stormed through the palace gates. Soon, the soldiers of the Eastern Ling Kingdom had overrun all 4 gates of the capital. Wen Huaidie gazed at the enormous cages in the square outside the Taya Hall, where the disheveled captives resembled beggars. Their opulent attire had become soiled beyond recognition. Their vacant stares suggested a disturbance in their minds. In one cage filled with women, Wen Huaidie discerned a familiar figure. The moment the woman spotted her, she recoiled in fright, hiding behind others and daring not to lift her gaze. Wen Huaidie raised an eyebrow, realizing that these were indeed the wives of several high-ranking officials who had attended the birthday banquet at the residence of the Duke of Ruyang. Chapter 46. Selling the palace of the Tsangao Kingdom amidst the chaos in the capital. The internal strife had not claimed lives. Rather, it was the 4 dukes and 5 lords who inflicted torment upon them. The chief steward of the imperial household, caught off guard, had already soiled himself in fear. Upon entering the capital, the 4 dukes and 5 lords ruthlessly exterminated the officials they deemed unworthy. All the male officials were slaughtered and dismembered, while the women were seized and subjected to humiliation. These were once esteemed noble women, some yet to be married. Wen Huaidie narrowed her eyes, while the world labeled her as the ghost-faced Rakshasa and spoke of Wen Huaidie as a murderous fiend with countless lives on his hands. She felt a sense of shame in comparison. They were better off discarded. Their presence was an eyesore. Ouyang Xian inquired, "Surely there are still surviving officials in the capital. Should we capture them all?" Wen Huaidie shook her head in rejection. "What purpose would that serve? I have no silver to pay their salaries." A wave of bloodshed had occurred during the power struggle between Emperor Xuchong and Zhao Zhongjie, followed by another when Wen Huaidie departed. Yet another wave came with the incursion of the 4 dukes and 5 lords. What remained were merely nameless minor officials. Wen Huaidie had no intention of employing them. There were countless scholars and students across the realm. A mere imperial examination would yield a fresh cohort of candidates, imbued with new ideas and untainted by the favors of the previous dynasty. They would prove far more useful than the old ministers. Moreover, in recent years, the Eastern Ling Kingdom had held annual examinations, amassing numerous talented individuals, precisely for the purpose of ensuring capable governance in the newly conquered territories, preventing them from descending into disarray, devoid of value, and becoming a financial burden. Wen Huaidie surveyed the opulent palace before her gaze sliding up and down. She proclaimed that the courtyards of the Tsangao Kingdom's palace would be sold in batches to the highest bidders. After all, this was a residence once inhabited by emperors, imbued with the essence of dragons. It could easily fetch several 100 million taels of silver at auction. The officials managing the capital merely required a residence. Maintaining this grand edifice would incur continuous expenses for upkeep. Selling it outright would be far more prudent. Ouyang Xian scratched his nose, noting that, given the current uncertainty, wealthy merchants might hesitate to purchase. Should foreign enemies invade, the first target would undoubtedly be the royal city, aiming to seize the palace and thereby completely overthrow the old dynasty. It was a symbolic structure, Wen Huaidie raised her index finger in denial. Not all. The value lies in the fact that this is the emperor's abode, replete with treasures, and the royal treasury still holds wealth. Currently, it possesses nothing of worth. It is merely a grand facade. Once the common folk reside here for a few years and grow accustomed to the surroundings, this place will lose its allure. Countless souls have perished here, and the ominous energy is palpable. In a few more years, as it becomes more decrepit, it will be even harder to sell, ultimately languishing in our hands and wasting several hundred million. Ouyang Xian pursed his lips. He chose silence over speaking his mind. In his view, the palace was meant solely for the royal family. Now that they have seized it, why not keep it as a temporary residence to retreat to during leisure? There is no need to sell, especially since Wen Huaidie has amassed considerable wealth over the years, and the Eastern Ling Kingdom is not lacking in funds. When the news of Yen Hanyun's military advance on Shanshan and the capture of Hai Wenlin reached the capital of the Xie Kingdom, Lung Kangwu had just subdued the rebel North Ping Prince and his insurgent forces. Unbeknownst to the North Ping Prince, Lung Kangwu had recalled 200,000 troops from Shanshan. Just as the rebellion commenced, they were suppressed by the forces lying in wait outside the city. The court was gripped with trepidation, realizing that this was a trap meticulously set by their emperor. Just as they were about to commend his cunning, news of the siege of Shanshan arrived, leaving everyone in a state of utter confusion. They looked up at Lung Kangwu, uncertain of what to do next. Had the emperor not recalled the troops from Shanshan, Yen Hanyun would certainly have failed to capture it. Yet, if he hadn't recalled them, the North Ping Prince might have succeeded in his insurrection. Seated on the dragon throne, Lung Kangwu clenched his fingers and inquired solemnly, "Where are Yen Hanyun's forces now?" The Minister of War, kneeling before him, shook his head and replied, "Your Majesty, as of now, we have yet to receive a second military report." Lung Kangwu's gaze fixated on the end of the hall. Why had Zui Weihua not attended court today? The assembly turned to look at the spot where Zui Weihua should have stood, and indeed, it was empty, with the situation so dire. How could the emperor still concern himself with Zui Weihua's absence? The scholar from the Hamlin Academy stepped forward to explain. Zui Weihua sent a messenger last night to deliver a leave of absence, citing a chill and requesting 3 days off. Lung Kangwu rose and addressed the civil and military officials. "We shall adjourn the court for now." The assembly was bewildered, with Yen Hanyun having already seized Shanshan. Should the emperor not be hastening to discuss strategies with them? Why had he dismissed court without deliberating anything? As Lung Kangwu departed the grand hall, his footsteps were swift and purposeful, his brows furrowed in anger. Has Guotinglong not returned? As soon as the 200,000 troops entered the capital, he dispatched the Imperial Guard leader to ensnare them. Yet now, he has not returned to report, and with Zui Weihua absent, something must have gone awry. The inner court officials trembled and shook their heads. Not yet. A contingent of troops surged from the inner palace, racing towards the capital in all directions. It was not until nightfall that Guotinglong, drained of blood, was carried back. Upon seeing his disheveled state, Lung Kangwu was taken aback. There were only 13 spies from the Eastern Ling Kingdom concealed within the capital, and Guotinglong had led over 200 Imperial Guards. How could he have been injured? Guotinglong tumbled off the stretcher and knelt on the ground. "I am incompetent, allowing Zui Weihua and those Eastern Ling spies to escape." Lung Kangwu inquired coldly, "What exactly transpired?" Guoyamlong's wounds continued to seep blood, staining his garments crimson. "In accordance with the emperor's commands, I set out to ensnare the culprits, only to discover that Zui Weihua had ingeniously excavated a secret passage within the estate. Following this concealed route, I pursued them beyond the city limits, and I was on the verge of apprehending them when, unexpectedly, a group emerged from the shadows to rescue Zui Weihua and his accomplices. The Imperial Guards who accompanied them were all slain, and I, regrettably, tumbled down the slope, narrowly escaping with my life." Lung Kangwu inquired, "How many were they?" Guoyamlong pondered before replying, "Fewer than 50, yet each possessed formidable martial prowess, capable of taking on 10 adversaries at once." In a fit of frustration, Lung Kangwu struck the table with force. "It must be the people from Chanyuan Pavilion. They received intelligence in advance and rushed to their aid. Ouyang Xian must have accrued a multitude of good deeds in his previous life to warrant such a powerful sect assisting him in this life. Had I known, I should have commanded the eradication of all Chanyuan Pavilion's hidden operatives within the city after Hailong lay departed from the imperial capital. Gui Yanlong added, Your Majesty, I have inspected the condition of that secret passage. It was undoubtedly excavated within the past 3 days. Zui Weihua must have realized he was exposed and sought this escape route to save himself. Lung Kangwa's brow relaxed slightly. Zui Weihua had only discovered his peril 3 days prior, factoring in the time for the news to travel. Even if Ouyang Xian and his cohorts could surmise that he would strike at the Eastern Ling Nation's capital, it would have been too late for them to divert and offer assistance. Summon Mu Yaoting to an audience. I wish to see him at once. Chapter 47. Disarray. Zui Weihua gulped water from a flask. Had your intelligence not been timely, I would not have had the chance to excavate the secret passage. Was my cover blown? I was utterly oblivious. By the riverbank, a line of horses grazed and drank, while Zui Weihua and his companions rested upon stones to replenish their strength. The one sent to retrieve them was Ji Long, the fourth hall master of Chanyuan Pavilion. The information relayed from Chaosang City had prompted a deduction by Yen Hanyun upon discovering an anomaly in troop numbers before assaulting Shanqing. Once I received the tidings, I hurriedly gathered my men and raced over, thankful to have arrived in time. Zui Weihua rubbed his weary eyes. Is everything well at the capital? Ji Long patted his shoulder reassuringly. Qim Yin is already en route back. The forces led by Chu Taowen and Song Ao Kingdom are merely for show. The pavilion master has retained a backup plan. There will be no mishaps. The citizens of the capital, having noticed that the Eastern Ling Nation's army had lingered for 3 days without any movement, gradually relaxed their heightened anxiety. At that moment, individuals who had previously encountered Wen Huaidie recognized her. The female general of the Eastern Ling Nation bore an uncanny resemblance to the late princess of the martial Nether King. As Wen Huaidie frequently patrolled the city, some citizens discreetly approached the soldiers of the Eastern Ling Nation for inquiries. Upon learning that the female general also bore the name Wen Huaidie, the coincidences became too striking to dismiss. When news reached the capital that Yen Hanyun was leading the Yin family army to assault the mountainous city of Xie Kingdom, many were left bewildered. The martial Nether King, having relinquished Song Ao Kingdom to his princess, ventured forth to expand his territory elsewhere. Such an absurdity seemed unfathomable. Wen Huaidie took residence in the desolate abode of the martial Nether King. When Yen Hanyun departed, he had no intention of returning. In just over 3 months, the ground of the snow pavilion had turned from vibrant red to a dull yellow. The petals and leaves of the wilting phoenix flowers lay neglected, beginning to decay after the rain. Wen Huaidie commanded the cleaning of the Wangfu, which now resembled its former self, albeit lacking in vitality. Sitting in a chair, Wen Huaidie pondered the delay of the reinforcements from Nanju, suspecting some ulterior motive at play. Lian Meng entered from outside. Her expression taut as she reported, News from Peacock City indicates that Hailong Lei is set to arrive with 200,000 troops within 2 days. When Huaidie inquired, How long until Qian Mian arrives? Lian Meng replied, 5 days. It's manageable. Peacock City can hold for 3 days. She handed over an unopened letter, sent by the prince through Xiao San, wrapped separately. Uncertain whether it contained personal or official matters, Lian Meng refrained from opening it. When Huaidie gazed at the 4 bold characters on the envelope, a smile gracing her lips, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Upon opening, the letter began with a lengthy series of complaints, lamenting Wen Huaidie's lack of correspondence and her apparent indifference. It was not until the 2nd page that the matter at hand was addressed. Lung Kangwu had dispatched Mu Yaoting, the Chancellor of Xie, to negotiate with Hanyun, seeking to rescue their National Protectorate General, Hai Wenlin. Lian Meng expressed her astonishment. If it's a trap, why didn't they allow Hai Wenlin to lead the army away at the outset? Now that he is captured, what is the Emperor of Xie truly thinking? Is this not contradictory? Do they wish for his demise or his survival? When Huaidie spread the letter upon the table, Hai Wenlin was the father of Hailong Lei. If Lung Kangwu still intended to utilize Hailong Lei, he could not feign indifference to Hai Wenlin's fate. In his youth, Hai Wenlin had been a close friend of the king of Beiping. Lung Kangwu's refusal to permit him to return with his troops to the capital likely stemmed from a fear that he would have compassion and hesitate to act against the king of Beiping. The fact that Lung Kangwu was willing to sacrifice 5 cities for his life indicated a genuine desire for him to live. Outside Peacock City, Hai Longlei's countenance was as dark as the water used to wash a pot after his 7th failed siege. The information proved erroneous. Dongling Kingdom had not only concealed troops within Peacock City, but these forces were also far superior to ordinary soldiers. The 100,000 troops of Peacock City were personally trained by Wen Huaidie, with all expenses drawn from the private accounts of Changyuan Pavilion rather than the national treasury of Dongling Kingdom. This was a formidable hidden army, poised to be deployed at a crucial moment. The deputy commander entered with a grave expression. "General, there are rumors outside that the martial king Wen Huaidie has captured the mountain city, and the grand general has been taken alive." A pancake, the size of Hai Longlei's face, fell from his hand onto the table, bouncing before rolling to the floor. With over 300,000 troops stationed in the mountain city, even if his father had failed to capture Liaosong City, it was improbable that the disabled Wen Huaidie could take him alive. This rumor must be false. Send someone to verify immediately. This must be a ploy by Dongling Kingdom to disrupt our morale, he commanded. The deputy bowed. "Yes, I shall dispatch someone at once." Hai Longlei returned to his seat, his appetite completely diminished. The once impenetrable Peacock City has left him in a dire predicament, his mind a tempest of anxiety. 3 days have elapsed since Hai Longlei's latest failed siege. The general, accompanied by over 200,000 troops, merely circled the mountain city before returning to the capital to suppress the rebellion of King Beiping. With less than 100,000 soldiers remaining in the mountain stronghold, Wen Huaidie's legs have been healed, and the general has indeed been captured alive. Hai Longlei's body swayed slightly. "When did this occur?" The deputy replied dejectedly. "A fortnight ago." Hai Longlei clenched his fists. "It has been 2 weeks since the incident transpired, yet no word has reached the capital. The emperor must have deliberately kept this from him, shrouding it in secrecy." When Hai Wenlin departed the capital, he did not inform Hai Longlei that the assault on Liaosong City was merely a ruse. Similarly, Lung Kangwu withheld the truth when he led his troops away from the capital. Had he truly become so untrustworthy? "What is the current situation?" The deputy responded. "The emperor has decreed that the general must return alive, dispatching Prime Minister Mu to negotiate with Wen Huaidie, offering 5 cities in exchange for the general. They should be arriving soon. However, it remains uncertain whether Wen Huaidie will agree to the exchange." Hai Longlei removed his armor. "Has Wen Huaidie already captured several cities?" The deputy answered. 3. Wen Huaidie's pace is slow, seemingly cautious. Hai Longlei pressed his hands against his head, feeling utterly disarrayed. "Arrange for a night raid on Peacock City. Every soldier, including the Firehead Brigade, must charge forward. Casualties are of no concern. This time, it is imperative to seize the city. He must capture the imperial capital swiftly. Should Prime Minister Mu's negotiations fail and Wen Huaidie refuse to release the general, Hai Longlei would lead his forces straight into the heart of the Yen army to reclaim his father." On a distant hill, Chim Yin peered through a telescope at the army of the Western Yu Kingdom stationed at the foot of the mountain. After much effort, he had finally caught up. Chapter 48. Trading 10 cities for Hai Wenlin's life seated in the carriage. Mu Yaoding was drenched in sweat, frequently lifting the curtain to glimpse their location and how far they were from the Yen army. Upon entering the city, he beheld the solemn troops flanking him, each seemingly trying to intimidate him with their gaze. Indeed, these were the soldiers trained by Wen Huaidie, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Their days were consumed with warfare. Otherwise, why would they launch an unprovoked assault on the Western Yu Kingdom? Wen Huaidie's dark eyes lazily swept over the anxious Mu Yaoding seated opposite him. Though lacking in courage, he managed to maintain a semblance of composure. 5 cities in exchange for a national protector general. Was Hai Wenlin truly worth such a bargain? Suppressing his inner unease, Mu Yaoding spoke. "The king of the martial underworld has abruptly instigated a war between our nations and captured our national protector general. 5 cities represent the utmost sincerity from our emperor. Currently, the Tsang Ao kingdom is besieged by the Dongling kingdom, and Liaosong City borders the Western Yu Kingdom. Should the king of the martial underworld choose to ally with us, our emperor would not neglect the prince, offering a status even more exalted than what you hold in the Tsang-Ao kingdom, with no allies to rely upon. Should the day come when the Dongling army surrounds Liaosong City, the prince will find himself without an escape route. Wen Huaidie crossed his legs and remarked, "When Emperor Xuchong was still alive, I was already esteemed as a prince. I wonder what kind of title Cold Kangwu intends to bestow upon me. Beyond the title of prince, only the emperor's throne could overshadow my prominence. Or does Cold Kangwu intend to grant me a vast fiefdom, allowing me to reign as a local sovereign?" Mu Yaoting's expression stiffened. Wen Huaidie certainly had audacious thoughts. Should he choose to ally with the Western Yu Kingdom, the emperor would undoubtedly reclaim the Yin family's military forces. Otherwise, he would risk becoming the next Beiping Wang. No, Wen Huaidie posed an even greater threat than Beiping Wang. Mu Yaoting took a calm breath and inquired, what would it take for the prince to release the captives? Wen Huaidie, tapping his fingers on the table, casually circled 10 cities on a map, all of which he intended to conquer next. Let us exchange these 10 cities, he proposed. Mu Yaoting's complexion darkened. If these cities were surrendered to Wen Huaidie, the 13 border fortifications of the Western Yu Kingdom against the Kangao Kingdom would be utterly compromised. This demand was excessively steep. Wen Huaidie smirked lightly. If Cold Kangwu finds this too much to bear and refuses the exchange, I shall execute Hai Wenlin and deliver his corpse to Hai Longlei. Upon discovering his father's demise, he would likely be devastated. As Mu Yaoting departed, his steps were disordered. He hurried back to the capital to relay Wen Huaidie's terms to Cold Kangwu. Cold Kangwu's countenance grew grim as he coldly declared, agreed. Mu Yaoting was taken aback and quickly interjected, Your Majesty, even if we exchange 10 cities for Hai Wenlin, he will still inevitably lose to Wen Huaidie in future confrontations. It is not worth it. A general may perish in 100 battles. And even if Hai Longlei learns of his father's capture, he will not voice further complaints. Cold Kangwu's voice was as frigid as ancient ice. I said to exchange. You will return immediately and bring Hai Wenlin back safely. Indeed, Hai Wenlin's worth did not equate to that of 10 cities. However, he was the biological father of Hai Longlei. Should he perish, it would cause immense sorrow. Cold Kangwu wished to spare Hai Longlei from such grief. This scheme had arisen due to the ties between the Hai family and Beiping Wang, prompting him to deliberately divert them. Yet, Cold Kangwu did not desire Hai Wenlin's demise. Had he foreseen Wen Huaidie's assault on Shansheng, it would have been preferable to allow both father and son to venture to Dongling Kingdom together. It was truly a regrettable decision. When Wen Huaidie learned of the Western Yu Kingdom's willingness to negotiate, he was genuinely surprised. If the emperor of the Western Yu Kingdom valued Hai Wenlin so deeply, why had he been abandoned in Shansheng? He had assumed it was done intentionally. Across from him, Mu Yaoting bore a somber expression. This was the imperial edict personally inscribed by His Majesty, bearing the imperial seal. With this decree in hand, the prince could proceed to seize the cities. Wen Huaidie examined the edict, finding the newly ascended emperor of the Western Yu Kingdom to be quite peculiar. Very well. I shall first capture 5 cities, and then you may take Hai Wenlin with you. Mu Yaoting opened his mouth, then fell silent. The garrison of the 10 cities had already been withdrawn in advance. By the time Wen Huaidie and his army arrived, a third of the populace had fled, leaving behind only the impoverished who could not afford to relocate. Within Peacock City, Chimyon grasped Hai Longlei's chin, lifting his face to scrutinize it closely. You possess an audacious disregard for your own life, sacrificing yourself to allow those soldiers to escape. Hai Longlei, with a stern countenance, steadfastly refuses to bow his head. An hour prior, while leading his troops to assault Peacock City, Chimyon unleashed a surprise attack with an army of 150,000 from behind. Upon witnessing this, Peacock City promptly opened its gates, unleashing 100,000 troops in a fierce onslaught. They encircled Hai Longlei and his men with relentless determination. Realizing the dire situation, Hai Longlei decisively commanded his deputy to lead the majority of the forces in a breakout, while he himself held back a small contingent of elite troops to cover their retreat. Unfortunately, he was captured by Chimyon, who regrettably did not seize many prisoners. allowing over 100,000 to escape. Qimyan blinked, having just captured the father, only for the son to arrive. Is Hai Wenlin more valuable than Hai Longlei? How much silver could he fetch? Not long after Hai Wenlin was brought back to the capital, the kingdom of Xie received news of Hai Longlei's capture in Peacock City. The typically composed Lung Kangwu was so infuriated that he overturned the table in front of the dragon throne during a court session. Mu Yaoding quickly knelt and attempted to pacify him, stating, "Your Majesty, at least our forces have not suffered substantial losses. It would be prudent to cease hostilities at this juncture." "I second that. I second that," echoed nearly the entire assembly of civil officials, save for the military generals, who knelt in agreement with Mu Yaoding's words. With the new emperor's foundation already precarious, these officials had never supported the military campaign from the outset. Now, with both Hai Wenlin and Hai Longlei defeated, they had already surrendered 13 cities to Yen Huaidie. If this continued, they risked losing their entire nation. The downfall of the Tsangao kingdom was a direct result of internal royal strife and an inept monarch. Lung Kangwu gazed at the kneeling ministers, his chest tightening with indignation. Upon learning of Hai Longlei's capture, Yen Huaidie chose to halt the siege. Lung Kangwu's troops, initially dispatched to assault Dongling Kingdom, returned to the capital, resulting in the kingdom of Xie amassing over 400,000 soldiers. If they pressed on, they might provoke a desperate retaliation. Yen Huaidie was uncertain of his ability to withstand such a response. He resolved to wait for Wen Huaidie, intending to act once she arrived in Liaosong City. Lung Kangwu sent Mu Yaoding to negotiate, focusing on two words: ceasefire. Yen Huaidie had been stalling with conditions. The tension between both sides eased as neither party rushed to act. Yen Huaidie awaited Wen Huaidie. As long as he refrained from continuing the siege, Xie would remain passive. Lung Kangwu sought to rescue Hai Longlei, but this time, all the ministers opposed him. After conceding 10 more cities, could the kingdom of Xie still maintain its dignity? Chapter 49. Arrival at Liaosong City. A long-awaited union Chu Taowen had secured Jiangnan, while Qimyan's responsibility in the northwest remained incomplete due to the urgent support sent to Peacock City, leaving a third of the region unclaimed. Once stability returned to the capital, Wen Huaidie led her forces to lay siege, ultimately advancing directly to Liaosong City. Upon learning of this, Lung Kangwu immediately instructed Mu Yaoding to leverage this opportunity to persuade Yen Huaidie to surrender. However, the response was that Yen Huaidie had left the Yin family army stationed at Lingshuang City and returned to Liaosong City alone. Lung Kangwu pulled down his lip, furrowing his brow, perplexedly gazing at Mu Yaoding. Yen Huaidie, has he gone mad or is he simply foolish? He returned alone, believing he could withstand the overwhelming forces of over 100,000 soldiers from the Eastern Ling Kingdom. His behavior has been utterly peculiar. Ever since he commenced his assault on the mountain city, something has felt amiss. Mu Yaoding knelt on the ground, grasping the hem of his official robes, contemplatively stating, "Your Majesty, based on my observations, the generals left behind by Yen Huaidie appear unfazed by his safety. Could it be that he has defected to the Eastern Ling Kingdom?" Lung Kangwu squinted, pondering this possibility, yet found it implausible. The Yin family harbors animosity towards the Zhao imperial dynasty and is indifferent to the fragmentation of the Tsangao kingdom, which I can comprehend. However, his arrogance would prevent him from serving Ouyang Xian. There exists no unbreakable bond between him and the Eastern Ling Kingdom, nor would he trust that Ouyang Xian would genuinely value him. A man capable of claiming the throne for himself desires either nothing at all or the very best. To serve another as a subordinate once more? What purpose would that serve? As Wen Huaidie approached the city, the gates of Liaosong City swung wide open. Yen Huaidie stood alone beneath the gates, awaiting his beloved. The citizens of Liaosong City, filled with trust in Yen Huaidie, were perplexed by his apparent lack of concern for the Eastern Ling army and rushed outside to witness the unfolding spectacle. What could possibly be happening? Behind Yen Huaidie stood a city, behind Wen Huaidie, an army of tens of thousands. The two figures stood opposed, yet there was no hint of tension in the air. The populace, observing the smiles on both their faces, felt astonished. The commander of the Eastern Ling army turned out to be a female general, seemingly with a significant connection to their prince. Yen Hanyun approached Wen Huaidie's steed and extended his hand towards her. Wen Huaidie grasped his hand, dismounted, and tenderly caressed his face, noting its roughness and darker complexion. Yen Hanyun, slightly vexed, remarked that their reunion began with her lamenting his appearance. Interlocking his fingers with hers, he squeezed tightly and asked, "Do you find me unappealing?" A radiant smile illuminated Wen Huaidie's face, her eyes shimmering with joy. She leaned closer to Yen Hanyun's ear and softly whispered, "Not at all. The sun-kissed skin adds to your masculinity and allure." A tingling sensation coursed through Yen Hanyun, their intertwined hands growing increasingly warm. The troops trailed behind them, marching into Liaosong City as though returning home. Perplexed townsfolk lining the streets inquired of the Yin family soldiers, "What is the relationship between the prince and that female general?" Without hesitation, the Yin family guard replied, "She is the prince's consort." The citizens blinked in astonishment and murmured, "Didn't the prince's consort fall to her death from a cliff? How could another appear?" Recently, the martial king had not remarried. The Yin family soldiers shook their heads. She did not perish. The prince later found her. The citizens stood in a state of disbelief, struggling to grasp the situation. They had heard that the martial king's consort was the daughter of the current prime minister. How had she now transformed into a general from the Eastern Ling kingdom? What could this possibly mean? Upon returning to the royal residence within Liaosong City, Wen Huaidie noticed that the furnishings bore a striking resemblance to those in the snow pavilion, with every item identical. Yen Hanyun stood at the doorway, his gaze fixed upon her. "As I departed from the capital, I brought everything back with me." Wen Huaidie smiled, saying, "No wonder it was so empty when I returned. I thought everything had been stolen." Yen Hanyun approached Wen Huaidie from behind and embraced her, one arm encircling her waist while the other rested on her shoulder. "I have missed you so much." His warm breath cascaded over Wen Huaidie's neck. She reached out to caress Yen Hanyun's face, turning to envelop him in her arms. Standing on tiptoe, she rested her feet on his shoes, their bodies perfectly aligned, their heartbeats resonating in harmony at that moment. Sensing that this position might tire Wen Huaidie, Yen Hanyun bent down, lifting her legs to his waist height. Their noses touched, allowing them to hear each other's breath. As Wen Huaidie noticed his lingering stillness, unable to withstand the palpable tension, she leaned down to kiss Yen Hanyun's thin lips. The temperature in the room surged. Yen Hanyun pressed Wen Huaidie onto the bed, their garments becoming increasingly disheveled and sparse. Clothes fell haphazardly to the floor, colliding chaotically. Let your imagination run wild regarding the intensity. The sun dipped to the horizon as Yen Hanyun opened the door from within, his upper body half-clad, revealing well-defined muscles in his arms and abdomen, clearly appealing to the touch. He instructed the servants, "Bring the meal to the room." Beyond the screen in the room, Wen Huaidie leaned against the bathtub, her skin adorned with plum blossom marks. Once the meal arrived, Yen Hanyun closed the door and personally helped Wen Huaidie dress in the bathroom. She nestled against him, too languid to move, her body soft and devoid of strength. As he served her food, he remarked, during negotiations, "The Western Yu Kingdom has stationed 400,000 troops in Longfei City." Wen Huaidie, resting her chin on her left hand, queried, "Are they attempting to recruit you?" Yen Hanyun removed the spicy peppers from the chicken and brought it to her lips. "Wherever you are, I shall be," Wen Huaidie replied. "I instructed Ouyang Xian to return to the imperial capital. I plan to pause hostilities for 6 months before addressing the Western Yu and Southern Ju." Yen Hanyun's chopsticks hesitated. Previously, in Yunmeng City, her intention was to resolve everything at once. What prompted this change of heart? Whose influence was more persuasive than his own? The citizens of the proud Kangao Kingdom, after enduring conflict, remained unsettled even though the Eastern Ling Kingdom's army had not harmed them. A ceasefire for recuperation was indeed the wisest course. Wen Huaidie continued, "Hai Longlei will be taken to Liaosong City in a few days. I intend to use him as leverage in negotiations with the Western Yu." For the Western Yu Kingdom, Hai Longlei held immense significance. However, Wen Huaidie possessed capable generals. Many could defeat Hai Longlei, making the exchange of personnel for resources the most prudent strategy. Yen Hanyun wiped the sauce from Wen Huaidie's red lips, stating, "Muyu Pavilion is still in Longfei City. We shall depart for Lingshuang City tomorrow." Wen Huaidie nodded in agreement. Chapter 50. The Alliance of Dongling Kingdom and Yen Hanyun. Mu Yaoding could hardly fathom that Yen Hanyun, who departed alone, returned with the formidable army of Dongling Kingdom. The 15,000 soldiers of the Yin family stationed at Lingshuang City, combined with the forces brought by Wen Huaidie, now exceeded 300,000. Just as he was preparing to return to the capital to report to Lung Kangwu, Yen Hanyun sent a messenger to Longfei City bearing a letter. Upon opening the envelope and reading its contents, Mu Yaoding's expression plummeted into despair. Yen Hanyun had indeed allied himself with the Dongling Kingdom and had brought along the formidable Hailong Lei. With an overwhelming sense of trepidation, Mu Yaoding climbed into his carriage and made his way to Lingshuang City. Upon being ushered into the main hall, he was struck by the presence of a woman seated beside Yen Hanyun. Her skin was as pure and translucent as the morning dew on spring leaves, radiating an ethereal glow even in the hall. Her brows resembled the delicate crescent moon, and her eyes sparkled like stars. Her beauty was utterly captivating. The sudden appearance of this woman led Mu Yaoding to wonder if she had been sent by the Dongling Kingdom as a gift for Yen Hanyun. He recalled that Yen Hanyun's previous consort was renowned for her breathtaking beauty, and Ouyang Xian had a keen understanding of such preferences. Engrossed in observing Wen Huaidie, Mu Yaoding inadvertently misjudged the position of his seat, tumbling to the ground in a painful mishap that contorted his features. Yen Hanyun's displeasure was palpable as he furrowed his brow, remarking coldly that if Mu Yaoding's eyes were of no use, he would not hesitate to assist in their extraction. Alarmed, Mu Yaoding hastily averted his gaze, trembling as he righted the chair and settled back down. It was merely a woman. What harm could a few glances do? A trace of sarcasm crept into his smile as he remarked, "I never imagined, Your Highness, that you would align yourself with the Dongling Kingdom." Yen Hanyun remained noncommittal, his long, elegant fingers absent-mindedly tapping on the rim of a jade cup. "I presume that you, Minister Mu, are unaware that this is my consort, Wen Huaidie, who has been dispatched by the Dongling Kingdom as an envoy for peace negotiations." Confronted with this unforeseen twist, Mu Yaoding felt his pupils dilate, disbelief flashing in his eyes as his breath hitched, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. The consort of Yen Hanyun was an envoy sent by the Dongling Kingdom. The shock of a seemingly deceased person reappearing in such an unexpected role left him utterly astounded, his mind blank as he struggled to comprehend the situation. Wen Huaidie turned her gaze towards Lianmeng, who promptly signaled for Qianmian to escort Hailong Lei into the room. Her gentle, yet unyielding voice carried an unmistakable undertone of menace. "Do you wish to keep this man? If not, I shall dispose of him immediately." Mu Yaoding furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Hailong Lei, who appeared unscathed. There was not a single scar upon his face. Had the Dongling Kingdom refrained from torturing him, or had he already betrayed the Siye Kingdom? While Wen Huaidie outwardly sought to exchange a hostage for benefits, her true intention was to embed a thorn within the ranks of Siye Kingdom. Mu Yaoding inquired, "What does the consort wish to exchange for General Hai?" After all, Yen Hanyun had traded 10 cities of Siye Kingdom for Hai Wenlin. Could Wen Huaidie possibly seek to exchange Hailong Lei for 10 cities as well? Wen Huaidie replied, 50 million taels of silver, and you may take him with you." The body of Mu Yaoding trembled violently. 50 million taels of silver represented the entire annual tax revenue of the Siye Kingdom. Her greed surpassed even that of Yen Hanyun. After all, the 10 cities were rather impoverished, and their combined annual tax revenue barely amounted to 1 million taels of silver. In the presence of Hailong Lei, Mu Yaoding could not openly declare the exorbitance of the sum, nor her unwillingness to exchange it. She could only state, "The occurrence is rather unexpected. I must return to report to His Majesty." Wen Huaidie nodded in agreement, saying, "I shall grant you 7 days. I hope that when Prime Minister Mu arrives, it is with the silver in tow." Throughout the entire exchange, Hailong Lei remained silent. Ever since Qianmian had apprehended him, he had not uttered a single word. As if struck mute, Wen Huaidie narrowed her eyes and spoke to Lianmeng. "I wish to uncover all his secrets. Let Bing Xia take action." Hailong Lei watched Wen Huaidie warily, aware that it was a woman who had captured him, and now a woman who commanded his fate. Are the women of Dongling Kingdom so powerful? After Hailong Lei was taken away, Wen Huaidie turned to Wen Huaidie and remarked, I have crossed swords with Hailong Lei. This man possesses a hardened resolve. He is unlike my father. The Yin family army protects the citizens of the Kangao kingdom, whereas the Hai family guards the Cold family as throne. The willingness of the Xia emperor to exchange 10 cities for the life of Hai Wenlin had indeed left Wen Huaidie somewhat shaken. It would be exceedingly difficult to make such a person speak. Wen Huaidie confidently asserted, even the most steadfast individual has weaknesses and vulnerabilities. No one can withstand Bing Xia's interrogation. As night fell, Bing Xia entered the room, her expression somewhat peculiar. Wen Huaidie looked up and inquired, What news? Bing Xia replied, The other information is relatively mundane and of no immediate use, but there is one matter that I believe the leader will find intriguing. What is it? Bing Xia's gaze briefly flicked to Wen Huaidie's face before she took a deep breath and said, Hailong Lei harbors feelings for the Emperor of Xia, of a rather profound nature. Wen Huaidie was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly smiled, finding it rather amusing. She wondered if Lung Kangwu was aware of this. Wen Huaidie gazed at Wen Huaidie in confusion. What feelings? Does he wish to usurp the throne? Hailong Lei did not seem to be that type of person. Wen Huaidie sighed with a wry smile. It is akin to the feelings I have for you. Wen Huaidie was momentarily speechless. When he finally grasped her meaning, it felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Surely this must be a mistake? Bing Xia shook her head. There is absolutely no error, and his affection is quite humble, the kind that would inspire one to die for the beloved. Deep within his heart, Hailong Lei believed that Lung Kangwu did not entirely trust him and his father, harboring suspicions that the Emperor of Xia might one day eliminate both father and son. Nevertheless, he still cherished his feelings. However, such love could not be vocalized, remaining suppressed within, leading to a somewhat distorted persona. Wen Huaidie scratched his head, finding it difficult to accept. Wen Huaidie pondered aloud. Do you think Lung Kangwu has feelings for Hailong Lei? Bing Xia remained silent. Wen Huaidie instinctively replied, Impossible. He is the emperor, with 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines. He cannot harbor inappropriate thoughts toward a male minister, lest he face the wrath of the entire Xia kingdom. If word got out, the nation would face ruin. Wen Huaidie pursed her lips. Her thoughts are far more open-minded than Wen Huaidie's. The possibility of an emperor and a great general is not entirely out of the question. Send a message to Mu Yaoding, changing the ransom to 100 million, and include a significant token from Hailong Lei, along with a bit of blood. Wen Huaidie's thick eyebrows twitched. She truly dared to think so. Even if Lung Kangwu valued Hailong Lei, he would not use 100 million taels of silver for a ransom. Hailong Lei was not worth that much. However, the outcome left Wen Huaidie utterly astonished. 7 days later, Mu Yaoding indeed delivered 100 million taels of silver to Ling Shuang City, demanding the immediate release of Hailong Lei. Chapter 51. Show Weakness. Never leave me, as she gazed at the boxes overflowing with silver. Even the typically stoic Wen Huaidie found her speech faltering. It might be that Lung Kangwu placed great importance on the military officials in court, as Westyu had few generals capable of battle like Hailong Lei. To avoid being accused of neglecting the lives of his subjects, Wen Huaidie stood by, observing Wen Huaidie concoct excuses for the Emperor of Westyu. After a long moment, she fixed her wide eyes on Wen Huaidie and seriously remarked, Broaden your thinking. Nothing in this world is impossible. Wen Huaidie fixed her intense gaze on Wen Huaidie's face, suddenly narrowing her eyes, sensing something amiss. She grasped the other's neck, pulling her closer. How do you know so much? Where have you seen it? Wen Huaidie's eyes darted away, diverting her gaze to the glimmering silver on the ground. Having traversed the world for many years, I have seen much. Not to mention, Wen Huaidie was a modern individual, having visited numerous brothels where many young men served men. Wen Huaidie's narrow eyes scrutinized Wen Huaidie's profile, her deep voice laden with pressure. Is that truly the case? Wen Huaidie swiftly turned to meet Wen Huaidie's gaze. Of course it is. Don't you trust me? Wen Huaidie continued to look at her quietly, exuding a sense of profound meaning. That gaze seemed to test Wen Huaidie, waiting for her to falter first. Yet, Wen Huaidie boldly stared back at her, wearing an expression of disappointment, as if to say, Why don't you trust me? In the span of a few blinks, Yin Hanyun retreated first. Of course not. I simply Haven T wandered in the world, and I suddenly feel quite ignorant. Wen Huaidie readily played. No witties. I will gradually enlighten you. Watching the returned Hai Long Lei, Lung Kangwu could no longer conceal the concern hidden deep within. Noticing he bore no wounds, yet recalling the blood on the edge of his clothing, anxiety still gnawed at him. Are you all right? Hai Long Lei shook his head and knelt on the ground. I am incompetent. I failed to fulfill your Majesty's command to capture the imperial capital of Dongling and wasted 100 million taels of silver. Lung Kangwu's willingness to spend such a vast sum to ransom him astonished Hai Long Lei. Standing by, Mu Yaoting felt a pang in her heart at the mention of 100 million taels of silver. She truly felt the pinch. Wasn't it just a valiant and capable general? Couldn't they invest more effort in nurturing a few more? Did it really require such a heavy price to bring him back? It was nearly enough to deplete the treasury. Furthermore, half of it came from the Emperor's private reserves. It was an utter waste. 50 million taels of silver could sustain countless lives in the national treasury. Now, only a defeated Hai Long Lei has returned. This time, the surprise attack on the East Ling Kingdom's stronghold ended in utter failure. Len Gangu Gomfort Hai Long Li, gently stating, do not blame yourself. I never anticipated that Yin Hanyun would ally with the East Ling Kingdom. That Wen Huaidie must have been placed in Songao Kingdom by Ouyang Xian long ago, her beauty trap executed to perfection. Yin Hanyun is like a puppet in her hands, doing her bidding without question. Hai Long Lei anxiously raised his head to steal a glance at Lung Kangwu. The secret he had buried deep within his heart had been uncovered, and he feared that if they revealed their repulsive thoughts to Lung Kangwu, he would find them abhorrent. Grinding his teeth tightly, he clenched his fists at his sides. A wave of anxiety washed over him, causing his hands to tremble. He must eliminate those people. He absolutely could not allow Lung Kangwu to discover the truth. At that moment, Wen Huaidie, who was changing her clothes, suddenly sneezed. Yin Hanyun looked up nervously. Are you cold? With the arrival of autumn, the air had turned brisk, and Ling Shuang City, situated by the river, felt the chill sooner than other places. Wen Huaidie tied her clothing and replied, I'm not cold. Perhaps someone is cursing me. Yin Hanyun picked up a cloak and draped it over her shoulders, declaring, who dares to curse you? I shall annihilate their entire family. Wen Huaidie playfully shook Yin Hanyun's hand and jested, that would likely require thousands, if not tens of thousands. Yin Hanyun smiled gently. Then let us hunt them all down and eliminate them. Wen Huaidie leaped onto Yin Hanyun's back, wrapping her arms around his neck, her laughter ringing like the sound of delicate bells. No, I aspire to be a sovereign whom all the world respects, a timeless emperor whose name will echo through history for eternity. Yin Hanyun, with a fond smile, replied, then be the most formidable of them all. Wen Huaidie left behind an army of 100,000 in Ling Shuang City, commanding the Western Yu troops to seize the city. Upon returning to Liaosang City, Yin Hanyun took Wen Huaidie to pay respects to his parents. A multitude of gravestones marked the resting place of the 500,000 soldiers and civilians who perished in those days. After reaching adulthood, I brought my mother's ashes to Liaosang City to rest alongside my father, having been told in my youth that one should share both life and death. At the time, I did not comprehend the meaning of those words. I simply felt their happiness, and mine as well. However, when I finally fulfilled their wishes, sadness engulfed me. Before the gravestones of his parents, Yin Hanyun held Wen Huaidie's hand tightly, gazing at her with a mixture of sorrow and unease reflected in the corners of his mouth. Huaidie, never leave me. I cannot bear the thought of losing you a second time, just as my parents departed from me. Wen Huaidie looked at Yin Hanyun and suddenly felt a pang of guilt. The typically strong Yin Hanyun's vulnerability stirred her heart. A weight settled in her chest. She cupped Yin Hanyun's face, her eyes filled with earnestness as she vowed, from now on, we shall never part. Wen Huaidie will always be with Yin Hanyun. Yin Hanyun embraced Wen Huaidie tightly. She carried so much within her heart, and Yin Hanyun feared that in the face of the throne and the realm, he would always be relegated to second place, ever the one left behind. As Wen Huaidie prepared to return to the imperial capital of the East Ling Kingdom, Yen Huaidie accompanied her with 20,000 soldiers of the Yen family. A month later, in the palace, Ouyang Xian stared at the mountain of memorials on his desk, his head throbbing with confusion. After conquering the kingdom of Sangao, the territory of Dongling has expanded significantly, doubling in size. The situation has become considerably more complex, particularly with the recent acquisition of 271 cities, all of which are in disarray and require the appointed officials to start afresh. Population data must be meticulously reorganized. Tax adjustments for impoverished areas need to be contemplated, and new appointments for officials are a daily necessity. This entire political reshuffle has left Ouyang Xian feeling utterly exhausted, especially in the absence of the minister. For years, major affairs of the Dongling Kingdom have been overseen by Wen Huaidie, while minor matters have been managed through consultations with Ouyang Xian and the court officials. Now, faced with chaos and a lack of support, Ouyang Xian feels an overwhelming burden. Meanwhile, Chu Taoan, sitting beside him and reviewing documents, casts a glance in Ouyang Xian's direction, urging him to expedite matters as everything must be approved before tomorrow's morning court session. Ouyang Xian muses aloud, wondering if the minister is happily spending time with Yen Huaidie and reluctant to return. Chu Taoan retorts, suggesting that the minister is not like Ouyang Xian. With the conquests of Nanju and Shiyu still pending, personal sentiments will always take a back seat to the affairs of the realm. Ouyang Xian, with widened eyes, counters that this was before the minister met Yen Huaidie, asserting that emotions can easily cloud judgment. He reflects that if he still had his wife and daughter alive, he would not be here laboring over official documents, but rather enjoying life, exploring mountains and rivers, and indulging in leisurely pursuits. He criticizes the likes of Chu Taoan, who seem solely devoted to their duties, predicting that such diligence will lead to premature aging. Approaching 30 years of age, Ouyang Xian laments his solitary existence, yearning to vent his frustrations at his wife's grave. Chapter 52. The Empress's Aura on Horseback. Yen Huaidie inquires of Wen Huaidie, "Will you ascend to the throne immediately upon returning to the imperial capital of Dongling?" Wen Huaidie shakes her head, explaining that Ouyang Xian will remain in the capital, and she will not revoke his throne until the conquests of Shiyu and Nanju are completed. She foresees that after 6 months, once Dongling stabilizes, there will still be 1 to 2 years of warfare ahead. Wen Huaidie plans for Ouyang Xian to remain in the palace to consolidate public confidence. With her allies in the court, she harbors no fears of disobedience after her ascension. However, the acceptance of the populace remains a challenge. 3 years prior, Dongling began appointing female officials, and among the military commanders involved in the campaign against Sangao, several are women. The combination of martial and civil prowess, exemplified by the ruler and key ministers, serves as a significant representation and a leading example. She aspires to elevate the status of women in this era, igniting formidable strength among them in a traditionally patriarchal society, rather than relegating them to mere accessories to men. As Wen Huaidie and Yen Huaidie step onto the soil of Dongling, the citizens lining the city gates wave their military flags enthusiastically. They express no hint of resistance to the arrival of the Yen family's army. Colorful petals rain down upon the soldiers, creating an atmosphere of joy and celebration that the Yen army, unaccustomed to such displays of affection, finds somewhat bewildering. Though they were well received in Sang City, this unabashed outpouring of delight is a novel experience for them. Feng Chun shielded his eyes, narrowly avoiding being struck by a petal from a peony flower, surrounded by an amalgamation of scents that, rather than being pleasant, emitted a somewhat foul odor. Wen Huaidie gazed at Yen Huaidie, who had petals cascading down upon him, and a gentle smile graced her lips. In the Eastern Ling Kingdom, whether the army returned victorious or faced defeat, the populace would shower them with petals, signifying both a warm welcome and the dispelling of misfortune. Beneath them, Thunder shook his head and sneezed, overwhelmed by the pungent aroma that tickled his nostrils. Yen Huaidie observed the genuine smiles radiating from the faces of the citizens, a testament to their satisfaction with the current court and its rulers. Ever since they crossed the border into Eastern Ling, each city they entered was met with fervent welcomes from the local populace. to the point where the Yin family army grew somewhat numb to the adulation. On the day when Huaidie entered the imperial capital, Ouyang, accompanied by the entire assembly of civil and military officials, stood eagerly at the city gates, awaiting their arrival. From the first light of dawn until the sun reached its zenith, they finally beheld the silhouette of the returning army. "Welcome back, Grand General of the State." The harmonious chorus of kneeling reverence surged forth, echoing like a thundering torrent, resounding in the air. Everyone knelt before Wen Huaidie, even Ouyang bending slightly at the waist in homage. Feng Chun, positioned behind Yin Hanyun, was taken aback. He whispered to Deming, "The prince has won so many battles, yet we have never witnessed such a spectacle upon our return." The emperor himself, alongside the officials, waits at the city gates to greet us and kneels in respect. One might think a matriarch, rather than a general, was returning. Deming regarded Wen Huaidie's countenance with a complex gaze. Ouyang served as the figurehead emperor, while Wen Huaidie's triumphant return with the army was akin to the emperor returning from a personal campaign. The unwavering respect from so many officials was palpable. There was not a single soul who appeared reluctant. Their allegiance was directed towards Wen Huaidie, a commanding presence that had never been witnessed in the former Kangao kingdom under any emperor. "Please rise." Wen Huaidie's voice remained calm and unperturbed, as if such deference were an everyday occurrence. The gazes of Feng Chun and the others varied in expression. At that moment, they collectively sensed that this individual was truly suited to be the sovereign of all under heaven, perhaps even more so than Yin Hanyun. As the ministers rose, half of their eyes subsequently fell upon Yin Hanyun, the martial king brought back from Kangao by the Grand General. Wen Huaidie's man, the future male sovereign of the realm. Yin Hanyun's eyes narrowed. There was no fear or apprehension reflected in their gazes, but rather a scrutinizing evaluation of his worthiness. Meanwhile, another military official led the army to the barracks outside the city to rest and regroup, with Feng Chun and others trailing behind. Wherever Wen Huaidie and her forces chose to stay, the Yin family army would follow, for they were strangers in the Eastern Ling Kingdom. With only their prince's wife to rely upon, making it unwise to trust anyone else lightly in the short term. Wen Huaidie held Yin Hanyun's hand as they walked side by side with Ouyang. Yin Hanyun observed that the officials of Dongling Kingdom were remarkably youthful, with the eldest among them appearing to be no more than 40. Among them were 7 female officials, one of whom held the position of Minister of Justice. Whenever Wen Huaidie visited the imperial capital, she resided within the palace, where half of the space was designated as her private quarters. Even Ouyang was not permitted to enter without her consent. Back in the Wuying Hall, Wen Huaidie was already attending to the unfinished documents that Ouyang had left behind, having returned less than a day ago. The 6 ministers of Dongling Kingdom sat in chairs, awaiting their turn to report to Wen Huaidie on various matters that Ouyang had been indecisive about. Upon entering, Yin Hanyun initially wondered why so many chairs were arranged within the hall, but it dawned on him once they were seated that this was the customary manner for ministers to present state affairs to the emperor. It was known that unless a minister held a high rank or was of advanced age, the emperor would rarely grant them the privilege of sitting. Noticing Yin Hanyun's astonishment, Ouyang remarked, "You find it strange, don't you?" When she first allowed them to sit, they were hesitant, but they grew accustomed to it over time. Even during my court sessions, civil and military officials are seated. Has she remained in the Dongling Palace before returning to the capital? Yin Hanyun inquired. Ouyang shook his head. Since I ascended the throne, she comes from Chanyuan Pavilion every January and July to oversee state matters, spending the rest of her time there. At that time, the head of the pavilion was quite young. I was 30, and she was barely half my age. Yet, the most critical national policies were proposed by her. She is destined to become an empress, possessing extraordinary intelligence and a remarkable vision for the greater picture, far superior to me. A sense of discomfort stirred within Yin Hanyun, akin to a precious treasure being eyed by others. However, Ouyang gaze towards Wen Huaidie did not betray romantic feelings. Rather, it seemed filled with admiration. Reflecting on Ouyang deceased daughter, Yin Hanyun averted his gaze in silence. Wen Huaidie was wholly engrossed in discussions of state affairs with the ministers, eagerly proposing modern policies as soon as they became applicable. When faced with matters that did not align with current times, she collaborated with the ministers to devise improvements until the most suitable solutions were achieved. By the time all discussions concluded and they departed, nightfall was nearly upon them. Chapter 53. An alliance between Nanju and Shiyu. Yen Huaidie recounted Wen Huaidie's recent conversation with several ministers. Although Nanju and Shiyu are currently inactive, they shall not remain idle. Wen Huaidie nodded. Changyuan Pavilion has already received word that on our journey back to the capital, Lung Kangwu dispatched envoys to secretly approach Nanju, likely seeking an alliance. It is evident that the temporary truce of Dongling Kingdom will not endure for long. Both Nanju and Shiyu fear being consumed by Dongling Kingdom, much like Songao Kingdom. The only viable strategy is to either surpass Dongling Kingdom swiftly or form an alliance to resist the enemy together. Observing Wen Huaidie's demeanor, Yen Huaidie speculated that she had already devised a countermeasure. What do you plan to do? Wen Huaidie leaned closer, delicately tracing the contours of Yen Huaidie's face with her fingers. You have become even fairer. In the past, the 4 dukes and 5 lords of the Songao Kingdom dispatched Qian Dongquan to seek aid from Nanju. After Qian Dongquan fled, I sent someone from Changyuan Pavilion to locate him, and after more than a month, we finally captured him in Jiangnan. According to his account, the promised support for Nanju was merely a fade. As soon as they crossed the border, they regretted it and promptly recalled their forces. Yen Huaidie allowed Wen Huaidie to caress his face. Previously, he believed that a man's handsomeness was of little consequence. Yet Wen Huaidie favored attractive men, and he had begun to pay attention to his attire, deliberately selecting colors that appealed to her. Nanju had retracted its hand just in time, indicating that there were indeed unseen forces at play. Once the emperor had made a commitment, who could alter it? The 4 dukes and 5 lords had promised them half of Songao's territory, a considerable price to pay. Wen Huaidie remarked that Changyuan Pavilion had exerted tremendous effort to uncover the truth. The second prince of Nanju had seized the military insignia from the commander at a critical moment. He was now imprisoned in a high-security dungeon. It was utterly foolish to confine the greatest contributor. Wen Huaidie even began to believe that there was no need for her to intervene, as Nanju would ultimately bring about its own demise. Much like Emperor Xuchong did in his quest for the throne against Zhao Zongjia and Zhao Zongson. Yen Huaidie furrowed his brow, questioning whether the emperor of Nanju intended to kill his son. Wen Huaidie shook her head, stating that it was uncertain if he would ultimately be executed. At the very least, in the emperor's mind, the second prince was as good as non-existent, rendering his dignity inconsequential. Yen Huaidie inquired whether she intended to target the second prince. It would indeed be more efficient to seize a nation without incurring the costs of war. Wen Huaidie responded that she was not yet familiar with the prince's temperament and needed to engage with him. Once she identified his weaknesses, even an emperor could be manipulated. Yen Huaidie immediately shook his head in disapproval, cautioning that both Nanju and Siye viewed Dongling with great suspicion. Her current status as the Grand General of Dongling was perilous for a visit to Nanju. This title was intended to facilitate her acceptance by the people of Dongling when she succeeded Ouyang Xian as emperor. The role of regent was surpassed by that of the Grand General, conferring a status comparable to that of a regent king. Coupled with the military achievements gained from unifying the realm, she had firmly secured the hearts of the people of Dongling. They would believe that Wen Huaidie ascending to the throne was only natural. Even a woman could command the respect of the world, after all, as people are naturally drawn to strength. Wen Huaidie expressed her intention to sow discord between Nanju and Siye, fostering mutual suspicion to cause their alliance to crumble without conflict. Her current identity would facilitate trust, and with the Dongling army stationed at the border, they would not dare to harm her unless Nanju sought immediate war. There are no unbreakable bonds between nations. In times of crisis, self-preservation is always the first choice. When faced with interests, competition is the instinctive response. Were it not for Dongling's overwhelming strength, the alliance between Nanju and Siye would likely remain a distant prospect for centuries. Yen Huaidie stated solemnly that he would accompany her. Wen Huaidie readily agreed, of course. Do we not promise to never part ways? Yen Hanyun's lips curled upwards, his ears flushed with a rosy hue. He embraced Wen Huaidie, affectionately kneading her in his arms, his eyes sparkling with the brilliance of starlight. Ouyang Xian entered from outside, his gaze shrouded in shadows. Before proceeding to Nanju, there was an urgent matter that required immediate resolution. The couple, engrossed in their intimacy, had overlooked the necessity of closing the door. As a solitary man, he felt a chill in his heart and was reminded of his late wife. When Ouyang Xian's spouse was alive, their bond was even more fervent than that of Wen Huaidie and Yen Hanyun, inseparable to the point of nearly sharing a restroom. Wen Huaidie lifted her head from Yen Hanyun's embrace, inquiring, "What is it?" Ouyang Xian's expression darkened as he presented the document in his hand before her. "It concerns that group of rascals. Yen Hanyun has emptied the treasury of the Tsangao kingdom. He is now your husband, and the Yin family army has returned with him, which means the treasures in the treasury must be surrendered." As Ouyang Xian spoke, his gaze was fixed on Yen Hanyun, eager to discern his reaction, whether it be anger, fury, or stoic silence. To his astonishment, he found none of these emotions reflected on Yen Hanyun's countenance. Instead, he remained composed, his eyes still twinkling with mirth, directed at Wen Huaidie, filled with affection and trust, as if he bore no concern whatsoever. Wen Huaidie reached for the document, her face cooling, a mocking smile gracing her lips. After perusing its contents, she tossed the document onto the table and declared with fervor, "These aged ministers should have been dealt with long ago. They receive salaries without fulfilling their duties. To set their sights on my husband, do they expect an increase in their pay for surrendering the treasury? The income from the treasury should be allocated for the myriad needs of Dongling Kingdom. What belongs to Yen Hanyun now equates to the private property of both of us." Ouyang Xian muttered, "You once forbade me from executing them, citing that a newly appointed official lacks experience. It has been 2 or 3 years since then. What should be done now?" Wen Huaidie's eyes glimmered with shrewdness. "Let the Ministry of Justice confiscate all their estates on charges of embezzlement and bribery. It is ill-advised to execute so many officials right after a war. Instead, they should all be exiled, and the wealth acquired from their estates should be turned over to the treasury." Ouyang Xian nodded. "Very well, I will have the Ministry of Justice arrange that." Noticing that he lingered even after concluding the matter, Wen Huaidie inquired, "Is there anything else?" Ouyang Xian hesitated for a moment before nodding. Pulling out a chair to sit down, his demeanor somewhat awkward as he said, "Madam, there is a matter on which I seek your assistance, pertaining to Nanju." Wen Huaidie realized that he was unlikely to articulate his request quickly, so she extricated herself from Yen Hanyun's embrace. Having reclined for a while, she was reluctant to rise. "Speak," she urged. In a somber tone, Ouyang Xian revealed, "My wife had a sister who married in Nanju years ago. She passed away during childbirth, leaving behind a daughter. I wish to request your help in bringing her back." When Huaidie pondered, "Why not retrieve the child yourself?" She sensed that the matter was far more complex than it appeared, or else Ouyang Xian would not have sought her assistance so earnestly. Ouyang Xian let out a deep sigh and spoke. "The reason is that she married the Emperor of Nanju, and that daughter is now the 3rd princess of Nanju." Said Ohanyan, "Initially, I had no intention of bringing her back, but the news from the person I sent to Nanju indicated that she is living under very poor conditions. It seems the Emperor of Nanju intends to marry her off to Long Kangwu, so after much contemplation, I decided to seek your assistance." Wen Huaidie tapped her fingers on the table. Having never heard of the name of the 3rd princess of Nanju, she must be an inconspicuous princess otherwise. Why would the emperor allow her to go to Siye for a marriage alliance? However, when Huaidie expressed her doubts, "It appears that there has been no marriage alliance between Siye and Nanju. Your wife's sister must hold a significant status." Ouyang Xian's expression darkened at this thought. "My father-in-law was the vice minister of rights before his passing, and my younger sister-in-law could be considered a lady of high standing. Yet, she yearned for the freedom of the martial world and foolishly fell in love with the Emperor of Nanju during her travels. He is 20 years her senior. I truly do not comprehend what she saw in him. By the time our family discovered her condition, she was already with child, and reluctantly, we had a claim that she had met with an unfortunate accident. Even after my wife's passing, she still held her sister in her heart." When Huaidie raised an eyebrow, This sister-in-law of yours certainly seems to be a woman of unique character. In ancient times, for a lady of status to act with such abandon is quite progressive, or perhaps it could be deemed as being driven by infatuation. Eager to become the emperor's concubine, she unfortunately died during childbirth, and she was likely not yet 20. Wen Huaidie inquired, "Since this is a marriage alliance, how old is she now?" Ouyang Xian's expression grew grave, his tone laced with indignation. 13. Wen Huaidie's hands instinctively clenched into fists upon her lap. 13 years old, still 2 years shy of reaching maturity. To send her to Siye for a marriage alliance at such a tender age is unconscionable. If Long Kangwu genuinely favored Hai Longlei, she would undoubtedly live a life of solitude, ridiculed for her inability to bear children. What difference would it make from being relegated to the cold palace? Once the relationship between Nanju and Siye deteriorates, it is easy to foresee a particularly tragic fate for Princess Sidu Hanyan. Yin Hanyun suddenly interjected. Sidu Hanyan is a princess of Nanju, destined for marriage to Siye. Persuading Huaidie to bring her back is no small feat. Moreover, does Sidu Hanyan even wish to return? To her, we are mere strangers she has never met, and she would not willingly accompany us. We certainly cannot take her openly. It must be done discreetly. However, if she is unwilling, unless we resort to force, she remains a ticking time bomb. Ouyang Xian produced a crescent-shaped jade pendant from his waist. This was given to me by my wife before her death. The other half should be in Sidu Hanyan's possession. Wen Huaidie accepted the pendant and held it up to the light. The jade was of high quality, exquisitely carved, likely crafted by a master artisan. Inside, a character was inscribed, flowing gracefully, representing Ouyang Xian's wife's name. Ouyang Xian continued, "The other half bears the character for Ling, which is the name of my younger sister-in-law, Shun Songling. However, after going to Nanju, she changed her name and is no longer called Shun Songling." At this point, a hint of irony graced Ouyang Xian's lips. Wen Huaidie tucked the pendant away and replied, "Very well, I shall assist you in bringing her back." In this moment of urgency, Wen Huaidie does not hesitate to lend a hand. Ouyang Xian has resolved never to marry again, nor will he have any offspring. Sidu Hanyan, his niece, stands as his sole kin in this world. Having received a tacit agreement from Wen Huaidie, Ouyang Xian departed with a sense of fulfillment. Yin Hanyan inquired of Wen Huaidie, "Are you certain that Ouyang Xian will never remarry?" Wen Huaidie tilted her head in affirmation. Ouyang Xian cannot forget his deceased wife, and he is now incapable of procreation. Even if he were to marry, he would not sire any heirs. Yin Hanyan's expression grew stern. Wen Huaidie continued, "The traitor from years past not only blinded him, but also mutilated him. Have you not noticed how Ouyang Xian's face is devoid of facial hair? His complexion exceptionally fair and delicate?" Yin Hanyan shook his head. His voice is quite coarse, unlike the soft-spoken nature typical of eunuchs. Wen Huaidie pressed her lips together. "That is merely an act. When Ouyang Xian fled to Nyelong Cliff, he was on the brink of death. Were it not for the hatred that fueled his will to survive, he would have long been devoured by wild dogs. A prince reduced to a state inferior to beggars, unable even to solicit alms." A fierce wind swept across the sky. As Wen Huaidie exited the palace, her demeanor turned icy. She raised a hand to pull Yin Hanyan back. An arrow shot past, embedding itself in a pillar. Such audacity to intrude upon the imperial palace of Dongling Kingdom with malicious intent. Yin Hanyan glanced up to see a dark figure leaping from a distant rooftop. He immediately vaulted over the palace wall in pursuit. "I shall follow," he declared. When Huaidie surveyed the surroundings, confirming there were no other assassins lurking, the target was herself. Shortly thereafter, Yin Hanyan returned, dragging the lifeless body of a poisoned man. The moment he caught up with the assassin, he had taken his own life, truly a death warrior. The Imperial Guards surrounded them. "General of the Royal Guard, we did not find any other assassins." Wen Huaidie's brow furrowed deeply. An assassin had breached the palace's sanctity. He would be sent to the tiger camp for a month. The kneeling guards turned pale at the thought. Indeed, a month in the tiger camp will strip away at least 2 layers of skin. Their training methods are brutally rigorous. Yin Hanyan stepped on the assassin's legs, revealing him to be a eunuch who had disguised himself to infiltrate. A fierce glint ignited in Wen Huaidie's eyes. To undertake an assassination at the cost of self-castration demonstrated a resolve to die. Within mere days, news arrived from Changyuan Pavilion. An attempt had been made on Bingxia's life, which failed, leading the assassin to ingest poison. It was the same poison used by the assassin who targeted Wen Huaidie. Yen Hanyun's expression turned grave. These two assassins had acted on the same day, under the direction of the same individual. Has Changyuan Pavilion uncovered any leads? Unless we expose the mastermind behind this, they will certainly send more assassins. A smile crept onto Wen Huaidie's face, one devoid of anger. They traced the individual back to the capital of Xie Kingdom. I have a fair guess as to who it is. Yen Hanyun's voice became laced with menace. Cold Kangwu? Wen Huaidie shook her head, speculating. I believe it to be Hai Long Lei. Yen Hanyun, taken aback, suddenly recalled something, his expression shifting as he spoke. Is it because of that secret? Wen Huaidie nodded. Is highly likely. He fears that we might disclose his affection for Long Kangwu, which is why he has taken action against both Bingxia and myself. The probability of a successful assassination is minimal, yet he chose this course of action. It is evident how significant Long Kangwu is to Hai Long Lei. Wen Huaidie instructed Qianmian, enhance our defenses, eliminate anyone who dares to approach. I intend to ensure that not a single assassin remains in Hai Long Lei's vicinity. Emotions are the most potent catalyst for irrationality. Despite knowing the futility of his actions, Wen Huaidie is not one to exhibit weakness or compassion. When presented with a vulnerable target, how could one refrain from striking? Chapter 55. The encounter in Jiuzhou City with Long Kangwu. The emperor wishes to visit Nanju. Hai Long Lei's eyes widened, his heart racing. Mu Yaoting's mission to Nanju for the purpose of a marriage alliance is bound to succeed. There is no need for the emperor to personally venture into danger. The mere mention of a marriage alliance pierced Hai Long Lei's heart like 1,000 needles. Long Kangwu fixed his gaze intently upon Hai Long Lei, his eyes radiating coldness. News from Nanju indicated that the Grand General of Dongling, Wen Huaidie, and her husband, Yen Hanyun, would soon travel there as envoys. I wish to witness these two individuals for myself, proclaimed the emperor. Hai Long Lei was taken aback and stumbled backward. Wen Huaidie is also going. Your Majesty, it is not Ouyang Xian representing Dongling. I am willing to accompany you. Long Kangwu shook his head firmly. No, I must go in person. I wish to behold the woman who commands the armies of Dongling. He pondered what allowed her to surpass him. Hai Long Lei clenched his fists tightly. None of the assassins he dispatched had returned alive. Should they meet, if Wen Huaidie divulged secrets to Long Kangwu, he would lose everything, even the opportunity to serve as a protector by her side. I implore your Majesty to allow me to accompany you. On the broad official road, a carriage was flanked by a contingent of 300 soldiers. Inside the carriage, Wen Huaidie was perusing the information regarding Sidu Han Yen obtained from Changyuan Pavilion. From the time Shan Tsongling perished during childbirth after marrying the Emperor of Nanju, to the present age of 13 for Sidu Han Yen, a span of 15 years had passed. Yet not a single page had been filled. Were it me, I would have fled long ago. Yen Hanyun replied, Sidu Han Yen lacks martial skills. She cannot escape the palace, and must resign herself to her fate. Wen Huaidie remarked, Hai Long Lei has sent numerous assassins, and it seems Changyuan Pavilion has experienced a similar lull. After 7 days of silence, it is likely there are no more operatives left. The very thought of Hai Long Lei's feelings for Long Kangwu left Yen Hanyun at a loss for words. An affection between a subject and an emperor is a forbidden romance, destined to yield no fruitful outcome. After a month of travel, Wen Huaidie and her party finally entered the borders of Nanju. Unexpectedly, within 3 days of their arrival, they encountered the envoy from Xie in Jiuzhou City. Hai Long Lei glared at Wen Huaidie as she descended from the carriage. A knowing smile graced Wen Huaidie's lips. Indeed, fate had brought them together once more. Yen Hanyun leaned closer to whisper in Wen Huaidie's ear. The Xie envoy has quite a large retinue. Judging by their numbers, they are at least twice as many as we are. With a smile in her eyes, Wen Huaidie was able to have the sea dragon Lei guard the carriage beside her. The person seated within must surely be of significance. The innkeeper, with a face full of panic, stood trembling before the two armies and stammered, My establishment is rather small and cannot accommodate so many guests. Impatiently, Sea Dragon Lei inquired, "How many can you host?" The innkeeper rose on his tiptoes to peer beyond Sea Dragon Lei, but the sight was endless. Then only had 30 rooms available. Sea Dragon Lei's brow furrowed deeply. They numbered nearly 700, and 30 rooms would not suffice for anyone. Wen Huaidie instructed Qian Mian and Deming, "Secure the neighboring inn as well." Watching the soldiers from Dongling swiftly occupy both establishments, Sea Dragon Lei clenched his fists, filled with a desire for violence. A suppressed voice emerged from within the carriage. "There are numerous inns in Jiuzhou City. Let us change locations." Turning back to the carriage, Sea Dragon Lei bowed his head and replied, "Understood." The carriage passed by Wen Huaidie, and the curtain was drawn aside from within. A handsome face appeared before them. With an air of disdain in his calm eyes, the Emperor of Se, Lung Kangwu. His visage bore a hint of femininity, had it not been for the noticeable Adam's apple. Wen Huaidie might have mistaken him for a woman. Yin Hanyun, noticing her contemplation, grasped Wen Huaidie's hand and asked with concern, "What troubles you?" Wen Huaidie shook her head, returning to reality. "It's nothing, just unexpected." Yin Hanyun understood. Indeed, it was peculiar for the Emperor of Xie to personally visit Nanju for an alliance that hardly necessitated such a visit. The night was silent, save for the sound of horses sneezing in the courtyard. At nearly the same moment, Wen Huaidie and Yin Hanyun opened their eyes, leapt from their beds, and seized their swords to open the window of the second-floor guest room. Silver flashed, and the crisp sound of metal clashing filled the air. Wen Huaidie delivered a kick to Sea Dragon Lei's chest, a cold smile blooming at the corners of her lips. "Overestimating yourself," she remarked. Sea Dragon Lei clutched his chest, stumbling against the window. Yin Hanyun's sword energy left 3 bloody marks on his face. "Who dares to come and kill?" He seethed. For those who sought Wen Huaidie's life, Yin Hanyun only wished for their demise. Sea Dragon Lei looked at the pair before him, realizing that such happiness would forever elude him. "You leave me no choice. It's either you or me." Sea Dragon Lei could barely contend with Yin Hanyun, let alone with Wen Huaidie, who was even more formidable. She exerted little effort, yet he was sent flying through the window, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Deming and Qian Mian leapt from the upper floor to capture him. Qian Mian looked to Wen Huaidie and asked, "Master, how shall we deal with him?" Wen Huaidie adjusted the outer robe that Yin Hanyun had draped over her and declared, "Notify the Emperor of Xie. He must pay 100,000 taels of silver for his release." In a fit of rage, Sea Dragon Lei shouted, "Are you people from Dongling country mad with poverty? Always demanding money?" Wen Huaidie took a step back, retreating into Yin Hanyun's embrace, her face unabashed as she smiled at Sea Dragon Lei. "Aside from offering a few worthless coins, what value do you believe you possess?" Yin Hanyun firmly shut the window, urging Wen Huaidie to hurry back to bed. "The weather is so frigid. Do take care not to catch a chill." Wen Huaidie climbed onto the bed and nestled under the covers. "Rest assured, I will not fall ill," she reassured. Yin Hanyun let out a deep sigh, remarking, "How could one possibly remain healthy? We are not made of steel." Wen Huaidie smiled quietly in response. When Qian Mian went to inform Lung Kangwu, they had yet to realize that Hai Longlei had disappeared. Hai Longlei intended to assassinate the general of the Eastern Ling Kingdom and her husband. Currently, he has been captured alive. My master has stated that if the Emperor of the Xie Kingdom wishes to redeem him, he must bring 100,000 taels of silver to the inn for the exchange. Lung Kangwu, roused from sleep by his guards, emerged with a furrowed brow. He had not permitted Hai Longlei to carry out the assassination. Why had he acted on his own? This is Nanju, and I do not believe Hai Longlei would have attempted such an act. Lung Kangwu suspected that Wen Huaidie had privately apprehended him, hoping to extort 100,000 taels of silver. Was it not said in the martial world that the master of Changyuan Pavilion was avaricious? A flicker of intrigue flashed in Qian Mian's gaze as he calmly continued. "For the past 2 months, Hai Longlei has dispatched numerous assassins with the intent to eliminate my master. He wished to act personally upon encountering him in Jiuzhou City. Surely the Emperor of the Xie Kingdom is unaware of this?" Lung Kangwu frowned at the notion of multiple assassination attempts. Qian Mian added, "He is currently at the inn." If your kingdom is unwilling to part with the 100,000 taels of silver, then let him be regarded as a common assassin to be dealt with. A surge of murderous intent flickered in Lung Kangwu's eyes. How dare a subordinate of Wen Huaidie speak to him so? Fetch 100,000 taels of silver and bring back Hai Longlei, he commanded with a voice so cold it sent shivers through the guards standing nearby. Chapter 56. Lung Kangwu, disguised as a man Qianyan, returned to the inn with the people of the Xie kingdom, instructing Daming to hand over Hai Longlei to them. Observing their departing figures, Qianyan turned his gaze toward the second-floor room. After a moment's hesitation, he ascended the stairs and knocked on the door. Having just settled down, Yen Hanyun assisted Wen Huaidie in pulling up the blankets before gently opening the door, his tone firm as he inquired, "Did Lung Kangwu redeem Hai Longlei?" Qianyan replied, "The emperor of the Xie kingdom did not hesitate to agree, my lord. I have made an astonishing discovery that I wish to report to the pavilion master immediately." Wen Huaidie, still partially awake, called out, "Hanyun, let Qianyan in." Yen Hanyun stepped aside to allow Qianyan entry. After closing the door, he turned to see Wen Huaidie already draped in an outer robe, and he silently draped a fur cloak over her shoulders. "What is it?" Wen Huaidie asked. Qianyan lifted his face, his gaze resolute as he spoke. "I have just returned from the inn where the Xie kingdom's emperor, Lung Kangwu, is staying. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that Lung Kangwu is a woman." Yen Hanyun, pouring hot water into a teacup, paused mid-motion. The teacup overflowed. Wen Huaidie's eyes narrowed for a moment. Qianyan's skill in disguise was unparalleled. If he claimed that Lung Kangwu is a woman, it must be true. Is it a disguise, or merely a case of cross-dressing? If it is a disguise, then the individual who arrived is not the true emperor of the Xie kingdom, but rather an impostor. If it is simply cross-dressing, this matter has become quite intriguing. Qianyan, her fundamental appearance remained unchanged. Her Adam's apple was artificial. Her voice, under the influence of a potion, mirrored that of Ouyang Xian. Both her brows and lips were artfully painted, and her complexion was noticeably darker than usual. She could deceive others, yet not me. These were remnants utilized by her subordinates. After wiping the droplets of water that had spilled over the rim of the cup, Yen Hanyun presented the teacup to Wen Huaidie. To my knowledge, after ascending the throne, Lung Kangwu did not take a consort, although during his time as crown prince, he had 2 concubines. Wen Huaidie pursed her lips. It would be simple to have a couple of concubines merely as decor. The previous emperor of Xie only had Lung Kangwu as his sole heir. If a princess were to be involved, she would have to be adopted from a collateral branch, and resorting to risky maneuvers was not out of the question. Yen Hanyun mused. Perhaps this is a secret even her father is unaware of. Upon reflection, it seems that Hai Longlei is enamored with more than one man. But does he even realize it? Qian Mian spoke slowly. "Master, should we not expose this matter? The transformation of an emperor from male to female, if this were to spread, would undoubtedly incite turmoil within the court of Xie. The royal princes with offspring would certainly seize this rare opportunity." Wen Huaidie aspired to unify the realm as a female emperor, believing she possessed the strength to silence all dissent. Yet Lung Kangwu lacked the fortitude to confront the subjects of Xie. Otherwise, she would not have disguised herself as a man. She leisurely sipped her tea. "Not yet. Let us wait until after the Southern Judgment to act." Revealing this matter in the presence of the Southern Judgment Emperor would yield a far greater impact than disclosing it now. After all, this could be viewed as treason against the emperor. The conservative old guard within the court of Xie would undoubtedly vilify Lung Kangwu. Yen Hanyun set down the empty teacup. 2/3 of the military power in Xie rests in the hands of the High Father and Son. Given Hai Longlei's deep concern for Lung Kangwu, if he were to discover that she is a woman, he would stop at nothing to eliminate all threats to protect her. Yen Hanyun gazed at Wen Huaidie with profound affection. Were he in Hai Longlei's position, he would undoubtedly act in the same manner. Wen Huaidie drew her legs into her cloak. Perhaps Lung Kangwu was aware of this, which is why she bestowed such military authority upon the Hai family. To safeguard Hai Wenlin's life, she would relinquish 10 cities, 100 million taels of silver for the life of Hai Longlei. Their relationship may not merely be unrequited love from Hai Longlei, but rather mutual affection. Wen Huaidie lowered her gaze. If faced with the choice between the throne and Hai Longlei, which would Lung Kangwu choose? The two teams, sharing the same destination, set off the next day, one following the other, separated by merely a mile. Hai Longlei rode with his head bowed. The previous night's assassination attempt had failed, resulting in a waste of 100,000 taels of silver. Lung Kangwu had berated him mercilessly. A mantis attempting to stop a chariot, an ant shaking a tree, a fool seeking death. Even now, Hai Longlei had yet to recover from the embarrassment of his inadequacy. The Southern Judgment dispatched the first prince and the third prince to welcome the envoys of both nations. Before even reaching the capital, the two princes awaited them 10 miles outside the city gates. The first prince was responsible for receiving the envoys from Dongling, while the third prince attended to the envoys from Xia. As Hai Longlei personally lifted the curtain of the carriage and Lung Kangwu disembarked, the ministers of the Southern Zhou Kingdom were taken aback. Wen Huaidie sat outside the carriage, her elbow resting on her knee, chin propped up as she observed the unfolding scene. It seemed the people of Southern Zhou were unaware of Lung Kangwu's arrival. The third prince of Southern Zhou was here to pay respects to the emperor of Xia, followed by the first prince who also offered his obeisance. While everyone else bowed, the over 300 soldiers from Dongling remained utterly unmoved, their heads held high. The eldest prince of Southern Zhou exchanged glances with the third prince, contemplating whether to direct the emperor of Xia to a temporary lodging. Initially, Southern Zhou believed that the esteemed general Wen Huaidie from Dongling would arrive, while only Hai Longlei would represent Xia. The arrangement had been to accommodate Dongling at the inn with a separate residence for Xia. However, with the arrival of the emperor of Xia, such an arrangement appeared decidedly inappropriate. Lung Kangwu's gaze fell upon Wen Huaidie, who was indulging in grapes that Yen Hanyun had peeled and offered to her. A wave of dissatisfaction washed over him. Her disregard for status and her brazen demeanor were indicative of a person from the streets, unworthy of the court's esteem. Sensing the hostility in his gaze, Wen Huaidie smirked and rolled her eyes at him. Yen Hanyun looked on indulgently as she displayed her playful antics. If the esteemed general of Dongling disregarded even the emperor, what attitude would she adopt towards the emperor of your kingdom? Wen Huaidie bit into a grape, grimacing as she complained to Yen Hanyun about its sourness. In response, Yen Hanyun carelessly tossed the grape onto the ground, as if crushing the regal dignity that Lung Kangwu had attempted to uphold. Without addressing Lung Kangwu's inquiries, Yen Hanyun turned his attention to the eldest prince of Southern Zhou and stated in a deep voice, given the sweltering weather, "It is time to arrange for accommodations to rest." The eldest prince of Southern Zhou swallowed hard as he glanced at his brother, who was visibly torn, raising his brows in distress. Despite the current situation, they were bound to adhere to their original plans. Although Wen Huaidie was not an empress, she showed no signs of retreat in the face of Lung Kangwu. In the eyes of the third prince, Lung Kangwu appeared to be at a disadvantage when placed alongside her. Wen Huaidie was assigned to the inn, and the third prince reported the developments back to their superiors. The delegation from Xia was directly allocated to the residence of the second prince, recently released from prison. While it was termed a princess estate, the second prince was not favored, and his dwelling was only on par with that of a mid-ranking minister in the court, somewhat modest for Lung Kangwu's tastes. Upon entering, Hai Longlei's brow furrowed deeply in displeasure. The chancellor of Xia, Mu Yaoding, entered with his belongings. Originally, he had been staying at the inn, but with the arrival of Dongling's emissaries necessitating repairs, he was relocated to the temporary accommodation that Lung Kangwu had initially intended to occupy. Now, with the emperor of Southern Zhou assigning as emissaries to the second prince's residence, he found himself packing up for the second time. Chapter 57. The Triangular Schemes, Your Majesty. I have already met the third princess of Southern Zhou. She is obedient and charming, a rare beauty indeed. This union is undoubtedly a gain for our Xia, stated an official. Lung Kangwu disdainfully plopped down onto a pear-blossom chair, reflecting on why he had faced imprisonment. The second prince of Southern Zhou was not only impoverished but also devoid of taste, surrounded by crude furnishings. A beauty? No matter how lovely, could she rival Wen Huaidie? Mu Yaoding was taken aback, as if struck by an arrow to the heart. Your Majesty, Wen Huaidie is the Grand General of Dongling Kingdom. Surely, Your Majesty cannot have taken a liking to Wen Huaidie. Such an unmatched beauty would not be surprising, yet she is already married to none other than the feared demon, Wen Huaidie. The Emperor of Xie cannot commit such a disgraceful act of seizing another spouse. Standing nearby, Hailonglei clenched his fists tightly at his sides, desperately suppressing the jealousy within him. Lung Kangwu rolled his eyes, deeming Mu Yaoting foolish. Observing the interaction between Wen Huaidie and Wen Huaidie today, it would not be easy to sow discord between them. How does the Emperor of Nanzhou view the alliance? Mu Yaoting promptly replied, I have met with the Emperor of Nanzhou 3 times. He has agreed to the alliance, and after the marriage, we shall simultaneously deploy troops against Dongling Kingdom, dividing the world in 2. Lung Kangwu retorted, Nanzhou has a history of retreating at critical moments. The 4 marquises and 5 lords of Tsangao Kingdom were severely deceived by him. Mu Yaoting hurriedly clarified, those were all actions taken by the second prince on his own accord. Lung Kangwu snorted softly. How could a disfavored prince be sent to the battlefield by the Emperor of Nanzhou? How could such a prince seize the commander's military seal? It is likely that the Emperor of Nanzhou is manipulating events from behind the scenes, knowing there was no chance of victory, allowing his son to bear the blame. If Tsangao Kingdom successfully resists Dongling Kingdom, the blame would fall on the second prince, leaving the emperor unscathed. If Tsangao Kingdom fails, a brief period of silence would ensue, and after some time, no one would speak of it again. A disfavored prince is far removed from such power. He is merely a pawn, easily maneuvered at will. The identity of a prince is like a poorly crafted brick, gilded on the edges yet filled with dirt, easily shifted as commanded. Hailonglei spoke solemnly. Given Wen Huaidie's audacious attitude today, the truce with Dongling Kingdom will not last long. Once they have re-established all 272 cities of Tsangao Kingdom, it is likely that the time for war will arrive. Wen Huaidie and Wen Huaidie's sudden envoy mission seems intended to gauge Nanzhou's strength, perhaps with the intent to undermine their alliance. Lung Kangwu's expression turned contemplative. The military power of Dongling Kingdom rests entirely in Wen Huaidie's hands, and with Wen Huaidie's Yen family army. Ouyang Xian places such trust in her. Unity between ruler and subjects is indeed rare. Throughout history, no general has wielded such immense power. Should Wen Huaidie desire it, usurping the throne of Dongling Kingdom would be a mere trifle. Hailonglei felt a sense of suffocation. It seemed that they were not as united as Ouyang Xian and Wen Huaidie. After Wen Huaidie took residence in the post station, she replaced all the attendants inside. The first prince gazed at the dismissed palace servants, his face ashen, complaining. How can a single woman be so troublesome? The third prince, arms crossed, sat nearby. A woman who can make the war king Wen Huaidie behave like a servant is certainly not easy to manage. The first prince sat heavily in his chair. It is disgraceful to our manhood to let such a soft-hearted creature take precedence. Squandering the throne within reach and losing their wits over a woman. It is simply foolish beyond measure. The third prince reassured. Father has repeatedly instructed us not to engage in conflict with the envoys of Dongling. If a conflict must arise, let it be between Dongling and Xie. The first prince added, I have learned from soldiers of Xie that on their way here, Hailonglei attempted to assassinate Wen Huaidie and his spouse, but was captured. It took Cold Kangwu a sum of 100,000 taels to secure his release. Anyone who endangers his life must be eliminated. However, Wen Huaidie is solely fixated on wealth. 100 million taels of silver, in addition to the 100,000, indeed speaks to the affluence of Xie. Had such a situation occurred in our own Nanzhou, Hailonglei would have long since met his demise. The third prince scrutinized his elder brother. Have you gleaned any news from the envoy of Dongling? The first prince's expression darkened abruptly. He had not extracted a single word of information. Even the lowest-ranking soldier's lips were tightly sealed, impervious to a bribe of 1,000 taels. In Nanzhou, 1 tael could procure information, yet 1,000 taels yielded nothing in Dongling. The disparity incited both fury and trepidation. Within the inn, Daming and Chimyan stood before Wen Huaidie and Wen Huaidie. Chimyan, maintaining a calm demeanor, stated, at tomorrow's banquet, the third princess Situ Hanyan will also attend. The emperor of Nanzhou likely wishes for her to meet with Cold Kangwu. Wen Huaidie unconsciously rubbed her right fingertips together. This presented a splendid opportunity. Have we secured a map of the Nanju Palace? Qin Yin nodded and unfurled a hand-drawn diagram of the palace upon the table. Situ Hanyan resided in the most secluded Luanxia Hall in the northernmost part of the palace. Given its remote location, the imperial guards responsible for patrolling would certainly be fewer than in other areas. Yen Hanyun expressed disapproval of Wen Huaidie's immediate plan to infiltrate the palace and engage with Situ Hanyan. We have yet to ascertain Situ Hanyan's disposition. A rash incursion into the palace could be perilous. Even though you possess formidable martial skills and could escape unscathed, it would still alert the enemy, especially here in the capital of Nanju. Wen Huaidie pondered and inquired, "How long will Cold Kangwu remain in the capital of Nanju?" Qin Yin replied, "After finalizing discussions regarding the alliance, he will take Situ Hanyan back, which will require at least half a month." Yen Hanyan grasped Wen Huaidie's shoulders. "Have you considered that for merely marrying a concubine, Cold Kangwu need not personally come fetch her, even to demonstrate goodwill towards an alliance with Nanju as an emperor? Such actions could be seen as inferior, as if he is overly eager. The previous battle did indeed inflict heavy losses upon Xie. Yet even in ceding land and paying reparations, Cold Kangwu remains the supreme ruler of Xie. There is no need for an emperor to personally visit a foreign nation." When Huaidie narrowed her eyes, "What are you implying?" Yen Hanyan took a deep breath. "Our mission to Nanju has not been kept confidential. It is possible she is coming for us." Qin Yin gasped. "Surely they do not intend to eliminate us on Nanju's territory?" The 300 men they brought, though few in number, were all elite warriors chosen from thousands. The 600 or 700 from Xie did not appear particularly formidable. Daming spoke. "All those we could replace in the streets have been swapped for our people. A few stalls are evidently set up by Nanju to keep watch, and my subordinates have not yet acted." When Huaidie pursed her lips, inflating her cheeks. The southern border was besieged by hundreds of thousands of troops, while Lingshuang City boasted an army of 100,000. Lung Kangwu dared not kill, nor could he. It was not yet the moment for desperate measures. The opposing side was acutely aware that both Wen Huaidie and Yen Hanyun possessed formidable martial skills, and any misstep could result in a counterattack. Yen Hanyun, feeling powerless, closed his eyes, resting his chin on Wen Huaidie's shoulder. The intrigues of the court were far less exhilarating than the clashing of blades on the battlefield. Pondering them was taxing. Wen Huaidie poked him, but Qin Yin and the others remained upright. Daming glanced sideways, only to discover that Qin Yin, as a woman, displayed no signs of embarrassment or anxiety, maintaining a demeanor of complete indifference. At that moment, Qin Yin mused that a person like Yen Hanyun, who solely wished to lead troops into battle without engaging in cunning strategy, would inevitably be outmaneuvered by subordinates, even if he ascended to the throne. When Huaidie asserted, "Matters that can be resolved through wisdom should never be approached with war. It is impractical. Warfare demands substantial financial resources. Had I not first dismantled the court of the Tsang-Ao kingdom through cunning, but rather led an army directly into battle, I could have conquered it. Yet, the costs in terms of money, provisions, and the loss of soldiers would multiply exponentially. Furthermore, it would consume precious time. It would not be as smooth as before, where few lives were lost, and the Tsang-Ao kingdom was subdued in less than half a year." Chapter 58. The subtle mockery at the palace banquet the following evening. The palace banquet commenced. The gaze of the emperor of Nanju flitted between Lung Kangwu and Wen Huaidie, seated on either side. Below, the ministers of Nanju assessed Wen Huaidie's position, which rivaled that of the emperor himself. The seating of Wen Huaidie and Yen Hanyun was nearly on par with Lung Kangwu. In stark contrast to the anxiety of Lung Kangwu, Hailong Lei, Mu Yaoding, and the ministers of Nanju, Wen Huaidie appeared utterly relaxed, savoring the exquisite dishes laid before her with a beaming smile. The cuisine of Nanju predominantly featured beef and mutton, offering a plethora of cooking styles, frying, roasting, boiling, with each ingredient producing dozens of distinct flavors. The imperial chefs exhibited commendable skills, rendering the food quite delectable. In the center of the grand hall, a group of elegantly attired palace dancers gracefully entered the dance floor. As they twirled, a singular figure emerged, her attire markedly different from the others, exquisitely crafted to a higher standard. She donned a purple pleated skirt adorned with 3 floral patterns, with a delicate yellow veil partially revealing her slender, fair waist. The Prime Minister of Xie leaned close to Lung Kangwu, whispering, "Your Majesty, that is the 3rd princess of Nanju, Sidu Hanyan." Wen Huaidie, possessing keen hearing, caught every word. Her gaze fixated on Sidu Hanyan, who danced tirelessly at the center of the floor. It was astounding that a princess would dance for the amusement of a foreign emperor in front of such a large audience. The Emperor of Nanju seemed utterly unconcerned about the dignity of his daughter. Upon the conclusion of the performance, the Emperor of Nanju burst into hearty laughter. Pointing at Sidu Hanyan as he addressed Lung Kangwu, "Kangwu, are you satisfied with my daughter?" Hailong lay seethed with fury, his teeth grinding as his fingers dug into his palm, leaving crescent-shaped marks. Lung Kangwu, his gaze fixed intently on the bashful and timid Sidu Hanyan, who kept her head bowed, found her youth and meekness appealing for easy control. Marrying her would pose no complications. He replied loudly, "I am indeed satisfied. Princess Hanyan is a talented singer and dancer, and I take great delight in her." Wen Huaidie gazed at the trembling shoulders of Situ Hanyan, who was enveloped in fear. Yin Hanyun grasped Wen Huaidie's hand, urging her to avert her gaze, for such blatant attention might arouse suspicion among others. Turning her head, Wen Huaidie addressed Emperor Nanju with a serene smile. "The 3rd princess has arrived, yet where are the eldest and 2nd princesses? I have heard they remain unmarried." The eyes of the 1st and 3rd princes, seated below, instantly brimmed with hostility. The eldest and 2nd princesses were their own sisters, incomparable to Sidu Hanyan. A flicker of intrigue crossed the emperor's mind as he inquired playfully, "Could it be that the Grand General of Shigua intends to propose to the Emperor of Dongling?" When Huaidie scoffed, "We dare to marry, but fear that your esteemed princesses may not dare to wed us. No woman who enters the harem of Dongling has ever emerged alive." Situ Hanyan's gaze turned vacant as she collapsed to the ground, her lips trembling, torn between pleading with her father and her paralyzing fear. Seizing the moment, Yin Hanyun spoke sternly, "With such frail health, one must not risk bearing children. The journey from Xie is long and arduous. It would be unfortunate to perish en route." The hall fell into an eerie silence. Even the musicians dared not make a sound. The Emperor of Nanju looked at Situ Hanyan with disdain, finding her lack of composure utterly disgraceful. The 3rd princess, exhausted from dancing, led the princess away, while a palace maid promptly assisted Situ Hanyan out. Lung Kangwu coldly remarked, "Though the journey from Xie is lengthy, there are those assigned to care for the princess. There is no need for the Grand General of Shigua to concern himself." He would not allow Wen Huaidie to jeopardize the alliance between the 2 nations. Wen Huaidie smiled knowingly, her gaze resting thoughtfully on Hailong Lei's face. Her tone laden with significance. "Not necessarily. Should someone harbor feelings for you, it is not inconceivable that they might eliminate the princess to prevent you from taking a consort. The jealousy between men and women can be quite fearsome." Drops of crimson blood fell from Hailong Lei's clenched fists onto the carpet. His eyes directed at Wen Huaidie, filled with malice. A fierce glint shot from Yin Hanyun's pupils, his murderous intent growing palpable. Should Hailong Lei dare to act, Yin Hanyun would not hesitate to end his life. The Emperor of Nanju raised his cup and drank heartily, remarking that a man having multiple wives was quite normal, and women ought not to be so envious. When Huaidie lightly retorted, "Is that so?" Yin Hanyun immediately gazed at her with profound affection, his heart and eyes solely for her. A man with several wives only seeks to mask his own fickleness and insincerity. "I swear, I shall only ever cherish Huaidie. Should I betray this vow, may heaven strike me down with thunder, and may all unfaithful souls meet their demise." The cup in the emperor's hand clattered to the table. The 1st and 3rd princes appeared as if they had been fed a mouthful of excrement, their throats and minds choked with disbelief. In stark contrast, the women present, whether married dignitaries or unmarried young ladies, looked at Yin Hanyun with admiration and satisfaction. Turning their gaze towards Wen Huaidie, it transformed into respect. What kind of mastery over one husband could cultivate such unwavering devotion. It would be one thing to claim Wen Huaidie was a penniless, weak-willed man, a mere dependent. Yet that was far from the truth. Before the fall of the Sungao kingdom, Wen Huaidie was the martial king conferred by Emperor Xuchang, a general undefeated on the battlefield and a commander of 200,000 yen troops, possessing a visage that all women across the realm would desire as a husband. One must ponder why such a splendid match eluded her. Emperor Nankei instructed his eunuchs to clear the wine from the table and retorted, "How can one ensure the continuation of lineage without taking concubines?" Wen Huaidie, unrelenting, countered, "Does that imply that all legitimate wives are incapable of bearing children?" The emperor was momentarily rendered speechless. To claim that they could not bear offspring would certainly provoke disdain from the empress. The ladies attending the banquet were all legitimate wives. Yet only one had produced heirs, a number insufficient for the dynasty's needs. Wen Huaidie offered Wen Huaidie a shrimp, peeled, and gently said, "Do not be angered, my husband." The emperor's perspective has its reasoning. After all, with so many concubines in his harem, his decades of efforts have yielded but 3 princes and 3 princesses. Surely a taxing endeavor. Suddenly, the clinking of cups and teacups resounded as many attendees were caught off guard, choking in disbelief. Their gazes flitting between Wen Huaidie and the emperor, words caught in their throats. Wen Huaidie, feigning remorse, tapped her forehead. What a thing to say. I must have offended the emperor of Xia. Despite having 2 concubines in his harem, not one child has emerged. One wonders whose fault that might be. The guests clenched the fabric of their garments, struggling to suppress their laughter. Emperor Nankei glared at the couple, his fury palpable. Had it been anyone else, he would have had them dragged away for execution. Yet, he found himself unable to act, the situation infuriatingly disheartening. In stark contrast to the emperor's indignation, Lung Kangwa's expression remained notably calm. The Grand General of Shigua and the Martial King had been wed for a year, yet there were no signs of progeny. Was it the Grand General's inability, or the Martial King's lingering ailment that impeded their lineage? The assembly turned their attention towards Wen Huaidie and Wen Huaidie, eager to witness their retort. With an unperturbed smile, Wen Huaidie exhibited no sign of displeasure. Wen Huaidie, brimming with pride, proclaimed, "My wife conquered the Sungao kingdom in merely half a year. How could I squander her talents by confining her to the inner chambers to bear children? That would be an utter waste. However, once the situation is stabilized and we have children, I shall take it upon myself to care for them." Lung Kangwu clenched her fists. She had come with the intent to sow discord between Wen Huaidie and Wen Huaidie. Yet now, the opportunity appeared impenetrable. Once the situation is stabilized, was Wen Huaidie implying the conquest of both Xia and Nankei? Such audacity was beyond comprehension. Chapter 59. The Desolate Plight of Sidu Huaidie. A choice, to depart or to remain. A palace maid escorted Sidu Huaidie back to the Wanxia Hall. The doors were shut, barring anyone from exiting, while 2 imperial guards stood watch at the entrance. Ever since Emperor Nankei resolved to marry Sidu Huaidie to Lung Kangwu, her movements within the palace had become severely restricted. Slumped against the edge of the table, Sidu Huaidie gazed despondently at the barren floor, her expression reflecting a profound loss of hope. The coldness of the room mirrored the frigid indifference of her father. 2 elegantly dressed women entered from outside, their handkerchiefs covering their mouths and noses as they disdainfully looked down at the dusty ground, which sullied their shoes. Sidu Huaidie raised her head to see her elder and younger sisters, the Grand Princess and the second princess of the Southern Kingdom. The second princess cast a condescending glance at Sidu Huaidie, a smirk playing at the corners of her lips. "Third sister, I've heard from the palace attendants that the Emperor of the Western Yu Kingdom has taken a liking to you. This is advantageous. Marrying into the royal family will spare you from a woeful existence, unlike your current plight, where you are treated worse than a servant." The Grand Princess stood imperiously before Sidu Huaidie, hands on her hips, her demeanor haughty. "Your mother was merely a commoner, a girl from the streets. Who knows from which brothel your father brought her back? Fortunately, she died in childbirth, but at least her charm earned you a title. Marrying into the Western Yu Kingdom as a concubine is a fortune few could aspire to. You should consider yourself fortunate." Situ Hanyan's lips, once adorned with cherry-red lip color, had now faded. She bit her inner lip tightly, breaking the skin and drawing blood. My mother was not a courtesan. She and my father were truly in love. The second princess snatched the gauzy crown from Situ Hanyan's head, yanking out hairpins that tangled in her long hair, causing her features to contort in pain. Truly in love? If that were the case, why does your father not show you the affection befitting a product of such love? Being a favored concubine is not something just anyone can achieve. Qian Mian, perched atop the roof, observed the unfolding scene within the palace. The plight of the helpless girl, bullied within these walls, stirred thoughts of the late Shun Tsongling. Had she known that her daughter would be treated thus, would she have regretted following the emperor of the southern kingdom? Situ Hanyan's pallor was a testament to her father's callousness, who had easily forgotten her mother. After subjecting Situ Hanyan to their scorn, the two sisters finally departed. Dragging her feet, Situ Hanyan, draped in her disheveled gown, made her way to the bed, tears streaming down her cheeks and soaking the rice husk pillow. Listening to the inconsolable cries echoing within the chamber, Qian Mian rubbed her ears, wishing to dull the cacophony that invaded her eardrums. She inwardly berated Situ Hanyan for her weakness. Having already been promised in marriage to the Western Kingdom, she remained in such a dilapidated place. A mere threat could elevate her circumstances far beyond her current state. After all, if she were to perish, the responsibility of the marriage alliance would inevitably fall upon the grand and second princesses, and they would be the ones in distress. Once the cries subsided, Qian Mian leapt down from the rooftop and sealed Situ Hanyan's mute points. As the unfamiliar figure suddenly appeared in the room, fear filled Situ Hanyan's eyes. She yearned to flee, but Qian Mian captured her, binding her hands behind her back and rendering her immobile. Desperately shaking her head, Situ Hanyan sought to vocalize her distress. Yet not even a whimper escaped her lips. Qian Mian glanced outside, her voice low as she stood before Situ Hanyan and said, "Allow me to tell you a story." A quarter of an hour later, the trepidation in Situ Hanyan's eyes had diminished significantly. Qian Mian observed that she had regained her composure. From her waist, she retrieved a crescent-shaped jade pendant and held it before Situ Hanyan. "Your mother must have left the other half for you. It bears the character for spirit." Situ Hanyan gazed at the pendant, her eyelids fluttering. Qian Mian released her hand. Situ Hanyan clutched the pendant, scrutinizing it carefully, stumbling as she rushed to the bedside and retrieved a matching piece from beneath her pillow. This pendant had been kept close to her, only removed today for her dance and placed beneath her pillow. Together, the two have formed a complete circular moon. Situ Hanyan's brows arched, as if a heavy stone had finally been lifted from her heart. She gestured towards her throat, indicating to Qian Mian. Qian Mian unbound her mute seal. "Are you a person sent by my mother's family?" Qian Mian replied, "In a manner, yes and no. Your maternal family no longer has any living members. My master has entrusted me with bringing you back." Situ Hanyan cast a timid glance at the guard stationed outside, her pupils darting anxiously as she spoke. "The palace is filled with guards, and my father has specifically assigned the Imperial Guard to watch over me. How do you intend to take me out?" Although fearful, Situ Hanyan understood that this person before her was her sole chance of escape, an opportunity to avoid marrying into the Western Kingdom. Qian Mian said, "Before we depart from Nanju, you must assist me in a task." Situ Hanyan cautiously took a step back, inquiring, "What do you want me to do?" Qian Mian leaned closer, whispering, "The current emperor of the Western Kingdom, Lung Kangwu, is a woman. I need you to publicly expose her true identity." Situ Hanyan's eyes widened in disbelief, her mind swirling with confusion. "Lung Kangwu is a woman? How can that be? Are you certain?" Qian Mian nodded. Situ Hanyan, trembling, sat upon the cold stone floor. "You just mentioned that my mother was from a prominent family, but you did not disclose her specific identity. Is she from Dongling Kingdom? It cannot be Nanju. If it were Western Yu, revealing Lung Kangwu's daughterly identity would be even more impossible. The Kangao Kingdom has perished. The only power that could oppose the royal families of Nanju and Western Yu is Dongling Kingdom." Situ Hanyan questioned, "Who is your master? The Emperor of Dongling Kingdom or General Wen Huaidie?" Presently, Wen Huaidie and Yin Hanyun are in Nanju. their people could stealthily infiltrate the palace. Qianmian squatted before Sido Hanyan, taking the original half of the jade pendant. You have no other choice. Either be sent off as a discarded pawn to marry into the Western Yu Palace, where you will be trampled upon, or return with me to Dongling Kingdom, where at least you will have no worries about food and clothing, and no one will dare to bully you. Situ Hanyan inquired, "What is my relationship with the person who entrusted you to take me away?" Qianmian responded, "He is the husband of your mother's elder sister. Before her death, she could not let go of your mother. Though your mother has passed, at least you are her only bloodline." Situ Hanyan bit her lip, her heart a tumult of emotions. She yearned to flee, yet feared failure, and was even more terrified of the unfamiliar environment that awaited her beyond Nanju. If Lung Kangwu were indeed a woman, and this fact were to be discovered, would she not resort to self-destruction? After all, as his consort, there must be some degree of intimacy between them. Or does she intend to enlist a man to impersonate her and engage in the rites of marriage? The mere thought of such a possibility sent chills down Situ Hanyan's spine. In Chapter 60, the alliance treaty unfolds, filled with mockery, as they seek to compel her and Lung Kangwu into a consummated union. If I were to unveil Lung Kangwu's true identity, would she not eliminate me? Qianmian's eyes reflected a sense of helplessness. This girl was far too timid. Even if she were no longer favored, she remains the biological daughter of Emperor Nanju. What fate could be more tragic than her current predicament? At merely 13, returning her to Ouyangxian should help reshape her frail disposition. After much hesitation, Sidu Hanyan finally nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall comply. The Emperor of Xie is a woman, even if her identity were exposed. My father would likely not hold me accountable. If, in the end, these individuals fail to rescue her, she would no longer need to marry into Xie." Qianmian soared from the rooftop with her jade pendant in hand, unaware of the countless depravity she had witnessed in humanity. Situ Hanyan's apprehensions were vividly etched upon her face, and Qianmian perceived them with clarity. The palace banquet lasted an hour and a half before it concluded. As it dispersed, Wen Huaidie and Yin Hanyan departed with smiles, while Hai Longlei's countenance was the darkest of all, grimmer than even that of Lung Kangwu and Emperor Nanju. Upon returning to the relay station, Qianmian reported to Wen Huaidie, "Sidu Hanyan has agreed to assist us in exposing Lung Kangwu's identity." Wen Huaidie inquired, "What is your impression of her after the encounter?" Qianmian replied candidly, "She is timid as a mouse, exceedingly weak, lacking the ability to resist, and unaware of how to retaliate against her oppressors." The women of Changyuan Pavilion, although each possessing their unique talents, share a common trait. They believe in an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, never allowing themselves to be wronged. Even if their strength is lacking, they would rather perish than live a life of cowardice if there exists even the slightest chance to drag their enemies to hell with them. Yin Hanyan took hold of Wen Huaidie's fingers, noting that tomorrow, Lung Kangwu would be rowing on Chongting Lake with Sidu Hanyan, accompanied by the third prince of Nanju, a splendid opportunity. Wen Huaidie remarked, "During tonight's banquet, Hai Longlei's emotions escalated increasingly. I believe we can exploit this. A man's jealousy in matters of the heart, especially after Hai Longlei's years of suppression, would, once unleashed, spiral uncontrollably." Daming stated calmly, "The second prince of Nanju has been released." A half hour before the banquet concluded, the emperor's eunuch personally delivered the decree to the prison. Yin Hanyan asked, "Where will the second prince reside now that his estate is occupied by Lung Kangwu and her entourage?" Daming shook his head, revealing that the observer reported the second prince had entered the palace immediately upon his release from the dungeons and had yet to emerge, likely intending to reside within the palace. Wen Huaidie raised an eyebrow. A prince already residing outside the palace still dwelled within its confines, which would surely incite the jealousy of other princes. Given the second prince's lack of favor, it was unlikely that Emperor Nanju would consider him for the position of heir apparent. After the banquet concluded, Lung Kangwu did not immediately depart from the palace, but instead convened with Emperor Nanju in the study to discuss the alliance treaty. Present were Mu Yaoding, Hai Longlei, as well as the crown prince and third prince of Nanju, along with two chancellors from the court. Lung Kangwu spoke coldly. "I trust that Emperor Nanju has observed today's events.
Wen Huaidie displays audacity, showing no regard for the two of us. It is evident that her demeanor is influenced by Emperor Ouyang Xian of Dongling. The ambitions of Dongling are vast, and it will not be long before they attempt to annex us, just as they did with Song Ao. Emperor Nanju replied solemnly, Song Ao brought about its own demise. We in Nanju shall not follow their folly. The crown prince and third prince of Nanju nodded in agreement, affirming their commitment to integrity and loyalty. All military power in Nanju is firmly held by the emperor, and unless war is declared, the imperial edict shall never be relinquished. Mu Yaoding contributed an analysis of the pros and cons, as well as the gravity of the situation. Currently, Dongling boasts a formidable military force, replete with countless capable generals. Originally, dealing with Chu Taowen was already a considerable challenge, but now they have the even more formidable Yan Hanyun, not to mention the formidable female generals of Dongling. Observing Wen Huaidie's behavior reveals the challenges posed by such formidable women. Only through our alliance can we hope to subdue this insatiable beast. Emperor Nanju lifted his chin, leaning against the dragon throne. Had the kingdom of Xie become fearful after suffering a defeat? Hai Wenlin and Hai Longlei were ransomed with cities and silver, essentially out of fear for their lives. The tenacity of a general who prefers death over capture is entirely absent in the High Father and Son. It is no wonder that Xie has been consistently repulsed by Dongling. Lung Kangwu frowned, stating, Despite our defeat, our military strength remains largely intact, and the losses were not catastrophic. The Crown Prince of Nanju interjected, Indeed, the losses are minimal, merely 10 cities and 100 million taels of silver. The second Prince of Nanju added, Brother, the cities taken by Yan Hanyun have yet to be counted. Emperor Nanju remarked, If the Emperor of Xie believes that 10 cities and 100 million taels of silver are insignificant, then the portion of territory in the alliance treaty should be trivial to you as well. Lung Kangwu, visibly displeased, retorted, The half you seek comprises the fertile Jiangnan region, while the remainder consists of vast, arid wastelands, scarcely able to sustain life. Such territories will be nothing but a burden. Emperor Nanju countered, Your kingdom of Xie is not lacking in silver. 100 million taels is equivalent to 2 or 3 years of national tax revenue. We in Nanju have yet to engage in conflict with Dongling. To initiate an unwarranted war could be disastrous. Should we win, it would be well. But if we lose, it would mean the ruin of all Nanju. If the stakes are not substantial, why should I involve myself? Both nations had long tacitly accepted the notion of an alliance, and the discussions were merely a matter of negotiating terms, inevitably leading to a consensus. Observing Emperor Nanju's repeated mention of the 100 million taels, Hai Longlei, standing nearby, felt as if he could shatter his fists in frustration. The first negotiation ended with Lung Kangwu departing the palace with a stony expression. In the carriage, he listened to the clattering of hooves outside, feeling an overwhelming sense of irritation. Had he not spent a fortune to redeem Hai Longlei, he would not have been subjected to the scorn of the Nanju people. The loss of cities and tax revenues due to defeat had stirred considerable dissent among the courtiers of the Shiyu kingdom. Had he foreseen such an outcome, he would have delayed matters further, negotiating harder with the Dongling kingdom. On the following day, Si-Tu Han-Yen was meticulously adorned by the palace maidens, resembling a courtesan poised to entertain a gentleman. The third prince stood beside her with disdain, extending his right hand forward, deliberately avoiding contact with Si-Tu Han-Yen. Be astute when we meet on the boat today. The alliance between our nations hinges on your ability to win over Lung Tsongwu's heart. This would greatly benefit us in Nanju. Si-Tu Han-Yen crossed her arms, draped in a sheer veil that offered little warmth. Her body felt cold, her heart encased in an icy chamber. They intended for her to seduce Lung Tsongwu before marriage, to consummate their union through deceit. Otherwise, why would she be attired in such revealing garments? Lung Tsongwu was a woman. How could she possibly capture her heart? Her royal brother was not as clever as she had imagined. If the Dongling kingdom could uncover such secrets, why could they not? They were, after all, utterly useless. Chapter 61. The Drowning. Revealing Lung Tsongwu's true identity in the distance, the carriage halted, and Lung Tsongwu, clad in white, descended gracefully. with Hai Long Lei never straying far from her side. Si-Tu Han Yin, already aware of Lung Tsang Wu's true identity, found her gaze involuntarily drifting to the woman's chest. She had initially assumed the fullness was due to strength, perhaps muscular. Now, it seemed to be a mere illusion created by bindings. Si-Tu Han Yin's mind raced with plans to unmask Lung Tsang Wu's identity. Yet her unwavering gaze had already drawn Hai Long Lei's ire. Dressed in such a manner, she was surely of a lewd disposition. How could someone like her be worthy of Lung Tsang Wu? In terms of status, a disregarded princess hardly surpassed him. Why was it that she could aspire to be with Lung Tsang Wu while he could not? The mere thought drove Hai Long Lei to the brink of madness with jealousy. With a smile, the third prince addressed Lung Tsang Wu. Chongting Lake is a place designated for fostering affection between betrothed couples in Nanju. Today, the emperor of Shiyu and my sister shall row upon its waters, and their bond will surely deepen. Lung Tsang Wu's gaze flicked towards Si-Tu Han Yin, who smiled back, yet he found no joy in it. The alliance treaty remained unconfirmed, and the situation was unfavorable for Shiyu. He had no inclination to share a boat with a mere pawn. However, he was left with no choice but to acquiesce. On the shore, Wen Huaidie sat at a wooden table by the lake, observing the unfolding scene. Yen Han Yun remarked, Hai Long Lei's grip on his sword radiates murderous intent. He harbors a desire to eliminate Si-Tu Han Yin. Despite his patience, he cannot bear to watch the one he loves grow intimate with his rival. Wen Huaidie replied, the water is frigid. It remains to be seen how Si-Tu Han Yin intends to proceed. On the boat, the third prince incessantly signaled for Si-Tu Han Yin to draw closer to Lung Tsang Wu. As the vessel approached the center of the lake, the third prince feigned nonchalance and moved beside Hai Long Lei. Standing so close, he wouldn't dare to harm Lung Tsang Wu. General Hai, shall we move to the stern? Hai Long Lei coldly turned his head to glance at the third prince, responding with unwavering resolve. No need. The third prince pursed his lips, harboring resentment within. How could this man be so oblivious? Si-Tu Han Yin, feeling a surge of fear, swallowed hard, stumbled, and lunged into Lung Tsang Wu's embrace, attempting to drag him into the water with her. A scream pierced the air as Lung Tsang Wu swayed momentarily, just as he was about to regain his balance. A sudden jolt of pain shot through his ankle. He fell into the lake, following closely behind Si-Tu Han Yin. When Si-Tu Han Yin tumbled into the water, Hai Long Lei instinctively moved to shield Lung Tsang Wu, but was hindered by the third prince who blocked his way. Helplessly watching the two plunge into the water, the third prince shouted to the guards, quick, jump in to save them. The third princess cannot swim. Wen Huaidie withdrew her hand from where she had been flicking stones and wiped it clean with a handkerchief. Lung Tsang Wu possessed some martial skills. Yet Si-Tu Han Yin was too frail, almost failing in her attempt and merely falling into the water to drink from the lake. Seeing that Lung Tsang Wu was being tightly embraced by Si-Tu Han Yin, both of them sinking, Hai Long Lei disregarded the potential harm to the third prince, swung his arm forcefully, causing the third prince to collide painfully against the wooden planks, doubling over in agony. After embracing Lung Tsang Wu, Si-Tu Han Yin began to frantically explore her body with her hands and feet, moving from neck to legs, neglecting no part. Lung Tsang Wu sensed something amiss and instinctively sought to push her away, only to realize he was utterly powerless to resist. It dawned on him that something was terribly wrong. Confirming that Lung Tsang Wu lacked male attributes, Si-Tu Han Yin quickly seized her neck with a fierce grip and then surfaced, swimming toward the boat. Once pulled ashore by the guards, Hai Long Lei finally dragged Lung Tsang Wu up. With terror etched across her face, Si-Tu Han Yin clutched the third prince's hand tightly and cried out, Brother, I refuse to marry the emperor of Xie. She is a woman, devoid of masculine traits. Even her Adam's apple is artificial. The third prince of Nanju stared in disbelief at what Si-Tu Han Yin held in her hand, then at the Lung Tsang Wu leaning against Hai Long Lei's leg. The makeup on her face, dampened by water, revealed hints of a female visage. Her long hair cascaded down, glistening with droplets, accentuating her smooth throat. Her attire was slightly disheveled, and her bosom appeared noticeably elevated compared to before. The third prince of Nanju was at a loss for words, his mind blank. Situ Hanyin shouted, "Brother, we must return to inform father that the emperor of Xie is a woman, seeking to deceive us into marriage." Her thunderous voice reverberated across the surface of Chongting Lake. Despite the third prince ordering the guards to prevent other boats from approaching, Situ Hanyin's voice was too loud, and many heard her. On the nearby shore, many could faintly discern her words. Yen Hanyin glanced at Damong, who immediately nodded and departed. Spread the word, escalate the situation, and ensure it becomes common knowledge. Hai Longlei's heavy brows knitted together in a frown, transforming his shock into fury as he reprimanded Situ Hanyin, third princess. Tread carefully with your words. Situ Hanyin wept with a sense of injustice, lamenting, "I'm the emperor's own daughter. How could he marry me off to a woman?" Her cries grew louder and more sorrowful, as if she had lost both her parents. Lung Kangwu, having swallowed copious amounts of lake water, felt utterly powerless. He remained on high alert, viewing every passing boat with suspicion. The third prince noted that the esteemed princess of their nation, having fallen into the water, was somewhat delirious and spoke nonsensically, rendering her words untrustworthy. The third prince, regaining his composure, concluded that Lung Kangwu was indeed a woman. However, he could not determine how to resolve this matter without first reporting to the emperor. He thus commanded for the boat to be rowed to shore, splitting the party into two groups for a swift departure. The third prince escorted Situ Hanyin back to the palace, while Hai Longlei took Lung Kangwu to the temporary residence of the second prince, serving as the Xie kingdom's inn. Yet, scarcely had they departed when news of the emperor of Xie being a woman began to spread from Chongting Lake. Wen Huaidie instructed Qimyan, "Send someone to keep watch over Situ Hanyin and ensure her safety. Should any mishap occur, feign her death to facilitate her escape." Qimyan nodded and swiftly left the lakeside. In the palace, the third prince carried the drenched Situ Hanyin to meet Emperor Nanju. Throughout the journey, he did not suggest that she change into dry clothes, leaving her shivering, her lips turning purple from the cold. "Father, today while boating, the third princess and Lung Kangwu fell into the water. Upon rescuing them, we discovered that Lung Kangwu is a woman." Emperor Nanju overturned his teacup, soaking half of the memorials with tea. The eunuch attending him promptly began to wipe the table. "A woman? How is this possible?" The third prince pointed at Situ Hanyin. "If you do not believe me, father, you may inquire of the third princess." Situ Hanyin's voice trembled with the cold. "I followed my brother South's advice to become close with the emperor of Xie, only to find that she lacks the requisite anatomy. In her panic, she had touched her neck, inadvertently grasping at her Adam's apple. Lung Kangwu, soaking wet, with an alluring figure and delicate features, was unmistakably a woman." Chapter 62. Marriage Alliance Transformed into Adoption. Killing two birds with one stone, Emperor Nanju cast his gaze downward at Situ Hanyin, who knelt on the ground in a disheveled state. The droplets cascading from her hair soaked the carpet, an eyesore to behold. He addressed her sternly, "You may return." Situ Hanyin, her eyes filled with hope, implored, "Father, if Lung Kangwu is a woman, does that not mean I need not marry the emperor of Xie?" Emperor Nanju glared at her fiercely. "Your life belongs to the Nanju royal family. You must sacrifice for the nation. What does a trivial marriage matter mean in the grand scheme? Do you think you have a choice? Now leave." With a pale face, Situ Hanyin exited the grand hall. As she turned back for one last glance at her father, she noticed a palace maid kneeling to wipe up the lake water dripping from her. Her heart sank completely, and a bitter smile crept on her lips. She had anticipated this possibility, yet why had she clung to hope? She was the greatest fool in the realm. Her wet shoes dragged on the ground, leaving two parallel dark marks as she departed. Within the hall, Emperor Nanju and the third prince began to deliberate the advantages Lung Kangwu's identity as a woman could bring to Nanju. The crown prince, summoned abruptly, hastily entered the hall. The doors were securely shut, guarded by sentinels outside. Upon returning to the residence of the second prince, Lung Kangwu quickly changed into a new outfit. When she reappeared before Hai Longlei, she had once again assumed the guise of a man. A shadow lingered in her eyes,
akin to a wraith returning from the grave on a moonless night. Send someone to inquire whether there are rumors circulating outside regarding me being a woman, she commanded. Hai Long lay, as heart settled, secretly reveling in the situation. The third prince of Nanju had departed in haste, and few had heard Situ Hanyan's voice. Thus, the rumors could not be deemed credible. A fierce glint flashed in Lung Kangwu's eyes. When Situ Hanyan lunged at me, someone struck my foot with a stone. There must be someone orchestrating these events from behind the scenes. Hai Longlei's expression shifted upon grasping the implication. Does the emperor refer to the Eastern Ling kingdom? He inquired. Lung Kangwu clenched her fists, her mind in turmoil. With Wen Huaidie and Yin Hanyun in the capital of Nanju, she could think of no other potential culprits. Curiosity piqued, Hai Longlei asked, but even I am unaware of how Wen Huaidie and the others discovered this. Lung Kangwu's gaze circled Hai Longlei before retracting. Regardless of how they learned of it, the knowledge has now spread beyond them. Before long, the emissary Hai Longlei had dispatched returned, his face drained of color. Your Majesty, the word has spread throughout the capital of Nanju. It is said that you are a woman. A guard at the door announced, Your Majesty, Minister Mu requests an audience. With a sigh, Lung Kangwu closed her eyes, and upon sitting, placed her hands on either side, permitting him to enter. As Mu Yaoding stepped in, his feet seemed to spark with urgency. He desperately needed to ascertain the truth behind the rumors. Your Majesty, everyone in the capital is saying that the Emperor of Xie is a woman. What is the meaning of this? Mu Yaoding fixed his gaze upon Lung Kangwu's face, and for the first time, he perceived a semblance of femininity in her features. Before she could respond, Hai Longlei interjected, Minister Mu, how dare you question the Emperor? Mu Yaoding furrowed his brow in defense. I mean no offense, Your Majesty. I merely seek clarity. If this is a deliberate slander, it must be rectified swiftly. Otherwise, should the rumors return to Xie, the consequences would be dire. With a steely gaze, Lung Kangwu regarded Mu Yaoding, declaring, whether I am male or female, I am the sole bloodline of the late emperor and the rightful heir to the throne. Who dares to utter another word? Mu Yaoding's complexion turned a shade of dark green, realization dawning upon him. The emperor is indeed a woman. Heaven has not favored Xie. How could such an unnatural occurrence transpire? At that moment, Hai Longlei's gaze upon Mu Yaoding resembled that of a wolf stalking its prey on a moonlit savanna, as if a single misstep would lead to his demise. Staggering out of the chamber, Mu Yaoding collapsed to his knees upon closing the door to his own quarters. What shall I do now? Meanwhile, in the inn, Wen Huaidie sipped her tea with an air of tranquility. The unexpected delight of Kangwu's disguise as a man now faces the peril of exposure, compelling her to hasten her return to the kingdom of Xie. Otherwise, before she can set foot back home, the throne may very well be claimed by a certain prince or his progeny. The second prince of Nanju remains elusive within the palace, leaving Yin Hanyun unable to make contact. He turns to Wen Huaidie, stating that once war breaks out, the first prince to enter the battlefield will undoubtedly be him. Understanding oneself and the enemy is essential for triumph in 100 battles. Thus, he must find a means to approach the second prince. Wen Huaidie delicately taps her fingers on Yin Hanyun's thigh and inquires, Do you think Situ Hanyan has frequent interactions with the second prince? Yin Hanyun shakes his head. There is a significant age gap between Situ Hanyan and the second prince. When one was establishing a residence, the other was still in swaddling clothes. Their encounters should be rather limited. Wen Huaidie purses her lips, untroubled by Xie, but concerned about Nanju, realizing she must identify their weaknesses. Yin Hanyun gently smooths the furrow of worry from her brow, saying, The first and third princes in Nanju hold almost equal standing in court, receiving similar favor from the emperor, which we can exploit to incite internal discord. Is this not your forte? When Huaidie expresses her frustration, both of them wield no real power. It must be said that the Nanju emperor excels at maintaining an even keel. He keeps all authority firmly in his grasp, leaving not a scrap to others. Such a burden it must be to reign. No wonder he has so many gray hairs. Yin Hanyun raises a finger before her, suggesting, There may be another strategy worth exploring. What is it? When Huaidie asks, Kangwu is a woman. should the two nations seek to forge an alliance. Nanju would need to send a prince to Xia to marry in. Once this balance is disrupted, conflict is inevitable, and the first and third princes will no longer remain so tranquil. Deming, leaning against a pillar not far off, interjects with a thought. The second prince is the least favored. If a prince must be relinquished, the Emperor of Nanju will surely send the second prince to marry for peace, rendering this plan ineffective. Wen Huaidie smiles knowingly. It is precisely this second prince that concerns me. If he marries Kangwu, Hai Longlei will not let him off easily. Yin Hanya nods in agreement, recognizing her point. While Kangwu poses no threat to Hai Longlei as a man, her being a woman would incite his wrath. During today's lake outing, Kangwu has already harbored murderous intent towards Sidu Hanyin. He could not possibly allow other men to encroach upon her. When Huaidie rises, pacing thoughtfully, and then addresses Deming, go stir up some trouble and spread rumors that the princess's betrothal has shifted from a prince to a marriage in Nanju. The emperor will not foresee this. We must remind him. This strategy serves a dual purpose. It could eliminate the potentially troublesome second prince, while further plunging the kingdom of Xia into chaos. Should Hai Longlei truly seek blood, let Kangwu choose between an alliance with Nanju or with Hai Longlei. Whichever path she selects will inevitably sway the dynamics between the two nations, greatly benefiting the kingdom of Dongling. Chapter 63. The second prince marries Kangwu. Sidu Hanyin weds Hai Longlei at the first prince's residence. The servant's voice emitted a series of strange sounds, hastily rushing in. Your Highness, trouble is brewing. The emperor plans to betroth you to the kingdom of Xia as a male consort for the cold and aloof Kangwu. The eldest prince, currently partaking in his meal, wore a perplexed expression. For where did you hear such news? He inquired. Yesterday. Father did not mention anything about sending a prince to Xia for a marriage alliance while discussing matters with me and the third brother. The servant shook his head vigorously, swallowing hard. Word has spread outside, suggesting that since the Emperor of Xia is a woman, marrying a princess is unfeasible. Instead, by sending a prince to become a consort, any offspring could inherit the throne of Xia, thereby securing its allegiance to our southern kingdom. The prince they spoke of as the potential consort was none other than yourself. The eldest prince narrowed his eyes in confusion. Such rumors do not arise without reason. Who has propagated this tale? Am I the only prince left? The servant blinked. There are whispers regarding the third prince too, but not as frequently as about you. The eldest prince frowned in dissatisfaction and resolved to immediately inquire of the southern emperor's intentions. Two splendid carriages came to a halt before the palace gates. The eldest and third princes disembarked from their respective vehicles. They exchanged a silent glance, both shrouded in contemplation. As they ascended the staircase, the eldest prince broke the silence. I presume we have both come today for the same matter. The third prince halted, turning to face his elder brother. Royal brother, the rumors circulating in the populace are indeed peculiar. I suspect they have been instigated by Kangwu, seeking to entwine our two nations. The eldest prince, upon hearing this, paused his advance as well. Kangwu, along with the Hai family's military might, could fortify her precarious position on the throne. Their father had already intended to arrange a marriage alliance. Now, with the princess being transformed into a prince, it is not entirely implausible. Their gazes intertwined, seemingly acknowledging a shared possibility. The third prince continued, Southern Kingdom is not limited to just you and me as princes. I believe our recently released second brother, residing in the palace, will be the most suitable candidate. The eldest prince smiled knowingly. The second brother has always been quite unruly. His betrothal to Xia would certainly shield him from oppression. It is well known among the royal family that offspring with foreign blood cannot ascend the throne. Even if the second prince were to father a child with Kangwu, he would merely be another neglected prince, isolated in Xia without support. Should Kangwu take multiple consorts, it would be an utter humiliation for them. The two entered the hall side by side, where the southern emperor lifted his gaze towards them. What brings you both here together today? The eldest prince bowed and knelt. Father, it has come to my attention that there are rampant rumors in the capital suggesting our southern kingdom intends to send a prince to marry Kangwu of Xia. I have come to inquire if there is any truth to this. The third prince also knelt. Father, if I am indeed the chosen one,
please inform me, that I may swiftly dismiss the ladies of my household." The southern emperor furrowed his brow. "From where have you heard such rumors?" The third prince replied, "The capital is abuzz with talk. Even the servants in my household speak of it with conviction, suggesting a choice will be made between me and my elder brother." The southern emperor retorted, "Nonsense. Your elder brother is already married, with a legitimate consort and children. How could I possibly allow him to enter Sia as a consort?" The third prince widened his eyes. "So, it is indeed my humble self?" Emperor Nanju abruptly stood up, exclaiming loudly, "Of course not. I have only two capable princes. To relinquish one would leave me without a successor should the other prove inept." Cold Kangwu had not broached this matter, and I have no thoughts on it for now. Since you have come today, I have another matter to discuss with you. Given that Cold Kangwu is a woman and your third sister cannot wed her, consider this. Hai Longlei is a man and remains unmarried. Would it be agreeable for Han Yin to marry Hai Longlei? The third prince replied, "I believe it is an excellent idea." The first prince added, "Hai Longlei commands a formidable army in the Western Yu Kingdom. If Han Yin could marry him, it would indeed be the most advantageous match." At that moment, a eunuch entered. "Your Majesty, Prime Minister Mu Yuting of the Western Yu Kingdom seeks an audience." Emperor Nanju composed his expression and permitted him to enter. Mu Yuting appeared haggard, with pronounced bags under his eyes from a sleepless night. "I bow before the Emperor of Nanju. I am here on the decree of my sovereign, seeking to propose a prince from your esteemed kingdom to enter our Western Yu by marriage." The first and third princes exchanged tense glances. The rumors circulating outside were undoubtedly instigated by them. Emperor Nanju's countenance darkened. "Which prince does the Western Yu Kingdom wish to marry?" Mu Yuting replied respectfully, "All three princes of Nanju are exceptional. Whichever one, our emperor would be pleased." Emperor Nanju rose, speaking in a grave tone. "Then let it be the second prince, but I have another condition." Mu Yuting lifted his gaze toward Emperor Nanju. Emperor Nanju continued, "The entire Nanju is aware that my third princess is to wed into the Western Yu. Should this alliance falter, my reputation would be tarnished. Thus, while my second prince may enter your realm, Situ Han Yin must marry Hai Longlei as his wife. That is my condition." Mu Yuting's expression stiffened. The Hai family held significant military power, and marrying the Nanju princess to Hai Longlei was not a favorable outcome. If the Hai family, fortified by the support of Nanju, were to harbor rebellious intentions, it would pose a grave threat to the Western Yu Kingdom. This matter is beyond my authority. I must return to seek counsel. When Mu Yuting conveyed Emperor Nanju's conditions to Cold Kangwu, the latter's face darkened significantly. Mu Yuting remarked, "Your Majesty, Situ Han Yin may marry, but the Hai family must not be allowed to wed her." Cold Kangwu replied, "This condition targets Hai Longlei directly." Mu Yuting asked, "What then? Should we acquiesce?" Cold Kangwu narrowed his eyes and responded, "Of course, she may marry, if the Hai family lacks military power. The schemes of Nanju will not come to fruition." Mu Yuting's eyes widened in surprise. Was the emperor intending to strip the Hai family of their military authority? It was known that such power had been granted by the emperor himself, and the other military token remained in his possession. Would they willingly relinquish it? That night, Qian Mian stealthily emerged from the Nanju palace. Emperor Nanju had resolved to allow the second prince to enter the Western Yu Kingdom and simultaneously ensure that Situ Han Yin would marry Hai Longlei, a decision that Cold Kangwu had acquiesced to. Upon learning of this news, Situ Han Yin wept for 2 solid hours in the Luoxia Hall, nearly deafening Qian Mian with her lamentations. Wen Huaidie placed a white piece amidst the black ones, affirming our predictions. On the day of the grand wedding, you will disguise yourself as Situ Han Yin and enter the bridal sedan chair, feigning death once you cross into the borders of the Western Yu Kingdom to escape. Compared to the utterly defenseless Situ Han Yin, it is exceedingly effortless for Qian Mian to seize an opportunity to escape. Although Situ Han Yin is not favored in the kingdom of Nanju, she remains a princess of the realm. If she were to perish in the kingdom of Sia, it is hard to believe that the emperor of Nanju and its citizens would remain indifferent. Qian Mian nodded and inquired, "When shall we extract Situ Han Yin?" Wen Huaidie, vexed as she gazed upon the chess pieces taken by Yin Han Yun, replied,
the eve before the grand wedding. Chapter 64. Departing from Nanju to administer aphrodisiacs to Lung Kangwu, the alliance treaty between Nanju and Xie was successfully concluded 3 days prior to the wedding. The terms secured by Lung Kangwu were only marginally more favorable than a mere division of halves. The sole advantage for Xie lay in Nanju's commitment to deploy a force that exceeded Xie's by 1.5 times in their confrontation with Dongling. On the eve of the wedding, Wen Huaidie stealthily infiltrated the palace to extract the anxious Sidu Hanyan. 2 weddings were to occur on the same day, with the entire capital of Nanju, including the royal palace, adorned in vibrant red silks to celebrate. 2 carriages awaited the brides. One bore the second prince of Nanju, while the other carried Situ Hanyan. As they watched the wedding procession depart Nanju, accompanied by a retinue of 600 soldiers led by Lung Kangwu, Wen Huaidie and Yen Hanyan bid farewell to the Emperor of Nanju. Inside the carriage, Wen Huaidie stowed away her binoculars, for they would travel alongside the Nanju contingent for an entire day. To her surprise, the second prince of Nanju was of considerable stature, rivaling that of 2 Lung Kangwus combined. Upon her first glimpse of him, Wen Huaidie likened the second prince to a robust, mature gorilla. If set against modern standards, he would undoubtedly be a champion bodybuilder, his limbs and torso a tapestry of bulging muscles, rendering him rather unappealing to the eye. Yen Hanyan restrained the binoculars, unwilling for her to gaze any longer. He must possess Mongolian ancestry, he mused. Wen Huaidie, perplexed, remarked, according to the information I have gathered, the second prince's mother hails from humble origins, entirely native to the kingdom of Nanju. Could it be that ancestral traits have manifested in him? Yen Hanyan replied, unless a family tree is available, who can ascertain events from centuries past. Leaning against Yen Hanyan, Wen Huaidie casually conversed. I am beginning to worry that Hailong Lei may not stand a chance against the second prince of Nanju. Yen Hanyan naturally placed his hand upon her shoulder, asserting, his martial prowess should not be underestimated. Even if he cannot vanquish, he could certainly retaliate against Hailong Lei. Lung Kangwu's willingness to pay 10 billion taels for Hailong Lei indicates the significance of that individual in his heart. Should the second prince of Nanju take his life, Lung Kangwu would undoubtedly seek retribution. Situ Hanyan several times discreetly raised her gaze to observe the stoic Daming seated beside her, sword in hand. How long will you continue to stare at me? She thought, feeling somewhat uneasy in the presence of a man within the confines of the carriage. Particularly unsettling was the fact that his gaze had never wavered from her, causing an uncomfortable sensation to creep along her scalp. Daming spoke with calm composure. We are still within the borders of Nanju. Once we cross into Dongling, I shall cease my vigilant watch over you. Situ Hanyan curled her lips, gesturing towards her soiled face. In my current state, who would even recognize me? The prowess of my disguised female guard is truly remarkable. She bears an uncanny resemblance to me, to the extent that even my frequently tormenting elder sister failed to recognize her. Might you possess such skills as well? Would you be so kind as to impart your knowledge? Daming replied, Qinyan is the princess's confidant. I cannot assist. Sidu Hanyan, perplexed, inquired, are you referring to General Wen Huaidie of Dongling? Then to whom do you belong? To Yen Hanyan? Daming nodded in affirmation. Sidu Hanyan recoiled slightly. So he is not as formidable as his wife. Daming paused momentarily, hesitating before responding. Indeed, before the prince does seem to pale in comparison. Such sentiments were unthinkable for Daming to voice prior to Yen Hanyan's marriage. The notion had never even crossed his mind. It was astonishing that such an unconventional inversion of marital hierarchy could manifest in his lord's household. Fortunately, circumstances were now evolving favorably. Should the two of them become adversaries, it was conceivable that their prince might face defeat. Sidu Hanyan cautiously queried, could you reveal to me who my uncle is? Daming cast a fleeting glance at her, contemplating her worthiness to extract information from him. She was not yet deserving. You shall naturally learn of it upon our return to Dongling. Sidu Hanyan lowered her head in disappointment. Currently, her only support was that yet unmet uncle, and she remained uncertain of his true character. Could he be relied upon? That evening, as they rested,
Hai Longlei harbored profound displeasure as he observed the second prince, Nanju, seated beside the cold and aloof Lung Kangwu, even more irksome than Sidu Hanyin. Disguised as Sidu Hanyin, Chimyin sat next to Hai Longlei. Sensing the disquiet in the atmosphere, rather than retreating, she boldly addressed Hai Longlei. "Husband, I find myself a bit hungry." Hai Longlei retorted with malice. "There is meat before you. Do you not know how to carve it with your hands?" Chimyin's eyes widened in mock innocence as she tugged at Hai Longlei's sleeve, feigning weakness. "I lack the strength in my hands to cut such a large piece." Across the table, Lung Kangwu's gaze darkened, and the temperature around him plummeted several degrees, creating an icy chill. Hai Longlei, irritated, glanced at the second prince Nanju, who was diligently slicing meat for Lung Kangwu, clearly eager to curry favor. Both siblings were insufferable. In a fit of frustration, he hurled a piece of lamb, which had been roasting over the fire, at Chimyin. "If you cannot cut it, then use your teeth." Chimyin stood to evade the scalding meat, exclaiming, "Husband, how could you treat me so? You have soiled my wedding attire. If you wish not to marry, you may speak your mind. We have yet to depart from Nanju, and I can return immediately." Hai Longlei looked at her with disdain. "As a princess, how can you be so willful and capricious?" Chimyin's eyes widened in indignation. "I am willful? Just look at my second brother. He knows to thoughtfully prepare meals for my sister-in-law. Why can you not emulate him? Do you believe my sister-in-law is also willful?" Hai Longlei quickly countered. "What nonsense are you spouting? The emperor is not someone you can compare with so casually." The second prince, Nanju, frowned at Chimyin, saying, "Third sister, cease your foolishness. If you are hungry, let a maid attend to it. There is no need for General Hai to take action himself." Qin Mian remarked, "If that is the case, let the palace maids and eunuchs attend to the second sister-in-law. Second brother, why are you being so attentive here?" The second prince of Nanju cast a displeased glance at Qin Mian as he sought to win the favor of Lung Kangwu to secure his position in Xie, wondering why she was causing such disturbance. "Third sister, within the royal family, you ought to address your second sister-in-law as your majesty." Qin Mian smirked. "I had almost forgotten. Second brother, you are merely a concubine to second sister-in-law. It seems I am not entitled to refer to the emperor of Xie as my sister-in-law." The second prince of Nanju's expression darkened. On the eve of their arrival at the borders of Xie, Qin Mian stealthily administered a potent aphrodisiac to Lung Kangwu. That night, the creaking of the wooden boards in the inn-s room persisted without pause. Before even reaching Xie, the second prince of Nanju had already consummated their union with Lung Kangwu. Upon hearing the commotion, Hai Longlei appeared at the door of Lung Kangwu's room, his face cold and clad in a nightgown, standing in the corridor all night like a wooden figure, motionless. Chapter 65. Arson. Upon waking the next morning, Lung Kangwu gazed at the still slumbering second prince of Nanju, pondering why he would resort to drugging himself in such a desperate bid to ensure his lineage mingled with the royal blood of Nanju. Last night, upon realizing she had been drugged, Lung Kangwu had the opportunity to expel him, but chose not to. With the alliance between Nanju and Xie already established, she would ultimately find herself in a union with the second prince upon their return to Xie. Given this, why should she suffer indignity now? Dressing herself, Lung Kangwu exited the room only to unexpectedly collide with the brooding gaze of Hai Longlei. "What are you doing here?" he demanded, his eyes narrowing as he beheld the marks of passion upon her neck, jealousy surging within him, almost compelling him to storm into the room with a blade and exact vengeance. "I am but a humble minister concerned for the emperor's safety, keeping vigil," he replied. A flicker of surprise crossed Lung Kangwu's eyes. Vigil? This meant he had been there all night. On the following day, upon entering the territory of Xie, Hai Longlei's father, Hai Wenlin, arrived to escort them. Lung Kangwu and Hai Wenlin set off on horseback back to the capital city. That evening, Qin Mian perked up her ears at the sound of a door closing in the neighboring room. She immediately rose and opened the window, peering through the gap. Hai Longlei had entered the second prince's chamber, and the faint sounds of clashing swords reached her ears. Without hesitation, Qin Mian retrieved 2 jars of incendiary oil from beneath the bed, pouring it around the room and on the floor. She then donned the attire of a long-prepared corpse from Chanyuan Pavilion. With just a spark, flames erupted in the room, spreading rapidly. Qian Mian stood guard around the inn, only departing once her room had been reduced to ashes. Hai Long Lei emerged from the scene, 2 streaks of blood marring his face, his expression one of astonishment. "Did anyone escape from inside?" he inquired, his guards trembling in fear. The fire engulfed the room of the 3rd princess of Nanju, given the extent of the flames. "It is likely a dire situation." The 2nd prince of Nanju clutched his right abdomen, where a knife had pierced him, and cast a somber gaze at Hai Long Lei, saying, "Had I known your ill intentions, I would have anticipated your eagerness to strike at us, siblings, the moment Lung Kangwu departed. If you possess the courage, then kill me." Hai Long Lei's pupils narrowed, responding, "I merely wished for you to behave, to refrain from bringing Nanju's shameless vices into our Western Yu kingdom. I never intended to take your lives." The 2nd prince retorted, "A knife is already embedded in my belly, and yet you claim you do not wish for my demise? Do not presume I am oblivious to your desires, a toad yearning for swan's flesh. Who do you think you are to be worthy?" Hai Long Lei tightened his grip on the dagger, intent on striking again. The flames grew increasingly fierce, consuming not only their surroundings but also the adjacent room. By the time the fire was extinguished, the inn had been reduced to mere wooden skeletons. The guards discovered a charred corpse within the room of Qian Mian. The body was unrecognizable, save for its height, gender, and the jewelry scattered amidst the ashes, identifying it as C2 Han Yen. A faint smile curled at the corners of the 2nd prince's lips. For now, Hai Long Lei would undoubtedly find it impossible to explain to Lung Kanwu. This bothersome individual must be eliminated, otherwise she would obstruct his path. C2 Han Yen stood anxiously behind Wen Huaidie, nervously peering around the palace. Instead of being taken to meet her uncle immediately, she was brought into the imperial palace. Was her uncle a member of the Dongling royal family? Wen Huaidie appeared fatigued, having spent countless days traveling by carriage, more exhausting than being on the battlefield. All her energy had been drained on the journey. Ouyang Xian spotted their figures from a distance and approached to greet them. "You have finally returned." His gaze fell upon C2 Han Yen, standing behind. Wen Huaidie returned half of a jade pendant and gestured towards C2 Han Yen. "I have brought her back to you. Her identity is sensitive, and we are in a critical period. Do not create trouble for me." C2 Han Yan's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld Ouyang Xian, adorned in a resplendent yellow dragon robe. He was the emperor of Dongling. Her uncle was indeed the emperor, which implied her grandfather must have held a significant position. Her mother, in her folly, had once been a highborn lady, yet was treated as a courtesan in Nanju, her reputation utterly tarnished, causing C2 Han Yen years of unjust suffering. Ouyang Xian nodded. "Thank you. I will visit Wuing Hall later. There are numerous matters to attend to after these 3 months." Wen Huaidie replied, "We'll go once I have rested with Yen Hanyan." After Wen Huaidie and Yen Hanyan departed, Ouyang Xian finally directed his full attention to C2 Han Yen. He observed a resemblance in their features. However, while Shen Tsongling had always radiated fearlessness, C2 Han Yen appeared somewhat timid. Since she had returned, it was best to completely forget her previous identity. The surname C2 was too conspicuous. What if she adopted the surname Shun instead? Situan Yan Nadith slowly. If others were to learn of her status as a princess of Nanju, it would surely invite trouble. The identity of a princess would only bring her misfortune. Better to let it go. Ouyang Xian did not retain C2 Han Yen within the palace, opting instead to take her to the old residence of the Shun family. "From today onward, this shall be your abode. I have made arrangements for the servants and attendants within the estate, so you may reside here with peace of mind." C2 Han Yen gazed at the clearly renovated yet long uninhabited mansion, her heart fluttering with apprehension as she nodded. She yearned to accompany Ouyang Xian in the royal palace, yet simultaneously hesitated to do so, for their first encounter had not fostered familiarity. Living alone had its merits. However, with Ouyang Xian absent, what if the household servants were to overstep their bounds? If he were to visit infrequently, he might remain oblivious to any transgressions surrounding the Shin residence. Not only had Ouyang Xian dispatched individuals to keep watch,
but even within the estate. Wen Huaidie had reassigned a female shadow guard from Changyuan Pavilion to monitor Siduhan Yan's every move. Given her status, Wen Huaidie could not afford to lower her guard, especially since the Eastern Ling Kingdom sought to obliterate the Southern Jew. Within the Wuing Hall, several bright yellow candles flickered. Ouyang Xian meticulously perused official documents, presenting them to Wen Huaidie. Over the past few months, more than 80% of the 200 cities had returned to their pre-war states, and the citizens of the once proud Song Ao kingdom exhibited a fair level of acceptance towards the newly appointed officials in government, although the literati remained somewhat resistant. Wen Huaidie remarked, "Those who have received an education possess a different mindset than the common folk, endowed with a modicum of spiritual aspirations. Thus, it is challenging for them to accept the demise of their nation as a mere inevitability." Ouyang Xian furrowed his brow, responding, "The common people respect the educated. Their words carry weight among the masses, and we must devise a solution." Yin Hanyin interjected, "Most scholars pursue education with the hope of entering the court as officials, to bring honor to their families. Now that the dynasty has fallen, their years of hard study seem in vain, naturally leading to discontent. If we could allow them to participate in the imperial examination, they would surely be tempted, reluctant to forfeit such an opportunity for advancement. After all, the fall of the nation is a reality, and ordinary scholars do not dwell on restoring the past." Chapter 66. The Imperial Examination. Wen Huaidie scrutinized the memorial in her hands, her gaze leisurely traversing each meticulously penned character. Ouyang Xian hesitated before suggesting, "However, the current officials are sufficient. If we were to grant a special pardon to hold the examinations, we could not merely recruit a handful. Admitting so many into the court without positions to accommodate them would pose a significant financial burden due to their salaries." The memorial rhythmically tapped against the desk as Wen Huaidie lifted her eyes to the vast map adorning the wall of Wu Ying Hall. Presently, there was no shortage of officials, but once we conquer the Southern Jew and Western Yu, we would face a deficit. Let these individuals enter the court as assistants under the officials in over 270 cities, and once we secure the Southern Jew and Western Yu, we may assign them to positions. Ouyang Xian blinked, inquiring, "When shall we hold the examinations?" Wen Huaidie inscribed a line upon the memorial. "In 6 months, let them devote themselves to their study for the imperial examination, leaving them no time to engage in idle chatter." Ouyang Xian nodded. "As you command. I shall instruct the Ministry of Personnel to expedite the arrangements." Wen Huaidie gestured for Ouyang Xian to wait a moment. "Let the Minister of Justice, the Minister of Rights, and the Minister of Personnel jointly serve as chief examiners, allowing women to participate as well, just as in the previous 2 imperial examinations of the Eastern Ling Kingdom." Ouyang Xian chuckled softly. "They probably won't pass. Those female candidates who failed previously will surely sign up again. In Kangao country, women were previously barred from participating in the imperial examinations. Even if they are willing, the preparation time is too short." Wen Huaidie shook her head disapprovingly. "I fear they may lack the courage to enroll. In this vast world, there are numerous talented women. However, those who can afford an education often hail from prestigious families, adhering to the principles of obedience and propriety, prioritizing their husbands, and are reluctant to step into the limelight. Even if they wish to, their parents may not permit them. Ultimately, it's a matter of being confined by outdated ideologies for too long." Yin Hanyin gazed at Wen Huaidie. "Is that why you appointed the Minister of Justice as the chief examiner?" Wen Huaidie nodded in affirmation. "She is the only woman in the court to have achieved the 3rd rank. Her example will embolden those who are hesitant or lack confidence to take that first step. Moreover, since both men and women can participate in the examinations, it would be inappropriate not to have a female official among the examiners." The 3 chief examiners that Wen Huaidie settled upon were also ministers from 3 significant departments in the court. By uniting the efforts of these 3 officials, the efficiency of the proceedings would be greatly enhanced. The following morning, as Ouyang Xian issued the decree during the court assembly, within less than an hour, the Ministry of Rights had already drafted the announcement to be posted on the city walls of the capital.
Each provincial and county government received the news in succession and began preparations without delay. 6 months is not an extensive period. Now, the territory of Dongling country has expanded to twice its original size. Merely conveying the decree to the farthest border cities would require at least 10 to 20 days, even with expedited measures. According to the new civil service examination policy of Dongling country, there are a total of 4 rounds of examinations. First, the county examination selects the top 10%, followed by the provincial examination, which further narrows it down to the top 10%. Then the regional examination, which again selects the top 10%, and finally, the national examination, which selects 1 out of every 10 candidates to serve in the court. This amounts to selecting 1 individual from every 10,000. The intervals between each examination do not exceed 1 month. Additionally, the titles of Tongsheng, Xiucai, and Juren are not a permanent guarantee. Candidates must participate in the corresponding civil service examinations every 3 years to maintain their status. This prevents individuals from becoming complacent after passing, ultimately neglecting their studies and forgetting everything, while the state continues to grant them tax reductions year after year. Upon seeing the announcement posted by the government, the native populace of the newly annexed Kangyao country began to murmur amongst themselves, concerned that these individuals might be unaware of the civil service examination rules in Dongling country. Various county magistrates even wrote down over 100 regulations from the new examination policy and affixed them to the city walls. The idea that women could now take the imperial examination and serve in the court seemed utterly absurd to them. Scholars, fanning themselves, squinted as they read through the regulations line by line, fearful of missing a single word. Nearby, another scholar placed a sheet of rice paper on another's back, diligently transcribing the text word for word. Are you not aware that Dongling country has female officials? One of the chief examiners is the Minister of Justice. It is unfathomable to think that women could wield power in matters of law and punishment. Similar discussions erupted across various provinces and counties, as scholars became increasingly agitated, each beginning to ponder the intricacies of Dongling country's civil service examination. Those with ambitions have already begun to seek out past examination questions to prepare for the upcoming challenges. Unexpectedly, a few days later, the county office directly printed and sold the examination paper from the first 2 imperial examinations of the Eastern Tomb Kingdom at the entrance of the government office. Priced affordably at merely 10 when each, the purpose was not profit, but to recuperate the costs incurred in organizing the examinations. When a scholar inquired why only the first 2 sets were available, the official in charge of sales replied that the current emperor, after ascending the throne, had proposed reforms, rendering the examination papers prior to these 2 sessions irrelevant. In Chapter 67, the dismissal of Hai Longlei from his official position and the revocation of his military authority, the increasingly agitated Lung Kangwu found herself encircled by the high-ranking officials of the court. Every day, she received numerous memorials discussing her status as a woman, along with public opinions regarding several princes and their offspring. The Minister of Rights stood before her, his gaze betraying a hint of disdain. What qualifications did a mere princess possess to ascend as emperor? Not only was she lacking in talent, but she was also foolish. The losses sustained by the Western Yu Kingdom upon her ascension were considerable. Had he known she was a woman, he would have long incited the court officials to remove her from power. Your Majesty, the rampant rumors among the populace suggest that one day the Western Yu Kingdom may fall into the hands of a prince with foreign blood, leaving the common folk in a state of endless anxiety and unrest, which could ultimately prove detrimental to the nation. Lung Kangwu surveyed the line of court officials below her. These discussions had never ceased since her return. Even those normally compliant princes had been frequenting the palace, subtly advocating their viewpoints. Were it not for her control over the entire military of the Western Yu Kingdom, with the Imperial Guard and Hai Wenlin fortifying the imperial city and the capital, they might have attempted a coup. I intend to select a suitable child from among the royal kin to be crowned as heir apparent, destined to ascend to the throne in due course. Choosing a younger child as the crown prince ensures that as long as I remain emperor, the future handling of affairs can be dictated by a mere edict. The court officials looked up in surprise at Lung Kangwu,
exchanging glances filled with astonishment. This was indeed a clever stratagem. As the news spread to various royal estates, her relatives were incensed, throwing objects and slamming doors in frustration. The late emperor, having no son, had foolishly allowed a princess to occupy the throne, mocking the world. When had there ever been a precedent for a woman to reign as emperor in the Western Yu Kingdom? Yet, this Lung Kangwu had been the crown prince for over a decade and had ultimately ascended to the throne. Now that her identity was revealed, they could do nothing against her. Lung Kangwu's unwavering protection of the Hai family raised suspicions. Could there be an illicit connection between her and Hai Longlei? With a heart full of trepidation, Hai Longlei returned to the capital city, accompanied by a procession. In the center of the caravan lay a coffin containing the remains of Sidu Hanyan. The charred body had begun to decompose, emitting a faint, unpleasant odor. Despite the ice blocks he had piled around the coffin, they could not slow the decay. Maggots had already begun to crawl over the surface. Noticing familiar soldiers atop the city walls, Hai Longlei furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Inside the carriage, the second prince, Nanju, lifted the curtain, peering out at the plaque of the capital city gate, his eyes flashing with a fierce intensity. When Lung Kangwu learned of Situ Hanyan's tragic demise, he was momentarily taken aback. The second prince of Nanju, standing nearby, embellished the tale, asserting that the moment Lung Kangwu departed, Hai Longlei would seek vengeance. Had it not been for Hai Longlei's absence from the room, his sister would not have met such a fate. With a stern countenance, Lung Kangwu's gaze seemed poised to extract and crush Hai Longlei's brain beneath his feet, commanding everyone to leave his presence. The second prince of Nanju furrowed his brows. Realizing that his suspicions were correct, the relationship between Lung Kangwu and Hai Longlei transcended that of mere subjects and sovereigns. Were it in Nanju, Hai Longlei would have already faced judgment. As the second prince was escorted to the harem, he had scarcely settled when two male concubines approached him. Wasn't the emperor's harem said to be devoid of attendants? It had been rumored that there were two concubines, but with Lung Kangwu's identity revealed, those two shields had become redundant. A eunuch responded with a bow, stating, "These are newly received male concubines." Within the Sanchi Hall, Lung Kangwu's voice, icy as a glacier, pierced through the air. "Did you kill Situ Hanyan?" Lung Kangwu was aware that Hai Longlei was reluctant to wed Situ Hanyan, yet he had not anticipated such impatience from him. Taking advantage of Lung Kangwu's absence, Hai Longlei had acted against Situ Hanyan and the second prince of Nanju before they could return to the capital. Situ Hanyan, frail and defenseless, was no match for a raging inferno. Had it not been for the second prince's formidable skills, they might have been bringing back two lifeless bodies. Hai Longlei's eyes widened in disbelief at Lung Kangwu's suspicion. He vehemently retorted, "Even if I held no affection for her, I understand the significance of these marriages. Why would I kill a woman I could easily dismiss?" Lung Kangwu's expression darkened, nearly dripping with wrath. "Kill whom?" Hai Longlei clenched his jaw, his chest heaving with suppressed words, unable to continue. With the second prince wounded and Situ Hanyan now deceased, he will undoubtedly write to Nanju. I must provide Emperor Nanju with an explanation. Hai Longlei's heart ached to the point of fracturing. He knelt, his voice trembling as he confessed, "It is my failure to safeguard the third princess of Nanju, and for injuring the second prince, I have no words. I only lament that I did not eliminate them entirely. Sending a prince of such martial prowess to Siye for an alliance posed a grave risk." Lung Kangwu's safety was now precarious, and Hai Longlei was deeply concerned. Upon receiving news of Hai Longlei's dismissal and the revocation of his military powers, Wen Huaidie consumed 3 bowls of plain rice in quick succession. Well done. As long as the second prince of Nanju lives, there will be turmoil in Siye. Yin Hanyan, having meticulously removed the bones from a fish, placed the succulent morsels into Wen Huaidie's bowl, relieved that their subterfuge had gone unnoticed. Presently, the Dongling kingdom was ill-prepared for war. A hasty assault would not be to their advantage. Chapter 68. Situ Hanyan deceived by a man. Yearning for severance, Chimyan hesitated, then spoke. "Master, Situ Hanyan has become acquainted with a man. They appear to share a mutual attraction."
Wen Huaidie paused, lifting her gaze. Is there an issue with this individual? Otherwise, Qin Yin need not report on personal matters. Qin Yin felt a surge of anger upon realizing that despite rescuing someone from a den of wolves, they remained utterly foolish. The notion of blood ties being an inherent trait rang true. Situ Hanyan's judgment was deplorably lacking. The man in question was a mere impoverished scholar, still a child at 20, with family circumstances that were hardly enviable. Most notably, he had 10 elder sisters, being the youngest among them. Wen Huaidie's brows knitted tighter with concern. 10 daughters and 1 son. The bias towards males was unmistakable. Qin Yin continued. To fund his education, 5 daughters were married off. 2 were sold, and 3 remained to toil on the farm. The other party had clearly identified Situ Hanyan as a solitary princess residing in a grand estate, aiming to exploit her vulnerability. Wen Huaidie inquired, is Situ Hanyan aware of his family's situation? After all, she is a princess and ought to look down upon such a man. Qin Yin shook her head. She likely remains unaware. That man possesses a multitude of cunning thoughts and a silver-tongued demeanor. If not addressed promptly, it could lead to dire consequences. When Huaidie asked, does Ouyang Xin know? Qin Yin replied, they secretly meet at the back door of the Shun residence. Ouyang Xian is oblivious. Although Ouyang Xian had entrusted Wen Huaidie with bringing the girl back from Nanju due to his late wife's wishes, he had never truly interacted with her. In his view, he had provided Situ Hanyan with wealth and servants, and though she was his niece, she was already 13 and should be kept at a distance from any inappropriate associations. As long as she did not associate with Nanju's people, Ouyang Xian would allow her freedom. When Huaidie frowned, convey this information to Ouyang Xian and let him handle it. She is merely 13. What does she understand of romantic entanglements? Having been neglected in the palace since childhood, a slight kindness could easily lead her into a web of deceit. If it escalates to a life-threatening situation, her rescue would have been in vain. Qin Yin nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of being deceived herself, unsure whether it was due to having impersonated Situ Hanyan for a month that created this sense of involvement. When Ouyang Xian learned of the situation, his expression darkened. How dare these lowly individuals approach her? He vowed not to let her end up like Shun Tsongling, who ruined her life for a man. Seizing an opportune moment, Ouyang Xian brought Situ Hanyan to the impoverished scholar's home and observed for a while. If you continue to entangle yourself with him, this will be your future. Situ Hanyan crossed her arms, feeling colder than she ever did in the Nanju palace. She had to toil on her knees for hours, only to be scolded by her own mother. If she were to marry into such a family, who knows how she would be mistreated by her mother-in-law? Yet, the thought of relinquishing her beloved was unbearable. No one had ever treated her with such tenderness, always concerned for her well-being, fearful of her slightest discontent. Seeing her hesitation and turmoil, Ouyang Xian felt a mixture of frustration and concern. Just then, a youth clad in a long robe entered from outside. Situ Hanyan's eyes lit up. Mother, is dinner ready? I'm so hungry it hurts. The coarse woman pinched her nose with her thumb and forefinger, flinging the mucus disdainfully onto the ground. Immediately after, her rough, calloused hands wiped the remnants on the hem of her clothing. Oh dear, my precious darling, are you starving? There are warm eggs in the kitchen. I shall fetch them for you. The girl, squatting on the ground, 8-year-old Banyo, licked her lips in hunger but dared not utter a word, fearing retribution. Son, how is that young lady from the affluent family faring, as you mentioned the other day? A shiver ran through Situ Hanyan, hidden in the corner. Was she the one being spoken of? Do not worry, mother. It will not be long before I can take you to live in a grand house. My son is indeed promising and well-liked, but that young lady has no kin. I wonder if she is truly of noble blood? It would be disastrous if your future were jeopardized. Fear not. Once I marry her, I shall ensure her demise. In due time, her vast wealth will belong to our family, much like that of the neighbor, Mauzi. A little witch's brew will suffice. In a year or two, she will be no more, and no one will suspect a thing. Situ Hanyan, her hands and feet cold, leaned rigidly against the earthen wall, her spirit utterly lost. Ouyang Xian, having listened long enough, decided it was time to take her home. Situ Hanyan wept inconsolably at the table, her heart shattered by betrayal. Ouyang Xian took a deep breath. Aside from his late wife and daughter, the cries of other women irked him, especially the naive lamentations of C2 Hanyan. With hands on his hips, he offered no comfort and stated bluntly, "I will arrange your marriage once you come of age. Refrain from mingling with men outside." C2 Hanyan, with tear-filled eyes, gazed imploringly at Ouyang Xian. "Why? I treated him so well. Why did he deceive me? Because you possess wealth, and he does not. Because you are foolish, because you are too easily swayed by others. Do not be fooled into thinking that those outside the den of Nanju are all virtuous. The world is rife with treachery, and should you choose poorly, your fate may mirror that of your mother." After Ouyang Xian departed, C2 Hanyan remained in her room, crying for an entire afternoon and into the night. The following day, with a face marked by profound weariness, she took a servant to confront the ungrateful man. Breaking his legs, he would likely be a cripple for life. C2 Hanyan felt no fear of him reporting her to the authorities. After all, her uncle was the emperor of Dongling, and the officials would not dare intervene. Jian Mian, having enjoyed the spectacle, returned to the palace, excitedly recounting the events to Wen Huaidie. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. One learns wisdom through hardship. I hope she remembers this in the future. Chapter 69. The military camp during the time when Huaidie was consolidating the populace of the former Tsang-Ao kingdom, the military strength of Dongling saw only a modest increase, primarily focusing on the development of new weapons and military training. At the training ground, Du Shutian, drenched in sweat, observed the soldiers engaged in mock combat. If this continued, the Yin family troops would surely lose. Seeing him anxiously pacing, Feng Chun placed a reassuring hand on Du Shutian's shoulder, saying, "It's merely a simulation. No one will be harmed." Du Shutian glanced over, his eyes reflecting sheer exasperation. In the past, in the kingdom of Tsang-Ao, our Yin family army was unrivaled in strength. Now, after 10 simulated battles, we have lost 6. Are you not at all anxious? Those who have allied with Yen Hanyun to the Eastern Ling Kingdom did not come merely to enjoy a life of ease and comfort. If our combat prowess does not stand out, how can we achieve victory and earn accolades in the forthcoming battles? Feng Xin remarked, "If the prince is not anxious, why should you be?" Du Shutian rolled his eyes. The prince is utterly preoccupied with the princess. They are inseparable, leaving little time for us. He merely sends to Ming to relay messages and instructs Chu Taoan to drill us. Yet it has been several days since he last visited the barracks. Feng Chen replied, "If we could best the troops under the princess's command, Chu Taoan would not need to come at all. But currently, our chances of victory are far from half." Du Shutian scratched his head. "I've heard that Chu Taoan's training methods are provided by the princess. It would be wonderful if she could personally guide us." Feng Chen shook his head. As the Grand General of the Eastern Ling Kingdom, the princess is inundated with numerous affairs. She hardly has the time to come in person. Not far away, when Huaidie poked Yin Hanyun's belly with her finger, "Your prolonged absence has begun to draw complaints from your subordinates." Yin Hanyun grasped Wen Huaidie's finger gently in his palm. "Since you sent Chu Taoan here, it matters little whether I come or not." With Feng Chun and Du Shutian present, Wen Huaidie raised an eyebrow. "I still prefer your demeanor when you ride and assert your authority. It's quite handsome." Yin Hanyun's eyes sparkled with mirth. "Do you not like my current appearance?" Wen Huaidie shook her head, pondering, "I do. Though it seems you have lost a bit of your fierceness and gained a great deal of tenderness." What delighted Wen Huaidie most was that this tenderness was exclusively bestowed upon her by Yin Hanyun. An arrow, fletched and long, whizzed through the space between their shoulders. In the distance, Chu Taoan lowered his bow and shouted, "General, why stand there idly? Come mount and spar with me." The two, indulging in their affection within the palace, had not yet exhausted their display of love, and now, even outside, they continued their flirtation, eliciting both envy and heartache in onlookers. Once the world is unified, one must also seek a beloved companion with whom to share mutual affection. Feng Chun and Du Shutian only noticed the approaching arrow when it flew by, immediately tensing and anxiously turning to face Yin Hanyun, swallowing nervously. Surely, the prince did not overhear everything. Chu Taoan's gaze fell upon Yin Hanyun's straight legs as he spoke. "Last time we sparred, you injured the leg of the king of martial shadows. Is it healed now?" Let's have another match. Yen Hanyin turned to look at Wen Huaidie. Chu Taowen scoffed. Why do you keep looking at the lady while sparring with me? Can't you manage that much? Yen Hanyin replied, You are under Huaidie's command, and I worry that if I strike too hard, she may be displeased. Kutao Wen Huimacht. While Wen Huaidie met Yen Hanyin's gaze with a smile, her uplifted corners of the mouth conveying her approval. After more than 100 exchanges, both sides were unyielding, invigorating the soldiers, watching with excitement. Meanwhile, Chu Taowen's face grew swollen with frustration. The dual swords clashed like thunder. Chu Taowen gritted his teeth. Why had you been holding back against me all this time? The contest, which could have concluded in 70 rounds, was dragged on to 100 without resolution. Yen Hanyin, riding thunder, swiftly passed by Chu Taowen. Huaidie enjoys watching me ride. Please cooperate with me a bit more, he said. Chu Taowen's expression darkened. All right. I see I'm merely a pawn in your display of affection. This is quite the unfair treatment. The leader's martial prowess surpasses ours combined, and with such trivial thoughts. She has likely seen through you long ago. Have you fought her? Yen Hanyin inquired. Chu Taowen felt as if his throat was choked by a lump of sugar. Not only have I fought her, I was the one who was defeated and ended up in Chanyuan Pavilion. He concluded with an image of himself falling helplessly to the ground. Within the main tent constructed of stone bricks, Chu Taowen rubbed his leg, which had been jabbed by a rock, and stated the combat effectiveness of the Yin family army is commendable, yet they are still unaccustomed to the military weaponry of our Dongling kingdom. Furthermore, there exists a notable disparity in the strategic thinking of the commanding generals compared to Yen Hanyin, necessitating professional training. Chapter 70. Insecurity. Gradually feeling unworthy, Du Shutian furrowed his brows in dismay, pondering how commanding troops could be reduced to mere tactics. What could possibly be so complex about command? Yen Hanyin and Feng Chun exchanged glances with Chu Taowen, eager to decipher his meaning. Chu Taowen raised an eyebrow at Wen Huaidie, awaiting her consent. Wen Huaidie inquired, How has the adjustment progressed over the past few days? Chu Taowen replied, Based on the Yin family army situation, adjustments have been made to about 70 or 80%. Wen Huaidie's expression turned contemplative. Very well, let Hanyin take a look. He is well versed in the Yin family army's circumstances. Discuss any necessary improvements between you two. Chu Taowen approached the corner bookshelf and extracted the third volume of a loose-leaf book bound with iron rings. This is a compilation after several simulated battles. Please review it for any modifications needed. As Yen Hanyin opened the first page, he encountered a term he could not comprehend. After settling down, Yen Hanyin began to read, while Chu Taowen provided explanations. The terminology was derived from modern military command, and the drafts penned by Wen Huaidie were stored within Chanyuan Pavilion. Feng Chun and the others had received an education and possessed a literary foundation. Coupled with years of experience marching and battling alongside Yen Hanyin, they grasped the concepts after just a single explanation. From initial indifference to now being completely engrossed in Chu Taowen's words, their minds were consumed by a singular thought. It was fortunate that the prince had already rebelled when Dongling Kingdom attacked Kangao Kingdom. Otherwise, should the Yin family army have served as the frontline defense against Dongling's forces, the casualties would have been devastating. They had only simulated a few battles, and the Yin family army's shortcomings had already been laid bare, some of which they had failed to recognize themselves. Was it Chu Taowen's keen insight or Wen Huaidie's extraordinary capabilities? She was absent during the simulations. Moreover, whose unconventional ideas sparked such innovative strategies? They were truly unorthodox. Yen Hanyin gazed at Wen Huaidie, his eyes shimmering with light. The strategies outlined here were unparalleled when united, yet fragmented when divided. The essence lay in the importance of teamwork. Without absolute trust in one's companions, certain endeavors would remain unattainable. Did the commanders of Dongling Kingdom harbor mutual trust to the extent of entrusting their backs to one another? How did Wen Huaidie master the intricacies of human nature? In the forthcoming period, I intend to reside within the military camp. Yen Hanyin's tone brimmed with barely contained excitement. Wen Huaidie widened her eyes. Aren't you returning with me? Yen Hanyin pondered. Aren't you going to inspect the imperial examinations for the next fortnight? Accompanying you would be tedious. I might as well remain here to train the Yin family army. Wen Huaidie fell silent,
pondering who had claimed they would never part. Was she to be left behind? After dinner in the military camp that evening, Wen Huaidie was reluctant to depart. Wen Huaidie had no choice but to leave alone, feeling a twinge of resentment. Guto Wen, upon seeing the carriage recede, nudged Wen Huaidie's arm with his elbow. What are you thinking? Wen Huaidie cast a subdued glance in his direction, his expression tinged with melancholy as he turned to walk back. The more time he spent with Wen Huaidie in the palace, the more he felt a sense of uselessness, akin to a caged bird. Chu Taoyuan, noticing Wen Huaidie's silence, blinked in confusion. Was he upset? Feng Chun and Du Shutian followed closely behind Wen Huaidie, exchanging glances with De Ming and Yang Dong. What is wrong with the prince? De Ming inquired, frowning and shaking his head. Do not speak. In the carriage, Wen Huaidie leaned against the wall, her face solemn. Over the past couple of days, she had sensed Wen Huaidie's mood decline, prompting her to suggest bringing him to the military camp, never anticipating he would wish to stay behind. Departing from the capital for provincial inspections would require nearly half a month, indicating they would be separated for at least that duration. The realization that Wen Huaidie had chosen to remain behind unsettled her. Within the tent, Wen Huaidie perused the manual Chu Taoyuan had given him, skimming through a few pages before setting it aside. He appeared increasingly restless, unable to find tranquility as Wen Huaidie's visage occupied his thoughts. After rising and sitting down thrice, he summoned De Ming, Yang Dong, Feng Chun, and Du Shutian to him, a hint of anxiety glimmering in his gaze as he inquired, Do you think I am a suitable match for Huaidie? The atmosphere became so still it felt as if time itself had ceased to flow, like a sinister figure brandishing a blade against their throats, urging them to take their own lives. As the four remained silent, a knot of frustration tightened in Wen Huaidie's chest. In the palace, Ouyang Xian inundated her with endless tasks. The ministers of Dongling Kingdom presented memorials, deliberating state affairs with Huaidie. I merely sat beside her, offering my opinions when the crowd thinned. At times, I felt I was contributing. At other times, I questioned my own significance. It was only during the contest with Chu Taoyuan that I felt like a valuable ally, capable of providing her with worth. However, this book and the words spoken by Chu Taoyuan struck me like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, leaving me on my knees, unable to rise. Daming bit his lip, absorbing every word uttered by Wen Huaidie, feeling a surge of sympathy. When had his lord ever been so lacking in confidence? Even with his legs rendered useless, confined to a wheelchair, he had never displayed such vulnerability in front of the princess. Feng Chun quietly fixed his gaze on Wen Huaidie and remarked, Your Highness, it is not that you lack prowess. Rather, the princess is simply too exceptional. If anyone in the world deserves to be with her, it is none other than you. Du Shutian blinked innocently and added earnestly, Your Highness, you need not concern yourself so deeply. The year after Ouyang Xian ascended the throne, a decree was issued establishing monogamy in the Dongling Kingdom. Even if the princess were to become empress, you would remain the sole man in her harem. Wen Huaidie was taken aback. He had never contemplated that Wen Huaidie might one day cease to love him. The disparity weighed heavily on his heart, filling him with anxiety. He waved his hand, dismissing the four of them, feeling that their words were of little use. The following day, Wen Huaidie commenced training the Yin family army. Outside the palace, Ouyang Xian looked back at Wen Huaidie with confusion. Where is Wen Huaidie? Is he not accompanying you? Wen Huaidie neither shook her head nor nodded, her voice cold as she replied, He is at the military camp and will not join me this time. Ouyang Xian stepped back, deep in thought. The palpable tension emanating from Wen Huaidie made it difficult for anyone to speak, creating an uncomfortable silence. Ouyang Xian straightened his posture. As someone with experience, he felt compelled to voice a few words. Since your return from Nanju, some citizens in the capital have begun to murmur about your relationship with Wen Huaidie. Wen Huaidie regarded him with confusion. Ouyang Xian continued, Now, during this period of ceasefire, Wen Huaidie has been absent from court, trailing behind you. The Dongling Kingdom is not short of generals capable of engaging in battle, so it is inevitable that some will gossip, suggesting he lives off your fortune. A mere son-in-law unworthy of you. The citizens of Dongling now lead comfortable lives. And some have already forgotten the dire circumstances of years past when Wen Huaidie led troops to sweep 7 cities along the borders of Dongling. Coupled with Wen Huaidie's rising status among the populace, some have begun to believe that Wen Huaidie is unworthy of being with her, leaning against the carriage wall. Wen Huaidie had always thought Wen Huaidie was merely idle and bored within the palace walls, contemplating too much. After all, he had once traversed vast distances during battles, and now confined within the palace, he must feel stifled. In hindsight, the reasons for his demeanor were multifaceted. Chapter 71. A courtesan? Who has been? Chu Taowen gazed in astonishment at Qian Mian, who appeared not far away, donned in simple armor, evidently having come specifically for this purpose. Qian Mian squinted, observing Wen Huaidie as he passed by in the distance, his chest relaxing as he took a deep breath, allowing his upper body to ease. Kutao Wen Huaidie, why did you not accompany the master? Lian Ming and Bing Xia were currently at Nyalongya, and typically, when Wen Huaidie left the palace, one of the hall masters from Chanyuan Pavilion would follow. Qian Mian nodded towards the direction of Wen Huaidie and replied. The master was concerned and chose not to bring me along. Chu Taowen raised an eyebrow and remarked, the Lord's concern is but a source of chaos. Wen Huaidie is not without strength. A mere opportunity to showcase his abilities would silence any dissent among the ministers or the populace. Just yesterday, after a skirmish with me, the commanders and soldiers in the barracks have already submitted to him. The title of God of Death is not earned without merit. Qian Mian, with her arms crossed and reclining back, interjected, had Wen Huaidie directly rebelled and seized the throne of the Tsang Ao kingdom, he could have ensured his dominance. He possesses the qualities of a formidable hero. Chu Taowen shook his finger in disagreement. If he were to ascend the throne, and the Lord advanced upon the city, it would lead to a rift between husband and wife. He would barely sit on the dragon throne before being imprisoned by the Lord, reduced to a mere plaything in a brothel. Qian Mian's eyes darted nervously as she whispered, the Lord only visits the brothel for amusement. There is no genuine intent behind it. Chu Taowen cast a suspicious glance towards her, only to be startled by the sudden appearance of a figure behind Qian Mian, causing him to leap in fright. When had Wen Huaidie arrived? He quickly turned back, having just seen him a moment ago. Qian Mian, startled by Chu Taowen's reaction, spun around, her eyes widening in shock as she stumbled back 4 steps. Wen Huaidie squinted, regarding them with an inscrutable expression. Was this about a brothel boy? Whom do you speak of? Both Chu Taowen and Qian Mian broke into a cold sweat, their feet precariously positioned at the edge of a precipice. Chu Taowen's heart raced as he scrambled for an excuse. Qian Mian mentioned she was going to the brothel for a drink. I advised her against it. There is a hidden stake at Chanyuan Pavilion that I must attend to tonight. Wen Huaidie scrutinized them, skepticism evident in his gaze. Really? Chu Taowen raised his chin defiantly and replied, of course. Why would I deceive you? Wen Huaidie's voice turned grave as he inquired, is there a hidden arrangement at the brothel, and does Huaidie often visit? Qian Mian, quick on her feet, responded, such trivial matters of communication do not require the Lord's personal involvement. It is our duty as subordinates. Seeing Wen Huaidie's relentless demeanor, Chu Taowen swiftly changed the subject. How is the training progressing? Have you come to discuss something? Wen Huaidie, expressionless, appraised the two before turning and departing without a word. Qian Mian whispered, is he upset? Chu Taowen replied, he must have overheard everything. Qian Mian closed her eyes, feeling guilty and unsure of how to speak. Fortunately, the Lord had been absent from the imperial capital recently. Otherwise, a quarrel would have surely ensued. Deming and Feng Chen noticed that upon Wen Huaidie's return, his demeanor was as dark as ink, causing their hearts to race with anxiety. After a long silence, Wen Huaidie suddenly asked, which renowned brothels exist in Dongling Kingdom? The ones with male courtesans. Deming and the others fell silent. What could the prince possibly want with such individuals? Feng Chen whispered, there are 2 larger brothels. One features refined courtesans, the other does not. Wen Huaidie inquired, has Huaidie already left the imperial capital? Deming nodded. The princess's carriage departed the city an hour ago. As the night descended,
Qian Mian was about to leave the military camp when she was intercepted by Deming and Yang Dong, who emerged from the shadows. Yen Hanyun strolled out from the darkness with an unhurried gait, his gaze akin to that of a hawk fixated on its prey, exuding an aura of intimidation that sent shivers down one's spine. "You are to rendezvous at the brothel tonight. Why not bring this prince along?" Qian Mian glanced around, realizing she was utterly alone with no one to come to her aid. Is it appropriate for a lord to visit such a place? If the mistress were to find out, she would surely be displeased. Yen Hanyun replied, "If Huaidie inquires, you will be present, will you not?" Beads of perspiration cascaded down her forehead, pooling at her feet, and Qian Mian wished fervently for the ability to vanish into thin air. As Qian Mian led the way, Yen Hanyun walked closely beside her, a mere 3 paces apart, while Deming and Feng Chun trailed behind. Surrounded and cornered, escape seemed impossible. The night in the imperial capital of Dongling was ablaze with lights. Street vendors remained until the dead of night, unwilling to close shop until the streets were deserted. Qian Mian's back was soaked with sweat as she prayed to the heavens countless times for the night to pass without incident. Should anything go awry before Wen Huaidie's return, she would be left with no means to explain herself to her mistress. Tensions were already brewing between the two men, and if their discord escalated into an argument, the blame would inevitably fall upon her. The name Huai Changge was quite fitting, though she wondered who had coined it. Yen Hanyun's voice, laced with darkness, broke through her thoughts. It was Ling Ming who named it, as she was previously in charge of this area, Qian Mian replied, her tense nerves relaxing slightly. Yen Hanyun's expression remained as cold as ever. "Ling Ming? Isn't she always glued to Huaidie?" With a sense of guilt, Qian Mian felt certain that Ling Ming had indeed visited. Upon entering Huai Changge, one was enveloped in a world of opulence. The flickering candlelight outshone the midday sun, casting a dazzling glow. The air was filled with lively chatter and the sounds of song and dance. The graceful forms on display were not only women, but also men adorned with elaborate hairstyles and makeup. Silk sleeves and paper fans gracefully intertwined, creating an atmosphere of refined elegance. With a heart full of trepidation, Qian Mian ascended the staircase with her 3 companions. As they passed, the courtesans tossed fragrant handkerchiefs and flirtatious glances their way. Chapter 72. The revelation of Wen Huaidie's visit to Huai Changge, the head courtesan, adorned with a gold hairpin shaped like a hibiscus flower, keenly noticed their arrival and hurried forward, her gaze briefly flitting over Yen Hanyun's handsome visage. "What a strikingly handsome gentleman. You must be here to see Master Chu, who is currently entertaining other guests. Would you like me to bring in some new arrivals to attend to you?" Nervously, Qian Mian fidgeted with her hair. "We are not here to see Master Chu. The head courtesan's expression darkened, and with a dismissive huff, she swayed away. Qian Mian awkwardly led Yen Hanyun and the others to a specific room on the 2nd floor, designated for Wen Huaidie and her entourage. Upon sitting down, they were greeted by a faint scent of cosmetics, mingling with the fragrance of ink and paper. KK, a girl with a cherubic face, entered, carrying a pipa. Noticing the unfamiliar men beside Qian Mian, she felt a flicker of curiosity but maintained a composed demeanor. "What melodies would you esteemed guest like to hear?" Her soft, mellifluous voice harmonized exquisitely with her delicate features. Yen Hanyun scrutinized KK from head to toe, confirming that this woman was not the person he sought. "Is the young Master Chu of Huai Chun Pavilion quite renowned?" KK elucidated. Huai Chun Pavilion boasts 2 head courtesans. The lady we just encountered is the female head, while young Master Chu is the male counterpart. Qian Mian interjected, "Whether one is a head courtesan or not is of no concern to us. The pavilion master has sent me to gather intelligence. Are we inquiring about Nanju or Shiyu Kingdom?" KK paused, momentarily perplexed. What intelligence? She mused, uncertain of what to convey. There had been no merchants from Shiyu or Nanju visiting Huai Chun Pavilion lately. Noticing Qian Mian subtly signaling to her, Queek's mind raced, and she replied with a hint of hesitation. "The Ministry of Military Affairs in Nanju is currently conscripting soldiers, with an anticipated enlistment of 300,000 nationwide. This information had been reported 7 days prior. KK merely reiterated it, for she truly did not know what else to say. Qim Yin feigned a serious demeanor, stating, "It seems they are preparing to launch an assault on Dongling Kingdom." Yin Hanyun observed the duo's performance without exposing their ruse. He had already discussed the conscription news with Wen Huaidie a few days prior. Qim Yin had been absent then and was unaware. At that moment, Chu Luqing pushed open the door and entered, his expression of joy evaporating upon discovering the absence of Wen Huaidie's presence. Qim Yin's countenance shifted dramatically at his arrival, and before she could intervene, Chu Luqing had already inquired, "I heard the pavilion master is here." Those outside mentioned his esteemed patron brought along a handsome young man, knowing he was attending to other guests. Hence they sought out KK. Chu Luqing assumed the dashing young man was Wen Huaidie, prompting his hasty arrival. Unaware of the prior arrangements, he presumed Wen Huaidie's sudden appearance was urgent. Yin Hanyun narrowed his eyes, fixating on Chu Luqing. The head courtesan of Huai Chun Pavilion indeed possessed a physique and beauty rivaling that of a woman. Qim Yin interjected, "The pavilion master is not in the capital today. I have come to seek KK." Yin Hanyun discerned the unmistakable disappointment on Chu Luqing's face. Meanwhile, Daming and Feng Chun sat nearby, as if glued to their seats, sweltering in the heat. Subsequently, Qim Yin noticed Chu Luqing gazing intently at Yin Hanyun, who was evidently scrutinizing him in return. "This is the martial king, Yin Hanyun. The pavilion master spouse, and the other two are his subordinates." Upon hearing the name, Yin Hanyun felt a sharp pang of displeasure. He could easily perceive the hostility emanating from Chu Luqing's gaze, which intensified after Qim Yin introduced herself. Yin Hanyun was nearly certain that Chu Luqing harbored inappropriate feelings for Wen Huaidie, transcending the bounds of mere subordinate relations. "Young Master Chu inquires about my wife upon entering. It appears Huaidie has frequented here before," he remarked. Qim Yin's hands nervously rubbed against her trousers, the fabric wrinkling under her anxiety. "The pavilion master has only visited once or twice, and that was before her return to Tsang Ao Kingdom." Chu Luqing settled into a chair, his complex expression betraying a mix of jealousy and resentment, seated beside none other than KK. Within the government office, a distance of 100 miles away, Wen Huaidie, engrossed in her research, was suddenly seized by an itch in her nose, prompting an involuntary sneeze. Ouyang Xian glanced over and remarked, "I had someone close the window." Wen Huaidie shook her head. "It's not warm. It's likely that Han Yun is missing me." Yin Hanyun and his companions lingered in Changyuanj for a full hour. Each time Yin Hanyun conversed with Chu Luqing, Qim Yin appeared particularly tense. Although there were no romantic ties between their master and Chu Luqing, it was an undeniable fact that Chu Luqing held affections for Wen Huaidie. After emerging from Huai Chun Pavilion, Yin Hanyun did not return to the palace, but instead proceeded directly to the military camp, wielding his sword in the training grounds throughout the night. Qim Yin, who was trying to sleep in the tent, found himself restless, tossing and turning at the sound of the sword energy slicing through the air. He discreetly penned a note and hastened to the back mountain, using a carrier pigeon to deliver the message to Wen Huaidie. Upon receiving the note, Wen Huaidie sat in contemplation for quite some time, her fingers rhythmically tapping against her bent knee. Eventually, she lifted the curtain of the carriage and called out, "Stop the carriage." Ouyang Xian, perplexed, descended from the front of the carriage. "Why we stopped so soon after departing?" Wen Huaidie, her left foot in the stirrup, swung herself onto her horse. "You go ahead to Baiyang City and wait for me. I must return to the capital briefly and will return the day after tomorrow." Before Ouyang Xian could respond, Wen Huaidie was already galloping back along the path she had come. Her gaze remained fixed on the uneven road ahead, recalling the discontent she had sensed earlier. Concerned that Yin Hanyun might misinterpret her actions, she instinctively quickened her pace. More than a day had elapsed since leaving the capital, and after resting in the government office last night, the pace of the carriage was considerably slower than riding a horse. Now, with the sun barely past its zenith, she hoped to return to the capital before darkness fell. As she traversed a rocky mountain, Wen Huaidie suddenly tightened the reins, bringing her steed to a sudden halt. She looked up at the rocky cliff ahead, her ears attuned to the surroundings. Moments later, several massive boulders tumbled down the mountain, accompanied by an avalanche of smaller stones.
The impact of the large rocks created a substantial indentation in the ground. Wen Huaidie waited until no more rocks fell before proceeding swiftly through the mountain pass. In the military camp, Daming stood beside Yen Huaidie, offering counsel. "My lord, the places the princess visits are not particularly concerning. Did you not frequent such establishments before marrying her? You went to brothels for social engagements, and the princess does so for legitimate matters. After all, such venues are the easiest way to connect with officials, both civil and military." Yen Huaidie tightened his grip on the sword, replying coldly, "But Chu Luqing is Huaidie's man. He harbors feelings for her." The thought of allowing a potential rival to remain close to his wife left Yen Huaidie feeling perturbed. The precedent set by Hailong Lei was still fresh in his memory, with Lung Kangwu's blatant favoritism towards his subjects evident. No matter how well concealed, such sentiments would not go unnoticed. Chapter 73. Ambush outside the city. Slaying Hailong Lei, Daming scratched his head, hesitating to speak. After finding someone he favored, the princess' worries seemed to multiply. However, the princess was remarkable in every aspect. A true beauty capable of capturing the attention of many as she walked down the street. It was only natural for someone to be enamored with her. The prince himself had experienced countless maidens vying for his attention in various ways. Ultimately, as long as one remains resolute in their heart, there is no fear of others disrupting their bond. That Chu Liqing pales in comparison to the prince. Yen Huaidie rose and approached the window, gazing out at the expansive azure sky. Naturally, this prince is aware that he does not measure up to me, yet an uncomfortable sensation lingers within. An unsettling feeling of anxiety and uncertainty. Merely a day has passed, and he has already begun to long for Wen Huaidie. Regret gnaws at him, as he wishes he had seen her off that very morning. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped the land. Wen Huaidie halted her horse at a fork in the road. Was Yen Huaidie in the military camp or the royal palace? Which path should she take? A vast net suddenly descended upon her, aiming to ensnare her. With her feet firmly in the stirrups, Wen Huaidie gripped her long sword and executed 2 precise slashes, tearing a significant gash in the woven trap, enabling her and her steed to leap through the opening. Immediately, a rustling sound echoed through the air, the sound of leaves brushing against one another. Wen Huaidie discerned numerous figures emerging from the underbrush. They were not clad in armor, but rather disguised as ordinary folk, wielding blades that glinted ominously in the light, all aimed squarely at her. Their numbers were overwhelming, easily in the thousands. These individuals were well-trained, unmistakably not mere bandits, but rather soldiers deliberately masquerading as commoners. Wen Huaidie squinted, realizing they were merely 20 to 30 miles from the imperial capital. Who possessed such audacity to assault her in this vicinity? The soldiers' eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty intent, fixated solely on her. In the forest path, they surged forward, offering her no respite. As one soldier after another fell, the pungent scent of blood attracted all manner of serpents, insects, and vermin from the nearby thicket. The cacophony around her grew increasingly deafening. As the moon ascended, its light refracted through the trees. The humid, crimson blood stained Wen Huaidie's garments, transforming them into a vivid scarlet. Her bright eyes, set against the night, resembled the visage of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Not far away, atop a small rise, the Grand Prince Nanju, peering intently at the unfolding battle, contorted his face into a grotesque mask, each wrinkle dancing across his features. Despite sending so many, they had yet to inflict a single scratch upon Wen Huaidie. They had painstakingly divided into over 30 groups, stealthily infiltrating from various cities along the borders of Dongling Kingdom, and at last they had cornered Wen Huaidie alone. The Grand Prince, Nanju, resolutely resolved to eliminate her first. The falling rocks from the mountain could be anticipated and avoided, rendering their efforts at the summit futile. Rumors of Wen Huaidie's formidable martial prowess had reached him, surpassing even that of Chu Taowen. "Master, should we retreat?" suggested one of his subordinates. The Grand Prince, not particularly skilled in combat, knew his presence would offer little aid. If 1,000 could not best Wen Huaidie alone, once she became aware of them, their demise would be certain. "Fear not," the Grand Prince admonished.
The forces from Xie will arrive shortly. I shall return to my father with at least half of Wen Huaidie's corpse as proof of my achievement. In her hands, Wen Huaidie's sword now resembled a grim reaper's tool, claiming lives with every movement. Her right foot rose high, and the longbow that hung from her horse fell into her grasp. Drawing the bowstring taut, a glint of cold steel emerged. "Master, be careful." On a small earthen slope, the guards hurriedly pushed aside Prince Nanju, but they were too late. An arrow struck directly into the prince's arm, eliciting a blood-curdling scream of agony. Wen Huaidie, with her crescent moon brows slightly furrowed, realized he had narrowly escaped. Hidden in the shadows, she overheard their incessant chatter, believing herself unheard. The second and third arrows swiftly followed. Under the protection of his guards, Prince Nanju frantically dodged, yet one guard who shielded him fell victim to an arrow that pierced his heart, claiming his life. Wen Huaidie lowered her bow, her left hand wielding a flower knife as a head flew from its body. Her keen gaze swept to the rear right. Beneath her feet lay corpses, the cold wind stirring the air laced with the scent of blood. Huailonglei, clad in black and filled with animosity, appeared before Wen Huaidie. She recognized the half-masked face that had attempted to take her life for the third time. Removing his mask, Huailonglei declared that since she had recognized him, there was no need for further concealment. Wen Huaidie inquired about the origin of the men behind him after Cold Kangwu had stripped him of his official title. With a cold laugh, Huailonglei responded, "Today marks your demise, Wen Huaidie. 1,000 men thought the same, yet they lie dead now. Do you believe your followers are superior to them?" He continued, "They were simply inept. The princes of Nanju are all worthless, fleeing at the first sign of danger. Cowardly. The second prince is particularly shameless, squabbling with Cold Kangwu within the palace." Wen Huaidie struck Huailonglei's shoulder with her sword, asserting, this time, "You have willingly walked into your own demise. I wonder if Cold Kangwu will grieve excessively upon your death." The sharp blade grazed Cold Kangwu's neck. After vanquishing all opponents, Wen Huaidie set her sights on the direction Prince Nanju had fled, mounting her horse in pursuit. The identity of the leader must be significant. She was determined to uncover who it truly was. Huailonglei hailed from the kingdom of Xie, while the other faction undoubtedly belonged to the kingdom of Nanju. After the night market concluded, Wang Matsi, pushing a cart home, was engaged in cheerful conversation with his wife about their earnings for the day. As they approached, they were horrified to discover the ground strewn with corpses, blood seeping forth and staining their shoes. Witnessing the mountain of bodies, some headless, they screamed, "Ah, ghosts! Ghosts!" In a panic, Wang Matsi grasped his wife's hand and fled, leaving the cart abandoned. Their terrified cries startled a flock of birds as they tumbled and rolled, shouting for help, running for dozens of miles. The soldiers on night watch at the city gate heard the commotion from afar and intercepted them as they drew near. What is happening? Why such a loud noise at this hour? One soldier, puzzled, looked at them and said, "Wang Matsi, didn't you just take your wife home? Why have you returned?" Wang Matsi and his wife collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Only upon seeing people and torches did they feel a semblance of safety. Soldiers? There has been a massacre, all dead. The expressions of the two soldiers turned grave. Dead? Where? Wang Matsi pointed behind him, stating, "Just 20 miles outside the city. My wife and I witnessed it. The ground was strewn with corpses, blood, and severed heads, their eyes wide open in terror. It frightened me to death." The soldier questioned, "Are you certain you aren't mistaken? Perhaps you were just seeing things in the dark?" Wang Matsi swore, "I am absolutely not mistaken. If I lie, may the goddess of childbirth deny me sons for the rest of my life." After a moment of contemplation, the soldier sternly instructed Wang Matsi, "Stay here." Chapter 74. Lost in pursuit, encountering chaos. A quarter of an hour later, the small door of the city gate, which had been opened during the night, was shut. Subsequently, the main gate swung wide, and a group of approximately 20 horsemen galloped forth. They halted and hoisted Wang Matsi onto a horse. "What about my wife?" he inquired. "She will stay here. You must come with us." As Wang Matsi was jostled on horseback, he turned to his wife, who stood rooted in place, gesturing, "Dear, wait here for my return." His wife raised her hand to wave at him, saying, "Take care, my love." The 20 cavalrymen raced onward until they came upon the field of corpses, at which point they halted. After 2 hours had elapsed, the bodies had grown cold. It was impossible to discern the end of the path of death at a glance. "My lord, there must be thousands here," one of the soldiers remarked, as the officer guarding the gate, mounted on his horse, treaded upon the mound of corpses, feeling a sense of dread. The scale of the massacre implied that the opposing force must be considerable. The officer inquired, "How far are we from the military camp?" The soldier responded, "Approximately 13 miles. The officer proceeded along the dirt road, leading to the camp for a short distance. The glow of the fire illuminated the ground brightly. There were no hoof prints, and few footprints were visible, suggesting that a large gathering of troops had not taken place. Wang Matsi closely followed behind them, too frightened to stray even a step. "This is terrifying, so many corpses. Could the battle have reached the imperial capital?" The officer turned and removed the token from his waist, handing it to a subordinate. "Take my token and go immediately to the military camp to find General Chu and General Qian. This matter is of great importance." "Understood." The urgent sound of galloping hooves shattered the night's tranquility in the military camp. Upon receiving the news, Chu Taowen promptly dressed and emerged from his tent. Deming knocked loudly on the door. "What is it?" Yin Hanyan asked. Deming pushed the door open and rushed inside, exclaiming, "My lord, there's been a crisis. The imperial capital's soldiers report that thousands of corpses have been discovered 20 miles outside the city." Yin Hanyun's expression hardened as he immediately rose to leave. When Qian Mian arrived, the party hastily made their way to the scene of the incident. The soft moonlight cast a pale glow upon the earth, and the reflections from the bushes and grass heightened the eerie atmosphere, evoking a sense that the corpses might rise and transform into vengeful spirits to consume them. Yin Hanyun descended with thunderous resolve. The expressions on everyone's faces were grave. The death toll was staggering, and the presence of so many unidentified individuals near the imperial capital posed a significant threat to the Eastern Ling Kingdom. Upon seeing the corpse of Hai Long lay on the ground, Yin Hanyun's countenance turned ashen. How could it be him? Chu Taowen, hearing the commotion, leapt forward with several strides. "It is confirmed that Hai Long Lei is deceased, having met his end with a single decisive stroke. His brows, shaped like an inverted V, were furrowed in distress." Despite Hai Long Lei departing the capital of the Xie Kingdom with numerous followers, Chanyuan Pavilion had received no word. Chu Taowen declared sternly, "Aside from Hai Long Lei's corpse, we must dig a large pit to incinerate and bury the others. With so many bodies strewn along the road, decomposition could easily incite an epidemic. Furthermore, this route sees many farmers entering the imperial city each morning to conduct trade. Failure to address the situation promptly could incite public panic." The group began searching the vicinity for any overlooked corpses or survivors. It was then that Yin Hanyun stumbled upon 2 bodies on a nearby hillock, alongside distinct footprints suggesting a hasty escape. Fresh hoofprints were also nearby. Yin Hanyun remarked, "There are survivors. They likely fled in that direction." Qian Mian crouched beside the bodies and withdrew an arrow deeply embedded in the heart of one. Upon wiping the blood from the arrowhead with grass, she uncovered a conspicuous pentagram design. Her countenance shifted to one of grave concern. This was the arrow of the pavilion master. Her revelation cast a heavy pall over the gathering. Yin Hanyun fixed his intense gaze upon Qian Mian. She presented the arrow before him, stating, "The pentagram symbol is exclusive to the pavilion master. No one else possesses the right to wield it." Chu Taowen interjected, "Wasn't the pavilion master supposed to be with Ouyang Xian? How could she possibly be here?" By this time, they should have already arrived in Baiyang City. Qian Mian recalled the message she had sent to Wen Huaidie. "I delivered a letter to the pavilion master last night. She must have returned in haste." Unable to quell her concerns, Yin Hanyun's eyes darkened as he scrutinized Qian Mian, the blood that had not been entirely clean from the arrow staining his palm. Guto Wen, noting Yin Hanyun's pallor, attempted to reassure him. "There is no need for excessive worry. The pavilion master has slain over 3,000 individuals. Those few who escaped cannot possibly pose a threat to her." Yet, Yin Hanyun's unease did not dissipate with Chu Taowen's words. He swiftly mounted thunder and pursued the direction indicated by the hoofprints, with Chu Taowen and the others hastening to follow. The moon had been shrouded by clouds, obscuring the light, and the path ahead grew dim and indistinct. They had to dismount and use torches to scrutinize the ground for hoofprints. Rain began to fall sporadically, eventually transforming into a torrential downpour. The deluge soaked their garments, leaving the heart, sheltered beneath their chests, colder than their drenched faces, necks, and skin. Wen Huaidie severed the necks of 2 individuals with a single stroke. To her astonishment, they had split into 2 paths along the way. And the culprits she pursued were merely 2 ordinary guards. The mastermind had escaped. Wiping the rain from her face, she turned her steed back, continuing along the bloodless trail in pursuit. The 2 guards had even inflicted wounds upon themselves, misleading Wen Huaidie's judgment with their blood. The rain intensified, gradually washing away the scent of blood until it became undetectable. The accumulating rainwater concealed her footsteps entirely, complicating her search. Determined, Wen Huaidie turned her steed around, intending to return to the camp to mobilize troops for a thorough search of the forested area. The opponent bore an arrow wound on his arm, and now, amidst a torrential downpour and a drop in temperature, escaping swiftly seemed a formidable challenge. As she traversed midway, the sound of hooves, mingled with the rain, heightened Wen Huaidie's vigilance. In the next instant, her brow relaxed. The sound of the hooves belonged to a steed of thunder. When Wen Huaidie's figure came into Yen Hanyun's line of sight, it was as if he had been enveloped by a celestial radiance. He galloped to her side, his eyes brimming with urgency and concern as he checked for any injuries. Upon confirming her safety, Yen Hanyun pulled Wen Huaidie into his embrace with fervor. "Why didn't you inform me of your return in advance?" His hoarse voice carried a hint of grievance, yet was infused with deep affection. Wen Huaidie placed her hand upon the nape of Yen Hanyun's neck, her cool palm gently caressing him. "Weren't you upset? I wish to return promptly to soothe you." Yen Hanyun bit his lip, his hand firmly resting on her back. "I am not angry. Even without needing your comfort, I have already begun to miss you." Qian Mian and the others remained at a distance, refraining from approaching. After a prolonged embrace, they finally parted. Wen Huaidie called out to the group a fair distance away. "Mobilize troops to encircle this mountainous forest ahead. The identity of the one who aided Nanju is undoubtedly significant. He bears an arrow wound on his arm." Chapter 75. Capture and sever his arm. Yen Hanyun clasped Wen Huaidie's hand, his gaze never wavering from her countenance as their horses trotted side by side. The downpour showed no signs of abating. The black cloak that had once belonged to Yen Hanyun, draped over Wen Huaidie, was now thoroughly soaked. Upon returning to the military camp, Yen Hanyun dismounted and reached for her. Wen Huaidie, taken aback, nonetheless leaned into his embrace. "I assure you, I am unscathed. Not a single hair has been lost. Even if faced with 2,000 or 3,000 adversaries, even 10,000, they would prove no match for me. Moreover, if I truly were outmatched, I would flee rather than foolishly await my demise." During the harrowing years of the apocalypse, amidst countless soulless zombies, Wen Huaidie had long since acclimated to such trials. Yen Hanyun, silent, carried her into the tent and began to remove her garments. The damp dress could have wrung water, falling to the ground with a resounding thud. The steam rose languidly from the bathing tub as Yen Hanyun gently placed her within, tenderly wiping her porcelain skin with a towel. The warm water flowed down from her head, gradually dissipating the chill that clung to her. Wen Huaidie observed Yen Hanyun's impassive face intently. After a prolonged silence, she lifted her right hand to caress his brow. "Here I am, clad in naught but my skin, and you remain so composed. Have I lost your interest?" Yen Hanyun, while massaging her scalp, momentarily froze. His fingers, which had been resting on her head, trailed down to her neck, pressing gently into her skin. Wen Huaidie's delicate fingers, glistening with droplets, glided from Yen Hanyun's nose to his lips, pressing with a subtle insistence. Yen Hanyun's gaze remained focused on the depths of her eyes, where a trace of mirth lingered, as if it sought to penetrate the hearts of both. "Chu Luqing is the covert agent I stationed at Huaicheng Pavilion. Ever since Ouyang Xian ascended the throne, I have not returned." Yen Hanyun's large hand enveloped the delicate neck of Wen Huaidie, which bore a hint of rosy hue beneath its fair complexion. As he leaned down and fervently pressed his lips against hers, they tumbled into the bathtub, splashing water everywhere, the dark outer robe floating upon the surface, rising and falling in the waves. Their lips met in a fervent embrace, with Yen Hanyun leaving no space for even a single breath between them. He roughly tore off his own garments, his arms firmly encircling Wen Huaidie's slender waist, their hurried breaths mingling with the steam rising from the water. "Are you certain you wish to discuss Chu Luqing at this moment?" Wen Huaidie opened her eyes, about to explain, but her lips were once again captured by Yen Hanyun. The tumultuous dance of warmth and coolness continued until the water in the tub grew tepid. Only then did Yen Hanyun lift Wen Huaidie and place her upon the bed. Chu Taowen gathered his troops and made his way to Yen Hanyun's tent in search of Wen Huaidie. Daming promptly intercepted him, pressing his lips together in a subtle shake of his head. Noticing the dim light in the tent, Chu Taowen smiled and shook his head, departing alongside Qinmian. Upon the bed, Yen Hanyun pressed the quilt tightly over Wen Huaidie. At that moment, his gaze was solely fixated on her. He lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss upon her forehead, vowing to share a lifetime with her. Whether it be the throne or dominion over the world, she could only belong to him. He donned his outer robe, carefully placed on his rain hat, and softly closed the door behind him. Daming immediately turned and called out, "Your Highness." Yen Hanyun gazed into the relentless night, wondering if Chu Taowen and the others had already departed. Daming nodded. They had been gone for nearly an hour. Yen Hanyun unsheathed his sword, holding it parallel before him as he commanded, "Let's go." Du Shatian followed closely with 20,000 soldiers of the Yen family. When Yen Hanyun arrived with his troops, the entire forest was illuminated as if a summer night's wildfire had erupted, with thousands of torches ablaze. Chu Taowen and Qianmian exchanged glances at Yen Hanyun's cold demeanor, then split up to encircle and thoroughly search the remaining areas. As dawn approached, Yen Hanyun picked up a torn blue fabric from the ground. After several hours of rain, the bloodstains had faded. The crown prince of Nanju hid deep within a cave, intently listening to the unceasing footsteps outside, scarcely daring to breathe. His skin was icy, yet his body burned with heat. Hugging his knees, he trembled, still clutching his weapon tightly. How could there be a woman as formidable as Wen Huaidie, who had withstood the efforts of over 3,000 men? This was the territory of Dongling Kingdom. If he were captured, he would never return alive to Nanju. The slow, deliberate footsteps echoed clearly in the ears of the crown prince of Nanju. Terrified, he lifted his head from his knees to glance toward the cave entrance. The firelight reflected off the stone walls of the cave, growing increasingly bright. 3 or 4 figures swayed as they approached. The crown prince of Nanju retreated further back, wishing to blend into the stone and hide. But no matter how he tried, it was in vain. Yen Hanyun pointed his sword at his brow, stating, "I truly did not expect it to be the crown prince." The crown prince of Nanju swallowed hard, fear evident in his throat. "Yen Hanyun, you cannot kill me." With a swift stroke, Yen Hanyun severed his hairpin, leaving a clump of hair cascading to the ground, exposing a stark patch on his head. "I certainly will not take your life. Your existence serves another purpose." However, with a twist of his wrist, he swung his sword without hesitation. A piercing scream erupted as the crown prince fell to the ground, writhing in agony, his severed arm lying gruesomely beside him. Yen Hanyun's voice dripped with murderous intent. "Your life is spared, but how it is preserved is a matter for me to decide." As Chu Taowen and others arrived in response to the signal, they found the crown prince bound and unconscious. Chu Taowen, taken aback, exclaimed, "Is he dead?" "Not dead, merely lost an arm," Yen Hanyun replied. Chu Taowen, riding closely behind Yen Hanyun, cast furtive glances at the crown prince, who lay in a state of painful unconsciousness, his wound crudely bandaged to staunch the bleeding. Inside the tent, Wen Huaidie awoke from her weariness, turning to find the room empty. She donned her clothing and opened the door, where the soldier on guard promptly saluted, exclaiming, "General, where is Yen Hanyun?" She inquired. "The prince left last night with the Yen family army and General Chu to capture someone."
He has yet to return. I am awake. A deep voice came from his side. Yen Hanyun removed his hat, shedding his cloak and outer garments, ensuring that his touch upon Wen Huaidie's attire was dry. She gazed ahead, hearing the distant sounds of footsteps and horse hooves. Did they capture someone? What is their identity? Yen Hanyun took Wen Huaidie's hand and led her back into the tent. It is the crown prince of Nanju. Wen Huaidie raised an eyebrow. He certainly has audacity. Yen Hanyun pressed his hands on her shoulders, guiding her to sit on the bed before crouching before her. I paid little heed to Chu Liqing. I know you hold affection solely for me. In the future, do not venture out alone. Even if misunderstandings arise between us, I will await your return to clarify matters. I shall never depart without a word. Wen Huaidie pursed her lips, resting her hand on Yen Hanyun's chin, her tone tinged with a hint of grievance. Who told you to not accompany me? You did not even see me off. Upon hearing Ouyang Xian speak ill of you, I feared you would be upset and felt anxious. Then, with the matter of Chu Liqing, I yearned to return swiftly to explain myself. I do not wish for our relationship to falter due to misunderstandings. A mouth is meant for explanation. If I resolve matters before returning, would you not be saddened for half a month? As she spoke, Wen Huaidie embraced Yen Hanyun, resting her chin on his shoulder in a playful manner. Yen Hanyun lowered his gaze to the neck that extended toward him, the marks from last night still vividly visible. He opened his mouth, biting down and sucking, deepening the imprint. Wen Huaidie clung to his neck, refusing to let go, allowing him to possess her entirely. Chu Taowen observed the corpse of the sea dragon lay sprawled on the ground, and the crown prince of Nanju confined within an iron cage. The matter of how to address this situation remained uncertain and required discussion with Wen Huaidie. At the hour of Chun, Wen Huaidie and Yen Hanyun emerged from the tent. The air after the rain was exceptionally humid, each breath akin to inhaling water vapor. Chu Taowen turned his gaze towards Wen Huaidie, taking a step back. My lord, should we return the body of the sea dragon Thunder to Sia? The South Jew's eldest prince had not brought back the severed arm. We could always cut off another to present as a gift to the Emperor of South Jew. Wen Huaidie shook her head. No need. Their delay in reporting will eventually lead Sia and South Jew to suspect that their mission has failed. Provoking them now and initiating conflict will be detrimental to us. I have yet to prepare for a battle with minimal casualties. Chu Taowen furrowed his brow. So we shall let this matter go? Wen Huaidie smiled slightly. The sea dragon Thunder was of no use now, but another could still serve purpose. Severing a finger and discreetly sending it to the residence of the third prince of South Jew would reveal whether he desired his elder brother's demise or survival. Chu Taowen's eyes sparkled with understanding. She intended to drag the third prince of South Jew into murky waters. Regardless of whether he disclosed the matter to the Emperor of South Jew, it posed no harm to them. Should the third prince wish for his elder brother's death, he would inevitably become entangled in this affair. With one prince dead and a marriage alliance with Sia, South Jew would be left with only one heir to the throne. Wen Huaidie turned to Yen Hanyun. I must return to Baiyang City today. Will you accompany me? Yen Hanyun reached out to tuck the hair that danced across Wen Huaidie's face behind her ear. The Yen family's army certainly had much room for improvement, and he wished to remain behind, urging her to take Qian Mian along on her journey. In less than half a year, Dongling will assault South Jew and Sia. I wish to assist you as much as possible. Wen Huaidie pouted, playfully pinching Yen Hanyun's face, pulling it back and forth. Fine. She longed to tell him that he need not strive so hard to prove himself, yet recalling his haughty and decisive nature during their time in Kangao, she could only relent. As long as he refrained from remaining angry, it sufficed. She did not wish for Yen Hanyun to be merely her subordinate. Once she ascended to the throne, he need not be confined to the inner palace as her consort. He should pursue his own ambitions. After their midday meal, Wen Huaidie set off with Qian Mian, aiming to reach Baiyang City before nightfall. Yen Hanyun turned his attention to Chu Taowen. With both Ouyang Xian and Wen Huaidie absent from the imperial capital, there were matters requiring his attention. With over 3,000 capable individuals able to infiltrate the imperial capital of Dongling unnoticed, gathering intelligence on Wen Huaidie's whereabouts should pose no difficulty. I have heard that the household registration records of Dongling citizens are meticulously documented by the authorities. Finding a few foreigners within the imperial capital should not be challenging.
Had this been in the original capital of Kangao, Wen Huaidie would have already ordered the city gates closed and a city-wide search initiated. Wen understood Yan Anya esant. Those involved in the assassination attempt against Wen Huaidie surely had allies within Dongling's court. There must still be those hiding within the capital. When I captured the eldest prince of South Ju, I dispatched someone back to the capital. I believe news will arrive shortly. Wen Huaidie added, now that South Ju and Xie have formed an alliance, they are emboldened. We must not underestimate them. At any time and in any place. Underestimating the enemy is a cardinal sin in military strategy. Even a rabbit, when cornered, will bite. How much more so for Nanju and Shiyu, who are far from being mere rabbits, but rather formidable wild dogs. Ouyang Xian waited in Baiyang City for an entire day and night, initially believing that Wen Huaidie would not return today. Yet, at the last moment before sunset, Wen Huaidie and her companions finally arrived. They were set to depart Baiyang City the following day, and her subordinates had thought the departure would be delayed by another day. Wen Huaidie extended her hand to receive the documents from Ouyang Xian, which contained all the preparations for the imperial examination in Baiyang City, as well as information about several talented and renowned scholars. On their way back, the Crown Prince Nanju and Shiyu's Hailong lay ambushed us, which took some time to handle, hence the delay. Ouyang Xian was astonished. How did they manage to infiltrate our imperial capital for an assassination? Wen Huaidie set the documents down. Chu Taowen has already dispatched someone to investigate. Even the newest officials can harbor corruption. They must be eradicated immediately to prevent contamination of the remaining clean areas. Ouyang Xian inquired. Were the Crown Prince Nanju and Hailong Lei captured alive? Previously, Wen Huaidie had ensnared a significant amount of silver for Shiyu through Hailong Lei. Should it happen again, the treasury of Dongling Kingdom would be replenished once more. Wen Huaidie replied, Hailong Lei is dead. The life of Crown Prince Nanju remains of value, though he is now crippled. Even if he returns, the throne will not be his. Chu Taowen spent 3 days uncovering the spies from Nanju and Shiyu hidden within the imperial capital, imprisoning them in the Ministry of Justice for rigorous interrogation. In the residence of a minor 6th-rank official, Chu Taowen held a knife to the official's throat. Is it that the salary granted by the court is insufficient? Or is it your own insatiable greed that led you to betray the emperor and the grand general for a mere 1,000 taels of silver? I, a humble minister, confess my sins. It was a momentary lapse driven by desire that led to my entrapment. I deserve death 1,000 times over. I implore General Chu to spare my family. Chu Taowen ordered for him to be taken away for strict interrogation, determined to extract all pertinent information. Who is the contact? Are there any accomplices? The Minister of Justice sat sternly in the chair of the dungeon, surrounded by the cells of several spies captured in the past days. The dark and bloody atmosphere of the dungeons starkly contrasted with her delicate visage. Though she was a woman, the Minister of Justice was well versed in the art of torture, often personally interrogating crucial prisoners. Chapter 76. The Crown Prince Nanju discovers Sidu Hanyan. Wen Huaidie gazed deeply into Chu Taowen's eyes. Are you certain everything has been thoroughly extracted? Chu Taowen replied, We apprehended 36 individuals during the sweep, including those from Nanju and Shiyu. According to their testimonies, there is still a group of individuals hidden in the imperial capital, said to have moved from Nanju to Dongling decades ago and possessing Dongling citizenship. Their whereabouts remain elusive to this day. Wen Huaidie clenches fists, seething with anger. Spies hidden for so many years must be eliminated, especially those targeting Huaidie. Chu Taowen replied earnestly, If our plan fails, these individuals will undoubtedly seek another opportunity to act. Once the pavilion master and Ouyang Xian return from their inspection, we should reduce the number of guards escorting them. Perhaps it will draw the snakes from their lairs. Wen Huaidie frowned resolutely in disapproval, unwilling to let Wen Huaidie once again fall into peril. No, he stated decisively after a moment of contemplation. Since this is a pawn planted by Nanju in earlier years, the Crown Prince of Nanju serves as the most fitting bait. We shall transport him openly to the Ministry of Justice, and I refuse to believe that those individuals will remain inactive. Chu Taowen smacked his thigh in realization. How'd I not think of that? Very well. At dawn tomorrow,
amidst the bustling streets of the imperial city. I shall have the Crown Prince of Nanju escorted to the Ministry of Justice. Perhaps we may extract valuable information from his lips. It is well known that the methods of extracting confessions at the ministry are far more brutal than those in the military camps. As the military approached, the vendors lining the streets hastily withdrew their stalls to avoid obstructing the path. Witnessing the Crown Prince of Nanju, whose arm had been severed, the onlookers murmured among themselves, pointing and speculating. Who is this prisoner? Why has he been so brutally treated? What crime has he committed? There have been no recent battles. How come the army has taken him? Their voices were hushed, stammering like the buzzing of flies. Have you not heard? The government has been inspecting households one by one. They did not come to our street, but several outsiders were apprehended there. A woman with a basket proudly informed her companion. Did Wen Huaidie not tell you? Several days ago, tens of thousands perished outside the city. He and his wife were returning home from the market when they encountered the chaos. And now they are haunted by nightmares every night. The woman gasped, her eyes widening in terror, clutching her chest in panic. Tens of thousands? How did I not know of this? The elderly lady waved her robust hand. The military burned and buried the bodies overnight. It happened to rain heavily that night. Wen Huaidie mentioned that the road turned into a river of blood. That individual in the cage is likely connected to these events. Perhaps a bandit leader or an assassin sent by Nanju and Siya. Upon hearing this, the crowd was visibly alarmed. They lowered their heads to scavenge for discarded vegetable leaves, tossing them into the cage. Some even went so far as to pour a basin of freshly drawn chicken blood over the Crown Prince of Nanju. He covered his face with his remaining arm, his already wretched body further marred, resembling a figure more akin to a specter than a man. Sidu Hanyan, who had ventured out with her maid for a stroll, curiously approached the convoy, not anticipating to encounter an old acquaintance. Despite the Crown Prince's bloodied visage, she recognized him instantly. A wave of panic washed over her. How could he be here? She looked towards the front of the procession, relieved to see Chu Taoyuan leading the charge. The Crown Prince's lifeless gaze swept across the faces of the citizens of Dongling, each of whom had insulted him. He vowed to remember them all. Should he survive to return to Nanju, when the armies of Nanju breached the imperial city of Dongling, it would be the death knell for these individuals. If he were to perish, even in the afterlife, he would seek retribution from them. In that instant, a remarkably familiar face came into view, filling the Crown Prince of Nanju with an indescribable anguish as he grasped the iron bars of the cage. It was Sidu Hanyan. Had she not perished? In a letter sent to the emperor by the cold Kangwu, it was explicitly stated that the third princess of Nanju had perished in flames, and even the compensation had been paid by Shiyu. Is it truly possible for two individuals to bear such an uncanny resemblance? When Sidu Hanyan noticed she was being observed, she hurriedly turned and fled. This action confirmed to the Crown Prince of Nanju that she was indeed Sidu Hanyan. He called out loudly towards her retreating figure, "Third sister, save me. Third sister, Sidu Hanyan." Yet, no matter how fervently he shouted, she did not glance back, instead quickening her pace. Chu Taoyuan, riding ahead, furrowed his brow and turned his head. What was meant to come had not, yet what was not meant to come had arrived. Yen Hanyun stood by the window of an inn on the second floor, observing the onlookers along the street, failing to detect any suspicious individuals. From a moment they entered the city gates to being imprisoned in the criminal department's dungeon, no one attempted a rescue. Did that group truly care not for the life of the Crown Prince of Nanju, or were they simply biding their time? Once imprisoned within the criminal department, escaping would prove to be a formidable challenge. After returning home, Sidu Hanyan spent the entire day refraining from stepping outside, deeply fearful that her identity as the third princess of Nanju would be revealed. With Ouyang Xian absent from the imperial capital, she found no one to consult with and could only conceal herself within the confines of the Shun residence. Following his incarceration, the Crown Prince of Nanju developed a high fever in the dead of night. The physician prescribed potent medication to save his life. His weak voice was filled with indignation. "How dare you abduct my princess of Nanju? It is utterly outrageous." Minister Li Yun of the criminal department was perplexed by the situation. What princess? He pondered. Surely this person could not be speaking nonsense. Given his precarious state, The criminal department refrained from employing harsh interrogation tactics. He was not yet at death's door. The crown prince's claim of our abduction of their princess, what could it mean? Chu Taowen fixed his gaze on Li Yun and quietly whispered, "It is the third princess of Nanju, Sidu Hanyan." Minister Li Yun's heart raced as he responded. Was she not burned to death en route to a marriage alliance with Shi Yu? Chu Taowen clarified, "It was a feigned death, arranged by the Grand General. Situ Hanyan has some connection to the Emperor." Li Yun's eyes widened, trembling with disbelief. What connection? Is the Emperor enamored with her? This could spell disaster. Realizing Li Yun's line of thought, Chu Taowen hastily shook his head in denial. No, Ouyang Xian could not possibly be interested in her. Prior to Situ Hanyan's return, they had never even met. Situ Hanyan is the daughter of the late wife of Ouyang Xian's brother. Li Yun inquired, "When did the daughter of Lord Xin marry into the royal family of Nanju?" Chu Taowen regretfully shook his head. It is all outdated and sordid history, better left unspoken. In any case, Sidu Hanyan was declared dead in Shiyu, and the one presently residing in the Shun residence is Shun Hanyan. Li Yun grimaced. Then the crown prince of Nanju cannot be allowed to return alive. Chu Taowen replied, "That was never the intention." Chapter 77, Timid as a Mouse that night. Within the Shun residence, Sidu Hanyan lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. The image of those bloodied eyes haunted her, instilling a profound sense of panic and insecurity. Enveloped in her quilt, with her head and body completely concealed, she could neither hear the sounds of the outside world nor behold the flickering candlelight. In this solitude, the universe seemed to consist solely of Situ Hanyan, and only then did she perceive a semblance of safety. As her consciousness drifted in a haze, a figure cloaked in black stealthily pushed open the window of her chamber and slipped inside. Suddenly, the quilt was yanked away, and a blade was pressed against Situ Hanyan's neck. 50 meters away, on the eaves of a roof, a maid concealed behind the tiles had her hidden dart aimed squarely at the wrist of the assailant. Should he dare to strike, she would not hesitate to take his life. In an instant, Situ Hanyan's languid mind sharpened to an acute clarity. The room was dimly lit by a single candle, and the light was insufficient to reveal the assailant's features without drawing close. Those eyes were unfamiliar to her. Her voice emerged, low and trembling, as if fearful of being overheard. "Who are you?" Instinctively, her thoughts raced back to the events of the day. "Your Highness," the intruder intoned, "as long as you remain silent, I assure you, I shall not harm you." A jolt of fear coursed through Situ Hanyan, akin to a swift stab to the heart. "What princess?" She stuttered. "What are you talking about? Do not feign ignorance. I know you're the third princess of the country of Nanju. How does it feel to betray your nation and seek refuge with the enemy? Is it not a delightful experience?" Tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. "What do you want from me? I am but a powerless wretch. I implore you, spare my life." The assassin replied, "Ah, the niece of the Eastern Ling Emperor. Such a noble title. With the first prince captured, you, as his sister, ought to assist us in rescuing him." "It is only fitting." Sidu Hanyan's heart brimmed with regret for venturing out earlier that day, for mingling with the crowd. Had she not been recognized, this predicament would not have arisen. Ouyang Xian had scarcely visited her since she was settled in the Shin residence. It was only due to her aunt's words that he had offered her assistance. She was too frightened to sob, fearing the man before her might end her life. The outside world remains oblivious. I trust you understand the strategy of ensnaring a great net with a tiger skin. If you can help us relocate the guards surrounding the Ministry of Justice, the rest will be of no concern to you, Your Highness. Situ Hanyan was reluctant to comply. Should Ouyang Xian discover her involvement, her tranquil and prosperous life would swiftly unravel. Ouyang Xian was not in the imperial capital, as she could not seek his aid. The assassin, noting her repeated refusals, pressed, "If Ouyang Xian were here, would you still hesitate? Tomorrow night, we will stage a prison break. After you assist us in relocating the guards, merely send us a message." As she gazed at the signal flare pressed in her palm, a sense of impending doom washed over her. "Do not deceive us. There are many from Nanju within Eastern Ling, and the servants of the Shun residence cannot thwart us." Watching the shadow slip away through the window, Situ Hanyan collapsed onto her bed. The warmth of her quilt now felt as frigid as ice. Her heart lay in desolation. Why? Why can you not leave me be? Ah, ah, ah. On the eaves, the maid observed Situ Hanyin, who was lost in tears, shaking her head in resignation, a flicker of disappointment glimmering in her eyes. She was indeed excessively timid and utterly ineffectual. Turning to face Situ Hanyin, she realized that Wen Huaidie and Qianmian were absent from the imperial capital, prompting her to report the situation to Yen Hanyin. Upon being summoned, Chu Taowen, upon hearing the news, exclaimed vehemently that among the group from earlier, there must be their people. It was no wonder they refrained from acting, as this was their intention all along. The matter involved Situ Hanyin, and with Ouyang Xian absent, by the time others returned, the body would be cold. Yen Hanyin remarked, "If Situ Hanyin chooses to assist them, we shall turn the tables and capture those individuals." Chu Taowen countered, "What if she decides to side with Dongling Kingdom? A wise individual ought to know how to choose." Apart from her slight timidity, Situ Hanyin did not seem foolish. Yen Hanyin raised his gaze. "Then we shall persuade her to cooperate." Situ Hanyin spent a sleepless night, and as dawn broke the following day, she appeared at the Ministry of Justice. Her eyes shadowed with dark circles. At the entrance, uncertainty consumed her, leading her to return in confusion. The spies following her, including Nanju's, berated her internally 1,000 times for her foolishness and complete ineffectiveness. After returning to the Shun residence, she dared not linger in her chamber, opting instead to sit on a stone bench in the garden, summoning all the household servants to stand around her. She exuded an aura that suggested she could only be killed after everyone else had perished. She intended to endure the entire day, outlasting the impending prison break that night, remaining seated until the sun set and the moon rose. With a sore back and aching waist, she addressed all the servants. "You shall all stay in my room tonight to keep watch." This statement left everyone dumbfounded. While it was acceptable to have a few maidservants for night watch, it was absurd to require the presence of men as well. Did she not care for her own reputation? The purity of a young lady is of utmost importance. Yet, under her insistence, they had no choice but to remain confined within her quarters. Despite this, Situ Hanyin still dared not sleep, remaining tense throughout the night, exasperating the spies who had infiltrated the Shun residence. Not only were Nanju's spies frustrated, but even Yen Hanyin found himself at a loss for words at Situ Hanyin's timid and startled demeanor. If one were to say she did nothing, she had achieved her goal of surviving the night. Yet if one argued she accomplished something, she had, in fact, done nothing. It was a pure act of stalling, not even worthy of being called a delaying tactic. This could be described as merely enduring for the sake of enduring. Thus, she dragged on for a full 3 days. Situ Hanyin refrained from closing her eyes at night and dared not sleep during the day. On the first day, she could still eat by the second day. Her appetite waned, and by the third day, fearing the food might be poisoned, she refused to eat altogether. The maidservant assigned to the Shun residence by Wen Huaidie witnessed her desperate attempts to preserve her life, which were leading her towards self-destruction, and could no longer contain herself. She rushed to Yen Hanyin, stating, "Your Highness, if this continues, Situ Hanyin will surely perish from a sudden stroke. Any slight disturbance, even a bird in the sky dropping its droppings, can startle her to the point where everyone is pressed upon her to shield her from arrows, nearly suffocating her. It is driving her mad." The household staff, enduring days and nights in this manner, are also on the brink of exhaustion. Yen Hanyin rubbed his temples, having waited a full 4 days. If this continued, the cunning scheme would be rendered ineffective. Unfortunately, the spy who had stealthily infiltrated the Shun residence remained stationed outside daily, consuming meals from nearby stalls and never returning, making it impossible to locate the lair of those individuals. He spoke. "Find an opportunity to discreetly inform Situ Hanyin and have her cooperate with us." Chu Taowen drank deeply from his cup of spirits, remarking, "Situ Hanyin lacks both ability and courage. She possesses nothing and is easily deceived by men. Ouyang Xian will likely have to care for her for a lifetime, otherwise, she will surely meet a grim fate." Chapter 78. Acting to save lives, setting fire to divert the guard upon returning to the Shun residence.
The maid found a moment to serve tea to Sidu Han Yin and stealthily slipped her a note. After 4 days of heightened tension, Situ Han Yin, fearing the maid was sent by the southern kingdom to assassinate her, nearly cried out for help. Fortunately, the maid quickly silenced her. As she read the note, the pallor of Situ Han Yin's face concealed the weariness of 4 sleepless nights. Her fingers trembled as she unfolded the paper. Upon reading the small writing, warmth surged through her, akin to flames igniting beneath her feet. It was not an assassin from the southern kingdom, but rather for the eastern Ling kingdom. The maid had been present since her arrival at the Shun residence, sweeping outside, and she was unexpectedly an agent placed beside her by Ouyang Xian. Was she being monitored? If so, why had she not appeared sooner, causing Sidu Han Yin to endure for agonizing days, her body and spirit nearly depleted? She incessantly gestured, and the maid stepped forward to release her from silence. Taking a deep breath, Situ Han Yin addressed the servants in the room, saying, "You may all leave. I am weary." The bewildered servants, sporting dark circles beneath their eyes, gazed at her as if she were mad. "Now you are tired?" As they rose from the ground, it was as if they bore the weight of a boulder upon their backs. "How do you expect me to cooperate? Can you guarantee my safety?" The maid reassured her. "Do not worry. The general went to great lengths to bring you back from the southern kingdom, not to see you perish. Had those individuals not found you, neither the prince nor General Chu would have considered you." Sidu Han Yin rubbed her eyes vigorously, overwhelmed by fatigue. "What must I do? After so many days, it may be quite challenging to regain their trust." The maid replied, "The prince has already arranged the plan. Tomorrow, you will go to the Ministry of Justice, where someone will receive you. Follow her instructions for the rest." Situ Han Yin nodded. These 4 days had been a living hell, more painful than death itself. Just as the maid opened the door to leave, she hesitated and stepped back. "Tonight, Miss Shun can sleep soundly. There are guards in the Shun residence who will keep watch. They cannot harm you." Sitting in her chair, Situ Han Yin stared vacantly at the closed door. Guards were present in the Shun residence, meaning those individuals who had broken in and threatened her with a knife were there at that time. At this thought, her body involuntarily trembled, shivering uncontrollably, her breath quickening as panic rose within her. Every movement since entering the Shin residence had been under scrutiny, and she had been entirely unaware. If I decide to assist those individuals in rescuing the Crown Prince, he is likely already deceased. Is this the scheme of Wen Huaidie and Yin Han Yun, or is it a command from Ouyang Xian? Situ Han Yin had not partaken in any sustenance, and, before the sun had set, succumbed to a deep slumber in her bed. She remained in this state until the early hours of the next morning. Had she not been roused, she might have continued to sleep for several days. 4 days of slumber and physical depletion cannot be replenished in a single night. Situ Han Yin had been adorned with great care. To the onlookers, she appeared affluent and of high status. The carriage was escorted all the way to the Ministry of Justice. After disembarking, she turned around and surveyed her surroundings, then raised her chin high as she was ushered into the ministry. Not far away, a spy from Nanju leaned against the wall, his gaze fixed intently upon her. After days of inner turmoil, Situ Han Yin had ultimately succumbed to her predicament. The Minister of Justice, Li Yun, awaited Situ Han Yin in his official garb within the government office. Chu Tao, one had previously briefed her, coordinating their scheme. Situ Han Yin was struck by the serious demeanor of Li Yun, who exhibited no trace of feminine delicacy, instead emanating an aura of authority. Wen Huaidie's beauty had a way of overshadowing her own power when she was calm, yet the female official before her radiated a resolute strength, rivaling any man Situ Han Yin had encountered. Li Yun spoke in a solemn tone. "Miss Shun, the Crown Prince of Nanju is in the ministry's prison. I shall escort you there." Situ Han Yin felt a wave of terror wash over her, her feet seemingly glued to the ground. "So can I not go?" she stammered, as she dreaded the thought of seeing him. Li Yun regarded her with a furrowed brow. A maid behind her nudged her gently. Situ Han Yin's heart raced, her anxiety palpable as she followed Li Yun. Walking beside her, Li Yun whispered so that only they could hear, "Once we enter the dungeon, you must feign a deep sibling affection. Do not reveal your true feelings immediately, but rather allow them to unfold gradually." After acknowledging one another as siblings, You will hold his bloodied belt and pretend to mourn sorrowfully in front of the ministry. Later in the evening, you will use the imperial token given to you to have all the guards reassigned. Situ Han Yin momentarily froze, her mind clouded with confusion. Why must I perform this charade? Why not simply hand me the belt? I have no genuine sibling bond with him. Li Yun's expression hardened. That is not an option. We have a spy within the ministry's prison. You must convince him that you genuinely intend to rescue your crown prince. Situ Han Yan clenched her handkerchief tightly, her grip twisting it into a knot. There were indeed members of Nanju within the prison. They were exceedingly cunning. My uncle has not provided me with any tokens. Li Yin reassured her, I will give you one shortly. Situ Han Yin lingered before the cell, her steps heavy, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed upon the man huddled in the corner. Her tears were not born of sorrow, but rather from fear. You all must leave, she demanded. Li Yin replied, Miss Shun, the one confined within is a serious criminal. He is of value to the court and must not perish just yet. Situ Han Yin feigned firmness as she declared, a few days ago, he humiliated me in the streets. Rest assured, Master Li, I merely wish to administer a minor lesson. I did not intend to take his life. After a moment of hesitation, Li Yun waved his hand to dismiss everyone. Miss Shun, I shall remain outside. Call for me if you require assistance. Situ Hanyin nodded slightly. Once everyone had departed, she could no longer contain herself and leaned forward, weeping softly, brother. The crown prince, Nanju, lifted his head, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Miss Shun, I was unaware you had changed your surname. Situ Hanyin sank to the ground, her mind swirling with the grievances and fears she had endured these past days. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. Brother, father intends to marry me off to that scoundrel, Hailonglei. In a bid for self-preservation, I reluctantly left with Wen Huaidie and others. The Emperor of Dongling is my uncle. He has granted me a new identity, and I can live quite well here. The crown prince was taken aback. Ouyang Xian is your uncle? When did such a connection arise? Wasn't your mother taken from a brothel by father? Situ Han Yin explained, her voice tinged with distress. No, my mother was a young lady from the Shun family of Dongling who met father by chance. They fell in love, and he brought her back to the palace. Because she is from Dongling, father concealed her identity. All of this was revealed to me when Wen Huaidie was sent by Ouyang Xian to fetch me from Dongling. The crown prince cursed Situ Han Yin internally 1,000 times. He never imagined she bore the blood of Dongling. Had he known, he would have ended her life long ago to spare himself the mortification of witnessing her current plight. Then, congratulations are in order, dear brother, she sniffled, covering her mouth. How could you have been captured by them? I was ordered to collaborate with Xie to assassinate Wen Huaidie, but I underestimated her prowess. Situ Hanyin bit her lip and added, do not worry, brother. I will find a way to rescue you. But I implore you, do not let them inform father that I am still alive. Let him believe I have perished. I never wish to return. The crown prince gazed intently at Situ Hanyin. The them she spoke of must refer to the spies father had placed in the imperial capital of Dongling. It seemed they had found her. The marriage alliance was a reluctant choice. One father was loath to accept. Fortunately, you were not wed to Hailonglei. Otherwise, you would now be a widow. Situ Hanyin covered her eyes in anguish. Brother, do not come to Dongling again. The people here are formidable, far beyond our capabilities. It would be better for father to surrender directly to Dongling and live as a vassal state, enjoying wealth and prosperity for a lifetime. The spies of Nanju, hidden behind the prison wall and listening intently, silently berated Situ Hanyin for her weakness. How could such a feeble character still be a princess? It was a disgrace to the royal dignity. The crown prince was so enraged that he hardly felt the pain at his wound. To retreat without a fight and submit as a slave to others. How could she even suggest such a thing? How do you intend to rescue me? Situ Hanyin wiped her tears and snot away with a handkerchief. When Ouyang Xian departed from the imperial capital, he left me a token. Those individuals claimed that as long as I could transfer the prison guards from the Ministry of Justice, they would be able to rescue you. The crown prince, Nanju, felt a surge of secret delight. Very well, I assure you that I shall not disclose your continued existence to others. Situ Hanyin is already deceased. Situ Hanyin nodded vigorously, about to turn away,
But after a moment's contemplation, she pivoted back. "Royal brother, could you possibly part with your belt? I fear they may not believe me otherwise." The crown prince Nanju lowered his gaze, frowning. The belt around his waist was a gift from their mother, and it was the most valuable possession he currently owned. After a brief hesitation, he removed the belt and handed it to Sidu Hanyin. She bent down, picked it up, folded it thrice, and concealed it within her sleeve. "Royal brother, wait for me." Li Yun observed the swollen-eyed Situ Hanyin and inquired, "Has Miss Shun taken her revenge?" Situ Hanyin silently nodded and hastily departed from the Ministry of Justice. Upon returning to the Shun residence, Situ Hanyin immediately cast the belt onto the ground, distancing herself from it. It was drenched in blood, an utterly horrifying sight. As night fell, she left the Shun residence alone, discarding the belt at the back gate of the estate. No sooner had she departed than someone came to retrieve the belt. Upon reaching the entrance of the Ministry of Justice, Sidu Hanyin remained vigilant, awaiting the opportune moment. She acted swiftly when she saw a great fire erupting in the direction of the Shun residence. Anxiously, she brandished the token and rushed into the Ministry of Justice. Under the pretext of extinguishing the flames, she managed to reassign most of the officials from the ministry. Before leaving, she set off a signal flare, a brilliant white light illuminating the night sky. 15 minutes later, the spy who had threatened Sidu Hanyin at the Shin residence stormed into the ministry's prison, accompanied by 18 others. The crown prince Nanju, upon seeing the masked intruders, stood up with immense joy, banging on the cell door and exclaiming, "I am here." The spies swiftly severed the chains and escorted the crown prince out of the prison. However, as they reached the entrance, they were met with a deluge of arrows. Yen Hanyun stood at a distance, sword in hand, emanating a murderous aura, his gaze as cold as that of a reaper surveying the dead. In the midst of the chaos, the spy cried out, "We have fallen into a trap." The entire Ministry of Justice was besieged by Yen Hanyun's troops. Not a single person could escape. Those who were not captured had perished. The crown prince Nanju, filled with despair, was once again confined to his cell. Li Yun sighed as he instructed someone to fetch a doctor to tend to his wounds. "I said, couldn't you aim a little off? You struck him right in the eye. He may end up blind in that eye now." Yen Hanyun, expressionless, gazed at the cell. "Were it not for Huaidie wanting to keep him alive, I would have killed him long ago." Li Yun pursed his lips and rolled her eyes at Yen Hanyun. Seeing he did not respond, she silently appealed to Chu Taowen. Chu Taowen shook his head. Whenever the matter of the general arose, Yen Hanyun became utterly heartless. "Do not concern yourself with it." Li Yun sighed, closing her eyes. "It's all ancestral burdens." Sidu Hanyin sat by the pond, gazing at the third of the Shun residents that had been consumed by flames. The fire had been extinguished, yet it continued to emit plumes of black smoke. Surrounding her were the officials who had accompanied her from the Ministry of Justice to help extinguish the fire. Uncertain if the perpetrator has been apprehended, she fervently hopes there are no loose ends. Such an occurrence is one she wishes to avoid repeating. It remains to be seen whether Ouyang Xian will be angered upon learning of the devastation wrought upon the Shin residents. The living captive has been left in the Ministry of Justice, subjected to severe interrogation. They have extracted every detail regarding their family's migration to the eastern capital, including the route taken. At the moment, Wen Huaidie was en route back when she received a letter from the capital. After reading it, she handed it to Ouyang Xian. The surveillance on the Shun household could be slightly reduced. However, Shun Hanyin's excessive timidity necessitates some instruction. After perusing the letter, Ouyang Xian silently incinerated it. Her cowardice serves her well. Given her current predicament, the less capable she appears, the safer she remains. If one is overly clever or capable, both Ouyang Xian and Wen Huaidie, along with others, would harbor reservations about a princess with the bloodline of the Southern Zhou Kingdom. A small wooden box, containing the severed finger of the crown prince of Southern Zhou, finally arrived at the residence of the third prince after a hurried transit of several days. In the dead of night, the box fell into the hands of a servant, who, upon opening it and discovering its contents, was horrified and dropped it, causing it to splatter in the dirt. A note that had been tucked beneath the finger fell out. The servant, bewildered, picked up the note and, upon reading it, his face changed dramatically. prompting him to hastily seek out the steward. Steward, this is the finger of the crown prince, who has been captured by the eastern capital. After reviewing the note, the steward ordered the servant to keep silent, forbidding a single word to escape his lips. He then took the box to the study to consult the third prince. Upon reading the letter, the third prince of southern Zhou found himself in a state of profound inner conflict. Could the one who discarded the item be located? The steward shook his head, explaining that the servant had reported a shadow flitting past just before the box fell. The residence was not lacking in guards, yet none had noticed the intruder, indicating that the assailant possessed remarkable agility. By now, they would have long since departed. Chapter 79. Situ Hanyan's desire for the death of the crown prince of southern Zhou. The third prince of southern Zhou meticulously examined the severed finger, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. A mere severed digit does not preclude one from ruling as emperor. The steward remained respectfully silent, standing nearby. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, the third prince unfolded the note and inscribed 2 lines upon it with a fine brush. Once dry, he folded the note and placed it back into the wooden box, sealing it shut. He then discarded it at the entrance of the palace. The steward received the box with utmost reverence, refraining from inquiring about the contents of the note. Shortly thereafter, a man disguised as a commoner crouched down to retrieve the box. The steward exchanged glances with him, recognizing him as an ordinary citizen. The third prince paced restlessly in his study, pondering that within a few days, if his father has not seen his elder brother's return, he will inevitably suspect that something has gone awry. The eastern capital is immensely powerful, and if combined with the western Yu, they would be unstoppable. Thus, it is prudent to retain a contingency plan. He cannot meet the same fate as his elder brother. Ouyang Xian has the capability to obliterate the royal family of the eastern capital. Once he conquers southern Zhou, the southern Zhou royal family will surely face the same fate. Fortunately, we have not yet reached the point of desperation, where retreat is impossible. At the fork leading to the imperial capital and military camp of Dongling, Yen Hanyun awaited Wen Huaidie's return, having received news in advance. 13 days felt unbearably long. Were it not for Yen Hanyun dedicating all his energy to training the Yen family army, he would have long since succumbed to impatience and sought out Wen Huaidie. Thunder, restless, lifted its front hooves and let out a long neigh towards Yen Hanyun. Yen Hanyun reached out to soothe Thunder's head, puffed out his chest, and gazed ahead, wondering if they were indeed approaching. Thunder nodded in affirmation. Moments later, the convoy emerged from around the bend, hidden by the leaves. Unable to contain his excitement, Yen Hanyun spurred his horse forward. Wen Huaidie lifted the carriage curtain and stepped out, greeting him with a gentle smile. It was an oddly charming scene, reminiscent of a bandit leader seizing a bride. Before Yen Hanyun could call out to her, Wen Huaidie spoke first. "Husband, I have missed you." Yen Hanyun's face lit up with joy, his heart swelling with warmth, as if it were dancing in celebration. He reached out and pulled Wen Huaidie onto his horse, and together they ambled along the roadside, their intimate display causing everyone present to avert their gazes. Under the bright daylight, the Grand General of Shigua and his spouse appeared remarkably affectionate. Yen Hanyun's breath brushed against Wen Huaidie's neck as he tenderly inquired, "Are you tired?" Wen Huaidie shook her head in denial. The journey back was smooth. I merely took a short nap in the carriage. Yen Hanyun replied, "All spies from Nanju and Shiyu within the imperial capital have been eliminated. The prisoner in the dungeon, having lost one eye, is now quite mad. Bai Shisan claims the trauma was too great." Comfortably nestled in Yen Hanyun's embrace, Wen Huaidie closed her eyes to rest. The cool mountain breeze was particularly refreshing. Yen Hanyun shielded her from the sun with his head, preventing her from being scorched by the harsh rays. The third prince of Nanju would most likely not wish for his elder brother to return alive. By now, time must surely be slipping through his fingers. If he were in that position, he too would not desire the survival of a rival. Upon returning to the capital, Ouyang Xian immediately sought out Situ Hanyan at the Shun residence. Overwhelmed with excitement, Situ Hanyan nearly stumbled onto the stone floor, bracing herself on her hands to rise. She dared not meet Ouyang Xian's gaze, lowering her head and stammering, "Uncle." Ouyang Xian settled into a chair in the main hall, stating, I'm already aware of the events that have transpired in recent days. You have done well. Sidu Hanyin looked up in surprise, not expecting praise from him. Ouyang Xian scanned the room, noting the maids standing by and the servants outside tending to the flowers. I have arranged for personnel to oversee matters outside the Shen residence alongside Wen Huaidie. Following this incident, half will be withdrawn. Your identity is unique, and until our objectives are achieved, we shall remain somewhat cautious. Situ Hanyin blinked, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Clenching her fists nervously, she realized that as long as Nanju persisted, she would never be entirely safe. Uncle, could you refrain from relocating them? They are quite beneficial here. Though it is surveillance, it also provides protection. At least there is no need to worry about anyone wanting her life. Ouyang Xian gazed into Situ Hanyin's eyes, his expression tinged with a hint of helplessness. This child is truly too timid, unable to stand on her own and reliant on others. If she grows up like this, how will she ever marry? One cannot protect her for a lifetime. My people may remain outside, but two must be withdrawn from Wen Huaidie's side, as she does not wish to expend valuable resources on those deemed insignificant. The previous arrangement of sending individuals to the Shan residence was to prevent Sidu Hanyin from relaying messages to Nanju. Now that it has been confirmed that this person poses no threat, several of Changyuan Pavilion shadow guards will be recalled by Wen Huaidie. Situ Hanyin timidly inquired, Is the general of the Shang Kingdom's arrangements more formidable than those made by my uncle? It is understandable for Situ Hanyin to think this way, as Ouyang Xian's tone seemed to imply just that. Ouyang Xian was momentarily taken aback, inhaling deeply as his gaze shifted elsewhere. All the individuals under my command have been trained by Wen Huaidie and Chu Taowen. Sidu Hanyin nodded blankly. It seems that her uncle, the emperor, is somewhat ineffectual. Recalling the discussions among the eunuchs regarding the officials in the court while at Nanju, Sidu Hanyin sat motionless, her eyes fixed on Ouyang Xian as he departed. If one day Wen Huaidie turns against Ouyang Xian, will she, as her niece, meet a fate of execution? Once this thought emerged, it was difficult to dispel. Consequently, Sidu Hanyin found herself once again ensnared in sleeplessness. Upon returning, Wen Huaidie and Yen Hanyun did not accompany Ouyang Xian back to the palace, but chose to reside in the military camp instead. After surveying the situation below, Wen Huaidie confidently entrusted the civil service examination matters to others. The progress was smooth, and no significant issues were anticipated. The next steps involved training the troops and recruiting soldiers in preparation for the offensive campaign in 5 months' time. On the training grounds, Wen Huaidie struck Yen Hanyun with such force that he fell, legs splayed, into the earth. Standing nearby, Deming and Feng Chun shook their heads, witnessing the scene. How painful it must be to be struck so forcefully. The princess's strength is indeed formidable. The prince cannot withstand it all. Wen Huaidie retracted her spear and hoisted Yen Hanyun off the ground. Facing his grimaced expression, she remarked, Your strength and flexibility are still insufficient. Continue practicing. Yen Hanyun seized the spear, and as Wen Huaidie momentarily relaxed her grip, he pulled back, causing her to tumble into his embrace. It is not that my strength is lacking, but rather that Huaidie's force is overwhelming. Even I can lift both of you. Wen Huaidie extended 2 fingers to distance the spear, insisting, Practice more so that I may be able to lift 3 of you. Nearby, Du Shutian patted his chest, exclaiming, Fortunately, my wife is delicate and cannot even lift a bucket of water. If she were like the princess, I would surely find myself kneeling in submission during any quarrel. Feng Chun and Deming simultaneously rolled their eyes at him. Deming retorted, You have never seen the princess in her delicate demeanor. You would never have the chance. She wields her beauty as a weapon, leaving the prince utterly speechless. Achoo! Achoo! Yang Dong covered his nose in pain as he passed by the 3. Daming intercepted the individual, his nose twitching. You reek of cosmetic from head to toe. Have you been to Huaichun Pavilion these past 2 days? Returning in such a state consecutively is decidedly unusual. Yang Dong's eyes widened, his face flushed as he attempted to explain. The prince did not command me. Why would I visit such a place? Daming pressed further, Then from whence comes this unmistakable scent of feminine perfume enveloping you? As one of the personal guards to Yen Huaidie, your only frequent interactions are with the princess and her female shadow guards. They believe that fragrance might betray their whereabouts and attract undue attention. Hence, they typically abstain from such scents. Yang Dong covered his nose, swatting at the odor clinging to him. It was Shan Hanyin. She cornered me outside the Shun residence the other day. I cannot fathom why a mere 13-year-old girl relentlessly pursues a man a decade her senior. This marks our fourth supposed chance encounter. For days, Yang Dong had been evading her. Yet, the persistent Sidu Hanyin seemed to have nothing better to do than seek him out, dispatching servants to various streets in Dongling to ambush him. Upon hearing this, Feng Qin's expression changed. You bear such a strong scent? Could it be? Yang Dong's face darkened with irritation. What nonsense are you spouting? She is merely 13, a child in my eyes, and she has been quite insistent. I can only guess how much powder she has slathered on. It is overwhelming to the point of inducing sneezing fits. Daming cautioned, even though both the prince and princess deem Shan Hanyin harmless, some words must not be carelessly uttered. It is better to be cautious. Yang Dong continued. Every time she intercepts me, she inquires whether I have eaten, if I am hungry, and offers me some pastry she made herself, yet she asks nothing further. At her age, what is she thinking? Even if Sidu Hanyin truly seeks a husband, it should not be me. I am far removed from that previous Phoenix Man scholar. Upon learning of this, Ouyang Xian went directly to the Shun residence to confront Sidu Hanyin. Do you truly have an interest in a guard by Yen Hanyin's side? Sidu Hanyin dabbed her face with a handkerchief. I think Yang Dong is quite good. Ouyang Xian's gaze bore into her eyes, as if he sought to decipher every nuance of her expressions and movements. Not only was she timid, but she was also mercurial. At 13, her thoughts were already consumed by matters of romance, a trait undoubtedly inherited from her mother. Ouyang Xian remarked, You and Yang Dong are a decade apart. By the time you reach marriageable age, he will be 25. He certainly cannot wait for you. Sidu Hanyin retorted, There's no need to wait for marriage. In 2 years, it will be too late. It is not that she wished to choose someone else. It was simply that no other candidates were available. Wen Huaidie was surrounded by women, and the only male, Chu Taowen, was out of her reach. Thus, she set her sights on the subordinates of Yen Hanyin. Sidu Hanyin seldom interacted with them. Had it not been for that serendipitous encounter with the maid while she was meeting Yang Dong, she might never have taken notice of him. After all, he was Yen Hanyun's most trusted guard, and should Wen Huaidie truly usurp Ouyang Xian's throne, there would be no mercy. In light of the favor owed to Yen Hanyun and Yang Dong, it is only reasonable to expect that they would spare this seemingly innocuous exiled princess. Ouyang Xian pressed his hand against his chest, experiencing for the first time the sentiment that had plagued him when his father-in-law forbade him from marrying his beloved wife. Though she was not his biological daughter, but rather his niece, Ouyang Xian was cautious with his words. As long as one could win the affections of another and elicit a willing heart, he held no objections to the pursuit, even if she were still unwed. At least the choice made this time was a sound one. He would let it be. However, Ouyang Xian harbored doubts about Sidu Hanyin's ability to capture Yang Dong's heart. Their personalities and ages were simply too disparate. Sidu Hanyin's eyes sparkled with determination as she placed her hands on her thighs, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, uncle. I will strive earnestly. The adage holds that the distance between a man pursuing a woman is akin to a mountain, while a woman pursuing a man is merely a veil apart. Sidu Hanyin believed that relentless persistence would surely yield success. Yang Dong, with an unoccupied heart, would require perseverance to let her in. Ouyang Xian chose not to intervene, leaving Yang Dong to bear the brunt of the situation. Unless in the barracks, he would encounter Sidu Hanyin wherever he went, as if she were equipped with a tracking device. Qianmon entered, lifting the curtain and presenting a box. Master, the reply from the third prince of Nanju has arrived. Observing Wen Huaidie still engrossed in her writing, Yen Hanyun gestured for Qianmian to hand it over. Upon opening the box, he found no fingers, only a slip of paper. Without needing to unfold it, he could tell the message was brief and the ink faint. After reading, Yen Hanyun's expression remained impassive. Indeed,
The royal family was devoid of fraternal bonds. The third prince of Nanju wished for the demise of the first prince, with undertones indicating a desire to forge a connection with the Dongling kingdom. Wen Huaidie concluded her writing, setting the paper aside to dry. It aligns perfectly with our conjectures. How profound can brotherhood be among half-siblings? Moreover, their mothers vie for favor daily within the palace. It is not a display of whose favor is greater, but rather a competition over whose offspring is more accomplished. The principle of maternal favor is ingrained from a young age, inciting a lavish internal struggle. What purpose do so many sons and daughters serve if they are not nurtured properly? They merely become burdens, making it more prudent to focus on raising one. History is rife with tales of fathers and sons steeped in suspicion and enmity. Wen Huaidie smirked, his gaze fixed intently on Wen Huaidie, and declared, "Then let us have but one." Wen Huaidie, stifling her delight, countered, "What if it is a daughter?" Without hesitation, Wen Huaidie replied, "Then she shall be just like you," alleviating any fears of an unworthy successor to the kingdom we have fought so hard to establish. Guarding the realm is no simple task. Contemplating this, Wen Huaidie could not help but feel a sense of concern for the daughter yet to take form. Qian Mian stood awkwardly before them, scratching his head. While addressing serious matters, it seemed the two had once again devolved into playful banter. Wen Huaidie returned the slip of paper to Qian Mian. "Eliminate the first prince of Nanju, and you and Yang Dong shall venture to Nanju. Do not directly imply that his death is due to the assassination of me. Instead, draw the third prince into the fray." Qian Mian grinned, his expression laden with meaning. "Shall we send Yang Dong?" Wen Huaidie raised her eyes. "Is there an issue?" Typically, she assigned tasks directly to Wen Huaidie's subordinates, who never raised objections. Qian Mian lowered his voice, inquiring with curiosity, "Does the master not know of the situation between Yang Dong and Sido Huaidie?" Wen Huaidie, in a state of bewilderment, retorted, "What matter is it?" Even Wen Huaidie wore a perplexed expression, seemingly unaware. Qian Mian turned to Daming. "Did you not inform them?" Daming, with a scrutinizing gaze, echoed, "Did you not tell them?" The two exchanged a silent glance. Could it be that Ouyang Xian had also remained silent? In Chapter 80, titled Caught Off Guard, Sharpening the Axe at the Last Moment, Wen Huaidie, sensing their reactions, felt a growing suspicion. What on earth was happening? Wen Huaidie rose and approached Daming, fixing him with a steady gaze. Yang Dong was his subordinate. It was the first time Daming spoke with such hesitation in his presence. Taking a deep breath, Daming clasped his hands behind his back, tilting his head slightly as he spoke. In recent days, Sido Huaidie has been persistently pursuing